Rain lashed against the window panes, its furious drumming echoing the turmoil in her heart. The air inside the room was unbearably heavy with all the words left unspoken. And with that desperate longing, his fingers intertwined with hers, forming a fragile connection in the dark. He was so close that his warm breath brushed her skin, while a storm of conflicting emotions churned in his eyes. She whispered his name, Lucas. It sounded like a plea, almost like a prayer, but his low, strained voice cut through the air. Don't say my name like that. He was begging her, and every word was steeped in a pain that broke her heart. His gaze burned as though searching for something in her eyes, filled with a heartbreaking vulnerability. He told her not to say it in a way that would make him mistake it for love. Hope, was that what he feared? She still couldn't give him the words he truly wanted, not yet. But could she give him this? This moment, she gave a silent nod, so faint it was almost imperceptible, leaving the answer in his hands. That was enough. He leaned down, his body pressing against hers with steady, controlled strength. Their lips met in a kiss that was both hesitant and hungry. A soft moan escaped her, laced with surrender and desire. But even in that embrace, one cold truth refused to fade. He drew back slightly, his voice brushing her lips in a rough whisper, reminding her that what they were doing now was not born of love. Her heart clenched, but she met his gaze without retreating. I know, she whispered, her own voice trembling. She lifted her arms around his neck and pulled him closer. She knew this was only an illusion, a temporary comfort. But at least tonight, at least for this moment, she needed to believe it was real. Then the memories came rushing back, sharp and unwelcome, like a nightmare she could never truly escape. It had all begun in that suffocatingly polite reception room, with the delicate clink of teacups and the false smiles on her parents' faces. Her mother's voice was bright and cheerful, as if announcing she had won a prize. Congratulations, Stella. You're now engaged to Sir Ethan. Her world seemed to spin in an instant, the teacup in her hands trembling slightly. Engaged to him? Her mother kept talking, oblivious to the terror freezing her daughter's heart. You'll be able to marry into the Elliot family. Isn't that wonderful? Wonderful? No, it wasn't wonderful at all. Her heart slammed against her ribs like a frightened bird trapped in a cage. This engagement was a death sentence. No matter the cost, she had to call it off. No, the word burst from her lips. Sharp and desperate, she shot to her feet and slammed both hands onto the table, rattling the fine porcelain. I don't want to marry him. Her mother's smile faltered, replaced by puzzled confusion. Why would you suddenly say that? You've known each other since childhood. Her father only watched, his expression unreadable. She pleaded with them, her voice breaking, begging them to refuse the marriage. But how could she explain it? How could she tell them what kind of monster he was? The future shattered before her eyes like a mirror, splitting into countless knife-sharp fragments. If she married Ethan, she knew exactly what awaited her. That sickeningly lewd smile, his hands on her body, the ropes binding her wrists. That future was filled with pain and humiliation and desperation. She clutched at any other possibility. I know. What about Fred? She blurted out, the name bitter as ash on her tongue. I'd rather marry him. She remembered Fred's gentle smile and kind eyes. He would treat her well. She knew he would, but her mother merely sighed, a polite and distant refusal. Unfortunately, no word had come from the Leon family regarding Fred. To Fred, she was nothing more than a little sister. It was a hopeless dream. Her father cleared his throat, his patience clearly wearing thin. He demanded to know what had gotten into her, but his eyes were cold and distant. She looked from her father to her mother, her stomach sinking. His voice was flat and utterly without warmth as he delivered the final blow. Refusing him was not an option for this family. Her fate had already been decided. Her pleas and her fear meant nothing to them. That night, she sat alone in her room, feeling as if the walls were closing in around her. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought, I have to do something. I can't face that future again. The sound at the door made her gasp, and when the handle turned, her heart nearly leaped into her throat. The man standing there with a sickeningly charming smile was him. Ethan Elliot, the eldest son of a marquis's house, born into a powerful family of mages. His voice was smooth as silk, yet it sent a chill through her entire body. "Why do you look so surprised?" he asked. She shrank back as if burned, her voice low and strangled. "Why are you here? Get out." She stammered the words as she scrambled backward across the bed in panic. Then suddenly she realized it, that horrifying sense of déjà vu. She had seen the scene before. In her previous life, the memory was terrifyingly vivid, so real it seemed right before her eyes. Him cornering her, her frightened tears, his hands tearing at her clothes. Her scream was smothered beneath his hand. She was absolutely certain, if she didn't fight back, he would force himself on her. He sat down on the edge of her bed, his casual posture seeming to mock her fear. "It's been a long time, Stella." When he noticed the tears on her face, his smile widened into a cruel sneer. He reached out, his fingers cold, and tipped up her chin. "What's wrong? Are you crying because you're so happy to be engaged to me?" The word struck like a slap. Anger, pure, blazing anger, surged through her. "Don't touch me," she shouted, smacking his hand away with all her strength. The crack echoed through the silent room, and Ethan's eyes flew wide in shock. "Wait, what the hell do you think you're doing?" he roared, the mask of false charm slipping away completely. He lunged at her, seized her wrist, and yanked her down hard onto the bed. She hit it with force, the breath knocked from her lungs. Before she could even process what had happened, he was on top of her, his weight pinning her down completely. "Let go of me," she screamed, struggling wildly under his iron grip. He only laughed softly, dark and dangerous. "You're already mine, you know," he murmured far too close to her. "I never agreed to that," she shot back, her voice shaking with fear and fury. He gripped her tighter, pinning both her hands above her head. "Our parents arranged this marriage," he sneered, his eyes blazing with possessiveness. "Your feelings don't matter." His other hand moved to her collar, and with a sickening rip, the fabric tore open. Panic seized her instantly. "Stop, stop!" His hand slid down her skin, and his voice brushed her ear like poisoned whispers. "Isn't this nice? We're engaged anyway." "No." A primal scream surged up from the depths of her throat. Acting on instinct, she drove her knee upward with all her strength into his most vulnerable spot. He groaned and recoiled in pain. She immediately scrambled free, her heart pounding violently. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" he bellowed, one hand clutching himself. Her voice shook, but she forced the words out. "If you don't leave, I'll call for help." His face twisted with rage. "I can't believe you actually dared to kick me." She opened her mouth to scream, to call for anyone at all, but she was too slow. His hand cracked across her face in a brutal slap, the sharp sound silencing her instantly. She collapsed to the floor, dizzy, the metallic taste of blood spreading through her mouth. He stood over her and clicked his tongue impatiently. As he straightened his collar, he clenched his fist, his voice thick with threat. "I won't let you refuse me." "Once we're married," he hissed, looking down at her broken, disheveled state with dead-cold eyes. "You'd better be ready." And she had been ready before. She had once prepared herself for hell, because she had already lived through it once. In her first life, she had walked down that wedding aisle like a lamb to the slaughter. She had married into the Elliott family. After becoming his wife, her life turned into a waking nightmare. She was forced to serve as an outlet for his twisted desires, while his mother, a vicious and spiteful woman, tormented her mercilessly day after day. She became a prisoner in that gilded cage, not even allowed to step outside the manor. It took everything she had just to survive each day. The years blurred past in suffering, and through it all, she never conceived a child. So Ethan and his mother decided she was useless. They locked her away in a dark wine cellar underground and left her there to rot and wither. Bound in chains and utterly alone, she eventually died there. But somehow, impossibly, in that final suffocating darkness, a light found her. A strange power enveloped her shattered body. Then there was nothing. When she opened her eyes again, sunlight was streaming through her bedroom window. She had returned to the day before the announcement of her engagement to Ethan. This time, she would never be their pawn again. This time, she would run. Barefoot, she crossed the floor in silence like a ghost wandering her own home. In her first life, she had always regretted not running away while she still had the chance. She would not make the same mistake again. Sitting at her desk beneath the warm pool of lamplight, she quickly began writing a letter. There was a knock at the door, her mother calling her name, but Stella did not answer. Her hands trembled as she wrote, apologizing for her selfishness. She knew they would never understand. To her parents, she was simply a daughter refusing a marriage proposal from the son of a marquis. But she had to decide her own fate. She would never return to this house again. After leaving the letter on her desk, she gave the room that had once trapped her one last look. She had written, "This will be the last selfish thing I ever do. Please think of me as dead and do not try to find me." Once her decision was made, she slipped quietly out of the house and into the moonlit night. I want to be free. Beneath a sky strewn with stars, she rode through the darkness. The small lantern she had brought should be enough to drive away magical beasts. She hoped the lamp would last the entire night. The stableman had assured her it would. "Let's go," she whispered to the horse, her jaw set with determination. "Goodbye, mother. Goodbye, father." She spurred the horse deeper into the forest, leaving her old life behind forever. She was close now, almost at the border. She let the horse drink at the edge of a crystal-clear pond, and a wave of relief washed over her. No one could still be chasing her now. All she had to do was reach a town and find an inn. But suddenly, her horse let out a terrified shriek, its ears twitching wildly. "What's wrong?" she asked, patting its neck. Then a low growl came from the shadows, a sound that seemed to vibrate through her bones. All the blood drained from her body. A massive creature stepped out from the woods, its 3 eyes gleaming with malice. A magical beast. Panic gripped her. How could this happen? She had been so close. The monster advanced slowly, its claws digging deep into the earth. She didn't even have time to scream before it lunged. Time seemed to slow. So this was it. This was the end. But in the next instant, a dark shadow flashed past, and scarlet blood sprayed through the air. A figure moved with unbelievable speed, a longsword slicing through the air with a nauseating tearing sound. The magical beast collapsed, lifeless forever. Her heart thundered as she stared blankly at her savior. He was a black-haired man with eyes that seemed to hold the night sky itself. Thank you," she stammered, her voice barely louder than a whisper. He stood there, so handsome he seemed almost unreal, looking at her with an unreadable expression. "Why are you in a place like this?" he asked, his voice calm and steady as he walked toward her. He stroked her horse's nose and noted that it was a fine animal, strong enough to carry 2 people. Then his expression turned serious. He explained that magical beasts could only be truly killed with magic. "We need to leave quickly." As he said that, he reached for her. Without another word, he lifted her onto the horse and seated her behind him. The horse thundered through the woods, carrying them away from danger. Where are we going?" she asked, gripping his waist tightly. "To my manor," he replied, his deep voice vibrating close to her ear. "Relax." As she leaned against his back, a strange warmth bloomed deep in her lower abdomen, that pleasant heat spreading rapidly through her whole body. "What is this?" "My core. It's so hot." The man in front of her suddenly went rigid, his breathing catching sharply. "Is something wrong?" she asked, startled. He quickly regained his composure. "Oh, it's nothing," he said, but she could feel the tension in his muscles. What was that sensation? Could it be? His grip on the reins tightened. Soon, a grand manor appeared through the trees, like a refuge in the wilderness. "What a beautiful manor," she murmured. He turned to look at her. "What's your name?" "My name is Stella," she replied, her cheeks coloring faintly. She bowed her head deeply. "Thank you very much for saving me." He studied her, noticing the fine quality of her clothes, and guessed that she came from a wealthy family. So he asked for her surname, clearly not wishing to be rude. Stella's expression darkened. "I don't have a surname anymore," she said softly. "I ran away from home." She hesitated, then asked whether his stable could let her horse rest. He agreed immediately and pointed her toward the stables. "Thank you," she said gratefully. Just as she was about to lead the horse away, he called out to stop her. "Let me treat your wound." He pointed to her arm, where she had scraped it badly when she fell. In the spacious, luxurious entrance hall, he treated her abrasions while the 2 of them sat with tea. "You ran away because you didn't want to get married, didn't you?" he guessed. She could only nod. He seemed to take it all very calmly. "It seems I rescued quite an extraordinary woman," he said with a faint smile. At last, she gathered the courage to ask, "Pardon me, but may I know your name?" He slowly took a sip of tea before answering. "My name is Lucas Bradrel." The teacup in her hand clattered. "Bradrel, the famous Mage family?" Her eyes widened. "Why are you living alone in a place like this?" she asked in confusion. His expression grew slightly guarded. "I have my reasons," he said vaguely. "A few years ago, I left home and came to live in this manor that once belonged to my ancestors. The room was filled with antique, exquisite furniture, silently testifying to an age long gone. She glanced around, trying to hide her curiosity, but one question lingered in her mind. "By the way," she said, "why didn't you take down that magical beast sooner?" His jaw tightened. She continued, "The men of the Bladrel family can all use dark magic, can't they? Can't they?" He met her gaze, deep shadows of sorrow veiling his eyes. "Unfortunately," he admitted, "I can't use magic. Stella frose." He explained that magical energy was normally restored through eating and sleeping, but he had been born without that ability. It had been that way his entire life. Though he was the heir of a powerful family, he was a cripple who could not restore his magical energy. Unable to restore magical energy. Her mind raced. A memory from her previous life surfaced. She had once heard that the Bladrel family would fall to ruin because its heir could not use magic. Was the same thing about to happen again? Just then, Lucas's voice cut through her thoughts and pulled her back to the present. "When I touched you just now, I felt a small portion of my magical energy return." "What?" She gasped aloud, staring at him in disbelief. What exactly did that mean? He rose abruptly, closed the distance between them, and gently took her hand into his own. "Just as I thought," he murmured. A faint purple glow began to spread across the area near his chest where he held her hand. "It's very weak, but I can feel it." His body was glowing. Stella stared, transfixed. He looked at her, and fresh hope flared in his eyes. "You really are the key to restoring my magical energy." He leaned closer, lowering his voice as though sharing a secret. He asked her to stay here for a while and allow him to touch her. "I will take care of all your basic needs," he promised. "And of course, I'll compensate you financially as well. 100 million gold. What does that sound?" The number made her dizzy, but she still hurriedly pulled her hand back. "Please wait a moment," she said, her cheeks burning. "I cannot allow a man who is not engaged to me to touch me so freely." His expression did not waver in the slightest. "In that case," he said, his gaze serious and resolute, "please marry me right now." He wanted marriage. It seemed he truly was desperate, eager to restore his magical energy. She found herself looking at him as if he were a pitiful, abandoned puppy. He proposed a 1-year contract marriage, only until he found another way to recover his magical energy. He promised to treat her well during the time she was his wife, as long as he could touch her for a few hours each day. The rest of her time would be hers to do with as she pleased. Honestly, those terms were not bad. She would gain protection and freedom. She could avoid Ethan and also receive enough money to live comfortably in a foreign land. Besides, she realized she did not seem to dislike this man's touch. At the thought alone, a strange warmth spread through her body. She took a deep breath. "All right, I'll cooperate with you." Relief immediately washed over his face. She straightened in her seat and added her own condition. "But if you do anything I dislike, I will leave at once." Then another thought occurred to her, just in case. Could we put the terms we discussed into a written contract? She did not want to rely on verbal promises alone. He smiled faintly. "You're right. I'll prepare a live-in contract." A live-in contract. The kind of contract that could never be broken under any circumstances. He truly was serious. Realizing that, she finally felt a little more at ease. "Thank you," she said in relief. He smiled gently, a sincere smile that made her heart skip a beat. "No, I should be thanking you, Stella. I promise that over the next year, I will cherish you and treat you well." 24 hours after Stella disappeared, Norris Manor descended into chaos. Ethan, his face twisted with rage, grabbed Count Norris by the collar. "She still hasn't come back," he roared, his voice shaking with fury. "I am terribly sorry," the Count stammered. Fred hurried forward, trying to pull Ethan away. "Stop it, Ethan. Count Norris is just as worried about Stella." Ethan shoved him aside. "I know," he screamed, completely losing control. He spun around sharply, his eyes gleaming like a predator's in the dark. It was as if a blood-red moon had risen behind him, ringed by skulls and chains. "Stella," he murmured, his voice dripping with vicious menace. "You don't really think you can escape from me, do you?" Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Lucas's manor was far calmer. They sat at a lavishly set dining table. "Even though there are only a few servants here, this manor doesn't seem to lack anything," Stella said thoughtfully. "The food is delicious too." She watched Lucas eat, her mind still in complete disarray. "So he's a mage who lost his powers? And I really hold the key to helping him recover his magic?" Just then, the door was suddenly flung open, and a whirlwind of pink lace and flower-like energy burst into the room. "Lucas, I baked a delicious pie, so let's eat it together," a cheerful voice announced. The girl was so excited she seemed like a storm, and at first she did not even notice Stella. But then she froze, the smile stiffening on her face. Narrowing her eyes, she pointed a trembling finger at Stella. "Who is that woman?" she shrieked. Lucas did not even glance at her, his voice cold as ice. "My fiancée. I'm going to marry her, so I can't accept your feelings." "Is this about to get ugly?" Stella thought, tensing inwardly. The pink-haired girl trembled with rage. "You never mentioned any fiancée before. What family is she from? Where did you meet her?" Lucas cut her off coldly. "That's none of your business." The girl named Rosa bit her lip so hard it nearly bled. Then a vicious gleam flashed in her eyes. "Your marriage will never work out," she screamed, dramatically pointing at Stella. "Lucas can't do it, you know." Stella looked at Lucas, but he merely took a calm sip of wine. "She's right," he said evenly. "No matter what woman I'm with, my body doesn't react." Stella froze for a moment. He admitted it that easily? Rosa, meanwhile, looked triumphant. "Then I still have a chance," she declared. "He definitely won't react to you either." "I see. She likes him," Stella thought as she looked at the desperate girl. But Lucas just finds her annoying, so this contract marriage is also meant to drive her away. "You say he can't do it?" Stella spoke up, her voice clear and steady. She turned to the furious girl, a calm smile on her lips. "Something like that wouldn't trouble me at all." As if surrounded by the illusion of blooming roses, she looked every bit the elegant and poised mistress of the manor. "So please leave." Rosa's face instantly flushed red. "You'll regret this," she screamed, then turned and stormed out of the room. She came and went like a tempest. Lucas looked at Stella and raised one brow. "Explain," he said. Afterward, Lucas let out a sigh and explained that was Rosa Diaz. She's Count Diaz's only daughter, and a female mage who rules this region. I don't want to get involved with her, but given her status, I can't completely ignore her either. So not only does he have no magic, he also can't do it? Stella thought. Maybe the Bladrel family really is doomed to decline. But then another thought struck her. If he really can't do it, then I don't have to worry about him attacking me. Honestly, that's a relief. After dinner, Lucas slid a document onto the table. "This is the Leon contract. It contains the terms we discussed this morning. Also, I added one final clause." "What is it?" she asked. "Compulsion magic," he answered. He explained that if she ever felt he had gone too far, all she had to do was say, "Enough," and the magic would activate, shocking him with electricity. Stella looked at him in surprise. She had never asked him to go that far. He had thought so carefully about her safety. "I understand, and I agree to this contract." Taking up the magic quill, she signed her name. Ancient letters glowed with golden light, then drifted away from the parchment. "So the contract is in effect now, right?" she asked after the glow faded. "That's right," Lucas said, his gaze burning. "Then let's begin." He led her to a seat by the window, where moonlight poured in. "Please sit beside me," he requested. She sat down, her heart hammering with nerves. "Just being close to you, I don't feel anything," he observed. "May I hold your hand?" She nodded. "Yes." He gently took her hand, his fingertips brushing over the back of it. His hand is so big, she thought, and his fingers are long. The warmth of his palm felt strangely comforting. "I knew it," he murmured, a faint violet glow flickering in his eyes. "When I hold your hand, I can feel my magic recovering little by little." He told her that ever since he had completely exhausted all his magic at the age of 3, he had never been able to restore it. He had tried every possible method, but none of them worked. "Do you feel anything?" he asked her. "No," she answered honestly. "I see," he said, a trace of disappointment in his voice. "Still, his body really does seem to glow when we do this," she thought as she looked at the faint aura around him. "But why does his magic recover when he touches me?" He stared intently at their clasped hands, a thoughtful look on his face. Then he lifted her hand before him, never taking his eyes off hers. He placed a soft, lingering kiss on her knuckles. Her heart leaped straight into her throat, pounding wildly in her chest. "What's wrong? Did you feel something?" he asked after noticing her sharp intake of breath. "And no," she stammered and quickly looked away. He brought her hand closer to his lips, his warm breath brushing lightly across her skin. "Your hand has gotten warm. I can feel its heat against my skin," he said softly. At this distance, with that deep voice of his, she felt dizzy. "Please don't speak with your mouth so close to my hand," she whispered, her cheeks burning bright red. She shifted awkwardly, desperately searching for something to say. "Then your magic," but before she could finish, he suddenly bent down and bit her finger. finger. A jolt, like an electric current, shot up her arm instantly. Her eyes flew wide open in shock and humiliation. "WH, what are you doing?" she screamed, yanking her hand back. He looked just as surprised as she did. I wasn't thinking." "You weren't thinking? Who bites someone's finger without thinking first? Pervert. That's enough for today," she shouted. The moment the words left her mouth, a bolt of lightning exploded through the air and struck Lucas. "Ugh," he groaned, clutching his chest as his body convulsed. Stella stared at him in horror. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "So this is how the Leon contract works," she realized as she watched him recover from the electric shock. The magical seal of the contract shimmered around them. He let out an unsteady breath. "Are you all right?" she asked timidly. He nodded. "In that case, if it's all right, I'd like to go rest first," she said, eager to escape the awkward situation. "Fine," he agreed as he stood up. "We'll continue tomorrow." He softly wished her good night. She practically fled the room and shut the door behind her. "If we have to continue tomorrow, does that mean we'll be doing this every day?" she thought, leaning against the door. "I don't know if I can handle it." In the moonlit room, Lucas looked down at his hand. A bright violet sphere of magic suddenly flared to life in his palm. He could use magic now, but how was that possible? He frowned. Why did it feel like I recovered more power from kissing her hand than from simply holding it? And why does the magic this time seem even stronger than before? And what was that when I bit her? Just who is that woman? He stared at his glowing hand. His thoughts raced wildly. Then he felt something else as well, a stirring, a heat coiling deep in his lower abdomen that had nothing to do with magic. He looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. Don't tell me. I'm not actually incapable after all. Soft, ethereal light filtered down through glowing leaves, bathing the whole world in emerald and sapphire hues. In the distance, a waterfall sang in a gentle murmur, like a tender melody. Stella stood in the middle of that breathtaking scene, her long golden hair reflecting the light. What is this place? Her heart ached faintly with a strange sense of familiarity. It's beautiful, but why does it make me feel so nostalgic? It was as if she had come here hundreds, thousands of times before. She slowly opened her eyes, and a magical forest gradually faded away, turning into the soft morning light on her bedroom ceiling. She sat up as dawn streamed warmly through the huge window and onto her skin. What a strange dream. A maid at her bedside bowed, her voice gentle and respectful. "Good morning, my lady. Would you like breakfast?" Stella could only nod, her mind still foggy. "Yes, please." Those words still echoed in her mind. She called me my lady. The form of address felt so unfamiliar, so unreal. She looked around the luxurious room, the rich fabrics, the polished wood. Even now, this new life still felt unreal. Just then, a stern-looking butler entered, carrying a beautifully wrapped box. He bowed deeply. "Good morning, my lady. This is a gift from the master." He handed her the box and explained that it had been delivered for her room, so she could change into it. Stella looked inside, and her eyes widened at once. What a beautiful dress. A pale sky blue gown trimmed with delicate lace. He actually sent this for me. Warmth spread through her chest. I still need to thank him, she thought, a faint smile passing over her lips. She looked up at the butler. Is Lucas still asleep? The butler's answer left her stunned and confused. "No, my lady. The master went into the forest early this morning to chop firewood." Her mind went blank. Chop firewood? A noble lord went out to split logs himself? Why in the world would he do that? Filled with an indescribable curiosity, Stella changed into the new dress and rode to the forest. Then she saw him. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and illuminated the scene before her, making her almost stop breathing. Lucas was bare from the waist up, his muscles taut, his body covered in a thin sheen of sweat that glimmered as he worked. His black hair was slightly disheveled, but his expression was utterly focused. Stella's heart gave a heavy thud in her chest. Hearing the horse, he turned, his brows drawing together slightly. "Stella?" She hurriedly composed herself, trying to act natural as she dismounted. "I heard you were here, so I came to see what you were doing." He only nodded. "I see." An awkward silence fell. Stella cleared her throat, but her gaze kept drifting to his bare upper body. Did he really have to take off his shirt? He lifted the heavy axe as if it weighed nothing. Finally finding her voice, she asked why he was chopping firewood himself, when he could have simply ordered someone else to do it. He stopped and leaned the axe against a stump. "To recover my magic," he explained, his voice low and even. Your physical condition also affects your magical power. As he spoke, he brought the axe down, and with a heavy crack, the log split cleanly in two. Besides, he added, isn't it also better to have more firewood stored up? Standing before her, he looked like a giant carved from shadow and sunlight. She could not resist teasing him, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Maybe, but I think what you're building is muscle, not magic. At her blunt remark, his eyes widened slightly. She really doesn't bother to soften her words, he thought. Stella's smile became genuine, her eyes shining. But because of that, you could drive off magical beasts even without magic. I think that's amazing. He seemed a little taken aback by her sincere praise, and an unreadable emotion passed through his deep eyes. Is that so? He said softly. A sudden thought seized her. Maybe I should train too. His expression turned serious at once. That's too dangerous for you. His gaze swept over her arms. With arms that slender, you probably can't even lift an axe. A spark of stubbornness flared in her chest. I'm actually pretty confident in my strength, okay? She strode over and grabbed the handle. But her confidence vanished instantly. NGH, why is this so heavy? She gasped, her arms trembling from the strain. Isn't this axe way too heavy? Her face turned bright red. Lucas let out a long sigh, looking utterly helpless. I suppose there's no helping it. Before she could react, he was already standing behind her, his solid chest pressed against her back, his body heat seeping through the fabric of her dress. His strong arms wrapped around her, his hands covering hers on the axe handle. Hold on tight. Come on, grip it properly and lift. His low voice sounded right by her ear, making her whole body shiver. Wow. Her mind went completely blank, and all she could feel was him, his breath, the firm wall of heat from his body pressed against hers. She tightened her grip on the handle, and together they brought the axe down. Crack! The log split perfectly in half. It split. Her eyes lit up like a child's as she looked up at him over her shoulder. I split in half. A rare, gentle smile appeared on his lips. Well done, he said softly, his breath brushing her cheek. But then he did not move. His arms were still around her, keeping her enclosed against him. In the quiet forest clearing, only their breathing remained. Her heartbeat began to slam against her chest. Thump, thump. Huh, what is wrong with me right now? A burning blush crept from her neck up to her cheeks. Could you move a little farther away from me? She stammered, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. Instead, he leaned in closer, a teasing smile in his eyes. What, now you're shy? You didn't seem to react much when you saw me without a shirt. Well, I'm kind of used to it already. The words slipped out before she could stop them. He frowned in confusion. What do you mean by that? Her eyes widened in panic. Oh no, I mean, nothing. How could she possibly tell him she had had a husband in her previous life? That was impossible to explain. Anyway, I already chopped the wood, she declared, trying to wriggle out of his arms. Please let. But he only held her tighter, his body pressing flush against hers. A strange energy pulsed between them. I can feel my magic recovering, he said in a low voice, sounding almost hoarse. Her eyes flew open. Let me stay like this a little longer, he whispered, almost pleading, his voice brushing through her hair. How much longer? Her mind was a complete mess. He gave her a perfectly reasonable explanation. You might run into another magical beast. If that happens again, wouldn't it be better if I recovered at least a little magic? Oh no, if he puts it that way, I can't exactly refuse. I'll just have to endure it. After all, she thought, I really do seem to attract magical beasts more easily than normal people. His low murmur interrupted her thoughts. But your hand is so small. His thumb gently stroked the back of her hand, making her fingers tremble involuntarily. Instantly, last night's events flashed through her mind. His hand slid away from hers and lightly grazed her arm. And you're slender all over. His hand came to rest at her waist, his fingers gently tracing over it through the fabric of her dress. Do you deliberately dye it all the time? His touch felt charged, making her whole body tremble. And no, she stammered, her breath catching in her throat. She had to change the subject immediately. By the way, is this dress the one you sent me? She asked hurriedly. I actually came to thank you. She stared straight ahead with wide eyes, acutely aware that he was watching her profile. I didn't have any other clothes to change into, so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. The hand at her waist paused. I just had a few sent over in a hurry, he said, his voice returning to normal. But tomorrow, let's go to the tailor and have several fitted properly for you. You don't need to go that far. His generosity left her flustered, but his replies sent heat rushing back in her face. Isn't buying dresses for his wife a husband's duty? Why you? Her face burned. He lightly rested his head beside hers, his black hair brushing her cheek. What is it? He asked softly. It tickles, she cried in a thin voice. She tried to break free. His heart suddenly slammed in his chest. Thump! He immediately stepped back and let her go. Saw thee. Stella stumbled forward a step, finally gaining the desperately needed distance. What is going on with me? She thought, lifting a hand to her burning cheeks while her heart still pounded wildly. She watched him put on his shirt and load the firewood onto the horse. Meanwhile, her own heart was still beating unevenly in her chest. She had to remind herself of one fact. He's only touching me like that to recover his magic. I'm the only one whose heart is racing. I'm the only one thinking this way. She cleared her throat, trying to sound casual. So, did that restore any magic? He nodded, only a little. Turning to her, he raised a hand. Do you want to see? A faint strand of violet energy crackled into existence above his palm, no bigger than her thumb. It flickered briefly, then vanished. That's all the magic I recovered just now. Stella stared at the place where the magic had disappeared, so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. What? She cried. I suffered all that embarrassment for this. At least he had the decency to look slightly apologetic. Up until now, no matter what I did, I couldn't recover any magic at all. So even this little is major progress. He looked down at his hand, then at her with a thoughtful expression. I want to figure out as soon as possible why touching you allows me to recover magic. Only then can I find a way to restore it on my own. She sighed. As expected, that's the only thing on his mind. All right, everything's ready, he said, patting the horse's neck. Let's head back to the manor. But the moment he spoke, deep in the forest, a hand wrapped in vicious green energy picked up a smooth gray stone. With a flick of the wrist, the stone shot through the air like a deadly projectile, straight at Stella. Whoosh! The sound of impact was sickening. The stone smashed into the side of her head. Her eyes widened in shock, then rolled back. Blood splattered across the leaves. Lucas spun around, his face full of horror and disbelief. Stella! He roared, panic overflowing in his voice. In the distance, hidden among the trees, a woman with vivid pink hair watched Stella collapse to the ground, the corners of her lips slowly curling into a fierce, satisfied sneer. That would kill her, she murmured to herself. As Stella's world sank into darkness, Rosa let out an undisguised, utterly pure laugh of triumph inside the Dia family's luxurious, lavish Gothic mansion. Watching you use magic to control that rock and smash it into that woman felt absolutely wonderful, she said brightly to her younger brother, Miguel, before bursting into laughter again. Though honestly, I really wish you'd aimed straight for her face. Miguel was trembling all over, his face deathly pale. Sorry, he stammered. Forget it, it doesn't matter, Rosa said, waving a hand carelessly. She leaned down, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. I smeared the rock with spike frog poison. What? Miguel's eyes widened in horror. I didn't know that. Rosa showed a cruel, chilling smile. Spike frog poison acts quickly, and it's hard to notice in the early stages, she explained, malice glittering in her eyes. By the time the wound starts turning black, it's already too late. A horrifying image of a rotting corpse flashed through her mind. The patient rots little by little and then dies. Her voice was filled with satisfaction. That woman had better die soon. Miguel looked like he was about to be sick. At the thought of her reward, Rosa's gaze softened slightly. Anyway, Lucas already belongs to me. She seized Miguel by the wrist. Her grip was like an iron clamp. You're my accomplice now, she said softly, moving her face dangerously close to his. So you won't betray me, right? He shook violently, not daring to meet her eyes. I won't, he whispered. Her name passed Rosa's lips like a poison hiss. Suddenly, Rosa clutched her stomach and let out a burst of false laughter. My stomach is starting to hurt, she announced to the empty room. Could you call every doctor in the area to come examine me? Stella lay unconscious on the bed, thick bandages wrapped around her head. Lucas sat at her bedside, his expression grim. Just then, the butler Hank brought troubling news. Miss Rosa says she has a stomachache, so Count Dia has summoned every nearby doctor to his estate. Lucas's jaw tightened. So not a single one can come? Hank confirmed it. Lord Dia is being extremely forceful and won't be swayed. Lucas's hand on his knee clenched into a fist. That man is doing this because he dislikes me. At that moment, a weak hand suddenly grasped his arm lightly. He looked down to see Stella's eyes slowly opening. Stella, he called softly, his voice full of relief. She gave him a faint smile. I'm sorry for making you worry so much. She spoke in a whisper, but I don't want to make this into a big issue. I'm really fine. His heart tightened sharply. You're not fine, he said, his voice strained. Your face is injured. She tried to joke, the corners of her eyes curving slightly. You don't want a wife with a scarred face? But there was not the slightest sign of amusement on his face. He only stared at her, his expression a mix of guilt and anger. Stella. After returning to the study, Hank handed him a letter. Master, Miss Rosa sent a letter. Lucas took the parchment and swept his gaze over the elegant handwriting. My dearest Lucas, it began. I'm terribly sorry for calling all the doctors together, but none of them seem able to cure me. If you would come see me, perhaps I might feel better. His expression instantly turned hard as stone. With a low growl, he crushed the letter savagely in his fist. What a joke, he spat. He turned to Hank, his eyes blazing with fury. When that rock flew at her, I felt wind magic. The men of the Jia family use wind element spells. I'm 99% certain Rosa's brother was working with her. He obeys everything his sister says. He slammed a fist down on the table. I'd already suspected Rosa saw Stella as an enemy, but I never imagined she was clever enough to pretend to be sick and summon every doctor in the area away. Hank said nothing, his expression unreadable. This is unlike you, Master, he said quietly. Just because Miss Stella was hurt, haven't you become a little too emotional? Didn't you only meet her yesterday? Lucas turned away, his voice low and suppressed. There's no harm in telling you. I married Stella because when I touch her, my magic recovers. Hank's eyes widened in shock. How could that be? I still don't know the reason, Lucas admitted, his gaze distant. He thought of Stella's bright smile and her stubborn nature. But to me, she is someone I absolutely cannot lose. His eyes filled with a chilling determination. He looked at Hank. Do not tell anyone this. Yes, Master, Hank replied with a bow. But at that very moment, a cold calculation took shape in his mind. So that means you do not love her? This is only a contract marriage. Is that so? When Hank first heard his master intended to marry a girl of questionable background, it had given him a terrible headache. But now he saw an opportunity. Once his master figured out how to restore his magic, she would no longer have any value. After they divorced, his master could marry a woman better suited to him. This marriage was nothing more than a temporary expedient. Lucas's voice cut through his thoughts. I'll go myself, he growled, moving as if to head straight to the Dia estate and demand justice. Just then, a maid rushed in, pale and terrified. Excuse me, Master, Miss Stella, her condition. Lucas did not wait for her to finish. He was already running, sprinting back to Stella's room. He shoved the door open and saw Stella writhing in pain on the bed, gasping for breath, her face covered in cold sweat. Stella, he shouted, rushing to her side. He reached out to touch her, but she let out a pained moan and shrank away. His heart nearly stopped, his hand trembling slightly. He carefully unwound the bandage from her head. A strangled breath escaped his lips. The wound was turning black. No way, Hank said from the doorway, his face drained of color. She's been poisoned with spike frog venom. The maid stared in horror. But spike frogs, Hank stammered. Once the wound starts changing color, it's already too late. All that remained on Lucas's face was pure, undisguised rage. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaw nearly ached. Rosa, he growled, his voice low and dangerous. He cradled Stella's head as his mind raced. Do we have any medicine? Check the storeroom. He roared at Hank, looking at her pale, suffering face. A suffocating wave of helplessness swept over him. This was all his fault. Hank lunged toward the shelves like a gust of wind, frantically searching, his breathing ragged and uneven. I have to hurry, so Master can restore his magic. He found one, a small green bottle. I found this. Lucas snatched it away and tried to pour the liquid medicine into Stella's mouth, but she was too weak and could only cough, choking on it. He turned an icy gaze on the worried servants. "Sorry, please leave the room." The door clicked shut and silence filled the room. He looked at the bottle, then at Stella's face. There was only one way left. He pulled out the stopper and brought the medicine to his own lips. "Stella, please don't think less of me for this." Stella. Pain flashed across his face. As he bent down close to her, "I absolutely cannot lose you now." He pressed his lips to hers, and brilliant violet magic burst around them as he transferred the medicine to her. The kiss was urgent and desperate. He gently lifted her chin, making sure she swallowed the life-saving medicine. "Good girl," he murmured against her lips, completely unaware that 3 servants were peeking through the crack in the door with shock and awe written all over their faces. He pulled back slightly, closed his eyes, then bent down again, his lips brushing hers one last time. Breathing hard, he kissed her deeply again. His mind was screaming wildly. "I was only trying to help her drink the medicine. So why is my body this hot?" He held her tighter, as if flames were burning through his veins. "Even at a time like this, I still want to touch you more." A flood of magic stronger than anything he had felt in years surged through him. "With this much magic, I should be able to—" He broke the kiss, breathing unevenly, and laid his hand over her wound. Magic flowed from his palm, turning into a soft, healing light. The dreadful blackness caused by the poison slowly began to fade. Stella's lashes fluttered open. Her mind felt clear, and the pain was gone. She looked up at Lucas, who was leaning over her. His face was bright red. "I feel much better," she said softly, "but how did this happen?" A deep crimson spread across his cheeks. "I fed you the medicine mouth to mouth," he confessed, unable to meet her eyes, "and I recovered more magic than ever before." "And mouth to mouth?" she stammered, her own face flushing as well. He hurried on. "Your life was in danger because the rock that hit you had been coated with a fast-acting poison. I recovered enough magic to heal you, so please don't hate me for it." Looking at his worried face, her heart softened. "How could I hate you for saving me?" She said gently. "More importantly, I want to thank you." A radiant smile blossomed across her face, and for a moment he was completely captivated. But then a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. "Still, I had no idea dark magic could heal wounds. That sounds like something only the sages I read about in novels could do." A surge of dark magic suddenly rose, violet and deep purple energy swirling around her and wrapping around them both. Lucas, his name echoed through her mind, and in the next instant, it was as if she were no longer here. A sharp and cruel memory slammed violently into her mind, the sound of a door being flung open, a scream calling her name. Rosa. She was thrown onto the cold, hard floor like garbage. Her father stood over her, his face full of fury, his voice thundering through the room. He grabbed her chin in an iron grip and forced her to look up at him. Her eyes, wide with shock and pain, looked past him toward the boy standing by the door. Miguel. He only watched, his expression unreadable, like a statue carved from betrayal itself. "It was you." She screamed it in her heart, but the words caught in her throat. "You betrayed me." The accusation went unspoken, yet it hung in the air like something tangible, heavy enough to suffocate. But Miguel said nothing and did nothing. Her face twisted with pain and rage, like a wounded beast driven into a corner. Her father seized her arm and dragged her away harshly, hauling her across the floor like a sack of grain. And Miguel still only stood there. The malice in her father's voice was chilling as he shouted at her. "What were you thinking? Miguel is my beloved heir, and you nearly turned him into a criminal." Her heart shattered completely. So that was it. It really had all been for Miguel. "Blooder already told me everything," he continued, his voice low and sinister. "You pretended to be sick and called every doctor here. If the other family sues us, our family will be ruined." He threw her to the ground, as though dismissing her for the last time, with contempt. His words were like a death sentence. "You can't stay here anymore. I'm marrying you off to Barrington Gel." Rose's blood turned cold. "That Baron?" But he lives in a far more remote countryside estate. It was practically exile, a life sentence. She looked at Miguel one last time, despair clutching at her throat like claws. She collapsed at his feet and reached out to grab him. "Save me, Miguel," she begged, her voice hoarse and weak. "Please." He looked down at her, his eyes empty and cold as the void. One by one, he peeled her fingers off his trouser leg, then turned away without leaving her a single word of comfort. "Goodbye." Rosa. The two words were soft, yet utterly final. The door clicked shut, leaving her alone in that echoing world that had long since shattered. The torrential rain pounded mercilessly against the inn's windows like war drums. Stella and Lucas stood at the entrance, soaked to the bone, hoping for a bit of luck. "Please give us 2 rooms." Luca made the request, his voice calm despite the raging storm outside. The innkeeper gave them a sympathetic look. "I'm truly sorry," she said, "but because of this sudden storm, many people have already checked in. We only have 1 room left." Stella had not even had time to process the news before Lucas had already made a decision. "Then I'll go to another inn." "What?" Stella was startled, not expecting him to refuse so quickly. But the innkeeper was a woman with a hopelessly romantic heart, and she slapped the counter. "Good heavens, Lucas, your wife will be uneasy staying here alone." She winked at them, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Why don't you just share the same room? Aren't you newlyweds?" Stella's cheeks turned red at once. Newlyweds. The word felt incredibly unfamiliar. But the woman was not wrong. In weather like this, if Lucas went somewhere else, she really would feel uneasy. Besides, it was not strange for a married couple to stay in the same room, was it? Lucas looked at her, seeming to wait for her to agree with him. But what she said surprised them both. "We'll take that room then," she declared. The innkeeper beamed and said, "Certainly," while Lucas only stared at her blankly, his face full of confusion. Once they entered the room, a heavy, awkward silence filled the air. Lucas set his bag on the floor with a dull thud. "You really don't mind sharing a room with me?" he asked, concern in his voice. Stella avoided his gaze and fussed with her soaked cloak. "It's not like that," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "The other inns might already be full too. We're lucky to have this room at all. This is the most rational choice," she told herself. That's all. Her gaze landed on the little toy dagger she had bought from a roadside stall, and an idea immediately sprang to mind. Lucas noticed what she was looking at. "What are you planning to do with that toy?" he asked curiously. A playful light flashed in her eyes, and she waved the little blunt knife, deliberately poking him lightly in the chest. "This is what I used to threaten Rosa before," she admitted with a sly smile. She was terrified back then. Lucas's eyes widened in sudden understanding. No wonder that poor woman was trembling like that. A comfortable silence settled between them, broken only by the rain outside. Stella took a step closer to him. Lucas," she began, glancing down at her soaked dress. "I want to dry my clothes. Can you use magic?" He turned his face away slightly, an indescribable emotion passing through his eyes. "I can, but I don't have any magic left right now." Of course, his magic had already been exhausted, but Stella thought of a solution. "Then let's restore some." She looked up at him, her blue eyes utterly serious. "What's the fastest and most effective way?" The question hung between them, heavy and suggestive. Then that hazy, pink memory surfaced, the kiss. Her breath caught. Kissing. Do I have to do that with him again? He blushed too, his gaze falling to her lips. If they kept wearing wet clothes, both of them would catch colds, and they could not go eat dinner like this either. There was only one way. She took a deep breath and reached out, tugging lightly at his collar. Her voice was almost inaudible, yet as clear as a command. "Come here." It was as if the whole world had shrunk to nothing but the tiny distance between their lips. Lucas's heart pounded wildly in his chest, fast and chaotic. Thump, 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 thump. "See, can I really kiss her?" She said I could, so that should be fine, right? Stella is helping me restore my magic. I have no reason to refuse her. The room was so quiet that when he swallowed hard, the sound seemed especially clear. He raised his hand, gently cupped her chin with his fingers, and slowly bent down. "All right," he said softly. Then his lips fell onto hers. The moment their lips touched, Stella felt as though her heart exploded in her chest. Thump, thump. It's beating so hard. Lucas must be able to hear it. Her heart pounded so hard and fast it almost hurt, but it was not an unpleasant feeling. Lucas felt it too. It was like an electric current running through his whole body. Her rain-soaked clothes made her look even more alluring than usual. Her scent, mixed with rain and flowers, flooded his senses. "I know I shouldn't keep going, but I can't control myself." He deepened the kiss, his soft tongue lightly brushing over her lips and drawing a faint gasp from her. A wave of heat swept through Stella's entire body. "What is this? It's so hot. Has kissing always felt like this?" intoxicating, dizzying. She felt as if she were about to melt completely in his arms. At last, they parted, breathing hard for air, both their faces burning red. Lucas was so flustered he could not bring himself to look her in the eye. "Stand still, I'll dry your clothes," he stammered, desperately trying to find something to do to distract himself from the blazing fire inside him. Stella only nodded, her mind still in disarray. "Oh, okay." Lucas turned away and raised a hand to his burning face. "What am I doing? What has happened?" "She only married me because of the contract. This isn't right." But Stella's thoughts were heading in a completely different direction. "That kiss with Lucas just now felt amazing, and I actually liked it. D-Dark magic really is convenient. It has so many uses." They stood there in that unnerving silence, the air crackling with all the tension they could not put into words. "Once you've dried our clothes, let's go have dinner." "Lucas," she said, trying hard to sound casual. He answered vaguely, his voice drifting somewhere far away. She had to call his name 3 full times before he finally snapped back to himself. Dinner turned out to be unexpectedly pleasant. The tavern was warm and lively, a sharp contrast to the storm outside. Stella's eyes shone brightly with delight. "I've always wanted to come to a place like this," she said happily, chewing on a piece of bread. Lucas watched her, a faint, indulgent smile at the corner of his lips. "She really eats a lot. It's kind of cute." But when they returned to the room, that warm atmosphere instantly vanished. In the center of the room stood the one single bed, like a final boss. Now, how were they supposed to sleep? Lucas did not hesitate at all and immediately laid down on the cold, hard floor. "There's only one bed, so this is the only way." Stella stared at him in shock. "What? But if I let you sleep like that, I'd feel so bad I wouldn't be able to sleep at all." She hurried to his side, trying to pull him up. We're already husband and wife, so sleeping in the same bed should be fine, right?" He only looked up at her, his expression unreadable. She shrank back a little, but then she thought of her secret weapon. "It's okay," she told herself, though her cheeks quietly turned red. "Lucas can't do anything anyway, so I should be perfectly safe." Even so, just the thought of sharing a bed was enough to make her flustered. "Then I'll sleep on the floor," she declared, intending to switch places with him. But before she could move, Lucas grabbed her arm and pulled her down with surprising strength. "Ah," she cried out as he rolled with emotion, placing her on the inner side of the bed while he lay on the very edge. 30 minutes passed, and neither of them moved so much as a finger. They lay stiffly back to back, the air between them taut as if charged with electricity. "This is even more cramped than I imagined," Stella thought, her heartbeat starting to quicken again. "His back is pressed against mine. It's so warm." That warmth was comforting, yet it also made her restless. She shifted slightly, and he moved too. "Stop crowding me," he said in a low voice, "or I'll fall off." "Sorry," she replied softly, "but I'm already at the edge on my side too." Just as she tried to adjust herself, she suddenly lost her balance and slid toward the side of the bed. In a lightning-fast instant, Lucas shot out his hand and wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her back. But he used too much force, and she fell right onto him, her body pressed tightly against his. Thump, thump. Somehow, their heartbeats started pounding in perfect unison. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice a little hoarse. "I am fine," she stammered. "Thank you." She tried to push herself up, but her hand landed on something firm, warm, and definitely not his leg. That thing twitched lightly beneath her palm. "Huh," she murmured in confusion. Both of them froze at the same time, their faces instantly turning a shocking shade of red. It felt like fireworks were exploding in her mind. "This hard thing is. And no, it's not what you think," he blurted out frantically, waving his hands in a panic. But it was already too late. In Stella's mind, the gears clicked into place, and a startling realization surfaced. She stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. "Lucas, I thought you couldn't." The question hung in the air. Lucas looked like he wished the floor would split open and swallow him whole. Scarlet rapidly spread across his entire face as he confessed in a tiny voice, almost too soft to hear. "Please believe me, I didn't mean to deceive you." He didn't dare meet her eyes. "I've never reacted to anyone before, so this is my first time." He made an awkward, embarrassed little face. "So, I'm your first." Stella had thought her heart couldn't possibly beat any faster, but reality proved her wrong. Wait, why did that just make my heart race even more? Lucas couldn't bear the embarrassment any longer and hurriedly climbed off the bed, returning to the floor. "I'll sleep on the floor. You take the bed." Stella watched him move away, a swirl of complicated, indescribable emotions rising in her chest. He was already like that, and he still didn't force me. He's completely different from the other man I knew. A small, unexpected thought suddenly popped into her head, and just now, for that one moment, I actually thought Lucas was kind of cute. The storm still raged outside, fierce winds shaking the windows of Bloodrear Manor. Head butler Hank gazed out into the darkness and muttered softly, "What a terrible storm. I hope the master and madam are both safe." Just then, a sharp knock echoed down the corridor. A bolt of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the front door. Crack. Somehow, the sound felt especially ominous. Hank pulled the door open a crack. "May I ask who you are?" Outside stood a cloaked figure in a hood, their face hidden in shadow. Rainwater streamed down his dark cloak. He did not answer. Meanwhile, in a nearby town, another silver-haired man recalled that brief earlier encounter. "I think she looks a lot like the young lady I saw before." He raised a portrait of Stella, her blonde hair and blue eyes strikingly distinct. He grabbed a terrified villager by the collar, his voice low and dangerous. "What? Where's she now?" The villager stammered. "I am not sure, but I think she lives in that manor in the woods." So this hooded man came to Lucas's door, rain pouring down around him. "Do you know this woman?" he asked Hank aggressively. Hank and Head made Lee exchange a glance, then shook their heads. The man clenched his jaw so tightly that the muscles stood out. Maybe they mistook her for someone else. No, they're lying. In the next instant, he exploded in emotion and seized Hank by the throat. As his nails dug deeply into flesh, blood sprayed out. "Do you really know nothing?" he hissed, his face nearly pressed up against the butler's. A demonic aura seemed to churn around him as he pinned the terrified Hank hard against the wall. "You're not trying to hide her, are you?" But although Hank was afraid, his tone remained firm. "I truly don't know her." The man shoved him aside and strode straight past the servants into the house. "I'm going to look around." Everyone tried to stop him, but he ignored their pleas, his boots thudding heavily up the stairs with an unsettling sound. He came to a door and flung it open without hesitation. The woman inside jolted at the sudden crash. It was Maid Lee. Her hair was down, and her expression was full of alarm. The man stared at her coldly, his gaze sharp and icy as he examined her. He glanced down at the portrait in his hand, then looked back up at her, a scornful sneer curling his lips. TCH, wrong one. Lucas found himself standing in an ethereal forest bathed in a soft blue-green glow. "This is," he murmured. "I don't know this place, but for some reason it feels familiar." He saw a figure with long golden hair standing by a tree. "Stella!" he shouted, his voice echoing through the eerie silence. He abruptly opened his eyes and found himself back in the inn-room. Sunlight streamed through the window, and the Real Stella stood by it, her golden hair glowing softly like a halo. "Sorry," she said gently. "Did I wake you?" He sat up and ran a hand through his hair. Stella suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, your bedhead is ridiculous." Lucas puffed out his cheeks, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. "Don't laugh." But her laughter was too infectious, and even the corners of his own mouth couldn't help lifting into a faint smile. However, the moment they returned to the manor, that easy atmosphere vanished instantly. Maid Lee hurried out to meet them, her face pale and full of worry. "Young master, madam." Lucas immediately sensed her urgency. "What happened? Please come inside first." Her voice trembled slightly. "Hurry." When they stepped in, the sight before them was shocking. Butler Hank was sitting in a chair with thick bandages wrapped around his head. He looked very weak, but still managed to force out a faint smile. "Young master." Lucas rushed to his side at once. "What exactly happened?" Hank recounted the terrible events of the previous night. "A man forced his way into the manor last night. He was looking for your wife, and someone in town said they had seen her." Stella felt as though all the blood in her body had turned cold. Lee stepped forward. Lee had a flash of inspiration and pretended to be Lady Stella. So that man thought he had the wrong person and eventually left. Lucas sat down, his expression dark. "What did he look like?" Hank described him. "He was tall and strongly built. He wore a hood, so I couldn't see his face clearly, but I think his hair was gray or silver." Stella's breath caught. The thing she feared most had still come to pass. She softly said the name, her voice almost inaudible. "It might be my fiancé." Hank lowered his head, his face full of guilt. "I am sorry. This is all my fault." "No," Stella said. Her voice trembled slightly, and her hands resting on her knees shook uncontrollably as well. "Ethan still hasn't given up on me." Those terrifying memories of being trapped and powerless to resist flashed through her mind once again. "If he finds me, I'll be forced back into that life, back to that man. She closed her eyes as despair washed over her like a tide. But just then, a calm, steady voice cut through her fear. Don't worry. Lucas reached out. His hand covered hers, warm and reassuring. He looked at her, and in those red eyes burned a determined will she had never seen before. As long as we're still husband and wife, I'll protect you. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, but this time they were not tears of fear. They were tears of relief, of hope regained. Looking into his eyes, she nodded with a slight tremble. Okay. After that, they thanked the servants for their bravery. Thank you, Lee, Stella said gratefully. Lee smiled gently. It was my honor to help. Stella shook her head. Lee's quick thinking truly had saved them. The servants prepared a tub of hot water for her so she could relax and wash away the day's exhaustion. Meanwhile, Lucas was speaking with Hank. Thank you for keeping Stella's secret. He paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. For Stella's safety, we need to move somewhere else as soon as possible. In the bath, rose petals floated around her as Stella slowly sank into the warm water. I feel sorry for Hank and the others, but it was fortunate in the midst of misfortune that we stayed in town last night. But the fear still wouldn't go away. I never thought Ethan would chase me this far. The image of that dark future rose before her eyes again. She was tied up, left completely at his mercy. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to chase away a chill that had nothing to do with the water's warmth. I want to run far away as fast as I can. I never want to go through that future again. But I can't cancel the contract with Lucas. After all, he's genuinely kind to me. Lucas is a good person. Once he learns how to restore his magic on his own, he'll definitely become an outstanding heir. A new resolve rose within her. Since I have this chance, I want to change Lucas's future too. Just then, the bathroom door suddenly opened. She jerked her eyes wide in shock and saw Lucas standing there bare-chested, surprise written just as clearly in his own eyes. Her mind went blank in an instant. WHY? Why is he here? Her brain completely short-circuited, and in her panic her foot slipped. Careful, she cried as water splashed everywhere and she lost her balance. He lunged forward to catch her. Stella, he shouted, but ended up falling into the tub with her. With a huge splash, he landed hard while holding her. Sorry, she stammered, her head knocking against his chin. I was just so startled that I slipped. Their limbs were tangled together, and the world before their eyes blurred into a soft kaleidoscope of pink and purple spinning between their burning, joined lips. Every bit of reason in Lucas's mind evaporated in an instant. She tastes like wine and like honey. It must be the alcohol that's making her more forward than usual, he thought, as a shiver ran down his spine while her fingers tangled in his hair. Damn! His hand slid down from her waist, tracing the delicate curve of her back. He was on the verge of completely losing control. Every touch of hers, every soft little gasp, was like a spark falling on a dry tinder. Then, with a sudden dizzying lurch, the whole world seemed to tilt off its axis. They fell backward and crashed heavily into the large bed, tangled limbs and pounding heartbeats all mixed together. Lucas hovered above her, breathing rough and uneven, one hand gripping her shoulder as he tried to calm himself down. Damn it, did I go too far? He thought turbulently. But when he lowered his gaze to her, he saw her eyes glazed with haze and her cheeks flushed a faint pink. Looking up at him, she murmured a drowsy sentence that instantly shattered the burning, ambiguous haze between them. She said she hadn't known he already had a fiancé. The words hit him like a bucket of ice water, dousing his scorching desire. Who told you that? He asked, his voice tight. She mumbled a name, Hank. Lucas let out a sigh and explained that Tracy was his adoptive younger sister. She was the daughter of a viscount who had been close to his father, but her parents had unfortunately died in an accident, so his father had brought her home and raised her. He remembered the smiling Tracy of his youth, the girl who used to hold his hand. There had indeed once been plans for them to marry, but that was all in the past now, he explained softly. Even so, his gaze still softened with deep affection. She's someone very important to me, he admitted, and he also wanted to cure her. Stella's heart suddenly clenched with pain. Someone very important to him. A strange, bitter feeling coiled deep in her chest. The disappointment on her face must have been too obvious, because he frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Why do you look so sad?" She shook her head and buried her face against his chest. "I feel so frustrated, but I don't even know what exactly I'm upset about." Her voice came out muffled through his shirt. Lucas froze slightly, then seemed to realize something. A knowing smile slowly curved his lips, though he held back from laughing out loud. Was she jealous of Tracy? A warm feeling, soft and pleasant, welled up in his chest. "So you have a cute side too," he teased. Stella immediately lifted her head, eyes wide and full of protest. "I'm not cute," she objected, her cheeks burning bright red. "I'm not cute at all." He only let out a low laugh, warm and deep. Then he kissed her again. If she really weren't cute, how could he possibly feel this way? He thought, deepening the kiss. As he kissed her, he could feel magic constantly surging up from deep within his lower abdomen. It was a powerful, intoxicating flood, but at the same time, his desire for her also grew fiercer, another, more dangerous flame. He could no longer tell whether he was doing this to restore his magic, or simply because he wanted to kiss her. If I say I'm doing this to recover my magic, does that mean I can touch her a little more? The thought spread through his mind like poison. Beneath him, Stella let out a soft whimper, her body pliant and compliant. "I want freedom." Her heart was screaming, but staying by her side feels far too comfortable. Why? Why do I feel this way? Lucas gently stroked her hair and called her name in a low voice. "Stella, you." He swallowed the question lingering on his lips, because he realized her breathing had already turned even and steady. When he looked down, he discovered that she had actually fallen fast asleep, still mumbling something like, "I can't eat another bite." He stared blankly at her sleeping face, completely bewildered. Morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the room. The air was filled with a silence heavy with countless unspoken words. "Gee, good morning," she stammered. "Morning," he replied, his voice a little hoarse. They each sat on their own beds, with what felt like an abyss called awkwardness stretching between them. "About last night." She had barely started when she suddenly lunged forward and buried her head hard into his mattress, bowing so deeply it was almost a full prostration. "I'm sorry. I'll never drink that much again. Please forget everything that happened last night." His own face was a little hot too, so he could only answer vaguely, okay." Stella felt so ashamed her sides almost ached. "I went too far. Even if I was drunk, I shouldn't have acted like that. Lucas must hate me in his heart now." She kept berating herself like that all through breakfast. The atmosphere at breakfast was unbearably tense. At one point, Lucas leaned slightly closer to Tracy and said gently, "You've got something here." He brushed a tiny breadcrumb from her cheek with his thumb. Tracy sucked in a breath at once, her whole face flushing bright red. Thank you," she stammered. The others at the table all coughed awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Tracy mentioned that she was looking for a new place to live and had already written to her aunt to ask to borrow a manor. "We should get a reply soon," she said with a hopeful smile. Stella's heart sank bit by bit. A new home, right? This was only ever temporary. "I have to play Lucas's wife here," she reminded herself. "But that naturally means we'll still have to sleep in the same room." A strange emotion rose within her at the same time, both nervousness and a faint sense of anticipation. "I hope we find a new home soon, or do I not?" Later, while Maid Lee was combing her hair, the thought surfaced again. "Wait, why do I even care whether I share a room with him? This is practically like. I really am starting to like him a little." The realization struck her mind like lightning. "Lee," she suddenly said, "it's hot today. Can you help me pin my hair up?" But Lee hesitated for a moment. "Well, about your neck." Before she could finish what? Stella's hand flew to cover her neck at once, her skin heating instantly with shame. Then I'll just leave it down." She lowered her head and said it miserably. She let out a long sigh. "Lucas left kiss marks on my neck yesterday. When he kissed me, he was so gentle, almost like he really loved me. If this keeps going, I feel like I'm going to start misunderstanding things." Lee smiled gently behind her. "The young master truly loves you. His eyes are always following you." Is that so?" Stella murmured softly, her heart trembling at those dangerously hopeful words. But soon reality pressed back down on her. His words about Tracy from the night before echoed in her ears again. "She's someone very important to me. I know." Her hands resting on her lap slowly clenched. "What we did last night was only to help Lucas restore his magic. We signed a contract, and we'll separate after 1 year. There's no way Lucas could really fall for me." Meanwhile, in the study, Alucard irritably snapped his book shut. It's hopeless. I can't get the image of Stella last night out of my head at all. The sight of her pin beneath him, her eyes blurred with desire, kept flashing back through his mind. At that moment, I actually wanted to truly unite with her. But we're going to divorce in a year. I shouldn't have feelings like this for her. He sighed while rubbing his temples. But if the closer I am to her, the faster my magic recovers. Then if we really went all the way. At the thought, his Adam's apple bobbed, and his body began to heat up as well. Just then, an abrupt voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. What are you thinking about? His mother peeked over his shoulder with a teasing smile on her face. Mother, he cried out in embarrassment. You were thinking about Stella just now, weren't you? It's written all over your face. And no, I wasn't, he denied with a stammer. But his mother's expression softened. When you're with Stella, you look very at ease. I was quite surprised that you suddenly got married without even saying a word. But I'm happy that you found a good wife. And I believe your magic will recover one day. When that time comes, you'll be able to inherit the family title. So make sure you treat Stella well. His gaze also grew firm with resolve. I will. All right. His mother spoke brightly as she pulled out a letter. I finally received your aunt's reply. She'll be waiting for us at the masquerade hosted by Marquis Branches. The plan was settled during dinner. His mother explained that her sister was extremely sociable and simply couldn't stay cooped up at home for long, which was why she suggested meeting there. And the masquerade is tonight. At those words, Stella's eyes immediately lit with determination. Then let's go meet her. The ballroom glittered with jewels and secrets, dazzling in its liveliness. The air was thick with conversation and perfume. This banquet is certainly lively, Lucas said as he surveyed the crowd. But since it's a masquerade hosted by the Branches family, that's not surprising. He bent slightly and leaned close to her ear, reminding her in a low voice, some men take advantage of hidden identities to seduce women. His hand tightened around her waist, pulling her flush against him. So you better not leave my side, understand? She gave a soft little ah, her heart pounding wildly. And just to be safe, I'll call you Lily here, he added. That was the name of a cat I used to keep. Hearing that, Stella couldn't help laughing. The two of them moved through the crowd, and Stella gazed around in amazement at the gorgeous gowns. That dress is so beautiful. Just as she was thinking that, she suddenly noticed that Lucas was looking in the same direction too. Lucas is looking too, so he really isn't incapable after all. While they searched for his aunt, Stella's thoughts drifted off uncontrollably. Does Lucas prefer bold outfits like that? While her thoughts ran wild, she accidentally bumped into a tall man. Sorry. It's fine, she replied, but the moment the words left her mouth, her whole body froze. Thump! Her heart slammed hard against her chest. This voice, and this aura, could it be Ethan? Behind his mask, Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman's voice sounds like Stella. Her hair is different, but he reached out a hand. Hey, take off your mask. Thump, thump. As his hand drew closer and closer, the whole world seemed to tilt, as though a cage of thorns were closing in around her. But in the next second, another hand shot out, clamping down on Ethan's wrist with iron strength, just as his fingers were about to touch her mask. Lucas's voice was very low, cold anger spreading from him. Why are you looking for my wife? He yanked Stella behind him, shielding her completely with his body. My wife is delicate, so I'd appreciate it if you showed some respect. Ethan stared at him for a moment before finally stepping back. My apologies. In his heart, he let out a cold, sinister sneer. If she was that precious to him, they should have locked her in a cage instead of bringing her to a place like this. He turned and walked away. It seems I misunderstood. Stella's hair was not even that color, but from the other side of the room, another pair of eyes had taken in the entire scene. When the Marchioness saw Ethan, the woman immediately seemed to grow alert. She looked thoughtful, her gaze cold and calculating. The eyes behind her mask narrowed slightly. Something is off, Ricardo. She called to a man lurking nearby. Could you do me a favor? You're all right now, Lucas murmured, his arms still wrapped protectively around Stella. Thank you, she said softly, still trembling. He noticed her shaking hands. What's wrong? It's nothing. He was very tall, very solidly built, I think. His hair was gray or silver. She stammered. Ethan's figure seared into her mind. Lucas's expression darkened. Was that man your fiancé? Stella's blood ran cold. I never thought he would come to something like a masquerade ball. If he's here, my mother-in-law may be here too. The mere thought of that horrible woman sent a wave of pure chill racing down her spine. "Let's go speak with your aunt and leave as quickly as possible," she urged. Lucas nodded in agreement. "Your fiancé may be looking for anyone who has seen you. Do you want to go back to the carriage first?" She shook her head, though her body was still trembling. "I'm fine. Leaving too quickly now would only make me look more suspicious." Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. "Andy, it's been so long." Lucas's aunt was a striking woman in a vivid blue gown. She turned around with a radiant smile. "Oh my, is that you, Lucas? I'm so glad to see you. I heard you were back." "Yes, but only temporarily." He gestured towards Stella. "So, you're helping this woman find a place to stay." His aunt's gaze swept over Stella, and Stella gave a polite curtsy. "It's a pleasure to meet you." His aunt grinned. "All right then, I'll lend you an estate. Where would you like to stay?" "The countryside would be better," Stella blurted out. "What?" His aunt looked shocked. "The countryside? You're clearly newlyweds, and that's where you'd rather live." Lucas naturally picked up the thread. "That's right. I see." His aunt lightly tapped her chin in thought. "If you can't use magic after all, life in the countryside might be easier. In that case, how about Malvite? It is ruled by a baron." Stella's eyes widened in alarm. "Malvite is too close to my home." Is there somewhere even more remote?" "Even more remote?" His aunt pulled out another map. "Then how about Nororn?" "That sounds perfect," Stella said quickly in relief. "Then it's settled. I'll have the estate prepared and contact you in a few days. Enjoy the ball for now, and we can talk again afterward." She waved her hand and disappeared into the crowd. "All right, we've done what we came here to do," Lucas said, turning to Stella. "Let's leave quickly." Suddenly, with a loud crash, the entire ballroom plunged into complete darkness. Panic erupted at once. "What happened? Why did the lights suddenly go out? It's too dark. I can't see anything." "Lily, are you all right?" Lucas shouted as he reached for her, but his hand closed on empty air. There was no response from her. A knot of dread tightened viciously in his stomach. "Where are you, Stella?" In the chaos, Stella was violently shoved by the panicked crowd. I got pushed over, and now I'm being swept into the crowd." She tried to move, but people were pressing into her from every side. "Luca!" HNGH. A hand clamped tightly over her mouth. An arm wrapped around her waist. A voice whispered against her ear, "Don't struggle." She trembled all over, fear flooding her limbs and bones. "I have to get away." Summoning all her strength, she raised her heel and stomped hard on the foot of the person holding her. "Ugh!" The man grunted in pain, and his grip loosened for just an instant, long enough for her to break free. She immediately dove into the crowd, shoving past masked strangers as she ran desperately forward. "Who was that?" "The one behind this must be the Marchioness. She probably wanted to catch me and see who I really am, because I acted too guarded in front of Ethan." Her thoughts raced. "Once the lights come back on, they won't dare do something as bold as kidnapping me." She shoved open a door and burst onto an empty balcony. The cool night breeze struck her heated skin, making her shiver. Leaning on the railing, she gasped for breath. "It doesn't look like they'll follow me here. Maybe I should wait here for a while." Are you all right?" A gentle voice came from behind her. She jolted and turned around. "Are you feeling unwell?" Soft moonlight spilled down, illuminating a man in a pale blue coat and an exquisite mask. As he stepped closer, she suddenly held her breath. "Fred!" Just then, the chandeliers inside flickered back to life. The restored lights shone again over the still shaken guests. Lucas frantically scanned the surroundings. Stella was not here. The host, Marquis Branch, kept apologizing. "My sincerest apologies, everyone. It appears that a drunken guest bumped into the magic stone controlling the lights, which caused them to go out. I deeply regret the interruption. Please continue enjoying the ball." The guests murmured among themselves, marveling at the magical lights. But Lucas was not listening at all. Where did Stella go? He thought, panic growing stronger in his chest. Suddenly, a blonde woman sidled up to him and leaned against his arm. "Hey, I thought you were handsome when I saw you from across the room, but up close, you're even better looking than I imagined. Are you looking for someone?" "I am, so move aside," he said brusquely. "Don't be like that. I finally managed to catch you." Speaking a coquettish tone, she pressed even closer. "Come on, let's go somewhere private. You don't need to hold back. You want me, don't you?" "I have absolutely no interest, so please go find someone else," he said coldly, pushing her away. She staggered backward and shouted furiously, "How useless do you have to be not to want me?" Lucas ignored her entirely and swept his gaze across the room once more. "Where are you, Stella?" Don't tell me your former fiancé did something to you. His eyes landed on the door leading to the balcony, and at last he let out a breath of relief. He saw her standing safely beneath the full moon. Thank God. But that relief quickly turned into a sharp pang of jealousy. She was talking to another man, and the expression on her face was calmer and more relaxed than he had ever seen. Who is that? Does she know the man she's speaking with? His fists clenched tightly at his sides. He strode out onto the balcony, his voice taut. Lily, I finally found you. Let's go home. Stella turned around in surprise, but when he pulled her into his arms, a smile still rose to her lips. All right. Just as they turned to leave, Fred reached out and took Stella's hand. He placed a light kiss on her knuckles. I very much enjoyed our brief conversation just now. I hope we can meet again someday. Lucas gritted his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks twitching faintly. Inside the carriage, the silence was oppressively heavy. We accomplished what we came here to do, Stella said, trying to break the stalemate. Thank you. It was nothing, he replied flatly, not even looking at her. At last, she turned to face him. Lucas, what's wrong? He turned to look at her, his eyes like two dark pools of anger. My contract wife is far too careless. He grabbed her hand. Pulling her toward him, he mockingly pressed a kiss to the back of her hand. Her face instantly flushed bright red. Did you forget what I told you? Those men who hide their identities and hunt for women. I didn't forget, but before she could finish, his lips crashed down on hers. It was a fierce, possessive kiss that left her nearly breathless. Is Lucas angry? Her mind was in total chaos. Pressing against her lips, he growled in a low voice. Isn't infidelity a violation of our contract? MMPH. He continued the nearly invasive kiss, making her head spin, while his hand slid slowly up her thigh with blatant possessiveness. What is wrong with Lucas? Isn't infidelity a violation of our contract? He repeated, his voice dangerously low. Infidelity? I've never been unfaithful. You looked very close to that man. It looked as if today was not your first meeting. Her eyes flew wide open. He was talking about Fred, so that's why he kissed my hand like that. He's a childhood friend, she explained hurriedly. He lived near my parents' home, close to where my former fiancé lived. He used to comfort me often. She remembered the gentle kindness he had shown her when she was still a child. I didn't want him to recognize my voice, so I barely spoke to him at all. I was only listening to him, so there was no infidelity at all. Lucas's hand tightened under her chin. Oh, did you ever like him? He lifted her face, forcing her to tilt her head back and look at him, his burning gaze piercing straight into her eyes. If he had been the one you were engaged to, would you still have run away from home? If it had been Fred, I would rather have married him. The words slipped out before she had time to think. A taut silence immediately fell between them. Then a low, dark chuckle rolled from his chest. You're so easy to read. His lips covered hers again. But this kiss was different from the last, playful, probing, carefully exploring her until shivers crawled down her spine. Lucas! She panted softly, her earlier resistance melting away little by little. This is bad. If he keeps kissing me like this. His hand continued upward along her leg. Then he lowered his eyes and curled his lips into a wicked smile. What's going on down here? He murmured, his fingers brushing the faint dampness of her skirt. Her whole body shuddered. I see, he whispered, a gleam in his eyes. I kissed you only to restore my magic, but you got aroused. He shifted to kissing the side of her neck, nibbling and kissing at that sensitive skin. Teach, this is too embarrassing. Please stop. You were much bolder last night. He teased her. Didn't I tell you to forget about that? Unfortunately, I have a very good memory. His touch made her tremble all over again, and her body arched toward him involuntarily. I can't control the heat spreading through my body at all. When I was with Ethan, I never felt anything like this. His touch only made me endure it, only made me suffer through it. But this now, what are you thinking about? Lucas asked in a low voice, pulling her even closer until there was almost no space between them. Wait, I might. Before she could finish, the rest of her words were swallowed by another kiss. He kissed her deeply and thoroughly. I hadn't even managed to say enough. I'm such an idiot. I actually wanted Lucas to touch me. Her whole body went limp in his arms. Her awareness was completely drowned by the overwhelming sensations. I'm such a fool. He simply held her, then drew her tightly into his embrace with a possessiveness that felt as if he would never let go. In a dark and luxurious room, the sharp crack of a slap echoed out. You're useless. The Marchioness berated her subordinate, striking him across the face. You couldn't even take away one little girl. The man shrank back and said in a low voice, I am deeply sorry. I had even already realized that girl might have changed her appearance. She clicked her tongue impatiently. Forget it. I'll think of another way to catch her later. After all, the real reason I came here today. She walked past him and pushed open a heavy door. The room beyond the door was dimly lit. Good evening, madam. What business do you have with me? Asked a man in a green coat wearing a splendid mask. I came to see this man because I need your help with something. I want your dogs to find the owner of this item and bring her back to me. She held out an exquisitely embroidered handkerchief. Oh, the man said with interest. When I went to the Norris family's house, I took this handkerchief from that girl's room. It hasn't been washed yet, so it should still carry her scent. The man let out a soft laugh. My dogs' noses are certainly sharp, but their tempers are vicious too. I can't guarantee that whoever owns this scent will be brought back unharmed. The Marchioness gave a chilling smile. I don't mind. Even if they bite off one of her legs, I won't care. She handed him the handkerchief along with a heavy bag of coins. Understood, he said. The deal was struck. As she left, her voice was as cold and venomous as poison. That girl ran away the moment she heard about the engagement, making the Elliot family a complete laughingstock. Once I catch her, I'll lock her in our cellar. After returning to the estate, Stella stood by the window, gazing into the night. After Lucas carried me back here, he left, and he still hasn't returned. She sighed, her heart heavy. I wonder if he's still angry because he thinks I was unfaithful. One hand drifted unconsciously to her abdomen, where that strange flame was still smoldering dully. Last night, I didn't care at all what his reason was. I just wanted him to make love to me. I have never felt this way toward anyone before. But then reality pressed down on her again, cold and sharp. But Lucas has a fiancé. Tracy's smiling face flashed through her mind. She clenched her fists. I ran away from home with my mind full of nothing but escaping Ethan and his mother. What's the point of hoping for anything more now? I could never become Lucas's real wife. The next morning, Stella woke with a yawn and turned her head, only to discover Lucas standing there. He was already fully dressed, and the awkwardness from the previous morning instantly multiplied tenfold. Gee, good morning. He came back. She felt both relieved and strangely nervous. I really want to know where he went last night, but it's hard to ask at a time like this. After breakfast, he said, suddenly turning to look at her, let's go for a longer ride on horseback. The flower field was breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful, she said softly. Do you like flowers? He asked. Yes. Which kind do you like best? Let me think. I like blue flowers. I see. Then next time, I'll find a place with blue flowers blooming, and we'll go there. Huh? She froze for a moment, not expecting him to so naturally mention next time. Don't you want to go out with me? And no, that's not it, she said hurriedly. Oh, a small, satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Oh, right. There's something I want to give you. He slipped a hand inside his coat and took out a delicate bracelet decorated with stars. This is for me? He looked away, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. When I left last night, I had some small matter to deal with, but I saw this and thought it suited you, so I bought it. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. What? She cried in shock. How could I possibly throw it away? That would be far too disrespectful to the person who made it. He looked at her, seemingly stunned that she was defending the gift so fiercely. Oh, is that so? Then I'll take it back to the shop and return it, he said, reaching out to take it. No, why would you do that? She cried, suddenly pulling her hand back. I never said I didn't like it. She lowered her head to look at the bracelet on her wrist, and a bright smile bloomed across her face. Thank you. You're welcome, he said, his own smile turning gentle and sincere. He is really too considerate to me, she thought, warmth welling up in her chest. So that's it. I was worried he might still be angry, but maybe he was worried that I was angry. She could not help letting out a small laugh. As if I could ever really be angry at him, when I was the one who couldn't say stop. As they walked, they came upon a small market. Oh, traveling merchants. It seems so. I've never seen these goods before. Maybe they came from another country. Stella's attention was caught by a beautiful painting displayed on an easel. Oh, that painting. It looks like that beautiful tree I saw in my dream. The tree in that painting, I saw one very much like in my dream. It was so beautiful it felt as though it did not belong to this world, and I couldn't forget it even after I woke up. What? You saw it too? Lucas's eyes widened in shock. You saw the same tree too? Yes. Her mind went blank for a moment. In my first life, I never dreamed of this tree. I originally thought it was just a strange dream, but Lucas dreamed of the same thing too. What could that possibly mean? An enthusiastic voice interrupted their thoughts. Hello, you two. Are you interested in the realm of the sage as well? The realm of the sage? She asked. The merchant smiled warmly. Legend says that the tree in that painting enshrines the soul of the great sage Zeus Wilstein, who lived hundreds of years ago. The soul of the great sage. Lucas murmured, his eyes fixed firmly on the ethereal painting. This painting was created by the artist in front of that legendary tree. The merchant continued. Then this tree, actually, her gaze fell on the canvas, a scene of impossible beauty painted in light and shadow. A giant luminous tree stood in a peaceful woodland clearing, its branches and leaves flowing with otherworldly radiance. Could such a place really exist? She wondered, yet her heart ached faintly with a feeling that was both unfamiliar and strangely nostalgic. The man beside her smiled gently, and his voice drew her out of her daze. You could say that place does indeed exist. That confirmation made her heart jolt violently. But why? Why had she seen that exact same tree in her dream? And until this very moment, she had not even known such a place existed in the world. Almost as if speaking to herself, she murmured that she wanted very much to see it. Her thoughts churned in turmoil, a complete mess. Maybe if she went there, she would finally understand these strange visions that had been haunting her. She turned to Lucas and the man, a desperate kind of hope swelling in her chest, and asked if they knew where that place was. The kind man smiled and was just about to answer. Let me think. I remember it was at, but his words were abruptly cut off by a horrifying change. In an instant, the whole world was stained blood red. A deep growl, the dreadful crack of bones breaking, scarlet blood spraying everywhere. A monstrous beast suddenly opened its jaws and clamped viciously onto the man's neck. Stella screamed. Lucas shot out a hand and yanked her backward, just barely avoiding another shadowy creature lunging at them. He shielded her behind him, his voice low and urgent as he ordered. Stella, stay behind me. His gaze was sharp and focused as he swiftly scanned the clearing around them. This made no sense. Magical beasts always preferred darkness, preferred shadow. So why? The beast that had attacked the man now turned its attention to them as well. A low, threatening growl rumbling in its chest while blood dripped steadily from its monstrous jaws. Why would this one attack, even before the sun had set? Lucas thought, his body tensing. But there was no time to ask questions now. Another beast rose from the shadows. Suddenly, he sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in horror, and shouted her name. Stella fell to the ground. A roaring beast loomed over her, its blood-soaked jaws only inches from her face. Lucas cried out in pain as the swarm of monsters pounced on him, their fangs sinking deep into his flesh. Lucas, she screamed. The edges of her vision began to blur, and the whole world tilted dangerously. What on earth was happening? Lucas clenched his teeth as a wave of dizziness swept over him. Was this the effect of the beast's venom? When he saw another monster lunging towards Stella, he roared with all his strength, "Stop!" But it was already too late. The beast's fangs caught in the fabric of her dress and dragged her across the ground. It was pulling her toward a strangely glowing circle on the forest floor. Was it a portal or a trap? A raw, desperate scream tore from Lucas's throat, breaking under the strain of sheer terror. Stella. Her world fell into darkness. Then, in the span of a blink, she regained consciousness. Her wrists ached dully. They were tied up. Propping herself up, head spinning, she looked around the unfamiliar, shabby room. "Where am I?" she murmured hoarsely. A smooth, calm voice came from the doorway. "Oh, you're awake." A man stepped out of the shadows, wearing a composed yet deeply unsettling smile as he walked toward her. He introduced himself simply as a dog trainer. A dog trainer? Stella narrowed her eyes, her gaze settling on the huge wolf-like creature sitting obediently at his side. It did not look like an ordinary dog at all. Her voice filled with suspicion as she realized the truth, and her eyes turned icy with anger. "Are you keeping demonic beasts as pets? Taming them is illegal. So you know that." The man only chuckled and slid a small bottle filled with fragrant liquid toward her. He knew, he said, and he felt terribly guilty about it. She groaned and tried to turn her face away, but he leaned down closer, his breath brushing past her ear. He had heard she had run away from home. What a spirited girl. But what was that smell? A sweet, cloying scent flooded into her lungs, making her head spin and her body go light. A strange heat began spreading through her limbs, unfamiliar and terrifying. He straightened up, that sickening smile never leaving his face, and asked whether the scent was wonderful. "Don't worry," he said. "It was just an aphrodisiac." An aphrodisiac? The word hit her like a punch to the stomach. What was going on? The heat intensified, coiling deep in her lower belly. That feeling, it felt just like when Lucas touched her. A wave of nausea and fear swept over her. Predator-like light glinted in the man's eyes as he bent down again, his voice disgusting in its whisper. "Well, are you already craving a man? Don't be ridiculous," she gasped, her body trembling uncontrollably. She tried to reason with him, realizing he must have been hired to find her. Her former fiance's family would never allow something like this, would they? But his next words shattered her hope completely. He said that he had told them one of his demonic beasts might bite off her leg, so with a cruel sneer, he figured there was no problem with taking her for himself first. When that filthy hand reached toward her, she recoiled violently and cried out in desperation, "No!" But beneath the fear, a fire was rising. The eyes that had widened in terror only moments ago were now blazing with fierce defiance. One thought screamed through her mind, "I don't want anyone but Lucas to touch me." In an instant, a violent power burst from her small body and blasted the man all the way across the room. He let out a strangled scream and slammed into the wall. Stella collapsed forward, gasping for breath. The man stared at her in utter disbelief. "Was that magic?" he stammered. "No, impossible. Only male nobles born into magical families could use magic. So how could she possibly?" His thoughts broke off when she pulled out a small dagger. Without hesitation, she drew the blade across her own arm, and a bright red line of blood immediately welled up on her skin. The pain became the exact stimulus she needed, a hard jolt against the drug ravaging her body. The man's shock quickly turned into a cruel sneer. Staggering back to his feet, he grabbed hold of her weakened body. "I don't know what you did," he sneered, his grip like iron, "but it looks like you can't throw me off anymore." He yanked her hard into his arms, his voice dripping with venom. "You want me to touch you, don't you? Admit it." She struggled desperately and cried, "Don't touch me." But her body was betraying her. At the very last moment of despair, only one name screamed through her heart. "Lucas, save me." In the next second, the world exploded in a flash of dark energy. The cabin door was ripped off and blown into countless pieces. Stella and the man holding her both froze in shock. And the one standing in the doorway, wrapped in shadows, was Lucas. His eyes, burning with cold crimson fury, were locked on the man gripping Stella. The beast tamer clicked his tongue impatiently, arrogance briefly overcoming fear. He ordered his remaining demonic beasts, "Tear that bastard to pieces." The monsters sprang forward, but Lucas did not even blink. With a flick of his wrist, pure tendrils of darkness burst from the ground and sliced straight through the demonic beast, reducing it to nothing. The beast tamer's jaw nearly dropped. "Teach, that's dark magic?" he screamed, looking around in panic. "Am I other demonic beasts?" Lucas's voice was emotionless, flat, and cold enough to sound like a death sentence. "It's useless," he said. "I already killed them all." The shadows around him writhed to life. They condensed into grasping black hands and shot forward, wrapping around the beast tamer's throat. The man's eyes rolled back as he clawed frantically at the magical restraint choking him. Stop, please stop," he begged. But Lucas's face held only cold fury, and not the slightest trace of mercy could be seen in those crimson eyes. As the man was silenced forever, the shadows swallowed him completely, and in the final swirl of soundless darkness, he vanished. Stella stared blankly at the empty space, her mind in chaos. He was just gone in an instant. Lucas was already beside her, the cold rage in his eyes replaced by frantic concern. "Stella, are you all right?" he asked, gently cutting the ropes around her wrists. She could only stare at him, heart pounding wildly. "Lucas, where did that man go?" He quickly explained that he had used magic to send the man to the guard station, confident the guards would deal with him. Then his gaze fell to the wound on her arm. "How is your injury?" She shook her head and said quietly that she was fine, that she had already healed it with magic. But there was only one thought left in her mind. He came to save me. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice was so soft it was nearly a whisper. "I still can't believe you found me." He let out a small sigh and brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face. "I followed the portal those demonic beasts used when they ran away," he added. "Luckily, they fled straight back to their master." Suddenly, her body spasmed sharply and began trembling violently. "What's wrong?" Lucas asked, his voice taut with worry. Tears welled in her eyes as she confessed in a shaking, ashamed voice. "I'm sorry. I was forced to drink an aphrodisiac." She tried to insist she was all right, but another wave of heat surged through her, forcing a gasp from her lips. She explained that the man had been sent by her former fiance's mother, the same woman who had tried to kidnap her at the ball. Lucas's expression darkened at once. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked in a low voice. "I didn't have a chance," she stammered. He leaned down and placed a brief, gentle kiss on her lips before pulling back, a faint blush rising on his own cheeks. "All right, sorry." Clearing his throat, he swept her up into his arms. "Anyway, we need to get back to the manor right away." A violet light wrapped around them. In the next instant, they disappeared. He gently laid her on the soft bed in her room, but he himself let out a heavy breath, clearly exhausted from draining his magic power. "I've used up all the magic power I stored," he murmured. A pained moan escaped Stella's lips. She arched on the bed. "Are you okay?" he asked, his hand hovering over her, unsure what to do. She was breathing hard now, her skin flushed and burning to the touch. "My body keeps getting hotter. I feel like I'm going mad," she cried. "What should I do, Lucas?" She reached out, her trembling fingers clutching at his sleeve. "Help me." Her low, desperate plea struck him like something physical. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, heavy and ragged. He knew the effects of the aphrodisiac would eventually wear off, but making her endure it in this state was practically torture. He clenched his teeth, watching her suffer. Even his own restraint was beginning to crumble. He bent closer, his voice so taut it was barely above a whisper. "May I touch you?" Her eyes, hazy with heat and longing, met his. "If it's you, I'm okay with it," she breathed softly. For him, that was enough. He lowered himself and captured her lips in a gentle kiss, his arms slipping beneath her to lift her slightly as the kiss gradually deepened. His lips moved from her mouth to the sensitive skin of her neck, and his palm gently covered her chest. She drew in a soft breath, her body instinctively leaning into his touch. The sensations sweeping through her overwhelmed her completely. Tears slid down her cheeks, and she choked on broken words. It's still not getting any better." The shame was almost unbearable. "This is so humiliating. I hate this." "Don't worry about anything," he murmured against her skin, his movements gradually becoming more forceful, harder to restrain. He held her tightly, but beneath the desire, cold fury churned. That man. He gave Stella an aphrodisiac and intended to take her while she was like this. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. I should have tortured him until he was half dead. He clenched his jaw at the thought. "Lucas." When she softly called his name, it sounded like a sweet, broken plea. Her voice was sweeter than usual, he thought, and there were tears in her eyes. He knew it was all because of the aphrodisiac, but seeing her want him, need him, enthralled him. It made him want to grant her every wish, to drown her completely in satisfaction. But then he stopped. "No, I can't. Stella is in no state to make a rational decision. If I sleep with her now, how am I any different from that beast tamer?" He forced himself to pull back, gritting his teeth against the near uncontrollable flood of desire. But Stella whimpered and tightened her fingers in his shirt. "Lucas, touch me more," she begged, her eyes full of pleading. His resolve collapsed. There was no way he could leave her alone in this state. "Stella," he called hoarsely, his voice thick with emotion, before crashing his lips against hers again. A shiver ran through her entire body. Just hearing Lucas's husky voice is enough to make me tremble. The thought melted through her as she sank into his embrace and let his hands and lips explore her body. In her drug-clouded mind, a happy thought bloomed. Does he want me to? That makes me so happy. Then a brief flash of clarity struck her. This feeling was not a side effect of the aphrodisiac. I'm like this because I've truly fallen in love with him. She wanted him. She wanted him to possess her completely. She gripped his hand tightly and pulled him closer. But as he shifted, his gaze suddenly fell on the faint red marks the ropes had left around her wrists. He froze. I'm such an idiot. He abruptly pulled away and rose from the bedside. Stella looked up at him, confusion filling her eyes. Lucas, my magic power has recovered, he said, his voice still strained. So I can heal you right now. He did not look at her. I'm not going to sleep with you while you're in this state. Her heart dropped. He stood there with his back to her, locked in fierce struggle with himself. Taking Stella, while she was not in her right mind, would be despicable. That was what I had already decided. But the moment I saw how badly Stella wanted me, all my reason flew out of my head. He was disgusted with himself for how close he had come to being swept away by desire. His fists tightened at his sides. A moment later, he helped her sit up, gentle but distant. How do you feel? Much better, she said softly. The heat was finally beginning to fade. I'll call a maid, he said, already heading for the door. She can help you get cleaned up, she said quietly. Lucas, what about you? He stopped walking, his back still to her. She was asking whether he didn't need to take care of his own situation. His jaw tightened. That's not something you need to worry about, he said flatly. Then he walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. The click of the lock sounded especially sharp in the silent room. Each sound struck her heart like a hammer. He really didn't want to go all the way with me. The thought spread a cold, dull ache through her chest. Is it because our marriage is only a contract and I'm not really his wife? The truth pierced her heart like a shard of ice. It's because he doesn't love me at all. It hurts so much. He only touched me to recover his magic power. But the only one who fell first, the only one who fell in love, was me. I don't know if I can endure a whole year like this. A sorrowful decision slowly settled in her heart. I hope we can find a way for him to recover his magic power on his own as soon as possible. When that happens, I'll let him end this contract marriage early. The next morning, Count Bloodrare was seated across from two royal guards. Thank you for your assistance yesterday in capturing the demonic beast tamer, one of the guards said. The Count looked at them in confusion. Demonic beast tamer? What are you talking about? The guard explained that the man had been wanted for illegally taming demonic beasts. Wasn't it you who sent him to the guard station? The other guard continued. Our investigation showed that he was transported there by dark magic, so we assumed it was you. The Count narrowed his eyes. Dark magic? A terrible suspicion began to rise in his mind. Don't tell me. He shot to his feet. A blinding light filled the entire room. Then the world slowly came back into focus. Around the splendid bed stood anxious faces, all holding their breath as they waited. Lucas's eyes flew open wide as he saw a soft, magical glow radiating from his younger sister. Tracy's eyelids trembled faintly, then slowly opened. Her purple eyes blinked gently as the worried faces of her family came into view. She's awake. She's finally awake. A palpable wave of relief swept through the room. The elderly physician with kind eyes let out a long breath and gently announced, "She's completely fine now." "That's wonderful, Tracy," her mother cried, pulling her tightly into her arms as if she never wanted to let go again. Tracy's voice was weak, barely above a whisper, as she said she was surprised to learn she had sleeping sickness. Her gaze landed on Lucas, and a soft, grateful smile rose to her lips as she thanked him for curing her. He only nodded, his expression unreadable. Stella stood to one side, quietly watching it all. They really do look good together, she thought. A sharp, unfamiliar pain twisted in her chest. She lowered her gaze, and her bright blue eyes were clouded with sadness she did not want anyone to see. "It hurts. Why does it hurt so much?" She turned away soundlessly and slipped out of the room like a ghost, wanting only to escape this happy, warm family reunion. Lucas noticed immediately. Stella? Where did she go? He glanced toward the now empty doorway, worry flashing across his face. A moment later, he heard a quiet sniffle from down the corridor. Peering around the corner, he saw his usually imposing Duke father sitting alone at his desk, shoulders slumped, a tear sliding from his chin. The Duke's voice caught as he murmured under his breath, "Thank heavens, Tracy and Lucas are both all right." Lucas froze where he stood, his heart tightening sharply. At that moment, he heard his mother speak softly behind him. She told him that even after Lucas had left home, his father had never stopped searching for a way to restore his magic power. The Duke had long been tormented by a terrible thought. He believed Lucas's magic power had never returned because he had pushed him too hard in the past, forcing him to train excessively while he was still young. He had carried a crushing guilt all this time, convinced that he himself had destroyed his son's future. His mother explained that he had always believed it was his responsibility. And on top of all that, Tracy had fallen ill with sleeping sickness. The Duke's calm, hardened shell had finally cracked under the weight of it all. He truly cared about her, which only made him panic more, afraid that the only way to save her would be to make Lucas use the power he had already lost. With a faintly bitter smile, she told Lucas she probably should not be saying all this, but today was a day worth celebrating, so it ought to be all right. Softly, she asked that he not immediately forgive his father for all his harshness, but at least try to understand him a little. Lucas's expression softened, and he answered quietly, "All right." In the study, the Duke covered his face, his body trembling with silent sobs, completely unaware that his son was standing outside the door, finally understanding the deeply buried pain his father had carried. Later, the family gathered together for tea, and the atmosphere at last became relaxed and peaceful. The Duke looked around and asked where Stella was. Lucas stiffened slightly and replied that she was not feeling very well and was resting. His thoughts flashed back to the previous night, and a faint redness quietly crept up his neck. Come to think of it, I was probably too rough with her last night. He quickly urged his father to continue. Clearing his throat, the Duke fixed his eyes on Lucas and, with a firm voice and a newfound resolve, made several shocking announcements in succession. First, he congratulated Lucas on recovering his magic power and thanked him for curing Tracy. Then he said the words Lucas had waited his whole life to hear. "I am sorry for the way I have treated you all this time. I formally acknowledge you as the heir of the blood-rare family." Lucas lowered his head and said only one thing, his voice calm but firm. "Thank you." The Duchess and Tracy also thanked him one after another. Tracy especially thanked everyone for waiting for her to wake up, but Lucas shook his head slightly. "Tracy," he said, his tone carrying a hint of question. He explained that the only reason he had been able to cure her was because of Stella. Tracy tilted her head in confusion. "Stella? Who is that?" The room fell silent in an instant. Looking straight at his sister, Lucas answered with absolute certainty, the declaration ringing clearly through the air, "My wife." Meanwhile, Stella sought comfort in the quiet stables. The morning sunlight streamed in, yet it did nothing to dispel the chill in her heart. "After last night, I should have been completely exhausted, but I barely slept at all," she murmured softly as she stroked the horse's soft nose. Logically, my role here should be over by now. But just then, someone suddenly called her name. It was Tracy. She explained that she had been looking for Stella, then got straight to the point. She had heard that Stella had helped Lucas recover his magic, so she had come to thank her. Then her expression turned curious, and she asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. "You and Lucas are married, right?" Stella hesitated, and a bitter smile touched her lips. "Actually," she confessed in a low voice, so soft it was almost a whisper, "ours is a contract marriage." She explained that it had only been a convenient arrangement made to restore his magic, and that it was also a secret they had been keeping from his parents. She also told Tracy not to worry, because they had always planned to separate later. Tracy covered her mouth with both hands, her voice trembling. What? That's too sad." She grabbed Stella's hand, her wide eyes full of pleading, glimmering with tears that had not yet fallen. "I was so happy, thinking I had gained such an adorable sister-in-law. Can't you make it a real marriage?" "Stella frase." "Miss Tracy, why would you say that? Don't you like the young master?" But Tracy's gaze suddenly shifted past her, and her whole expression changed. "How could you say that?" she said softly, her cheeks gradually turning red. "The person I like." Her feet moved forward as if of their own accord. She stopped in front of the stunned butler, Hank. "It's you, Hank." Stella and Hank both went rigid, utterly speechless. Hank's face flushed bright red, and his mind went completely blank. Stella retreated into the sunlit greenhouse, trying to sort through the chaos. Her mind could hardly process it. What in the world is going on? Miss Tracy likes Hank, and she even said she would pretend she had never heard about my contract. Marriage. She let out a soft sigh. Just then, the greenhouse door clicked open. It was Lucas. "Stella, so this is where you are." He gently asked how she was feeling. "I'm fine," she answered reflexively. He smiled. That's good. Then he casually added, by the way, I just saw something very interesting. He said that after Tracy confessed to him, Hank had panicked completely. Lucas chuckled and came to the conclusion that Hank clearly liked her too, so the feeling was mutual. Stella's eyes flew open. What? He likes her too? Suddenly, Hank's intense reaction from before all connected in her mind. Ah, so that's why he got so worked up back then. She remembered the way Hank had bowed and begged her to take care of the young master. Lucas looked at her, his expression serious. But you really don't mind? He asked meaningfully. Don't you like Miss Tracy too? Wait, did he think she liked Tracy? In a gentle voice, Lucas explained, I treasure her like family, but I don't have that kind of special feeling for her. I support them being together. Stella stared at him blankly, her mind in turmoil. Is that true? She thought, a nearly maddening hope rising in her chest. Then do I still have a chance? Her heart began pounding wildly inside her ribcage. Gathering her courage, she asked, now that Miss Tracy has recovered, what will happen to our contract from here on? Lucas sighed and tiredly raised a hand to press his temple. He explained that, as she had seen, he had already exhausted all his magic. He would have to recover enough magic to sustain him for a lifetime or become capable of regenerating magic on his own. Otherwise, there would be no way to end their contract early. He bent down closer and gently cupped her cheek, the touch of his fingertips sending a shiver down her spine. As things stand, I can't use the great sage's power without you. His voice dropped low, deep and husky, as his gaze searched her eyes. Do you want our contract marriage to end early? Before she could answer, he pulled her into his arms, his warm breath brushing her ear. It seems that if you want to end all this quickly, then the only thing I can do is sleep with you again. The corner of his lips curved into a wicked smile. I really want to know how many times I'll have to make you mine in order to restore a lifetime's worth of magic. Stella pushed at his chest, her whole face burning red. Why you're trying to wear me out, aren't you? If we have to do it that many times, I won't be able to handle it. He took her hand and gently kissed it. There was laughter in his eyes, along with something deeper. Of course I won't wear you out. I plan to treat you very well. This man really was a born flirt. The sweetest words seemed to come to him effortlessly, without even needing thought. But his true feelings remained hidden. I want to love you until you never want to leave me again, he thought in near despair. But I can't confess to you, because I don't want to make you run away. I have to be careful. In the study, the Duke was making arrangements. He said to his wife that he was considering having Lucas and his wife attend the king's banquet next month. Very well, she agreed. The Duke's expression was resolute. He would announce to the king and the other nobles that Lucas had officially become his heir and was already married. Meanwhile, in another grand estate far away, a chilling conversation was unfolding. Cold, cruel light gleamed in a silver-haired man's eyes. Ethan greeted his returning father. They spoke of the increasing number of magical beasts, but Ethan was concerned about something else entirely. By the way, he asked with feigned casualness, that girl from the Norris family, did she run away right after announcing her fiancé? His mother's expression darkened at once. She had originally intended to capture Stella and bring her back before her husband found out, all the while complaining that her escape had gone too far. Ethan clenched his fists, cold sweat forming on his forehead. I never imagined that the one who tamed the magical beast would be caught. He calculated rapidly in his mind. One wrong step, and everything would be ruined. His mother sighed and suggested that he find someone else, saying she simply could not imagine such a timid, shrinking girl being a suitable choice. But Ethan's obsession only deepened. I like that she can't be dealt with by ordinary means. A twisted smile appeared on his face. She has her own mind, and she has spirit. I've wanted to marry her since I was little. The fact that she had rejected him only fueled his dark desire. He asked his father to give him a little more time. Don't think you can escape from me. Stella, he swore inwardly. I'll find you and talk to you myself. I'll make you mine no matter what. That night, Lucas fell into an extraordinarily vivid dream. He found himself in a breathtakingly beautiful forest, a place so ethereal it could only be called the sage's paradise. And then he saw her, Stella. She was there, more radiant than ever. Luminous flowers clustered around her, and a soft, magical glow surrounded her. How beautiful, she murmured softly, looking around in wonder. But Lucas was not looking at the scenery at all. Very beautiful, he replied quietly, his gaze fixed firmly on her. Stella was truly beautiful. Her golden hair, her shining blue eyes, her smooth skin, everything about her was flawless. He could no longer hold himself back. He reached out to touch her, his voice voice catching with emotion, and at last said the words he could never bring himself to say while awake. "I love you." Stella's eyes widened in shock. He pulled her into the water, and his lips crashed down on hers in a reckless, fervent kiss. Since this was only a dream, it should be all right to face his feelings honestly, shouldn't it? He thought, pouring all his longing into the kiss. "I love you, Stella," he whispered against her lips. His hands roamed over her body, memorizing the curves of her form. "I'll cherish you forever," he said breathlessly, "so stay by my side." Her soft voice made him lose all control. "Your voice is so lovely," he said hoarsely. "Let me hear more of it." Stella jolted awake. Her heart pounded violently in her chest, and her cheeks were burning. What? Was I dreaming just now? She gripped the bed sheets, the sensations from the dream seeming to linger on her skin. Lucas said he loved me and that he would cherish me. If I'm dreaming of things like that, it must be because this is what I truly desire deep down. In the bed beside her, Lucas was awake too, his face red. I used the excuse of dreaming to make a move on Stella, but it felt as if I had really touched her. He let out a long sigh, mortified beyond words. "This is awful. I don't think I'll be able to get out of bed anytime soon." The next day, the Duke summoned them. He formally proposed that they move into the manor, and Stella felt unable to refuse. Then he turned to Lucas, his expression stern. "It seems you used up all your magic while treating Tracy. You are my heir now, so you must always keep a reserve of magic ready for use." Stella's face instantly turned red, because a very specific and very intimate method of restoring magic immediately came to mind. Then the Duke handed Lucas a thick stack of books. "These are books about the power of the great sage. They may be of some help." He admitted that he had collected them himself, as if offering a quiet gesture of reconciliation. Lucas accepted the books, his voice gentle. "Thank you." Stella smiled as she watched this mild, peaceful moment between father and son. It's wonderful that their relationship is getting better, she thought warmly. But her peace was soon shattered by the Duke's final announcement. "Also, I intend to announce your marriage at the banquet the king is hosting next month." Stella's heart sank. "So make your preparations in advance." Panic seized her at once. If they announced the marriage to the king, she would legally be recognized as Lucas's wife. How could they possibly tell people it was only a contract? If that happened, would they really still be able to separate smoothly later? As the two of them walked through the garden, Lucas admitted that it really was difficult to publicly announce a marriage built on a contract. Yet part of him also saw it as an opportunity. If it's truly announced, Stella will have an even harder time leaving me. Our fake marriage might even be able to become real. What should he do? When Stella asked about the banquet, he turned to look at her, hope in his expression. He suggested that, for the time being, they pretend to be a real married couple and announce the marriage to the king, then come up with an excuse to separate once the contract ended. Stella hesitated for a moment, but in the end she agreed. However, she had one request. At the banquet, she wanted to cover her face because she felt that if they really did part ways in the future, it would be best if people did not remember what she looked like. Lucas agreed and said he would find a way. Suddenly, he grabbed her arm. "What is it?" she asked in surprise. He only pointed ahead. "Look over there." Through the dense branches and leaves, they secretly peered ahead. Then they saw a startling sight. Tracy was passionately kissing Hank. "Miss Tracy, we can't do this." Hank's face was bright red as he protested weakly, but she held him tightly. "Hank, do you dislike me?" she asked earnestly. "I really like you." But I really do like you too, but I'm only a servant." Tracy cut him off, her tone firm. "I don't care about that at all." She told him that ever since she had fallen so ill, and even faced the possibility of never waking again, she had realized just how regrettable it was to suppress her feelings while she was still young and healthy. Under her burning gaze, Hank's resolve gradually crumbled. Watching them, even Stella could not help feeling a little impressed. "Miss Tracy is far more forward than she looks." A mischievous smile rose to Lucas's lips as he bent down and called softly, "Hey, Stella." Then he suddenly kissed her on the lips. A scorching deep kiss. "I just remembered that father told me to keep some magic in reserve at all times," he whispered against her lips. She pushed at him, her voice trembling in alarm. But this is too sudden. We can't do this kind of thing here." But he paid no attention and instead deepened the kiss, the tip of his tongue lightly tracing her lips. His hand tightened around her waist and pulled her closer, so close they could hardly be any closer. "We can't," she gasped in disarray, tried to remind him that Tracy and Hank were still nearby. But even she felt how unconvincing her protest sounded, especially after seeing the satisfied, intoxicated look on his face. "What should I do? They'll see us." But Lucas's eyes told her plainly just how much he wanted her. His hand slid down along her back, and she shuddered all over. A soft moan spilled from her lips. "If you cry out too loudly, they'll hear you," he whispered thickly with desire. "We shouldn't be doing this." But his touch was like an electric current, and Stella knew that when he caressed her like this, there was no way she could stay completely silent. Her legs went weak, and her mind was thrown into confusion by the pleasure. They were outside, and Miss Tracy and Hank were still nearby. She clenched her teeth, desperately trying to keep herself quiet. "I'm actually getting this excited. This is so embarrassing, so shameful. But why? Does it feel this good?" Lucas had originally only meant to tease her a little, because all her attention had been on the other couple. But by now, his own desire had completely taken over. "I want to make you even more of a mess," he thought, his reason crumbling bit by bit. Just as he was on the verge of completely losing control, a voice suddenly cut through the air. "Is someone there?" The bushes rustled, and Stella instantly went cold with fright. "Oh no, it can't be. They're going to find us." Hank pushed aside the leaves and stepped out, then stopped. "Oh, it's a cat," he said in relief. Tracy coaxed the little white cat in a soft voice, and the danger finally passed. Blushing furiously, Hank urged her to return to her room and rest. Only after they had gone far away did Lucas finally let out a breath. "They're gone." He turned to look at Stella, but the mood had been completely ruined because she shoved him away. She was burning red with shame and anger. "Enough," she shouted. "Please don't speak to me for a while." She shot him a fierce glare, as if sparks were crackling in the air around them, then turned and strode off, leaving Lucas standing there in a daze, one hand still outstretched toward empty space. "I really messed up this time." His heart sank, and after returning to her room, Stella completely fell apart. "What is wrong with me? How could I do something like that outside?" She buried her face in her hands and groaned in distress. This is absurd. If Miss Tracy and Hank had discovered us, I would have died of shame." Just as her thoughts were becoming more and more tangled, something caught her attention. The books the Duke had given them were floating in midair. "What is going on?" She stared blankly as they drifted gently toward her, then raised one hand, her eyes flying open wide. One of the heavy books rose with it. It gave off a faint magical glow, hovering lightly before her. "This is magic?" The scene of the person who had tamed the magical beast being flung away by her flashed through her mind. But how could this be? In noble families that possess magic, only men are supposed to be able to use it. Why can I use magic? She wondered whether she should tell Lucas, but the moment she thought of that heated scene in the garden, embarrassment washed over her again. "No, at least for now, I won't tell him." Meanwhile, Lucas sat by the window, completely swallowed by his gloom. Hank found him and asked if something had happened. Lucas let out a heavy sigh and confessed, "I made Stella angry." Hank looked surprised. "Miss Stella. She's always so understanding. So if you apologize sincerely, I'm sure she'll forgive you." Lucas lowered his gaze. "That's what I thought too, so I went to apologize, but she refused to even listen. It's unlike her to be angry to that extent." "What exactly did you do?" Lucas only let out a muffled groan, far too ashamed to say it aloud. Hank suggested that he give her some space first, but Lucas knew she was angry with him, and he simply could not calm down. Driven into a corner, he asked Hank, "If you made Tracy angry, how would you get her to forgive you?" Hank's face instantly turned bright red, and he stammered that he and Miss Tracy were not in that kind of relationship. But Lucas insisted on hearing his advice. In the end, Hank said quietly, "I think I'd probably give her a gift." Lucas immediately put the suggestion into action, appearing before Stella with a beautiful new dress. "Thank you," Stella said coolly, but she refused to try it on. So he tried again, this time bringing her a glittering necklace. "Why don't you give it to your mother?" She replied at once without even looking at him. The third time, he asked whether there was anything she wanted. "I already have everything I need." She shut him down completely. Another failure. Stella was not the kind of woman who could be won over with gifts. He remembered the painful, embarrassed look on her face before she ran off, and a dull ache stirred in his chest. Finally, he went to her empty-handed, bringing nothing but his sincere apology. "I'm truly sorry," he said in a low, earnest voice. I promise I'll never do that kind of thing outside again. Can you forgive me? Stella looked at him, her expression unreadable. After a long silence, she let out a soft sigh. I was at fault too for not stopping you sooner, so I forgive you. Lucas immediately felt a wave of relief, but it lasted only a moment. But she continued, a sly smile slowly curving her lips. There's one more thing I want you to understand properly. She stepped closer, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Exactly how ashamed I feel every time we do that sort of thing. She impatiently tapped her toe. So tonight, please let me do whatever I want with you for once. Lucas froze. What? I'll make you understand just how embarrassing it is to be the one being toyed with, she said in a coaxing voice, her smile deepening. Once I'm satisfied, I'll forgive you. He swallowed hard, his pulse beginning to race. That night, their positions were completely reversed. Stella sat on top of him, looking down at him with a triumphant smile on her face. I see. So this is what it feels like from above. She noticed that he looked more nervous than usual, and that gave her a powerful sense of satisfaction. Being looked down at from above like this really is embarrassing. He drew in a sharp breath because her hand was sliding down from his chest. Stella, that tickles, he said between breaths. She bent down, her lips brushing lightly by his ear. Sometimes when you touch me, it tickles too. So what should I do with you? She whispered teasingly, and then kissed him on the lips. Her heart pounded in her chest. I did kiss him first once before, but I was drunk then. Maybe it's because I'm sitting on Lucas right now, but my heart is beating so fast. He broke the kiss, his voice taut. Are you satisfied now? She looked down at his flushed face, at his rapidly rising and falling chest. I want to touch you, she said softly. He let out a soft, low laugh. A genuine smile appeared at the corners of her lips, and she said, I think I understand why you sometimes want to tease me. Lucas, you're adorable when you're holding back. That became the final straw that broke his restraint. With a low growl, he turned her over and pinned her beneath him. When are you finally going to understand? He panted, his eyes burning with an intense affection he could no longer suppress. That you have no idea what I feel when I'm with you? His hand slid down along her body, possessive and thrilling to the touch. When you touch me, he murmured, his voice hoarse with desire. She drew in a sharp breath, her waist trembling slightly. You're wet. Her words hung in the air like a bold, breathless question. She lay beneath him, with him so close, his scorching body heat pouring over her, his presence filling all her senses. The world beyond the bed, everything outside this moment, seemed to vanish. A shudder, a spark of pure, untainted magic, shot upward from the place where her calf brushed against him. Her heart slammed hard against her chest. Impossible. Why is my body reacting like this? It's as if I've been waiting for Lucas to touch me all along. This is so embarrassing. A blush spread up her neck, dyeing her cheeks bright red. Right? Her thoughts raced as she desperately tried to cling to reason. She remembered her promise, remembered the bold declaration she had made earlier. His fingers lightly brushed over her hand, like a silent promise. She had told him that tonight she would let him do whatever he wanted with her. But just as his hand roamed over her through her dress, caressing the curve of her waist, a new thought surfaced. I shouldn't touch you without permission. His voice was low, mixed with a confusing remorse and restraint. Stella widened her eyes. Huh? What does he mean? Her mind was in chaos. Is he not going to touch me? Is it because I said earlier that I'd let him do whatever he wanted? Is he trying to force me to ask first? Lucas propped himself up, his bare chest gleaming faintly in the soft light, his gaze burning. He pressed one finger to his lips, a wicked smile flashing in his eyes, and asked, What's wrong? Do you want me to keep teasing you until you're even more aroused? She only felt that her dress was heavy and constricting. That's not it, she thought, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. He hummed softly and leaned closer. His eyes, like deep crimson pools filled with desire, seemed to gaze straight into the depths of her soul. Weren't you going to do whatever you wanted with me? He whispered, his voice brushing her ear as softly as velvet. As long as you say it, I'll do anything. He paused, the air filled with wordless tension. What do you want me to do? That sentence shattered the composure she had barely managed to maintain. She immediately covered her face with both hands, trying to hide the fiery flush there. She clutched the bedsheet tightly, the fabric wrinkling in her desperate grip. This was her chance, the moment when she held the initiative. A newly born courage surged up, and she pushed herself upright, her long blonde hair falling like a waterfall between them. If I say it, Lucas will touch me. She placed her hand on his chest, feeling the steady, powerful beat of his heart beneath her palm, while her own heartbeat was as frantic as a drum. Tears gathered in her eyes, blurring his handsome face. "Give me," she began, her voice trembling badly. The words that followed were almost as soft as a whisper, but it was enough. Lucas's Adam's apple bobbed heavily. His Adam's apple moved up and down. The game was over, and the night had only just begun. His hands were everywhere, touching, caressing, setting every inch of her skin alight. A soft moan spilled from her lips when his fingers slipped beneath her clothes and touched her intimately, and she thought, "He's touching me because I asked him to." Shame and excitement intertwined, making her dizzy. But it feels different from before. It's so frustrating, like he's deliberately avoiding the place that would feel best. "Lucas," she panted, tilting her head back. He leaned close, his hot breath against her ear, and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to stop?" "No." Her fingers clutched his arm tightly. This teasing was as sweet as torture. "That could you?" Her words gradually trailed off. He deliberately pretended not to understand, a faint smile on his lips. "You have to tell me properly, or how would I know?" "Ah, he knows. Of course he knows what I want, but he's determined to make me say it myself." Her breathing was ragged, her gasps heavy, and her entire body had reached the edge. "Please," she begged, the word almost forced from her throat. "Please make me come." A wicked low laugh rolled from his chest. "If that's what you want." His fingers pressed down, touching precisely the right spot. A sharp, sweet moan escaped her mouth. This is your favorite place, isn't it?" he murmured, his voice drenched in desire. Though he had only touched her lightly, she was already clenching tightly around him. "But it seems this still isn't enough for you." His movement went a little deeper, and a current of pure pleasure instantly pierced through her whole body. "He's touching me inside and outside at the same time." "Why, Her fingers dug hard into the bedsheet, her back arching, her heart pounding wildly against her chest. A fierce wave of pleasure suddenly swept over her, leaving her able only to gasp and tremble. "Finally, I did it," she thought, her body still quivering with the lingering aftershocks. She nestled weakly against his warm chest, her whole body relaxing. "Can we stop here?" she murmured softly, her lashes trembling as her eyes closed. But she could still feel that where he pressed against her, he remained hard and ready. Her eyes flew open. You're not going to come out, Lucas?" He looked down at her, his expression unreadable. "I came here to ask for your forgiveness," he said softly. "I won't do anything you don't want." But she could clearly feel how badly he wanted her. "I've already felt how hard he is. Is he really planning to do nothing unless I ask?" He moved. He pressed lightly against her, and she couldn't help letting out a small, startled gasp. "We've already come this far," she thought, her cheeks heating again. Gathering her courage, she looked up at him through lowered lashes. Would you be willing to go all the way so you can restore your magic?" The words came out awkward and humiliating. "I'm too embarrassed to let him see how much I want it." He only looked at her, his expression gentle. Then he reached out and cupped her cheek. "I'm sorry," he whispered, bending down to kiss her lips. It was a tender kiss. "I said I wanted your forgiveness, but I still teased you again." She pulled back a little, blushing. "I knew it. You were deliberately forcing me to say it." He laughed softly, the warm sound vibrating gently by her ear. "You're especially adorable when you want me." He spoke softly, his gaze upon her unbelievably tender beneath the starry night. "So I truly know I was wrong." Her heart trembled slightly. "I can't do something like this outside, somewhere others might see us, and let anyone else see this adorable side of you." In the next instant, he slid smoothly into her. She sucked in a sharp breath. "Oh, wait, you're so deep. I can feel him pulsing gently inside me. Just this alone is enough to make me tighten on my own. I can't stop." His hoarse whisper sounded against her ear. "Will you forgive me for what happened before? I can't bear having you angry with me." She wrapped both arms around him and pulled him closer. "I forgive you. That's good." He sighed softly, and his movements became more rhythmic, more purposeful. "Last time, I was only focused on recovering enough magic to last a lifetime," he said, his voice slightly strained with effort. "But this time, I can take it slowly and enjoy you properly." Each of his thrusts was deeper, more deliberate, driving waves of pleasure into her body. "Too deep. I can even feel the magic flowing into me. When I touch that place," he panted, "I feel like the more pleasure you feel, the more magic I recover. What do you think?" I don't know," she gasped in reply, her thoughts already blurred by pleasure. The bed creaked softly beneath their combined weight. Don't rub so deeply inside me. A thought flashed through his mind. I need to cast a spell to keep her from getting pregnant. A soft light briefly enveloped her lower abdomen. Your nectar draws me in, he murmured, his voice carrying unmistakable possessiveness. And it hides magic that only I can feel. He pushed in even deeper. Or can you restore magic for other men too? Those words stabbed sharply with jealousy. Her eyes widened. I don't know, but I've only ever done this with you. Lucas. His answer was a kiss filled with intense possessiveness. He would never allow that to happen. Don't do it with anyone else. Only with me. He spoke low against her lips. You're always so stubborn, but I love the way you fall apart because of me. The bed frame shook violently beneath his fierce movements. I want to be the only one who does this with you. What do I have to do to truly make you my wife? He murmured her name like a prayer. Stella. That night was a hazy, long dream woven from entangled bodies and whispered vows. He was greedy, like a puppy that had finally found its favorite toy again, asking her again and again whether he could continue. And, drowning in a fog of pleasure, she could not refuse him at all. Afterward, they did it twice more, reaching climax together, until dawn was almost breaking at the edge of the sky. A few days later, Stella let out a soft sigh. The exhaustion left behind by that night had finally begun to fade. The king's banquet is next month. I need to start preparing. Just then, a maid poked her head around the corner. Miss Stella, you came at just the right time, she said cheerfully, with another maid and the housekeeper following behind her. Is something the matter? Stella asked curiously. The housekeeper smiled brightly and said, The gown you had made when you first arrived at the mansion has been delivered. Would you be willing to wear to the king's ball? The gown was spread out, an astonishing creation made of dark fabric and delicate white lace. Stella drew in a soft breath. Oh my, it's beautiful. Thank you. The maids clapped their hands excitedly. Please try it on. I want to see, one of them begged, her eyes full of anticipation. Faced with their eager expressions, Stella truly couldn't refuse. A moment later, she stepped out of the room, feeling as if she had become someone else. It's gorgeous, a maid exclaimed. Do you really think so? Stella blushed a little. I'll go call Lucas over, the maid announced, already darting off down the corridor. Stella cried in panic, but it was already too late. The maid found Lucas almost immediately. Miss Stella is trying on her gown, she said, grabbing his hand. Quick, come this way. I know, I'm coming. Don't pull, he complained, but still let her drag him along. He turned the corner, and his breath stopped for an instant. She was standing there, Stella bathed in the afternoon light, wearing that elegant dark gown, beautiful as a dream. He was utterly speechless. Under his burning gaze, she shifted uneasily and asked cautiously, how is it? He took a step closer, his eyes greedily taking in all of her. I'm sorry, he said softly. You're so beautiful that I couldn't speak for a moment. A sincere and warm smile appeared on his lips. I'm truly fortunate to be able to introduce such a beautiful wife to the king. Stella's face flushed bright red all at once. I see. Her heart pounded rapidly. The way he spoke sounded exactly like a real husband praising his wife. A shiver mixed with unease and excitement slid down her spine. This is a dangerous banquet. My identity might be exposed. Yet a small part deep in her heart still felt traitorously happy. Happy that she could attend as Lucas's wife. In that moment, all her worries seemed to melt away. If only I really could become Lucas's wife. Just as the two of them were each lost in thought, Tracy approached with a sweet smile. Miss Stella, may I have a moment of your time? She asked, then leaned in mysteriously and whispered. Actually, I also ordered a gown that I thought would suit you very well. Thank you. Stella was touched by the gesture. Please try it on in your room. Tracy continued, a sly glint in her eyes. I heard Lucas likes this kind of style. Her curiosity piqued. Stella returned to her room to try it on. But when she saw herself in the mirror, she immediately gasped in horror. Her face flushed crimson as she clutched the thin fabric tightly. This can be called a gown? The entire outfit was almost entirely made of sheer gauze and lace, barely covering anything at all. Does Lucas really like this kind of thing? I can't let him see this. It's too embarrassing. Besides, how would Miss Tracy know his preferences? Lucas was clearly still until not long ago. Stella thought anxiously, her thoughts racing. In any case, I need to change out of this quickly before Lucas comes back. She reached for the ties, but just as her fingers touched the fabric, the door clicked open and Lucas walked in. Stella froze, standing there with her back to him. Lou, she began, her voice nearly inaudible. Then he saw her, and the world seemed to stop in that instant. "Lucas!" she cried out in alarm, spinning around, panic written all over her face. He only stared in a daze, his eyes widening slightly as he took in the sight of her wearing that almost scandalously transparent gown. What should I do?" she stammered, clutching the lace over her chest. "Ah, he saw me," she screamed inwardly. "What if he thinks I'm deliberately seducing him?" Several days have passed since he last restored his magic, so I'm not tired now either. A part of him must be wondering whether we can do it again now. But I never meant to invite him to bed. His deep crimson eyes slowly swept over her from head to toe, and heat gradually rose in their depths. "That's quite a bold outfit," he said in a low, hoarse voice. "What is this about?" Stella was so flustered that she couldn't even form a complete sentence. At the same time, Lucas's mind was in chaos as well. "Last time, I pushed her too hard, so I've been holding back these past few days. But does this mean—" His throat tightened. "Does this mean she wants me? Can I touch her now?" The air was full of silent probing. He cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. "Where did this dress come from?" Stella drew in a trembling breath. "All right, I can calmly explain the situation and tell him I wasn't trying to tempt him. It was a gift from Miss Tracy," she explained quickly. "She said you liked this style." Lucas's eyes darkened, and a trace of suspicion flashed through his mind. "Really? Wait, how would Tracy know my preferences? I only returned to normal after meeting Stella, and that was recent." He pushed the thought aside for now. "Leaving aside whether I like it or not, I already thought this when I saw you in the banquet gown earlier. You look truly beautiful in black." Stella's cheeks immediately burned. Is that so?" she stammered, her heartbeat in turmoil. "So Lucas likes black gowns. I'm going to change. So could you wait outside for a moment?" she said, turning around. He asked back, not moving at all. "Why are you changing?" I was only trying it on." He took a step forward, the click of his heel especially clear in the silent room. "Only trying it on?" The door clicked shut behind him. His voice lowered into a seductive whisper. "So you don't intend to let me restore my magic?" Stella's face instantly turned so red it seemed about to burn. "And no, I just wanted to see what kind of gift it was. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to properly thank Miss Tracy." "I see," he answered softly, his hands settling on her waist as he pulled her backward into his arms. "Then you should wear it a little longer and make sure it's comfortable." "Wait," before she could protest, he easily lifted her into his arms. "Why, since you're still wearing it," he said, carrying her to a nearby desk and setting her on the edge. "Let me look at you a little longer." He stared at her. His gaze was so heated that it almost felt like a real touch. "You don't stare at me," she said in a small voice, gripping the lace on her body. The corner of his lips lifted into a smile. "Stella, this dress is so sheer that I can see exactly how red you've become." He leaned closer, his voice so low and rough it was almost a growl. I can't take it anymore." The next second, his lips covered hers heavily, a hot, forceful kiss stealing her breath away. A gentle purple light gathered in his hand as he lightly stroked her hair, and her fiery red hair slowly faded, returning to its original blonde. "Why did you change my hair back?" she asked breathlessly when he left her lips. "When I'm restoring my magic," he said, also slightly out of breath, his forehead resting against hers. "I want to face the real you." He kissed her again, and his hands began to roam over her body. "Besides, this dress is incredible," he whispered against her lips. "Of course you can't wear it out in front of people. Of course, it wasn't meant to be worn outside in the first place." She refuted him unsteadily. He lifted her down from the desk and pulled her into his arms, his lips never leaving her. "Then what is it for?" he asked, his voice soaked with desire. Before she could answer, his lips had already trailed downward, sucking and kissing at her neck through that thin layer of fabric. The sensation made her skin tingle. "He's sucking me through the dress." Her mind was in chaos. This dress is so thin that I can even feel the heat of his tongue. The fabric is rubbing against my skin. It feels so strange. He drew back slightly, his eyes dark with lust. "So what exactly is it for? You know, don't you?" One of his hands slid up along her thigh, forcing her to inhale sharply. "I am actually not very sure," she lied stubbornly, her voice trembling. "I don't know much about gowns." "You won't tell me?" he coaxed in a low voice, his fingers teasing her through the lace. Then he kissed her again, the hot, lingering, deep kiss making her whole body tremble. Isn't it, for seducing someone in a bed," she finally admitted, her voice so broken it seemed it would scatter in the wind. "Seducing whom?" he pressed, his lips brushing her skin. "Husband, I see." He curved his lips in satisfaction, his gaze fixed straight into her eyes, burning with intense possessiveness. Indeed, any man who saw his wife dressed like this would want to take her to bed. His kisses poured down over her, almost swallowing her whole. Why is it that whenever Lucas touches me, I say such shameful things I would never normally say? In my previous life, I never would have said anything like this either. A sharp and unpleasant memory suddenly surfaced in her mind. Lucas, do you like women wearing such daring clothes? She asked softly. On the night of the masquerade, you kept looking at that woman who was dressed so revealingly. He pulled back a little, confusion showing on his face. Masquerade? What are you talking about? You were clearly looking at her. She puffed out her cheeks and insisted unhappily. That woman who was seducing all the men. He shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. I don't remember her. As he spoke, he hugged her tightly into his arms. Really? She asked softly. Let me make this clear first, he said in a low voice, burying his face in her hair. It's not that I like women wearing daring clothes. He kissed her neck, slow and unmistakable, as if declaring his claim over her. I get excited only because the one wearing it is you. Her heart softened all at once. The things he said made him sound like a real husband again. You're so wet. He panted softly, his hands sliding between her legs. Your dress is so thin that even the desk is wet. Because we're doing this kind of thing in a place like this. Just wearing such a daring dress makes it feel far more erotic than usual. I am going to, she cried out, her body arching toward him. But just as she was about to reach the peak, a clear knock suddenly sounded from outside the door. Young master, are you inside? Stella's eyes widened in terror. It's Hank. Oh no, if he sees us here. She hurriedly slid down from the desk, frantically straightening the outrageous dress, and was about to rush toward the door when Lucas grabbed her arm and pulled her back into his embrace. Where are you going? I need to change clothes, she rasped. Lucas, wait, but he wasn't listening at all. He slipped the dress down from her shoulders. Wait, I said. No, we're not outside, and the door is shut. He explained it in a voice that remained calm, even in a situation like this, while his hands had already started moving again, reigniting the flames he had stirred up earlier. Hank won't come in without permission, as long as you don't make too much noise. You don't want this to end unsatisfyingly either, do you? That's because I'm really close, so I don't want it to end here. Young master. Hank's voice came again from outside the door. Hank, I'm in the middle of a magic experiment right now, Lucas replied, his voice as steady as usual, even as his hands continued their wicked exploration. If you open the door, it might explode, so just talk to me from out there. Explode, Hank cried out in alarm. All right. Lucas curled his lips into a smile and whispered into Stella's ear. Hank began, the master is considering hiring Miss Tracy as a governess. His fingers found the most sensitive place on her body, and she bit her lip hard to suppress the cry that almost escaped. I don't think Hank will see us as long as he doesn't open the door, but if he hears my voice, he might figure out what we're doing. Even though she knew that, the thought of stopping now was unbearable. Shouldn't you stop for a second and listen to what Hank has to say? She panted, trying to push him away. It doesn't seem urgent anyway, he murmured, pressing his lips to the side of her neck again. And you've already melted in my hands like butter, so I don't want to let you go. Be good. Stay quiet. He adjusted her posture and pinned her against the wall. That shameless boldness sent another scorching, thrilling wave of heat rushing through her. Hank was right outside. Why don't you teach her yourself? I'm sure she'd like that very much. He began moving inside her, and the slow, deep thrust nearly made her scream. And it feels too good. There's no way I can stay quiet. Perhaps because he wanted her silent, Lucas wasn't pushing all the way in. What's wrong? He whispered, rubbing against her as he spoke. Aren't you the one pressing yourself against me? Isn't this enough? Not enough, Hank, please go away already. Just then, another voice overlapped with Hank's from outside the door. Hank, is the young master in there? A second knock followed. Young master, a magical beast has appeared in the territory. Count Bradrel is about to depart to subjugate it and requests that you accompany him. Outside the room, the world had already descended into chaos. As the protective barrier shattered, a dreadful howl echoed through the village. Magical beasts, monsters made of shadow and rage, poured into the streets. The barrier won't hold much longer. Everyone stay steady. Panic spread like wildfire. But magical beasts can only be defeated with magic. If they break into the village, we're finished. Just as a gigantic bear-shaped creature lunged forward, a burst of violet light exploded across the scene. Lucas and his father appeared on horseback, like beacons of hope amid the surging darkness. It's the Count. He's come to save us. The barrier is on the verge of collapse, the Count said grimly. Are you ready, Lucas? Lucas nodded, his expression resolute. The townspeople stared at him in disbelief. How strange. I thought the young master couldn't use magic before they could voice any more doubts. The barrier finally cracked completely and came crashing down. The barrier's broken. There are so many. Lucas, protect the townspeople, his father ordered, but Lucas was already moving. A mass of churning dark magic gathered in his palm, and with a fierce sweep of his arm, he hurled it at the beasts. The impact of that power was astonishing. In one blinding flash, dozens of magical beasts were wiped out in an instant. The Count stared, stunned. He eliminated that many magical beasts at once. So it wasn't that he had no power at all. Such tremendous power. I never imagined that even without borrowing the Grand Mage's strength, he could cast magic on this scale. Though he cannot restore his own magic power, the amount he can store is truly astounding. Lucas raised his hand again, and a complex magic circle appeared as he began repairing the broken barrier. Thank you so much, the townspeople cried, their fear gradually turning to awe. Young master, you're incredible. So the rumors that you were completely powerless were false. Watching all this, the Count felt a wave of relief well up in his chest. If Lucas had remained unable to use his power, our family would have declined sooner or later. I thought we would lose our position as the house that governs dark magic. But as long as Miss Stella remains in the mansion, there will be no problem. Meanwhile, Stella sat by the window, still dressed in that sheer black gown, hugging her knees. I hope the townspeople are all safe. Lucas is so strong, so it should be all right. A sigh slipped from her lips. Suddenly, she heard footsteps on the stairs. The door opened, and he was standing there. Sorry, I just got back. His words cut off as his gaze fell on her. He clearly hadn't expected her to still be waiting for him, especially dressed like that. A deep flush swiftly climbed up his neck, and he raised a hand to cover his mouth. I didn't expect you to be waiting for me dressed like that. Stella cleared her throat, tried her best to act as if nothing was unusual. How did things go with the magical beasts? We exterminated them, and the town suffered no damage, he reported, though his gaze still lingered on her. That's good, she said. Relaxing at last, he sat down at the edge of the bed, looking tired yet satisfied. The townspeople were all shocked when they saw me use magic. Thanks to you, I've finally washed away my reputation as a useless mage. Is that so? She replied softly, nervously picking at the lace of her dress with her fingers. Why are you so restless? He asked. His gaze softened. Are you tired? Not really. He reached out. His hand covered hers. Then his voice dropped, laced with unmistakable implication. Can we pick up where we left off? He leaned closer, his eyes full of desire. You left me hanging halfway through. Before she could answer, he pushed her down onto the bed. You sat here waiting the whole time because you couldn't wait for us to continue, didn't you? Looks like you're liking doing this with me more and more. He kissed her deeply. You like it, don't you? Touching you like this, making you cry out for me. This time, his fingers found their target at once. Ah, you're still this wet from earlier. I can go right in. He settled himself between her legs, and she gasped as she felt him fill her completely. You're clinging so tightly around me, like you're welcoming me home. I suppose I should apologize for making you wait so long. The bed began to creak rhythmically, shuddering with each of his movements. He kept striking that place that made her feel so good. The pleasure she had been waiting so long for surged through her entire body. I'm going to come. Even if you won't admit it, he panted, kissing her fiercely. Your body is already addicted to this. Don't. Then what is that lewd sound? Every thrust made her whole body tremble. Why do I get this wet just from Lucas touching me? I've never been this wet before. The thought slipped out before she could stop herself. The air changed instantly. Lucas went rigid, his whole body tensing. His voice was low and dangerous. You've done this with another man before? Stella's eyes widened in alarm. Was it with your former fiancé? He pressed. Damn it. I compared him to memories from my past life without thinking. Forget it, he said, his voice flattening. Saw the... I shouldn't have asked. That fiancé of yours was awful enough that you had to run away from him. His eyes were filled with pain and jealousy. If he really did anything to you, then it surely wasn't a good memory. And no, that's not it, ma'am, she stammered, clutching his arm. Please believe me. You're my first Lucas, she added in a rush. At least in this life. He searched her eyes, and the tension slowly drained from his body. Is that so? He murmured, a faint smile returning to his lips. Then I was jealous for nothing. He pulled her tightly into his arms, the embrace possessive and forceful. The more I fall for you, Stella, the more I want to be the only one who knows your body. No, not just your body. I want to know everything about you. He whispered in her ear. You don't have to hold back anymore. Let me hear what you sound like when it feels good. He began moving again, this time faster. A raw, utterly unrestrained cry was forced from her lips. I kept trying not to examine my feelings too deeply, but I've reached the point where I can't deny them anymore. His voice, full of desperate heat, brushed against her skin like a plea. Stella, what family do you belong to? But when Stella found a brief moment of peace in Lucas's arms, a dark memory from her past life rose to the surface. Her former fiancé, his face twisted with rage. A woman, a substitute, whimpering in bed. Shut up. Stop crying. He had snarled the words, his voice dripping with venom. His cold, lifeless eyes stared into the darkness. It's useless. Even if I sleep with women who look like her, I can't be satisfied. The woman I truly want is Stella. Her proud, beautiful face flashed through his mind. If I'd known things would turn out like this, I should have tied her up and taken her by force from the start. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he muttered her name under his breath like a curse. Stella, where are you? Can I still find you? A sinister thought began to take shape in his twisted mind. Right, all I have to do is make her want to come home. For example, what if her parents got into trouble because of some magical beast? A cruel, wicked smile slowly spread across his face. Stella was a kind-hearted woman, so he simply did not believe that even after running away, she would completely sever ties with her birth parents. She would surely do something. While the monster from her past plotted revenge, Stella slept peacefully in the arms of the man who truly loved her, unaware of the storm to come. In the dead of night, a sinister ritual began. The scrape of a sharp tool against stone echoed through the darkness, carving glowing red runes into the ground. The air grew heavy as thick, malicious energy boiled up from the completed magic circle. A figure cloaked entirely in a dark hooded robe stood at the center of it all, like a silent puppeteer manipulating the threads of dark magic. With the final incantation, the magic circle erupted in a violent torrent of flame and shadow. A low, hoarse roar tore through the air, and a monstrous beast emerged from the blaze. A gigantic white bear with eyes like burning coals and fangs sharp as daggers. When the creature fully took shape, the hooded person lifted their head, a twisted, triumphant sneer curling across their lips. So this is it, the legendary magical beast of Volboya they spoke of. At the same time, Stella and Lucas stood on the quiet balcony, bathed in soft moonlight. The day passed in the blink of an eye, she thought, wrapped in the languid drowsiness left by such a long rest. Her gaze drifted to Lucas, whose profile looked so steady and composed against the night sky. He'd apparently spent the whole morning on patrol, she thought, but he didn't look tired at all. A faint blush crept on her cheeks. Just how good is his stamina? Her thoughts were interrupted by a bright, lively voice. It was Tracy. With a teasing gleam in her eyes, she greeted Stella with a smile. She leaned in close and, in a conspiratorial whisper by Stella's ear, asked whether she had tried on that special dress. Stella's face instantly turned scarlet. Tracy giggled and pulled her aside, eagerly asking how Lucas had reacted. Flustered and completely caught off guard, Stella stammered helplessly. She asked Tracy how she even knew Lucas's preferences. Tracy only blinked and said Hank had told her, then gestured toward the two men over there. Lucas turned to his loyal servant, his gaze sharp, and in a lowered voice asked Hank just how he knew his tastes. Hank merely smiled, looking perfectly at ease and confident, and explained that after serving him for so many years, he could naturally tell. Then he dramatically rubbed Lucas's hair and loudly declared in a voice full of devotion, "For a servant who reveres his master from the bottom of his heart, this is nothing at all." Lucas could only sigh. Under the assault of Hank's excessively intense affection, even his usual composure nearly cracked. But the light mood was quickly shattered when a guard rushed into the hall, pale-faced and frantic. "Something has happened," he said between breaths. A magical beast on the special designation list has appeared, Volboya. Stella and Tracy froze where they stood, both widening their eyes in shock at the commotion. Volboya? What is that? The guard explained grimly that it was a dangerous creature capable of stealing one of its victim's 5 senses. Stella swallowed hard, and a cold, not slowly, formed in her stomach. If that magical beast is defeated, the stolen sense will return, the guard continued. But Count Norris has already been attacked. His sight has been taken. The entire world seemed to tilt at that moment. No, not him. It couldn't be her father. Her mind screamed. Was he hurt? Is he all right? The guard hurried to reassure everyone that his life was not in danger, but that the sudden loss of his sight had badly shaken him. Those words struck Stella like a physical blow. A realization colder than any winter night washed over her. This had never happened in her past life. Her father had never been injured. Her hands clenched hard at her sides, her nails digging deep into her palms. Is this my fault? Did I change the future and end up causing him to be hurt? Lucas noticed how deathly pale she had gone and stepped closer, concern filling his voice as he asked whether she was all right. She forced a trembling smile and lied that she was fine, only frightened. Lucas's expression softened a little, but he answered in a low voice, concern still churning in his eyes. The guard explained the harsh reality. The king had ordered every territory to strengthen its border defenses. The banquet had been postponed, and whoever managed to subjugate that magical beast would receive a rich reward. Lucas would also resume patrolling the territory again tomorrow. Hank added that he had heard of a ritual capable of summoning Volboya, so he suspected that a human hand might be behind the beast's appearance this time. Lucas, however, did not entirely agree. Even so, his gaze drifted back to Stella. Ever since she had heard Count Norris's name, she had been acting strangely. Could it be? Late that night, in the silent loneliness of the study, Lucas searched through old records. He found documents on the Norris family, a noble house that used earth magic. He read the records concerning the Count, the Countess, and their daughter. Then his breath caught. The young lady's name was Stella Norris. Everything suddenly became clear. I see. Her intense reaction to the subject of running away from home now had a terrible, perfect explanation. Her determination is incredible, he thought, wearily covering his face with one hand. But new fears seized him. If she finds out that I know her true identity, she might leave. He slammed a fist into the chair, his heart heavy, and yet a resolve he had not even recognized in himself began to take shape. I have to prevent that at any cost. First, his gaze darkened as he made his decision. I have to get rid of that Volboya first. Stella stood on the balcony once more, the cool night breeze brushing across her skin. She looked up at the sky strewn with starlight. She had once believed that returning to this life was heaven's second chance for her chance to finally gain freedom. That was why she had fought her father so desperately and fled the future she did not want. But now the memories came flooding back. Her father crouching down to teach her, as a child, how to ride a horse. When she was too upset to attend a ball, he would gently rest a hand on her head. Then he would suggest taking her riding instead. A quiet smile touched her lips. Aside from insisting on her engagement to Ethan, he had always been a good father. A soft footstep behind her pulled her back to the present. It was Lucas, looking at her closely. His dark eyes searched her face as he said her complexion didn't look good. She turned away and, forcing a brightness she did not feel, told him that for the battle ahead, he needed to restore his magic power. He said nothing, only silently closed the distance between them. His hand gently cupped her cheek, and he bent down to kiss her lips. The kiss felt both like a desperate attempt to hold on to her and something heartbreakingly tender. Later, in the bedroom, their bodies were close, but her thoughts were far away. Even while he kissed her, her mind remained in turmoil. Could Lucas use his power to heal my father's eyes? But if I ask him, he'll know who I am, and the contract will become void. If the heir of the Bradrel family stole the Elliott family's fiancé, it would be a complete disaster. What am I supposed to do? She cried inwardly. I can't concentrate at all. She drew back slightly, and in a voice so low it was almost inaudible, said she wanted something to drink. Lucas looked at her with gentle eyes, and that consideration made her chest ache. The two of them sat side by side on the bed, each holding a cup, but the night breeze did nothing to calm her thoughts. Maybe he can make a potion, she thought, a sudden flicker of desperate hope rising in her chest. If I can secretly send the potion to Father, I have to find some way to help him. But how? Her hand began to tremble violently, slowly, and the cup shook with it, spilling wine onto her fingers. She let out a small cry and apologized for her clumsiness. Lucas said nothing. He simply took her hand, lifted it to his lips, and slowly licked the spilled wine from her skin. "Delicious," he murmured in a voice so deep it rumbled like distant thunder. Before she could react, he pushed her back onto the bed, his lips trailing down the side of her neck. "I'll clean you up for you," he said softly, his tongue tasting the mingled sweetness of wine and her scent. She let out a small cry and said he was licking the wrong place. He only laughed under his breath, his voice hoarse. "Is that so? But this place tastes good too." He nipped and kissed her skin, leaving a burning trail that made her shiver. "Does this feel good?" he asked. "No, it's just too embarrassing," she protested, but her body betrayed her with a soft moan. A smile curved against her skin. "You always say you're embarrassed, but every single time you seem to enjoy it." As his touch grew bolder and bolder, she could no longer hold back her cries. "Lucas, you can stop now," she pleaded. Her voice was ragged with breath. He lifted his head, his red eyes fixed intensely on her. "Do you want me inside?" All she could do was nod desperately, but he only kept teasing her with his fingers until she let out a wronged little cry. "I know," he said, his voice rough with desire. "I'm at my limit too." In one smooth motion, he pulled off his shirt, revealing the firm, defined lines of his chest. The whole world blurred into a haze of sensation. "You're so hot inside," he murmured, his voice muffled against her skin. "Don't move," she gasped. "I feel like I'm about to come again." But he didn't stop. His pace was fierce and impossible to resist. Part of her knew this was exactly what she needed. Better if he ruined me completely, she thought. Then I won't have to think about anything at all. I want him to melt me down until even the thoughts in my head melt away with me. Afterward, he dressed in silence. "What?" His voice cut through the quiet. "When your mind isn't in it, I don't recover as much magic." Stella sucked in a breath and widened her eyes. He had noticed. He sat down beside her, his expression serious. "Is something bothering you?" he asked softly. "Does it have something to do with you running away from home?" She stayed silent, unable to say a word. He let out a quiet sigh and gently stroked her hair. "If it's something you can't tell me, then you don't have to." A warm ache rose in her chest. Lucas was gentle because he never pressed. "At first, I thought he didn't care who I was, as long as he could use me to restore his magic. But now I think he's waiting for me to tell him on my own." Tears stung her eyes. "I'm sorry, Lucas," she thought. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you." The next day, Stella found Lucas in the laboratory, surrounded by little bottles filled with shimmering liquids. He explained that he had made extra transformation potions for her, just in case. A thought flashed through her mind, and she asked if he could make a potion to heal wounds. He admitted he had never tried, but he took a bottle of water and infused it with the memory of his healing magic. A brilliant golden light flashed, and just like that, a healing potion was born. To test it, he cut a small line across his own hand, then drank the potion. The wound stopped bleeding at once and began healing before her eyes. She stared in astonishment. He was incredible. If he could already do something like this now, then someday, might he even be able to heal his own magic? By the time he left for patrol, she had already made up her mind. When Lucas returned that evening, Hank told him that Stella had stayed in her room the whole time. All day. A flicker of unease passed through him. He went to her door and found it unlocked. The room was empty and utterly silent. His gaze fell on the table. A newly made healing potion was gone, and in its place was a note written in a language only he could understand. "I am sorry. I need to go out for a while, but I'll be back soon." It felt as though all the blood in his body turned cold at once, his eyes filling with shock. Under cover of night, Stella rode a white horse through the forest, her red hair streaming behind her. "I wonder if Lucas saw my note," she thought, her heart pounding with guilt and resolve. "He'll probably be angry and think I broke our contract." She clutched the potion in her bag tightly. "I promise, once I give this to Father, I'll come right back. Please forgive me." What? But something was wrong with the forest. It was unnaturally quiet. The silence was so absolute, it was almost shrill, making her skin crawl. Then suddenly, a black shadow flashed past her. What? She didn't even have time to scream before a tremendous force slammed into her horse, sending both her and the animal crashing to the ground. A wave of pure, primal terror swept over her. The presence nearly suffocated her, more horrifying than any beast she had ever encountered. "I've never seen it before," she thought, trembling all over, "but instinctively I know this is Volboya." The monster loomed above her, fangs dripping with saliva, ready to tear her apart at any moment. Just as its claws came down, A blinding blast of purple magic struck its side and sent it staggering back. Stella looked up with wide eyes and saw a figure emerge from the shadows. "What, Lucas?" Without a second's hesitation, he rushed forward and pulled her tightly into his arms. His voice was hoarse, tangled with anger and fear. "If there's somewhere you want to go, at least tell me first. Even if this is a contract marriage, I'm still your husband." Tears flooded her eyes at once. So he had been this worried. That was why he chased after me all the way here. She opened her mouth to apologize, but Volboya's deafening roar cut her off. "What?" Lucas shoved her behind him, shielding her with his body. The monster lunged, claws slicing through the air. Lucas dodged, but he was a step too slow, and the claws raked hard across his arm, drawing blood. Gritting his teeth, he released an astonishingly powerful spell that blasted the monster back. Stella hurried to his side, her voice shaking. "Lucas, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he said, but she could see the wound on his arm, blood seeping through his sleeve. She frantically reached for the potion, but in the next second, her blood turned to ice. That monster, it steals one of the five senses. She cupped his face and forced him to look at her, her voice trembling. "Lucas, can you see me?" There was no recognition in his eyes, only empty, unfocused confusion. A sob escaped her. "Lucas, did it take your sight?" In the forest, now eerily silent, Lucas sat on the ground. A faint glow of magic wrapped around his hand as he tried to heal himself, but the spell fizzled out weakly. "It's all my fault," Stella thought, her heart torn into 1,000 pieces. "This is all because I was selfish." She clenched her fists and wept. "I wish it had taken my sight instead." At last, she dropped to her knees before him, her voice full of guilt and choked with tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't left without telling you why, none of this would have happened." The dam finally broke, and the truth burst out. "I was worried about my father, so I wanted to go home and see him," she confessed. "My real name is—" But before she could finish, his hand shot out and seized her wrist with startling force. "Don't say it," he ordered, his voice firm. "You don't have to." She stared at him in confusion. He continued in a low voice. "I heard that Count Norris's daughter is already engaged to Ethan Elliott." "What?" "If you're that girl, then it means I stole the fiancé of a marquis heir. Our families would come into conflict." He looked at her, and though his eyes were unfocused, they somehow still conveyed a deep and unwavering resolve. "As long as I don't know the truth, I can still stay with her. But if I know, then I can't continue this contract marriage." The knight's voice sounded like a quiet apology. In the dim light, "Stella, I'm sorry." But the world around her suddenly exploded into a kaleidoscope of flowers and sensation. A sudden, overwhelming force shot through her entire body, and she gasped as she was pressed back into the pillows again. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. A soft little moan slipped from her lips, and she hurriedly raised a hand to cover her mouth, trying to force the sound back in. Brilliant magical light shimmered from his body, proof of the power flowing between them. But he couldn't see her expression, couldn't see the flush on her face or the tears welling in her eyes. And his own heart was in chaos as well. "I can't see, so I don't know what Stella looks like right now. Are you all right?" Her voice carried a spoiled little note of complaint, mixed with her quickened breathing. "You're awful. I'm not used to this yet, and you pushed all the way in at once." All he could do was apologize again in a low voice, even as his own restraint was beginning to fray. He was trying. He truly was trying as hard as he could to be gentle, but it was still too difficult. It's hard to judge how much force to use. Maybe I should leave everything to Stella. He stroked her hair, as if asking through touch. "Stella, can you move?" She managed a strained little answer. "I can." The bed creaked as she shifted, her breathing uneven, his name slipping from her lips like a prayer. "Lucas!" He lowered his head in her general direction, worry furrowing his brow. "Are you all right? This position is difficult and unfamiliar. I'm not used to this position, so it's a little hard," she admitted, her voice trembling faintly. Does it hurt?" She shook her head lightly. "Not at all." Her hand tangled in his hair, and her voice dropped to a soft, husky whisper. "It just feels too good." In those sightless eyes, it seemed as if fire suddenly flared to life. All his gentleness evaporated in an instant, replaced by a raw, all-consuming hunger. Pressed against her skin, he said in a low voice, "I want to fuck you hard until you're completely out of your mind." Her body clenched sharply around him, and a broken breath escaped his mouth. "God," his voice tightened. "Did you do that on purpose squeezing me like that? I'm desperately hanging onto the last of my sanity. Her face flushed scarlet at once. And no, I didn't mean to, she stammered, mortified beyond measure. It's not my fault. It does that on its own. I can't control it at all. My body is just reacting to him instinctively. He couldn't hold back any longer. In one swift, decisive movement, he turned her over. At this rate, I'll never be able to fully release the great sage's power. He murmured it low, like an apology and a promise at once. He couldn't stop, and he couldn't wait even a second longer. He kissed her deeply, forceful and endlessly demanding, his mind a raging storm. I can't stop. I don't know if I'm being gentle enough. I even feel like I might break her. Pulling back from her lips, just a little, he said in a low voice, "If you really can't take it, say enough." But how could she? Her eyes brimmed with tears that hadn't yet fallen, tangled with pleasure and resolve. "No, I can't say it. I'm doing this so your sight will come back, so I can't say it." He let out an irritated sigh. "Honestly, you really are." The words hung in the air as he buried his face in her hair, breathing hard. "Stella," he called softly, his voice thick with desire. "I really want to see your face soon." A wave of embarrassment swept over her. "Why, you don't need to see it," she muttered under her breath. "I must look awful right now," he answered without hesitation, his voice firm and utterly certain. "I've never seen you look ugly. You're always beautiful." Her disobedient body tightened around him yet again, and he let out a low laugh. "You squeeze me again." His voice was teasing, edged with amusement. "Your body is adorably honest." A soft gasp of pleasure slipped from her lips. "Ah!" He pressed closer, his whisper against her ear like a warm caress. "See? You like being praised." Stop talking," she pleaded, her senses already thoroughly scrambled. But he paid no attention. "I've heard enough of your stubborn mouth," he declared, dark fire burning his eyes. "But I mean every word." As their bodies rose and fell together, a question suddenly flashed into her mind. "Lucas, you still can't see, right?" "Right," he answered between breaths. "Then how are you still moving so naturally?" A smile, so faint it was almost invisible, touched his lips. "I guess I'm already used to having sex with you, while I can't see." She stared with wide, startled eyes. Wow, is that really the kind of thing a person can get used to? So much of their skin was pressed together that it felt as if they might melt into each other in the next moment. Her body trembled, but not from fear, from how naked and undeniable his desire for her was. The words slipped from her lips before she could stop them, a fragile but sincere whisper. "Lucas, I love you." Suddenly, his hair, black as the night sky a moment ago, flashed into a dazzling, ethereal snow white, and an unbelievably powerful force spread out from him. He sucked in a breath. Did my magic just recover a huge amount all at once? There was a confidence in his voice she had never heard before. "I'm going to heal my eyes." "Relax, Stella." Stella froze at once, her heart pounding hard enough to shatter her ribs. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no." I accidentally let the word love slip out. He didn't hear it, did he? There's no way he heard it, right? Lucas closed his eyes and focused on the surge of power. Why did the amount of recovered magic suddenly increase so fast? His thoughts raced backward, replaying the last few seconds. I think I just heard Stella say something about love. Could that be why? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. No, impossible. I must have misheard. She might have said something else, like above. But a dangerous thought still took root in his mind. But if merely mishearing it like that can restore so much of my magic, then if she really did fall in love with me, wouldn't my magic recover even more easily? He opened his eyes and, after what felt like an age, finally saw again. He saw Stella, her cheeks flushed pink, her lips parted, her gaze shy and wet. She asked softly, "Well?" He looked at her for a long time, taking in every detail of her face, and then a faint blush rose on his own. "Stella," he said, his voice a little rough, "put your clothes on. For eyes that were just healed, you're a bit too stimulating." She gave a startled cry and hurriedly covered herself up as much as she could. "You're the one who took all my clothes off." But beneath her embarrassment, a wave of pure relief still welled up. Thank goodness, his sight had come back. As she looked at him, she noticed the snowy white in his hair gradually fading, returning to its usual black. He can heal anything, but it seems to consume a huge amount of magic. He stood up and gave a wave of his hand. At once, a swirling black vortex of energy appeared in the center of the room. Wow, is it a portal? He turned toward her, his expression unreadable. I'm going to tell Father about Volboya. You get some rest, but if you want to take a walk late at night and clear your head, use that. A late night walk? She looked into the portal and caught her breath at once. That scene looked familiar. Is this the way to my home? Her eyes filled with tears, and she turned to him, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you, Lucas. Without saying another word, she stepped into the shimmering gate. The world dissolved into a whirlpool of purple energy, and when she found her footing again, she was standing in a dim, quiet room. Her father's room. He lay in bed with bandages wrapped over his eyes. She reached out and gently covered his hand with hers. Father, he stirred, his voice rough with sleep. Who is it? Feeling her hand, he clasped hers in return. It's me, Father. He recognized her. Stella. At once, the promise she had made the last time surged through her mind. I promise I'll defeat Volboya, and I'll restore your sight too. So please don't worry, just hold on. His voice was full of hope and urgency. Stella, you didn't come back to stay? Her heart twisted painfully. I'm sorry. I have to leave again soon. She took a small bottle from inside her cloak. I only came to bring you a potion that will help your wounds heal faster. Drink it later. It couldn't restore his sight, but it was the only thing she could do right now. You really aren't coming home? He asked again, his voice trembling. I'm not, she said softly, but I pray that even if I'm not here, you and Mother will both remain safe. The expression on her father's face was impossibly complicated. Anger that she had left, worry for her safety, and simple joy that she had returned, even if only for a moment. I suppose I have no right to stop her from leaving because I never truly understood her pain. Are you doing well out there on your own? He asked quietly. Yes. I always knew you were a strong child. Knowing you're doing well sets my mind at ease. He let out a heavy sigh. Go. You don't want anyone discovering you're here. Yes. Tears slid silently down her face. I'll think of all this as a dream. Regret was like a bitter pill she could hardly swallow. Sometimes I wonder if there was some way I could have avoided marrying Ethan without having to run away from home. But back then, it was the only way I could think of. If I'd been a little smarter, maybe I could have made a better choice for the future. She turned to go, her last words soft as a sigh in the darkness. Good night, F.A. But before she could finish, ominous red runes suddenly flared beneath her feet. A cage of dark magic snapped shut around her in an instant, trapping her inside. What kind of magic is this? Her father sat up in alarm. Stella. He strained to listen, but heard only silence. She must already be gone. The world around her twisted and tore apart. Was I teleported away by magic? Where's this? A slow, mocking voice slid out of the darkness. You finally came home for once. How did it feel? The voice was so familiar it made her blood run cold, like a nightmare brought to life. I knew it. If you were worried about your father, you'd definitely come home. As her eyes adjusted to the dimness, she finally saw who it was. Ethan. He lounged lazily in a throne-like chair decorated with bones, a cruel and possessive smile on his face. Stella. Malicious shadow thorns suddenly burst from the ground, coiling around her and pinning her fast. Ugly, twisted memories surged up in her mind, his warped kind of love. A cute trinket he had once given her had turned out to be a constantly writhing grasshopper. Also, he could watch her scream. He could never honestly admit that he liked her, so he vented everything by bullying her instead. Over time, he had even begun to think her tearful face looked cute. His obsession grew darker and darker, and more violent. If anyone dared look at her one moment too long, he would corner them, his voice dripping with venomous malice. Listen well. If anyone dares set their heart on my Stella, I'll never forgive them. Know your place. And then a sick, satisfied smile would spread across his face. Stella is mine. He would hurt anyone who showed affection toward her, just to teach them a lesson. He had even arranged for magical beasts to attack, only to appear himself and save her so that she would owe him, trapping her in his debt. He was certain her father would agree to their marriage, because she was supposed to belong to me in the first place. But then she ran away, leaving behind only a letter. He crushed that letter into a ball in his trembling fist, his face twisted with rage. And now, in reality, his hand had fallen on her once more. Aren't you going to say anything to your fiancé? It's been so long. He knew. He had always known she would come back. She struggled desperately, fury in her voice. Get away from me. Let me go. He only chuckled low in his throat, madness gleaming in his eyes. I've missed those stubborn eyes of yours, and those disobedient hands and feet too. You excite me so much. Just as I thought, you're the only one for me. Lowering his voice as though sharing a secret, he said, "You're worried about your father, aren't you?" Volboya took his sight, right? He leaned close, his hot breath brushing her ear. "Don't worry. Once you marry me, I'll make it disappear." "Stop." She tried to activate her magical weapon, but he was too fast. Before the spell could take shape, he was already in front of her, grabbing her with a grip as hard as iron. "I won't let you escape." He yanked her back again and crushed her against his chest. "So you're carrying a magical weapon too? Resistance is useless. If you dare run, I'll lock you underground." His eyes were dim with obsession. "You don't want that, do you?" His hand slid down along her body, the touch revolting. "If you want, you can stay in my room instead. Just behave yourself and give yourself to me." A strangled gasp squeezed from her throat. "No, I'm going to carve my love for you into your body, so you'll never leave me again," he murmured in a low voice, his touch both possessive and nauseating. "No," she screamed, her voice breaking with fear and despair. "Lucas!" A blinding golden flash exploded through the room. "What is that?" Ethan roared, raising a hand to shield his eyes. Out of the light stepped a tall, hooded figure, immediately pulling Stella into his arms to protect her. "What? Who are you?" Ethan bellowed, summoning a blade of fire and charging forward, but the stranger raised a hand, and a wall of water magic surged up to meet the flames. Water magic? Is he from a water magic family? But then the wall of water froze into a solid barrier of ice. "Now ice too?" Ethan clenched his teeth and brought his flaming sword down hard against the frozen shield. "Don't stand in my way." But the stranger's assault was only beginning. Green, vine-like currents of energy lashed out violently. Wind magic. The ice wall shattered in an instant, and Ethan staggered backward from the impact. In the chaos, the hooded figure teleported away with Stella. Ethan was left alone in the wrecked room, breathing heavily. Damn it, they got away. How many different kinds of magic did that man use to command that many elements? It's almost like, no, the great sage doesn't exist. He's just using tricks to hide his identity. A low growl rolled out of his chest as his eyes narrowed with rekindled obsession. So he's the one protecting Stella. How crafty. When they reappeared, they were already back in a room in the ducal estate. Stella was still trembling, but she looked up at the man who had saved her and said softly, "Thank you." Lucas pulled back his hood, his expression grave. "I had a feeling something like this might happen. I wanted to save you before you fell into his trap, but I was too late." He gently brushed aside a loose strand of hair by her face. "I'm sorry you had to go through that." A faint, tearful smile touched her lips. "It's all right. You saved me. You need a rest now," he said softly. "You must be exhausted." He turned to leave, but she reached out and caught his sleeve with her fingers. "What is it?" he asked. She lowered her head, her cheeks slightly pink. "Can I sleep with you?" His expression softened. "As you wish." Held securely in his arms, the terror of the night finally began to fade. "When I'm with Lucas, I feel safe. Here, I can forget the fear I felt when Ethan touched me." He pulled the blanket up over her and spoke in a low, gentle voice. "It's all right now. Rest easy and go to sleep." She gave a soft reply, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Her last thoughts were all about him. "He won't question me about my father or Ethan. I only wish I had met him sooner, under different circumstances. If that had happened, would I have been able to open my heart to him and tell him I love him?" At last, she drifted into peaceful sleep. Lucas watched her for a long time before closing his own eyes. When he opened them again, sunlight had already filled the room. It was morning. Stella was still fast asleep, her breathing light and even. A familiar heat began gathering inside him. Wait. We clearly did it so many times yesterday. What am I even thinking? I need to control myself, or I'll wear Stella out. But when I couldn't see her yesterday, I wanted her, and now that I can see her, I want her again. Stella stirred, her lashes fluttering as she opened her eyes. "You're already awake," she mumbled sleepily. He could no longer resist. He bent down and pressed his body tightly against hers. He was already hard. "Stella," he whispered hoarsely, "can I restore a little magic power? I used a lot healing my eyes and going to get you," he explained as he covered her body with his. "It disappears too quickly." Sigh. "I really do need to find a way to replenish it on my own. Though even if I do, I'll probably still want to touch you. Yes, if you don't help me, my body probably won't hold up either." He kissed her deeply, long and burning. "I'll look for another method later. For now, let's finish this first." His hand covered her breast, and she let out a soft breath against his lips. He was already hard and pressing against me. How can this man man be so insatiable? Just as the two of them were about to lose themselves completely, a voice came from the doorway, slicing through the air. Lucas. Both of them froze at once. It was the Duke, Lucas's father. The expression on his face was plainly disapproving. I know you're newlyweds, so I won't comment on matters between husband and wife. He sighed, the veins at his temples throbbing, but at least closed the door properly. Lucas and Stella turned so red, they looked ready to burst into flame. Did I not close the door last night? How long has he been listening? The Duke cleared his throat, ignoring their embarrassment. Sorry to interrupt, but Lucas, come to my room after you get dressed. We've received another report of a Volboya victim. Later that day, Stella was sitting in the garden with Lady Teresa. Thankfully, he was able to heal himself with the great sage's power, Stella explained. That's truly wonderful. Thank goodness you were there, Miss Stella. Teresa clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. The reason Lucas can use such astonishing power is because you're by his side. His power is your power, and that is the power of love. Stella nearly choked on her tea. Lady Teresa, I said this before too, but my marriage to Lucas is only a contract. Teresa merely tilted her head. But you like Lucas, don't you? Stella's heart lurched. She saw right through me, but I can't answer honestly. She hurriedly changed the subject. Actually, I ran away from home because I simply couldn't accept the marriage my parents arranged for me. After I ran away, Lucas saved me when I was being attacked by a magical beast. During this year, I'll help him find a way to restore his magic. When the contract ends, Lucas will give me enough money to live abroad. We're only together because of the contract. Teresa's cheerful expression dimmed slightly. You still want to live abroad, Miss Stella? Stella forced a bright smile. Yes, that is my wish. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Stella. She spun around and saw him standing there, his expression unreadable. Oh no, did he hear what we were saying? Stella, would you come back to the room with me for a moment? Her heart sank, but she still nodded. All right. Once they returned to the room, he spoke bluntly. I heard that yesterday, more magic nobles were attacked by Volboya. They lost their hearing, their sense of taste, and their sense of touch. At this rate, the damage will only continue to spread. He turned and looked at her, his gaze burning. So, will you help me restore enough magic power to become the great sage again? I knew this was how it would turn out. All right, she agreed. If Lucas defeats Volboya, Father's sight will be restored, so I don't work with him. Before long, they were back in bed, the familiar heat rising between them. Lately, this is all we've been doing. She sighed inwardly. I know it can't be helped, because he needs magic power. But the moment Lucas touches me, I'm already ready to let him inside. It's all his fault things turn out this way. Do you think it's getting a little dull, doing this all the time? He asked, sensing her mood. It's not that bad, he said thoughtfully. When you're not in the mood, the amount of magic I recover is smaller too. In that case, how about we play a game? A game. Let's pretend we're a real married couple. Whoever makes the other blush more wins. What do you think? He pretend? How? Before she could finish asking, he took her hand, brought it to his lips, and looked deeply into her eyes. I love you, he whispered softly, his voice sincere and brimming with affection. Her heart exploded in her chest. A huge surge of power flowed from her into him. Good. He exhaled lightly, a satisfied smile lifting his lips. That's it. I'm going to treat you like the wife I truly love, and make love to you while thinking that. Her mind went blank. That was only acting. I can't let him shake me. A brilliant idea flashed through her mind. Since it's a game, how about the winner gets to ask one thing of the loser? Sure. He agreed readily, confidence curling at his mouth. Are you sure about that? I'm quite confident in my acting. A game of pretending to be husband and wife. I never expected Lucas to suggest something like this. But if I use acting as an excuse to tell him how I really feel, can he still win? She met his gaze with a playful smile. Lucas, I love you too. I love you from the bottom of my heart. A shiver ran through his body. As expected, much stronger, hotter magic than usual was rising inside me. Even if this is only acting, her words have an enormous effect on me. Stella felt a thrill of victory. Though saying it herself was terribly embarrassing, it also made her a little happy. She leaned closer, her voice a tempting whisper. Hurry, Lucas. Give me more. Then she delivered the finishing blow. I want to carry your child. Silence. Complete silence. His whole body froze. Wait, did I get this wrong from the start? But the next second, he let out a low growl and seized her, his movements abruptly turning frantic and urgent. He kissed her, bit her, his blazing emotions boiling over completely. "You've really worked me up," he panted against her lips. He drew back slightly, crimson eyes blazing with a suffocating intensity. "Since that's what you want, I'll fuck you until you're convinced you'll end up carrying my child." Her eyes flew wide, her whole face turning scarlet. What? He's still acting right now, right? His voice was low as a beast's growl, carrying a primitive, unrestrained heat. He admitted it himself. She had truly aroused him beyond reason. The air turned thick and heavy, filled with the sound of their ragged breathing. Those burning eyes of his seemed ready to swallow her whole, and when he bent down close, the words he spoke branded themselves against her skin like scorching whispers. He vowed to possess her completely, until she was certain she would conceive his child. One hand pressed against his own chest, as if silently proving the storm raging inside him. A sharp, electric tremor struck her all at once, and her heart slammed against her ribs like a bird trapped in a cage. But a sliver of doubt still crossed his mind. This doesn't sound like acting. Or is it only my subconscious telling me what I most want to hear? Their violent emotions kept rising, like a frantic, desperate dance. "Here?" he asked, his voice dark and thick. She could only answer with broken moans, craving more. "Here?" he asked again, his fingers unerringly finding her most sensitive center. The world exploded at once into a symphony of sensation, pure and unclouded pleasure pouring down like a waterfall. At last they collapsed together, their bodies damp with sweat, their hearts pounding in the same rhythm. She called his name in a soft, breathless whisper. "Kiss me," she pleaded, and he truly did kiss her. It was a kiss both gentle and greedy. Again, she panted against his lips. "I want to make you feel good too," she confessed, with a boldness that surprised even herself. "You can do whatever you want me, Lucas." Lucas stiffened immediately, his eyes widening slightly as his heart skipped a beat. "I only said we were supposed to pretend to be husband and wife in the game." Even the back of his neck quietly flushed red. "But whenever you play my wife, the things you say are always so forceful." Her own face instantly turned crimson too, mortified almost beyond endurance. "What am I even thinking?" She pushed him away, overwhelmed with embarrassment. "It's rude to criticize someone else's acting," she stammered, desperately trying to regain her composure. "Idiot, you lost." But Lucas only let out a soft laugh and pulled her back into his arms. He told her not to be angry, that he would count this round as her win, so all they had to do was keep acting a little longer. Her eyes widened in surprise, and he had already adjusted her position again. "So deep. You don't play with both my breasts at the same time," she stammered, though her body arched helplessly toward his touch. He bent close, his warm breath brushing her ear, and asked in a low voice whether she thought she could do it one more time. He urged her to tell him how much she loved him while she climaxed. The words poured from her lips like a desperate, sincere confession. "I love you," she cried. "I love you, Lucas, I love you." Her declaration echoed through the room, and the final violent shudder swept through her whole body. He held her tightly, his arms like a harbor after a storm. "Stay by my side forever," he murmured, his voice carrying emotions too real, far too real to seem like mere acting. The next day, the world shifted abruptly from the soft intimacy of the bedroom to the harsh, merciless danger of Wycliffe Valley. The men murmured that they had never been here before and doubted whether Volboya was truly in this place. But another question hung in the air as well, a whisper quietly spreading through the group. "Lucas, when did your hair turn white?" "Wait, I thought he couldn't use magic anymore." Lucas ignored the stares and kept all his attention on the mission. But his father glanced at him, an unreadable emotion passing through his eyes. "Well?" his father asked, turning toward him. "It's here," Lucas confirmed, his voice low and steady. "I can feel its magic. It's farther ahead." His father's thoughts raced. The records said that the great sage Zeus Wilstein had an exceptionally keen sensitivity to magic. He looked at his son. Those crimson eyes were fixed firmly on the path ahead. It seemed Lucas possessed the same ability. He ordered them to keep moving and warned everyone to remain on guard. The party advanced deeper into the treacherous gorge. His father calculated his strategy in silence. I brought members of the family who can use dark magic in order to put an end to Volboya once and for all. But how much can he still fight? In the end, the person we need most is still Lucas. Suddenly, Lucas lifted a hand sharply, signaling the entire group to stop. Stop, he ordered. It's right ahead. The air crackled, filled with malicious purple energy. His father immediately took command, ordering Lucas to go first while the others covered him. But one of the men, his blonde hair standing out sharply against the gloomy surroundings, let out a scornful sneer. Cover him? How boring, he muttered. What can Lucas even do? He has no power at all. His grip tightened around his sword. Whoever kills Volboya will be rewarded by the king. Greed flashed in his eyes. If I can prove myself here, I might even inherit Count Bradrel's title. A twisted smile curled across his lips. In other words, this is a chance to change my life and make it better. Ignoring the commander's frantic shout to stop, he suddenly charged forward. Idiot, stop! He raised his sword, his voice ringing with arrogance. I'll deal with this, Vol. But before he could finish his triumphant shout, a horrifying giant beast burst out of the ground right in front of him. The man lurched backward in terror, all his earlier bravado evaporating instantly, leaving behind nothing but pure fear. A shockwave of dark energy rippled out from Volboya, striking him head-on and wringing a scream from him. Are you all right? In the chaos, Lucas's voice cut through, and at the same time a golden shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking the impact for that foolish man. The others were not so lucky. With a sickening ripping sound, Volboya charged into the group, unleashing a storm of blood and screams. The monster's growl echoed off the canyon walls, as if it were reveling in the slaughter. The Count gritted his teeth as dark magic coiled around his arm. Bringing more men only leads to greater casualties. He thought bitterly. Don't be afraid. Hurry and get. Before he could finish, he groaned and collapsed under the beast's blow. Father, are you hurt? Lucas shouted as he rushed to his side, but the old Duke shoved him away, his face set with steely resolve. What are you doing? I don't need healing. Go after Volboya. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Stella stared out the window, the knot of unease in her stomach tightening more and more. Wycliffe Valley. It isn't that far away, but no one knows what might happen there. Tracy tried to comfort her, insisting that Lucas would definitely be all right. Yes, Stella answered, but her thoughts slowly drifted elsewhere. He said his magic power was recovering quickly today. Could it be because we played that game where we pretended to be a real married couple? The memory of him holding her and softly promising that he would stay by her side forever made her cheeks warm faintly. It really was a happy time, even if it was all just an act. A slight smile rose to her lips. Since I won, what should I ask him for? But a sharp scream suddenly tore through the quiet afternoon, shattering both the stillness and her daydreams. Was that Lady Tracy's voice? The sound had come from the back garden. Stella rushed out of the room almost without thinking. But what greeted her was a scene like a nightmare made real. In the middle of the neatly trimmed garden stood the terrifying Volboya, baring its fangs. It had driven the panic-stricken Tracy and another servant into a corner. Volboya? Why is it here? Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. What happened on Lucas's side? The ever-loyal butler Hank stood between them and the monster, shouting for her to run, but Stella could not move. No, I have to draw Volboya toward me. That way Lady Tracy and the others will have a chance to escape. I'll use that power to shove it away. She thrust both hands forward, trying to summon the force she herself barely understood, but nothing happened. It's no use. Volboya leapt, claws spread wide. My lady, Hank shouted as he threw himself in front of her. A spray of blood burst into the air as the monster's claws ripped across his back. Hank, she whispered in horror, catching him as he collapsed. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief as she stared at the man who had always protected her like a pillar. Countless memories came flooding back, his gentle smile, his unwavering support, and a primal fury, cold and terrifying, ignited inside her with a roar. How dare you do this to Hank? The ground trembled, and thick golden veins as large as tree trunks burst violently from beneath the earth, wrapping around her and the fallen butler in a protective embrace. Tracy stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. What is that power? Only men from magic noble families are supposed to be able to use magic. Just then, a deep violet vortex of energy spun into existence out of thin air, and Lucas appeared. His white hair stood in stark contrast to the chaos around him. "Stella," he shouted, his eyes locking onto the unbelievable scene before him. "Lucas!" Tracy cried as she rushed to his side. "What happened?" he demanded sharply. Tracy quickly explained how the magical beast had appeared, how Hank had protected Stella, and then, "Miss Stella." Lucas's gaze snapped back to the golden ticket, his voice taut with worry. "Hank." The vines wrapped around Stella pulsed with uncontrollable energy, growing more violent by the second. "She can't control her power," Tracy shouted. "Stella, stop." But it was useless. "It seems she can't hear us," Lucas said grimly. "Something is wrong with her state. I have to stop her." He told Tracy to stay where she was and carefully walked toward the center of the golden storm. "Stella," he called softly, his voice like a calm anchor in the raging storm. He reached out and gently covered her hand with his own. "That's enough. It's all right now." He pulled her into his arms, and his presence seemed like a soothing remedy for her runaway power. "Lucas," she murmured, and as her awareness gradually returned, her eyes slowly cleared. "Good. You know who I am." Her gaze fell on the Volboya, which had collapsed on the ground, bleeding heavily and barely managing to stay upright. "How did it get hurt this badly?" "When did? You don't remember?" Lucas asked, his expression grave. Before she could answer, the magical beast let out one last furious roar. Lucas stepped in front of her, and his own magic surged explosively as a massive, intricate magic circle appeared in the air. "We've finally caught it," he declared, his voice brimming with power. "You won't escape again." The magic circle pulsed, and phantom chains shot out, binding the struggling monster. "It ends here." Lucas raised a hand, his eyes shining with an otherworldly light. "Return the senses you stole from everyone," he commanded, his voice resonating with the force of divine judgment, "and go back into the distant darkness." Ethan Elliott jolted upright in bed, a violent stab of pain suddenly exploding in his chest. "W fuck is this?" Gasping, he staggered toward the mirror. His reflection stared back at him. His upper body was covered in horrific, bloody wounds exactly like those on the Volboya. A mass of black shadow gathered behind him, and the voice that came from it was a low, skin-crawling hiss. "Foolish mortal, you are the one who summoned me. Those are the fatal wounds I suffered. I will carve them into your body as proof that you summoned me. Be proud of it." Ethan's face turned deathly pale with fear. "Wait," he forced out with difficulty. Clutching his chest, he cried, "You never told me I'd be cursed." But the shadow simply dissolved, leaving him alone with the fresh scars that would never disappear. "Damn it," he screamed, desperately clawing at his skin, but the wounds did not fade in the slightest. "So they really won't go away. Who on earth defeated the Volboya?" After they returned to the mansion, a fragile peace finally settled over the place. Stella anxiously asked about Hank's condition. "He's all right," Lucas reassured her as soft healing magic enveloped the unconscious butler. "I got there in time." Stella and Tracy both let out sighs of relief. Lucas had Hank carried back to his room, but as the adrenaline gradually wore off, a deep exhaustion came crashing in after it. "I have so much magic, and yet now I'm nearly drain dry." As he thought that, a familiar yet disturbing craving began to churn inside him. "I want more magic." His heart began pounding with restless intensity. "Lucas!" A voice called out. He sucked in a sharp breath, startled to find that his father was somehow already standing behind him. His father patted him on the shoulder and said they should immediately report to the king that the Volboya had been defeated. But Lucas shook his head and asked his father to go alone. "You look terrible," his father said. "Did you use too much magic?" "Maybe," Lucas admitted, his gaze drifting. His father nodded in understanding and agreed to go by himself, since the king had to be informed as quickly as possible. "Thank you," Lucas murmured as he watched his father leave. Stella approached him, her face full of concern. "Are you all right?" The sight of her, beautiful and worried, sent a violent jolt through him again, and his heart hammered in his chest. "This is strange," he thought in confusion. "Why at a time like this do I still want her so badly?" He forcibly suppressed the feeling and instead asked about how she had manipulated the plants to attack the Volboya. Stella honestly told him that after Hank collapsed, she remembered nothing at all and had no idea what that strange power was. She asked if they could talk somewhere else. Once inside, the two of them sat facing each other with a heavy tension hanging in the air. Lucas admitted that her power was unusual and said thoughtfully that since she could restore his magic, it was not strange that she possessed a special power of her own. But you can't control it, he said, his eyes intent. I think we need to investigate exactly what it is. But even as he spoke, the craving came rushing back with even greater force. A violent pounding burst through his chest, nearly stealing his breath and turning his thoughts into a storm of chaos. Something is definitely wrong. I want to press Stella down and take her. I want to mark her with proof that she belongs to me. He reached out toward her, his reason on the verge of snapping. Lucas! She shuddered at the look in his eyes. The next second, a sharp slap rang through the room. He had viciously smacked his own hand away, his face twisting with self-loathing. I'm sorry, he said through clenched teeth, abruptly rising to his feet. Please let me be alone for a while. He turned and fled the room, leaving a bewildered Stella behind. Huh? Wait. She hurried after him and caught up with him outside, where he was leaning against the closed door. Lucas, you don't look all right at all, she insisted. What's wrong? He shut his eyes tightly, his voice strained. My magic is exhausted. My body is craving more. Then why don't we restore some more for you? She suggested in confusion. This feeling isn't normal, he explained, still with his back to her. I think it may be because this time you restored more magic than ever before. But if we do it again, I don't know what I'll become. Stella's eyes widened in sudden understanding. His body was craving more magic, and that was why he had developed that kind of desire. A strong determination suddenly filled her heart. In that case, I should help him even more. After all, I'm the only one who can. She reached out her slender hand and gently took his. You can do whatever you want of me, she said softly but firmly. He jolted as if burned. You don't understand at all, he said hoarsely. I do, she insisted. He spun around and gripped her shoulders, his eyes churning with painful, desperate conflict. So even if I completely lose control and fuck you hard like some beast, you won't care? She saw the torment in his eyes. If he could say something like that aloud, then he really was deeply affected. But he looked so miserable. I can't just leave him like this. Without backing down in the slightest, she met his panicked gaze, her resolve only growing stronger. If that will calm you down, she said clearly, then do it. He gritted his teeth, his knuckles whitening as he fought to suppress the overpowering impulse. I can't, he finally forced out with difficulty, turning away. I don't want you to hate me. Her breath caught. This wasn't because of the contract, nor was it because he wanted to drag her into bed by force. It was something simpler than that, and far deeper. He doesn't want me to hate him. The gentleness he shows me isn't the kind one would show a contract wife. This is bad. If only I could just tell him how I feel. She drew a deep breath, stepped forward, and wrapped her arms around him from behind. I won't hate you, she whispered against his back. Even if you're a little rough, I still won't. I can't stop now, and I don't want to stop. After saying so much in that game earlier, my mouth doesn't feel so restrained anymore. She buried her face in his shoulder, and all the feelings she had suppressed for so long came pouring out at once. I love you, more than you can imagine. Lucas froze, every muscle in his body going rigid. Is this an extension of that game from earlier? He asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper. No, she answered, her voice muffled in his coat. From the moment I won, everything I said was sincere. He slowly turned around, his eyes wide with disbelief. At a time like this, how can you say something like that? I know, she said, meeting his gaze. Sorry, the timing is terrible. I just wanted you to know that you're my weakness. Because I'm drawn to you, you don't need to hold back at all. He bit down hard and covered his mouth with his hand, as though trying to stop the feelings inside him from bursting out all at once. Don't need to give him one last push? She wondered, a faint smile rising to her lips. All right, since I won the game earlier, I get to make one request. She raised her hand and gently caressed his cheek. Please let me claim that request. She leaned in, her lips brushing the corner of his as she whispered what she wanted. I want you to love me the way you want. The scene then dissolved into a warm bath lit by flickering candlelight and veiled in steam. Their voices echoed through the tiled room, woven together into a symphony of gasps and moans. He pinned her against the wall, his touch urgent and possessive. Don't hold back, she panted, her fingers tangling in his wet hair. Your fingers, she cried out as he found that sensitive spot, each touch sending wave after wave of pleasure crashing over her until she was nearly drowning in it. I want you mad with desire for me, he growled against her neck. Even though I already came once, when Lucas thrust deep again. The waves of pleasure still kept washing over me. She thought hazily, "I'm so dizzy." He bit down on her shoulder, leaving a vivid possessive mark that made her suck in a breath. "So dangerous. I almost passed out just now." She thought breathlessly. "You're so wet, so hot it feels like you'll melt me," he murmured, his voice thick with lust. "Even when I'm like this, your sweet little body still accepts me. That's because I love." Her words were completely swallowed by another surge of overwhelming pleasure. "How much higher are you going to drive my desire?" he demanded in a low voice. Now I finally know how much Lucas used to suppress himself. But being wanted by him this desperately isn't bad at all. She admitted it quietly to herself. "I once told Miss Tracy that I wanted to live abroad, but that was only me lying to myself. The truth is, I don't want to live alone anymore. If I can, I want to stay by Lucas's side." She noticed the change in his movements. They had become gentler and more solemn too. As he calmed down a little, he pulled her tightly into his arms as the water rippled softly around them. "I bathed with you before too," he said quietly, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Thinking back on how I had to desperately restrain myself then makes me nostalgic." He kissed her, a deep lingering kiss full of words left unsaid. "Did you want to do this even back then?" she asked, breathing unevenly. What man could see such a beautiful sight and not be affected at all? "You're far too captivating. You cured my hidden problem. If I hadn't been impotent back then, I might have taken you that very night." That confession sent another tingling thrill through her, and the passionate night continued. Later, the two of them lay in bed wrapped in soft bedding. The storm at last subsided. "Thank you," he said quietly, his voice full of gratitude. "I've recovered a lot of magic, so that extreme impulse has eased too." "That's good," she said with a sigh of relief, a sincere smile appearing on her face. He apologized for everything he had done to her earlier. Gentle magical light appeared in his hand as he moved to erase the marks their lovemaking had left on her skin, but she lifted a hand to stop him. Her hand covered his. "Don't erase them. Leave them. Won't those marks trouble you?" he asked in surprise. No, her eyes shone brightly. "They're proof that the person I love desired me." His breath caught, and his heart began beating fast and hard inside his chest. "You really love me?" he asked, his voice trembling. She looked away, a shy, faint smile on her lips. "I won't ask you to return my confession, but..." Yet Lucas had already sunk into his own realization. I always believed she didn't love me. I never realized how she felt. Only now did he finally understand. The reason my magic recovered faster wasn't because we pretended to love each other. It improved because we really are in love. "Stella, listen to me," he said urgently. "The me in that game earlier wasn't acting either. Every word I said back then was true. But didn't you say I only had to be Stella?" she reminded him in confusion. "Yes," he admitted, a faint flush rising to his neck. "I originally thought that if I didn't know your true identity, it would be easier for us to continue this contract marriage. But if you love me, then it's different." He took her hand, and a new, unwavering resolve ignited in his eyes. "No matter what obstacles we face in the future, I'll do whatever it takes to make you my wife officially. So please stay by my side, all right? From now on, forever." Tears welled in her eyes and slipped down her cheeks. She looked at him, her heart so full it felt ready to burst. "I want to be with you," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. Then, his voice was low and steady, like a promise reaching straight into her soul. "Let's make a new contract, Stella Norris." His broad, powerful hands gently enclosed hers, and warmth spread from her fingertips, driving away her last trace of unease. This was no longer a contract made for convenience. No, it was deeper than that. His voice dropped even lower, overflowing with a sincerity so intense it ached. "A contract for the future we both desire." He leaned closer, resting his forehead against hers, his dark hair brushing softly against her cheek. More tears rose in her eyes, blurring his handsome face and his softened outlines. "This is real. All of this is really happening. The term of the contract will be every day we live together." Every word was a vow, like an unbreakable chain of loyalty wrapped tightly around her. "I will protect you, and I will love only you for the rest of my life." At last, a tear slid slowly down her cheek. Could she really believe this? Could this happiness truly belong to her? As if he had heard her silent prayer, she finally found her voice, a soft whisper carrying all the love she had kept buried for so long. Then His hand came up to her face, his thumb gently wiping away her tears. I will keep filling you with love and magic. As that final promise fell, their lips met. This was not a kiss born of desperation or desire, but one born from understanding deep within their souls. It was the mark of their new beginning. When they parted slightly, her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, like a breath brushing his lips. I accept your contract, Lucas Bradrel. She leaned forward again and deepened the kiss, pouring all her hope, past pain, and dreams for the future into that single touch. Let's become a real married couple. His answer was only one simple, perfect word, echoing clearly in the silent room. Yes. It felt as though the whole world melted away. He lowered her onto the soft sheets, and the bed gave a faint creak. His lips never left her, trailing from her jaw to her neck, each kiss setting her skin alight. In a husky voice beside her ear, he asked as if seeking her permission, "Stella, may I continue?" Her answer was a breathless, a complete surrender to the beautiful future they had just promised each other. There was no hesitation, only a dizzying feeling. She belonged wholly to him. When they truly joined together, a soft moan spilled from her lips. A happiness she had never experienced before swept over her, a pure joy without a single trace of impurity, as though it wiped away every wound from her past. I've never felt anything like this before. She thought hazily through the pleasure, her fingers tangling in his dark hair and pulling him closer. I'm so glad I returned to the past and met Lucas. Every bit of pain I endured before, every tear I shed, was worth it for this moment to be in his arms. He looked down at her, emotions surging in his eyes, and then confessed something so vulnerable it nearly broke her heart, though in the best possible way. But without you, I wouldn't have the magic to protect you. His voice carried self-reproach. When I think about that, I feel useless. But she saw nothing useless in him. What she saw was the hero who had saved her, the man willing to bare his soul to her without holding anything back. She gave him a sincere, radiant smile. I don't think so. He stroked her cheek, his red eyes gleaming with a breathtakingly intense light. I'm glad I can be of use to you. Her words were like medicine, soothing his soul. Someday, you'll be able to use the great sage's power to restore your magic on your own. He bent down, his lips brushing lightly over hers. Until then, whenever you want, I'll help you recover as much as I can. He let out a low laugh, the sound rumbling in his chest. If you keep saying things that sound this seductive, I won't be able to stop. As their bodies moved together once more, she drew in a soft breath. It was a perfect rhythm woven from love and magic. I want to know everything about you. Me too, he panted, his voice rough with desire. I want to hear you tell me everything about yourself. He thrust into her again, one powerful stroke drawing a cry from her lips. From your childhood up until before we met. I want to hear it all. His lips covered hers again in a heated, searching kiss mixed with heavy breaths. She barely managed to answer between her ragged breathing. I don't mind, but he pulled back slightly, concern appearing on his face. Sorry, he murmured, his hot breath brushing her skin. Let's talk after we're done. The dream came again. A stretch of vivid green, an ethereal light opened before her eyes. She was standing in a familiar forest that felt somehow removed from the mortal world, and the air hummed with ancient power. This dream again, but this time she was not alone. "Lucas," she called out, and the moment she saw him standing beside a giant, mysterious ancient tree, a wave of relief washed over her. He turned around, looking thoughtful. "I've been investigating the whereabouts of this tree, but I still haven't found anything." Frustration tinged his voice. "I've been wondering whether it still exists in this world." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared before them. Lucas almost instinctively pulled her into his arms, shielding her from it. A figure emerged from the radiance, wrapped in pure white light, its face obscured by a sacred glow. A voice that belonged to neither man nor woman echoed through the dream. "This tree does indeed exist." The figure seemed to see straight through them, and its tone carried the force of a command. "Go and seek it. Then you'll find the answers to all your questions." Then, just as abruptly as it had appeared, the light and the figure vanished together, leaving only those words lingering in the air. Stella's lashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Morning light filled the room. Lucas was already awake, sitting beside her with a gentle smile and offering her a glass of water. "Good morning," he said softly. "Did you sleep well?" She sat up and pulled the sheet to her chest. Is it morning already? As she took the glass from him, the aftertaste of the dream resurfaced. Thank you. I dreamed of that beautiful tree again. A strange premonition skimmed across her skin. Someone told me to go find it. Lucas's eyes widened in shock. Me too. He breathed the words out in a low voice. Stella stared at him, her heart beginning to pound. You had the same dream too? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Do you think our dreams are connected? He nodded, looking just as shocked as she was. We even talked to each other in the dream. Suddenly, his whole body went rigid as one part of the dream came back to him with startling clarity. Stella sucked in a breath too, struck by the same memory. The voice that had echoed through the dream, full of despair and love. I will cherish you forever, so stay by my side. Her face instantly flushed bright red. Were we connected even back then? Lucas cleared his throat, a faint blush rising to his own cheeks as he tried to compose himself. Ahem. Haven't they said the great sage's soul is enshrined there? He looked out the window, deep in thought. I'm wondering if that message came from him. The great sage, the source of his power. He said all the answers to our questions are there. Possibilities raced through Stella's mind. Right? Maybe we can figure out how to restore my magic and learn more about your mysterious power too. They had to find that place. We need to gather more information about Haven. But Lucas's attention had already drifted elsewhere. He bent down and gently kissed her lips. Lucas, she murmured softly against his mouth. He pulled her closer, his hands slowly sliding down her back. I thought you didn't want to restore too much magic all at once, she teased, though her body had already responded to his touch. He buried his face in her neck and rubbed against her, his voice husky like the growl of a beast. It's not because I want to replenish my magic. He held her tightly and buried his face in her hair. It's because you're too adorable, and I want to touch you. Her cheeks burned at those words, and when he kissed her again, she melted completely. It was a deep, passionate kiss. Ah, wait, she gasped, but her protest was quickly swallowed up as he lowered her down. Their bodies tangled together once more, like they were dancing a dance made of love and magic. Meanwhile, the ripples stirred up by Lucas's heroic deed were spreading. The whole kingdom was talking about it. His father, Duke Bradrel, knelt before the king and reported that Volboya had been completely annihilated. The king was overjoyed, and Lucas's reputation soared because of it. When they returned to the manor, the duke's face was radiant with pride. His Majesty was very pleased and said he intends to reward you. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Thanks to you, we avoided a tragedy like the one 80 years ago. His voice rose with emotion. I'm truly proud to have an heir like you. Lucas could only say a simple thank you, but his heart was full. The news spread through the streets and towns like wildfire. I heard he defeated Volboya all by himself. People whispered in awe. The old rumors that he couldn't use magic were utterly crushed. Posters bearing his portrait were put up and spread everywhere. Lord Lucas is amazing, people in town cheered. It's not surprising at all. After all, he wiped out those magical beasts that attacked the village with ease too. The shopkeepers smiled as well, remembering his kindness and quiet strength. I always knew he'd do something remarkable someday. I never imagined he'd been hiding such overwhelming power. Even the nobles who had once looked down on him were now singing his praises. But not everyone was celebrating. In a luxurious room, a fist smashed down on one of those posters, crumpling Lucas's smiling face into a wrinkled mess. Damn it! Ethan ground out through clenched teeth, his knuckles white with rage, his face filled with undisguised pure atred. Just as Lucas was receiving endless praise, the banquet the king had previously postponed was finally announced, now transformed into a grand celebration of Volboya's defeat. At last, the night of the banquet arrived, dazzling in its splendor. Lucas stood beside Stella, holding her hand tightly. Tonight, everything would change. The day has finally come, he said, his voice low and steady. Yes, she answered, her heart pounding painfully fast in her chest. His gaze never left the doors of the grand banquet hall. When I heard the king would reward me at the banquet, I knew it was the best chance to free you from your former fiancé. He squeezed her hand. Today, I will ask the king to approve my marriage to Stella. They stood side by side before the doors like comrades on the same battlefield. Stella looked up at his resolute profile and her own determination only grew stronger. If the king approves, Ethan will have no choice but to give me up. She thought this to herself, silently clasping her hands in prayer. Please, let everything go smoothly. As if sensing her unease, Lucas bent down and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. Lucas, she stammered, her cheeks flushing red as she hurriedly looked around. He only smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. When we get home, will you tell me more about your childhood? He whispered softly, his warm breath brushing her ear. His attempt to calm her nerves worked. She answered him with a sincere and heartfelt smile. All right, he's trying to help me relax. Realizing that, her chest swelled with love. As they waited for the doors to open, a profound thought suddenly came to her. Lately, I've started to feel that the reason I returned to the past was to meet Lucas. I won't run away anymore. They stepped into the magnificent banquet hall, and their strikingly beautiful presence together drew every eye. I'm ready to fight. The doors opened with a loud click, and the moment they entered, a pair of cold eyes locked onto them from the far side of the room. Ethan froze where he stood. That gaze struck like a physical blow, a hateful stare laden with violence. Lucas Bradrel. He cursed viciously in his heart as he stared at the hand Lucas was using to hold Stella's. Blazing fury nearly consumed him whole. Why are you with my fiancé? Ethan strode toward them, his face as dark as the sky before storm. Lucas Bradrel, he roared, venom dripping from his voice. He stopped in front of them, the oppressive force rolling off him, casting a shadow over the festive atmosphere. Why are you with my fiancé? The accusation hung in the air and immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guests. Stella's parents, standing nearby, gasped in shock. Dear, your hair. It's Stella, her mother cried out, instantly covering her mouth with her hand. Lucas lowered his gaze to the furious man before him, his eyes cold as ice. Ethan narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice so only Lucas could hear. Were you the one who stole her out of my room? He sneered. I knew the one who defeated Volboya had been hiding Stella all this time. A cruel fire burned in his eyes. I was planning to teach him a proper lesson today. He turned to Stella, his expression dark and possessive. But what is he thinking bringing Stella here? Stella Norris is my fiancée. He stretched out a hand toward her, a contemptuous smile on his face. If you didn't know before, I can overlook it. He tried to pull her away from Lucas. But now, give her back to me. Lucas's hand shot out and blocked Ethan's arm. His voice dropped into a dangerous low tone. Do you think engagement accepted by only one side gives you the right to touch her? Ethan staggered back half a step as if struck. What? He stammered, his face twisting in disbelief. Just as the situation was about to spiral completely out of control, a resonant voice cut through the tension. Silence. The crowd immediately parted, and an imposing figure approached. His Majesty has arrived. King Zara Draglai's VIII ascended the throne, and his very presence was enough to silence the hall and fill it with awe. His gaze swept over everyone before settling on Lucas. Lucas Bradrel stepped forward. The king's expression was stern, though a trace of approval hid in his eyes. Your defeat of Volboya was impressive. Lucas dropped to one knee and respectfully bowed his head. There were very few casualties among the villagers, and those who had lost their minds have all recovered. The courtiers murmured in agreement, their eyes full of admiration as they looked at him. Your exceptional command of magic saved our kingdom from disaster. I thank you for your courage and for your achievements. The king lifted a hand, signaling for him to rise. I will reward you for your heroic deed. What is it that you desire? This was the moment. Lucas drew a deep breath and met the king's eyes without flinching. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ethan's smug face. Thank you, your majesty. I wish to receive your permission to marry Stella Norris. The entire hall erupted into shock and whispers. Isn't the Norris family's daughter engaged to the son of Marquis Elliot? Stella's parents went pale. He's trying to take the Elliot family's fiancé away. Another noble whispered in astonishment. So that rumor was true? Lady Stella ran away from home right after the engagement was arranged. Ethan's face was twisted with rage. His teeth clenched so hard his jaw ached. Damn it, summoning Volboya only gave him a chance to make a name for himself instead. The king remained silent for a long time, his expression unreadable. At last he spoke, calm and decisive. I had intended to grant you a tangible reward, so I cannot grant that wish. Stella's heart sank. However, I can give you any item you desire, the king continued, a strange light flickering in his eyes. In addition, I will grant you engagement to my daughter, Fantine. A beautiful, silver-haired woman stepped forward, calm and dignified. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Lucas and Stella stared in disbelief. A smug, vicious smile slowly spread across Ethan's face. Even the heavens are on my side. He understood this political game better than anyone. To marry a princess of the royal family was a tremendous honor, and no one had ever refused such an offer. And if Lucas refused, it would be an insult to the king and the princess. Lucas had been driven into a corner. He opened his mouth, but not a word came out. The smile on Ethan's face grew even more savage. The king leaned forward slightly, his voice taking on a cold sharpness. What is it? Are you dissatisfied with my daughter? The unspoken threat behind those words pressed heavily into the air. Stella felt chilled to the bone. At this rate, Lucas would not only lose his reward, he might even be punished for offending his majesty. Just as Lucas was about to speak, another figure stepped forward. Lucas! It was his father, the Duke. As his father, please allow me to answer in his place. The Duke bowed deeply to the king. We will give your proposal careful consideration, so may I ask that you grant us some time to think? Father, Lucas bit out in a low voice, but the Duke shot him a warning look. You are standing before his majesty. Lucas clenched his jaw and had no choice but to force himself into silence as his father led him away from the foot of the throne. Afterward, the Duke found Stella in the crowd, his expression grave. I understand your situation, but things are unlikely to develop in your favor. He allowed a heavy sigh. I'm truly sorry for keeping this from you. He glanced toward Lucas, who is currently being held up by the princess. Still, no matter what happens, Lucas needs you. That will not change. I will do everything I can. So for now, please endure this. His voice dropped lower. I want to tell the king about the flaw in Lucas's power, but there are too many people here, and a flaw is a weakness. I'll go speak with the Duke. Stella nodded, understanding just how delicate the political maneuvering they had been dragged into was. All right, that is true. As she thought that, she watched Lucas and the princess from a distance. The fact that Lucas can't restore his magic without me really isn't something that can be mentioned in front of others. A familiar, sickeningly sweet voice slid into her ear. I wanted to talk to your parents, but I don't see them anywhere. A young noblewoman said this, then widened her eyes as if suddenly remembering something. But now that you mention it, Ethan appeared beside her, his arm wrapping around her waist like a snake. He leaned in close enough for his breath to disgust her. Stella, did that man throw you aside the moment he learned he could marry the princess? His words were like poison, deliberately meant to hurt her and shake her resolve. Ethan, she called in a low voice, trying to pull away. He tilted his chin toward Lucas and the princess. Don't they look like they're having a wonderful conversation? The hero and the princess. Aren't they a perfect match? A sharp pain stabbed through her chest. Please stop. One of Stella's friends tried to step in, but Ethan's father, the Marquis, blocked her way. Silence. The king has ordered my son to accompany her ladyship for the rest of the banquet. His voice was icy. I'm speaking with Stella. A dark, possessive light flashed in Ethan's eyes as he grabbed Stella's arm and dragged her away from her friends. Stella, someone cried out, but Ethan was already dragging her through the crowd. Lucas saw the commotion at once, and his gaze immediately turned cold as he watched Ethan pull Stella away. Stella, he was about to step forward, but the princess moved in front of him. Please wait, she said softly but firmly. Your actions could ruin your family's reputation. Her eyes were meaningful, a silent warning. Please proceed carefully. Lucas stopped, grinding his teeth. She was right. His thoughts raced. To protect Stella, I need to preserve my standing in society. Duty and emotion tore at him, leaving him unable to move. What should I do? Meanwhile, Ethan tightened his grip on Stella's hand until she winced in pain. Now you understand, don't you? I'm the only one suited for you. He sneered. I'll let go of me, she cried out. Be good and come back to me. Suddenly, another hand seized Ethan's wrist and forcibly pried his fingers off Stella's arm. Stop. The voice was commanding. It was her brother, Fred. Bonus scene. On the night before the banquet, their clothes were strewn across the bed. Stella, one more time, Lucas pleaded. Stella, red-faced and exhausted, shook her head. I can't. We've already done it twice. I still haven't loved you enough. He kissed her fervently. Didn't you say that because it would put too much strain on me, you couldn't restore too much magic at once? She mumbled against his lips. That's true, he admitted, pulling back slightly with a disappointed, aggrieved expression. So cute, she thought, completely unable to resist his charm. But at that moment, inspiration struck him. The two of them sat up together and suddenly turned into adorable chibi versions of themselves. What's going on? She asked in confusion. Lucas puffed out his chest, looking absurdly proud. If I keep using magic while replenishing it at the same time, I won't accidentally absorb too much. He announced it triumphantly, bright light shining all around him. Hey, it's too bright in here, Wah! Stella cried, covering her eyes. He pounced on her, pinning her tiny hands above her head. Don't press on my hands, wait. It was as if countless hearts were floating through the room as the two of them rolled around together once more. Back at the banquet, Fred's hand clamped around Ethan's wrist like an iron vice. Let go. Ethan snarled, trying to shake him off. Fred, her handsome, fiercely protective brother, stood between them like a shield. Fred, Stella called softly, her eyes wide. He did not even glance at her. His gaze remained fixed on Ethan with cold fury. What exactly are you trying to do? He asked in a dangerously low voice. Ethan sneered right back. Let her go. Don't you understand why Stella ran away from home? I won't allow you to keep harassing her. Ethan narrowed his eyes. You want to fight? At that moment, one of Fred's friends hurried forward to smooth things over. Rumors about both of you have already spread. If you cause a scene here, I guarantee the one whose reputation will be damaged is you. Ethan curled his lip into a mocking smile, but he still released Stella's arm. Whatever. I know where she is now, so I'll let you borrow her for the moment. He cast Fred a dark look before turning away. Don't think you can escape. Stella shivered involuntarily as she watched him leave. Fred sighed, then turned to his sister with a gentle smile. Thank you, Fred. Can we talk? He took her to a quiet greenhouse, far from the eyes of the court. We haven't seen each other since the masked ball, he said with a meaningful smile. Stella's mouth fell open in shock. What? He chuckled. We've known each other too long. There were a few things that made me realize that even in disguise, that person was you. Afterward, I secretly used water magic to undo the spell on one strand of your hair, just to confirm my suspicion. Stella stared at him blankly, stunned. If you realized it that long ago, why didn't you say anything? Fred's expression turned serious. Because I knew you didn't like Ethan. He looked away, regret flickering in his eyes. I stood by and did nothing because I thought marriage was simply something decided by two families. Of course, I don't think that's any kind of excuse. He looked back at her, his gaze softening. And if I thought you couldn't endure it alone, I would have brought you home long ago. But you weren't alone. He recalled seeing her at the ball with another masked man at her side. He pushed open the door to a private sitting room where their parents were waiting anxiously inside. Mother, father, Stella called softly. No one should disturb you here, Fred said, giving her an encouraging nod. I see. Fred brought me here so I could talk properly with mother and father. Her mother rushed over and wrapped her in a tight embrace. Stella, where on earth have you been all this time? I was worried sick. Her father gently placed a hand on his wife's shoulder, signaling for her to calm down. Calm down. Let her speak first. He turned to Stella, his expression serious. First, can you explain what kind of relationship you have with the son of Count Bradrel's family? Stella took a deep breath. All right, our strategy to get the king's approval for our marriage has failed, but I can't run anymore, and I can't hide anymore. I can't reveal Lucas's secret, but I have to make them understand that we truly love each other. After she finished explaining, her mother was stunned. You fell in love after running away from home? Do you think that's enough to break off your engagement to Ethan? Her voice rose in panic. Come home at once and stop defying the Marquis's family. She turned to her husband. Dear, say something too. The Marquis remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on his daughter. Stella, he finally said, that potion, did he make it? Stella met his eyes, clearly not expecting that question. Yes, he made it. What are you talking about? Her mother asked in confusion. Her father ignored his wife, his attention completely focused on Stella. Until you marry Lucas, you have no intention of coming back, do you? That's right. I do not intend to come back, she confirmed calmly and firmly. If he's forced to marry the princess, what will you do? His question was meant to test Stella's resolve. Stella did not waver in the slightest. He needs me, and I haven't given up. Her father looked at her, truly looked at her, as if for the first time. What he saw was no longer a defiant child, but a strong-willed woman. So he really had listened, Stella thought in surprise. He neither agreed nor objected. Earlier, he had said their family had no choice but to accept it, and he had not even wanted to hear what she had to say. But now, he was seriously thinking it over. A tiny spark of hope began to stir in her chest. After they returned to the ballroom, Fred approached her. "What is it?" she asked. He looked at her with an unreadable expression. "If it were me, I would." Before he could finish, Lucas appeared out of nowhere and caught her hand. "Lucas, where's the princess?" He smiled, and a look of relief flashed across his face. "She gave me a little time, so I could come talk to you." Stella turned to her brother, Fred. "I need to speak with Lucas." Fred merely nodded. "All right." Together, they stepped out into the cool night air of the palace garden. "I'm sorry I couldn't help you back there," Lucas said, guilt in his voice. "You were with the princess. There is nothing you could do," she reassured him. Then he asked, with a trace of jealousy, "Why were you with that man just now?" "He helped me speak to my parents," she explained. "I told them I want to marry you." "How did they react?" he asked, slowing his steps. "My mother opposed it. I don't think my father knows how to react yet." "I see," he said softly. "More importantly, what are we going to do about the princess?" His expression darkened. "Actually, the king ordered me to stay in the royal palace starting tonight." Stella's heart dropped. "What?" "I can't refuse his invitation. But isn't all bad?" He turned to face her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "While I'm here, I'll tell him I can't use magic without you. I'm sure that will make him call off the marriage." He pulled her into his arms. "My father promised he would protect you while I'm gone." He held her tightly, as if trying to memorize the feel of her in his embrace. He drew back slightly and gently stroked her cheek. "Will you wait for me?" Her answer was immediate and firm. "I will, Lucas," she whispered, her gaze dropping to his lips. "Kiss me." He needed no further encouragement and bent to kiss her deeply. It was a burning, profound kiss, like a vow made in desperation. Under the starlit sky, his arms circled her waist and pulled her tightly against him. "Just thinking about how we won't see each other for a while makes it hard to let you go," he murmured against her lips. Then his mouth moved from the corner of her lips to the side of her neck, and when he began kissing that sensitive skin, her whole body shuddered. She gently pushed him away, her face burning red. "Hey, don't leave any marks." He only laughed, took her hand, and brought it to his lips, teasingly licking her palm with a low growl. "Ah," she gasped as a tingling shock rushed up her arm. Her eyes widened and her cheeks turned hot. He leaned closer and whispered in a husky voice that sent a shiver down her spine. "When I come back from the palace, I might just devour you completely." Then, for one last time, he pulled her fiercely into his arms. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. "I'll do my best to be ready." From the shadows of the balcony, the princess watched them with her arms crossed, her expression cold and calculating. "How ridiculous," she muttered under her breath. As Lucas held Stella, resolve flashed in her eyes. "Before you marry me, I won't let you leave." The princess narrowed her eyes and made a silent vow. "It's a promise." The golden carriage waited quietly beneath the pale moonlight, like a magnificent, silent beast. Count Bradrel helped Stella into the carriage. Fred's voice cut through the cool night air. He asked whether she had managed to speak with Lucas. She turned to the Count, a faint, hopeful smile on her lips. "Yes," she confirmed. She had already heard everything from Lucas. She believed he would be able to persuade the king now. All they could do was return home and wait. The Countess smiled gently, resting a hand on her husband's arm in agreement. Stella's own heart was pounding with nervousness. "I thought Ethan would stop me from leaving, but he didn't do anything." A thread of doubt pierced her hope. "Is it because he now knows I'll be staying with the Bradrel family that he's willing to let me go tonight?" Her elegant shoe touched the metal step of the carriage with a light, clear sound. She only hoped she would not cause trouble for Lucas's parents. "Please, let nothing happen." The wheels began clattering over the stone road, carrying them away from the grand estate. From the balcony above, a figure watched them depart, a faint, unreadable smile resting on his lips. The carriage slowly disappeared into the dark woods. The horse's hooves struck the ground in a steady rhythm, a sound that felt strangely reassuring in the night. But all at once, The horses reared with terrified whinnies, and the carriage came to a violent halt. One of the coachmen screamed, his voice shaking with fear. "Bandits!" Inside the carriage, the word echoed with a chilling finality. "Bandits?" Stella's eyes flew wide in terror. Count Bradrel's face darkened, and a low growl of irritation escaped him. "Honestly," he sighed, "those idiots dare attack my carriage?" The metal handle clanged as he resolved to deal with it himself. He pushed open the door and swept his gaze over the dark figures closing in around them. The Countess called out anxiously, begging him to be careful. He stepped out with firm resolve, but before he could even draw his weapon, something struck him with a thud. A cloud of faintly glowing green powder burst around him. The arrow that had delivered it fell uselessly to the ground, but the damage had already been done. The foul-smelling powder filled his lungs, and a wave of weakness instantly swept through his body. "What kind of powder is this?" Another masked man lunged at him, a strange purple magic circle glowing in his hand. A surge of energy passed through the Count's body, and he felt his connection to magic severed completely. He tried to summon his power, but nothing happened. He couldn't use magic? Was that powder some kind of magic sealing agent? He had lost all ability to defend himself. The bandits swarmed him, fast and practiced. In the blink of an eye, he was pinned to the ground, surrounded by cloaked figures. A thought flashed through his mind. "I've never received any report of a bandit group this large. This isn't an ordinary robbery." Blades were drawn one after another, cold steel gleaming in the moonlight. The Count jerked his head toward the carriage, his heart sinking. Damn it, those two women. One of the bandits slammed a fist into the carriage door, and the wood groaned under the force. Inside, the Countess and Stella trembled in fear, breathing in quick, panicked gasps. The door was yanked open, revealing several masked men grinning viciously at them. Stella's thoughts dissolved into chaos. Should I use my power? But if I can't control it, I might hurt other people. What am I supposed to do? Just as despair began to close in, a sudden force tore through the air. Countless glittering ice blades fell like a deadly rain, piercing the bandits with lethal precision. With heavy thuds, they all collapsed and froze solid into blocks of ice. Stella stared d'instant shock. Her eyes widened as she looked toward the source of the attack. A blond man stood among the trees, holding a bow formed from flowing water. "Water magic," he called out in a calm, clear voice, asking whether Count Bradrel was unharmed. The Count looked utterly bewildered and could only stammer out a name. "Lord Lyons." The blond man, Fred, lowered the water bow and surveyed the scene with a grave expression. He could hardly believe not a single bandit had been captured alive. Still shaken, the Count explained that the attackers had used a powder that sealed his magic. Fred narrowed his eyes. A powder that could block magic? At once, he grasped the weight of that fact. Where had they gotten something so rare and expensive? Could they have been sent by Ethan? The thought settled in his stomach like a block of ice. He turned to Stella, and when he saw that she was still trembling, his gaze softened. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Fred," she murmured, almost too quietly to hear. He smiled gently and suggested that they stay at his place for the night. He explained that it was already very late, and with the Count's magic sealed, it would be too dangerous to continue home. He invited them to his villa and said the powder's effects would likely fade after about a day. Until then, they would be better off staying there. Seeing no better option, the Count gratefully accepted. Soon they set out again, only this time in Lord Lyons's carriage, while their own was left abandoned on the dark road. Inside the carriage, the Countess, finally able to breathe easier, asked how he and Stella knew each other. With a warm smile, Fred explained that they had grown up together as childhood friends, and Stella nodded in confirmation. The Countess remarked that this was very reassuring. Stella curiously asked why he was going to the villa instead of returning to the main residence. Fred's expression darkened slightly as he revealed that his mother had always been in poor health, so she was staying at the villa to recover in the cleaner air. Stella felt a pang in her chest. Fred's mother had always been frail. She asked whether she was seriously ill. He admitted that this time it was indeed worse than usual, but soon a faint smile returned to his face. He said that if he had gone straight home tonight, he would not have been able to help them in time. So, in a way, he was grateful his mother had asked him to come visit. Stella looked at him, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you so much for saving us," she said sincerely. Fred's gaze on her was very gentle. He said it was too late tonight, but asked whether she could visit his mother tomorrow. Of course, she agreed without hesitation. He thanked her. He said his mother would surely be happy. At last, beneath a sky full of stars, they arrived at the spacious villa. Stella was shown to a guest room, and after such a harrowing night, the soft bed looked irresistibly inviting. She threw herself onto the mattress, utterly exhausted. So much happened. I'm worn out. Staring at the empty space beside her, she was suddenly overwhelmed by loneliness. And of all nights, I have to sleep alone tonight. I feel so lonely. She slowly closed her eyes and drifted into sleep with his name softly on her lips. Stella, a warm, familiar voice called to her. She gasped and opened her eyes, only to find herself in a strange yet beautiful landscape. A black-haired man with sharp eyes stood before her, though his expression was very gentle. Lucas, she called softly, her heart pounding in her chest. We're dreaming right now, aren't we? He smiled, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her close. He explained that their dreams were connected, so yes, he really was holding her at that moment. The sensation was unbelievably real. She could hear the steady beat of his heart by her ear, smell his scent, feel his warmth and the touch of his arms around her. This was Lucas. This was real. It had to be. He murmured. I think so too. She let out a small, happy sigh. What a convenient dream. I missed you so much, and the timing couldn't be more perfect. No sooner had he said it than he lowered his head and kissed her. It was a long while before he finally drew back and asked whether she had made it safely back to the estate. She immediately began telling him everything that had happened, the words pouring out of her like a breached dam. He listened intently, and by the time she finished, his expression had turned grave. His voice sharpened with urgency. What? I'm coming to find you right now. But she caught his arm and stopped him. Wait, you can't go home right now, can you? He looked at her, his eyes full of deep longing, and admitted she was right. And besides, they had no idea whether they would be able to meet again in a dream. Realizing what he meant, her cheeks slowly flushed. His voice dropped to a soft murmur. So don't go. He even muttered under his breath, wondering what it would feel like if they went all the way here in a dream. His hands began to roam, tracing the curves of her body, and she let out a soft, unsteady breath at his touch. He asked whether it felt the same as when he touched her for real. She could only answer vaguely. I think so. When he kissed her neck, her cheek, her lips, everything felt so real that it was hard to believe this was only a dream. What is my body even doing while I'm asleep? He pulled her closer and found her lips again, murmuring that it seemed he could not recover his magic while dreaming, but before the dream ended, he would at least make sure to satisfy her. Then he gently laid her down in the dream's sea of flowers. Don't make such a cute face in front of that friend of yours, he whispered hoarsely. She promised she would not, and tried to reassure him by saying that Fred only thought of her as a younger sister. He was an honorable man, and nothing would happen. But Lucas did not believe her. Don't let your guard down, he warned, reaching to tug at her dress. Just because he seems harmless doesn't mean he has no other thoughts. His words carried fierce possessiveness, as if declaring that her heart and soul belonged to him alone. Meanwhile, in the real world, Fred walked through the villa's quiet hallway carrying a lamp. He suddenly stopped when he heard a faint sound from behind a door. Was someone crying? Then he realized with a jolt that it was Stella's room. Worried, he knocked gently. Stella, are you all right? There was no reply. He called her name again, then decided he had to go in and check. The door creaked open, and lamplight fell across her sleeping form. She was tossing and turning on the bed, cheeks flushed, soft breaths slipping from parted lips. Stella, he called softly, taking a step closer. She let out a faint moan, her body arching slightly on the bed. Her breathing was uneven and quick. The sensations in the dream were too intense. His kisses carried a tingling current, and his touch made her skin feel as though it were burning. He murmured against her skin that she did not need to hold back her voice, that this was only a dream, and there were only the two of them here. But even knowing that, she could not stop her cheeks from burning. This is too embarrassing. It feels like doing this out in the open. He let out a low laugh, the deep sound vibrating by her ear. You're too cute. He admitted that although he did not like making others suffer, seeing her like this made it impossible not to want to tease her. Then he suddenly thrust deep, drawing a startled cry from her on the spot. So deep, right against the most sensitive place. "Don't bully me," she said, breathless. He stopped, a playful smile on his lips, and asked whether she wanted him to stop. Then he actually went completely still. He really stopped. She could see that he, too, was breathing hard, his skin covered in a thin sheen of sweat, but his eyes were full of mischief. So tight," he groaned softly. "Even though I've stopped, you're still clenching around me." When he stayed still, it only made it easier for her to feel his shape and her own. Her heart pounded wildly. Even with almost no movement, she was already close to her limit. A violent shiver ran through her whole body, and a faint sob escaped her lips. He bent over her, his voice tinged with possessive satisfaction. "That's not fair. You actually felt good first all by yourself." Her face turned even redder. He confessed that he loved her, and that simply knowing she loved him too made him feel so good he could not hold back any longer. He had originally planned to be gentler, not wanting the dream to end too quickly. But he changed his mind. Gripping her waist, he began moving forcefully again. Their bodies seemed to fall perfectly into rhythm, and their lips entwined deeply once more. "I don't know when we'll be able to meet again in a dream," he panted. "So I have to remember exactly how you tremble in my arms." He found her sensitive spot and lightly nipped at her shoulder. She cried out, arching into him without meaning to. "Did I just find the switch?" She thought breathlessly. The switch that turned Lucas into an insatiable beast. "You're so cute." "I love you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But I can't stop. I can feel so clearly just how much he loves me." "I love you too," she gasped back. It felt too intense, too real, so real that she almost forgot it was only a dream. He pushed into her again, a low groan rumbling from his chest. He said bitterly that he had thought the king's reward would be permission to formally make her his wife, but instead it had turned out to be something else. He explained that children born of royal bloodlines often possessed powerful magic, so no noble family ever refused the chance to marry into the royal house. The king must have assumed he would gladly accept. But if a reward like that meant being forced to leave her, then it was not a reward at all. It was punishment. He swore that tomorrow he would ask for an audience with the king and return to her side as soon as possible, so he could make good on his promise to devour her completely. In the real world, Lucas's weight was not actually there. When he brought her another wave of pleasure, she pleaded softly, but he could not stop. "I can't stop," he said in a low voice. "Let's finish together this time." That final, powerful thrust made both of them shudder violently. And in reality, Stella's body also jerked sharply on the bed. Standing by the doorway, Fred stared at her, his breath caught in his throat. "I know I shouldn't look, but I just can't tear my eyes away." A faint noise from the hallway startled him back to himself. Just as he turned to leave, Stella sat up in bed, mumbling groggily. Panic shot through him. She rubbed her eyes, her vision slowly clearing, and saw him standing there. "Fred?" she asked in confusion. He stammered out an apology, his face flushed bright red, explaining that he thought he had heard her crying and had come in because he was worried. He asked whether she had been having a dream. At that instant, she too woke up completely, as if struck by lightning, and her face instantly turned scarlet. "I actually moaned out loud just now, and Fred heard it." Mortified, she clutched the bedsheet. Seeing her like that, he asked what was wrong. She quickly shook her head and insisted it was nothing, but she could clearly feel the dampness between her thighs, the all too real consequence of that excessively vivid dream. She shifted uneasily. She prayed desperately that he would not notice. If Fred found out, she hastily made up a lie, saying she had dreamed that something was chasing her, and she had been running and crying. The dream had simply been too frightening. She forced out an unsteady smile. He seemed to believe her and even asked if she wanted him to bring her some water. She quickly refused, saying she was fine, just still a little tired, so she wanted to go back to sleep. She clutched the blanket tightly and shifted again in unease. He tightened his grip on the lantern handle, the cold metal pressed against his sweaty palm. He thought that perhaps the terrifying incident in the carriage earlier had frightened her so badly that it gave her nightmares. Seeing that she merely murmured in response, he said softly, "I hope you have a good dream this time." There was a strange emotion in his eyes. He apologized for coming in without permission and wished her good night. She thanked him for his concern and softly wished him good night as well. Only after the door closed did she let out a long breath. So she had been holding it the whole time. That really scared me, she murmured to the empty room. Outside the door, Fred slid down against the panel and sat on the floor, lifting a hand to rake through his hair. What a complete mess. The next morning, Lucas stood in a lavish room inside the royal palace. Then there was a knock at the door, and a maid entered to inform him that Her Highness the Princess had summoned him. He answered, a spark of hope rising in his heart. Great, I can ask her to arrange a time for me to speak with the king. He followed the maid through a long, luxurious corridor, their footsteps echoing over the polished floor. The maid stopped before a grand set of doors and said that Her Highness was waiting for him inside and that he could enter directly. He took a deep breath and stepped into the room, only to find it empty. Where was she? There was not even a lady in waiting here. He looked around in confusion when the door to the adjoining room clicked softly and opened. Oh, you're here. A soft voice rang out. He turned and saw the princess wearing nothing but a sheer lace nightgown. He immediately averted his gaze and apologized, saying he did not know she was changing. He turned to leave, saying he would come back later, but when he reached for the doorknob, her hand covered his. It won't open, he said in confusion. She gave him a coy, predatory smile, her eyes glinting. There's no need to be shy, she purred, pinching his arm as she pressed her body against him. After all, you are my future husband. He tried to step back and said, Your Highness, but she cut him off and asked what was wrong. In a firm tone, he said there was something extremely important he had to announce as soon as possible, and he wanted to ask for her help arranging a meeting with the king. She completely ignored his request. She's actually ignoring my advances. A trace of annoyance crossed her face, but she quickly replaced it with a seductive smile. More importantly, isn't it a little cold today? She said as she moved even closer. Why don't you warm me up? Finally, he's interested, she thought smugly as she watched him reach a hand toward her. But instead of embracing her, he picked up the robe she had taken off and draped it over her shoulders. Forgive me, he said in a deep voice. This matter is very important. It concerns my marriage to your highness. So please. The smile on the princess's face froze. Could it be he has no interest in me at all? No, I'm sure he's just restraining himself. Since he says it's important, he must have decided to accept the marriage. With that thought, she composed herself again. Very well. Her voice returned to its noble tone. Come with me. At last, Lucas stood before the king. The princess stood beside him as the king asked what important matter he had to discuss. Lucas lowered his head. Yes, your majesty. His voice was full of resolve as he spoke. I am not a suitable marriage candidate for Her Highness the Princess. Please allow me to explain why. The princess gasped and stared at him with widened eyes. Even now, he was still saying something like that. Wait, she cried, stepping in front of him. What exactly is it about me that dissatisfies you? She reminded him that she was a member of the royal family, capable of bearing him powerful heirs, and that his family would also be greatly honored by this alliance. But Lucas never took his eyes off the king. The problem lies with me, he said shortly, clenching his fists. At that moment, the king suddenly broke into a violent cough and clutched his chest. Father, the prince cried out, rushing to his side. The king waved a hand, insisting he was fine. But the prince was firm and urged his father to rest first, saying his health was more important than anything else. Then he turned to Lucas, apologetic but leaving no room for refusal, and asked whether he minded waiting a few more days. Lucas had no choice but to agree. 3 agonizing days passed at a crawl. He stood by the window, looking out over the castle courtyard, the anxiety in his heart building without end. If I can just speak to the king, I should be able to break off the engagement. But even getting one chance to see him is this difficult. Suddenly, the door behind him was shoved open. He turned and saw the princess, pale as a sheet, her face streaked with tears. Your Highness? He asked in concern. Choking back sobs, she forced out a few words. Her voice trembled. Father. The scene shifted to the king's bedchamber, where the old man lay on the bed, gasping, his breathing shallow and rapid. The princess clung to the bedside and wept, begging anyone at all to save him. Lucas stood nearby with a grave expression. It looks like black erosion disease, a condition as rare as sleeping sickness. No one knows what causes it, and no one knows how to treat it. Its hallmark was that the skin over the heart would gradually turn black. Then chest pain would follow, and in the end, death. A thought suddenly flashed through Lucas's mind. I cured Tracy's sleeping sickness before, so... A faint red light rose in his eyes as he turned toward the weeping princess. Your Highness, he said in a low, serious voice, may I speak with you alone for a moment? He told her that he might be able to cure the king with magic. She jerked her head up, hope flaring in her despairing eyes. Really? Then hurry. But he raised a hand to stop her. However, he explained, I need power in order to use magic. Please allow me to see her. The hope in her eyes instantly froze over. "What did you say?" she snapped, her voice dripping with venom. "You brought up that woman because you don't want to marry me, didn't you?" Frustration made anger surge through him, and his power stirred faintly as well. "Your Highness, without Stella, I cannot restore my magic." Shut up, she screamed, throwing herself at him. "You want to go back to her that badly that you'd even lie. You must think that if my father dies, you won't have to marry me, right?" A cruel, twisted smile spread over her face. "In your dreams. I will never let you leave this castle before you marry me." He tried to push her away and head for the door, but she seized his arm with startling strength. "Your Highness, why are you so determined to marry me?" he demanded. She lifted her chin, her eyes full of arrogant light. "Every woman wants to marry a powerful man. And who could be more suitable as my husband than the hero who defeated Volboya?" Her hand stroked lightly along his arm as she murmured, "I want you." A dark aura coiled around her. She declared that she would never allow him to escape amid the chaos, then deftly fastened a bracelet onto his wrist. "This is a magic seal," she sneered. He tried to break it and even slammed a fist into the wall, but it was useless. Frustrated, he sank to the floor. "She won't let me leave this room, and until this bracelet comes off, I can't use magic either." His hand pressed against the cold metal at his wrist, but there was only one person in his thoughts. Stella. Ever since that night, I haven't even seen her in my dreams again. Sitting alone in this splendid cage, he prayed to some unseen power. "Great Sage Haven, please help me. Let me see her." Then, immediately, a familiar energy came rushing in, and he found himself in their shared dream. "Lucas!" Stella's voice was full of surprise and joy. "Stella!" he called, and the moment he saw her, relief flooded his whole being. He asked how she had been, and she said she was well, and asked how he was doing too. He did not answer. Instead, he pulled her tightly into his arms, as though clutching at a lifeline. "Huh, what's wrong?" she asked in surprise. He loosened his hold just a little, his expression urgent. "Listen, something terrible has happened." He quickly told her everything. The king had come down with black erosion disease and had collapsed. Stella was horrified. That's awful." "It is," he said heavily. "I want to save him, but when I asked them to let me see you so I could use magic, they locked me in this room." Resolve lit Stella's eyes. "If you can't get out, then I'll come find you." She turned to run, but he grabbed her arm and stopped her. "Wait." His voice softened. "Magical beasts appear at night. It's too dangerous to go out now. And besides," he pulled her back into his arms and buried his face in her hair. "We haven't seen each other in far too long. Let me hold you properly." His voice sounded low against her skin. "Since I can't go to you right now, then at least, will you let me hold you?" She looked up at him, saw the undisguised longing in his eyes, and her heart softened at once. In a quiet voice, she answered, "Okay." When their lips met, she drew back just a little. But I have one request." He asked what it was. Her cheeks flushed crimson at once. "I want to. Try to stay as quiet as possible." She mumbled softly, because when we did that before, I made noises in real life too." He froze at once and pulled back to look at her, his expression odd. "Someone heard." She explained that her parents and Fred's parents had gotten along very well, so they were now staying at his estate. Lucas's jaw twitched. "I see." His lips came down hard on hers again, cutting off the rest of her explanation. He pulled her closer, his hands sliding beneath the hem of her dress. "In that case," he murmured against her lips, his voice low and possessive, "you really do need to stay quiet." After that, there were no more words, only the silent conversation of their bodies entwining. In the dream, her body felt as though it were on fire. Waves of pleasure washed over her, and soft moans spilled from her lips. In that hazy dream world, he held her in his arms, the cool water of the hidden spring standing in stark contrast to the scorching heat between them. This is only a dream, she thought hazily, yet the feel of his skin against hers was so real, so vivid. Then a dreadful thought struck her. Can they hear it? If I make sounds in this dream, will they be heard in reality too? I have to stay quiet. I must stay quiet, but her body betrayed her. As he moved, her whole body trembled, and a soft whimper still slipped past her lips. He bent to her ear, his low voice tinged with amusement, and murmured that even though she was trying so hard to stay quiet, she was still so enchanting it made him drunk on her. Her lashes fluttered, her breath catching in her throat. "Don't say things like that," she begged inwardly in embarrassed misery, her face so red it looked ready to drip blood. But he did not stop. "Why not?" he teased, his movements turning more deliberate and more intense. "Does this make it even harder for you to bear?" His words sent a shiver racing up her spine. He pressed closer and closer. No matter how hard she tried, no matter how fiercely she bit her lip to swallow those sounds, they kept slipping out, exposing the pleasure he was giving her. It's all his fault, she thought as another wave of heat swept through her, her eyes meeting his. "It's because you're doing this on purpose, making it impossible for me not to make noise." He only curved his lips in a smile, possessiveness glinting in his eyes as he pulled her a little closer still. He admitted that yes, he did want her to stay quiet, but not for the reason she thought. His voice lowered into a husky confession thick with possessiveness as he admitted that he did not want other men hearing the sound she made in pleasure. "It's not like I wanted them to hear," she nearly cried out. "It was just an accident." Of course he knew. He had always known. But his confession did not stop there. He admitted he was jealous, punctuating the words with a deeper thrust that stole her breath and forced an uncontrollable cry from her lips. He sealed the sound with a kiss, mumbling against her mouth that he did not want anyone hearing her voice. But right after that, a dark and possessive thought crossed his mind. He confessed that when he thought of her staying in her childhood friend's home, an overwhelming urge rose in him to make her cry out until her voice turned hoarse. He wanted to hide her away so the world could not see her. He wanted others to know just how completely he could unravel her, how thoroughly he could make her lose control. In front of her, he could not remain calm at all. Breathing hard, his restraint crumbled little by little, and he laid bare a desire so intense it could nearly swallow a person whole. The desire to make her entirely his, in both name and body. He urged her to hold out just a little longer, and all she could do was nod weakly, covering her mouth with her own hand to suppress those cries. As he watched her flushed cheeks and trembling body, only one thought remained in his mind. "She's so adorable." The words rolled from his lips, simple and sincere. "I love you," he whispered, every word like a vow, every movement like a confession. "I love you so much." He could hardly wait to return to reality, to return to her side. Tears welled in her eyes, and her heart ached with that bittersweet joy. She wanted him to come back quickly too, and she softly voiced her plea against his lips. He promised her that he would come find her tomorrow, telling her to wait for him and not do anything reckless. She understood what he meant. "Take care, Lucas. And please don't be swayed by the princess's seduction." He only smiled and tightened his arms around her. "Don't worry," he said softly, his voice like medicine, soothing a wound and calming her taut nerves. "Your sweet temptation has already made hers meaningless to me. The only woman I desire is you." At those words, her heart soared at once. But she could no longer resist the pull of the real world. Her final cry of pleasure echoed through the dream, and then a rapid knocking at the door rang out in the room, jolting her awake. "Fred, are you awake?" It was Stella, but her voice sounded different than usual, urgent. Fred's eyes widened. The door creaked open, and the moment he saw her, his breath caught. "Why your hair?" She stood there, her dazzling long golden hair gone, replaced by a short haircut like a young boy's. She was clutching a small bottle tightly in her hand, and her eyes were filled with desperate urgency. She needed his help. Before he could even ask what had happened, she yanked out the stopper and tipped back the contents in one gulp. "Stella," he cried out and rushed to her side. She swallowed the liquid in the bottle and finally caught her breath, then, with a grave expression, told him that Lucas had used magic to inform her that the king had contracted black erosion disease. Fred went cold all over. Black erosion disease. He had heard some rumors, but very few people in the castle truly knew the details. They had to cure the king as quickly as possible, or his life would be in danger. But Fred knew the truth. Black erosion disease was not something that could be cured at all. There was simply no way to save him. But Stella shook her head hard, grabbing his arm. She firmly believed Lucas could cure the king, but there was one condition. Only when she was by his side could he recover his magic. And now the princess had locked him in a room. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and that terrifying resolve pierced straight into his heart. "Please, Fred," she begged, "let me go see Lucas." Fred's mind was in complete turmoil. So many shocking revelations had come all at once that he could barely process them. He let out a long sigh. Her desperate face was seared into his mind. He had no choice. Standing before the imposing castle, Fred glanced at Stella beside him, disguised as a boy. He remembered the expression she had worn then, that absolute despair. She had not even hesitated before cutting off her hair, just so she could infiltrate the castle and see him. She loved him that much, and an indescribable ache spread through his chest. And that was not all. Without her, Lucas could not recover his magic. There had to be some special bond between them. The Stella who used to trail after him was gone. The woman beside him now was someone willing to risk everything for the person she loved. He turned to her and said firmly, "First, let's find out where he is." She only nodded, her jaw set tight. Meanwhile, in an opulently decorated room, Princess Fantine carried a tray of food toward Lucas. "Your Highness," Lucas said, his voice cold as ice, "please remove this bracelet." But she ignored his demand completely. "Didn't I tell you to call me Fantine?" she said coyly, smiling as she leaned against his shoulder. "Lucas, you really do make me work so hard for you." Lucas merely sighed and turned his head away. "Do as you like. Eat." The two of them dined in strained silence. As Fantine picked at the food on her plate, she stared at him with a gaze full of predatory intent. Lucas ignored her and simply lifted his cup to take a large drink. "You must be thirsty," she said, a crafty smile curling at the corner of her lips. "What does it taste?" He barely had time to register her words before a wave of dizziness slammed into him. The room began to spin, and Fantine's figure blurred into a grinning, twisted apparition. A violent pain stabbed into his head. Ugh! He clutched his forehead as darkness rapidly swallowed his vision. Fantine let out a delighted little laugh. Looks like it's already starting to work." He slammed both hands onto the table, tried to force himself up, and the chair behind him crashed to the floor. "You put something in my drink?" he demanded angrily, but his body was already beginning to disobey him. "Don't worry," she giggled. "It's not poison." A fire was spreading through his veins, and his breathing turned rapid and ragged. "This is bad. This woman is too dangerous. I have to get out." He staggered as he tried to leave, but his legs would not obey him at all. "Do you really think you can go anywhere in that condition?" she asked hypocritically, her voice full of false concern. She grabbed his arm, her touch cold as ice, and with astonishing strength, flung him onto the chaise nearby. His body was burning hot, as though he were on fire inside and out. He could not control his movements at all. "Looks like this aphrodisiac worked a little too well," she murmured as she leaned over him. Aphrodisiac. The word made pure terror surge in his heart. She climbed onto him, her intentions unmistakable, sickeningly revolting. "Once we do it," she purred, "you'll have no choice but to marry me." She leaned close to his cheek, her hot breath brushing his skin. "You'll have to take responsibility, won't you?" And in the past, Princess Fantine had once hurled a vase at the wall in a fit of rage. "This makes no sense at all," she screamed. "Why would Lucas have no interest in me?" Her maid trembled and cautiously suggested that perhaps the rumors about him being impotent were true. Fantine whipped around to glare at her, her face twisted with fury. "Impotent? Impossible. That is not the expression of an impotent man." Just then, a servant announced that Lady Elliot had arrived. Fantine smiled at the older woman. Lucas, who immediately saw the princess's distress, seemed unwilling to marry me, Fantine said through sobs, then collapsed into that woman's arms. Madame Elliot only smiled, her eyes full of cruel understanding. "Don't worry," she soothed. "He'll come to his senses soon enough." She drew a small, exquisite bottle from her sleeve. "Have him drink this," she ordered, "and he will instinctively crave you. He'll become enchanted by your charms and never want to leave your side again." Her words themselves were poison. "You are the most suitable bride for him now." Fantine lowered her head to look at Lucas and smiled. It was Madame Elliot who had first proposed this marriage, presenting it to the king as a reward for Lucas's achievements. And the spoiled Princess Fantine had once begged her father to approve it as well. "Do you know," she whispered, her fingers tracing across his chest, "I will not be satisfied until I get everything I want." Her lips brushed past his ear. "So now, you're finally willing to let me touch you?" After returning to the grand corridor, Fred ran into an old acquaintance, the Marquis Blanche. As the two exchanged greetings, Stella stood behind Fred, her heart pounding in her chest. "Oh, he hasn't noticed me, has he?" she thought, pricking up her ears just in time to hear two passing maids talking. Someone had instructed them to prepare 2 meals. "For Princess Fantine and that man?" One of them asked. "Yes," the other replied. "I really feel sorry for him being locked up like that." Stella's blood instantly ran cold. Were they talking about Lucas? She desperately wanted to follow them, but she was stuck where she was and could only continue playing the role of Fred's attendant. The Marquis suddenly turned his attention to her. "By the way," he said, narrowing his eyes as he examined her curiously, "you're friends with that girl named Stella, aren't you?" Then he began loudly criticizing her, saying that Stella was already engaged to Ethan, yet still wanted to marry another man. Utterly shameless. Fred's expression turned cold. She was opposed to her engagement with Ethan from the start, he said, his voice low and dangerous. She simply found someone she truly loves. The Marquis started sweating, realizing he had gone too far, and quickly found an excuse to slip away. Stella looked at Fred, a quiet surge of gratitude rising in her heart. Fred seemed to see right through her thoughts and bent down to whisper, "Go ask those two maids for more information. Isn't that what you want to know?" Her eyes lit up. "All right." She quickly caught up with the two maids, putting on her most charming and flustered expression, and asked which room Lord Lucas was staying in. She lied that she had a secret item to deliver to the princess, but had gotten terribly lost. She slid her glasses slightly down the bridge of her nose, widened her eyes, and looked utterly pleading. "If I can't deliver the package on time, Her Highness will definitely scold me," she begged, "so please." The two maids stared at her, practically dumbfounded. "He's far too handsome," they thought, blushing bright red. Completely bewitched, they immediately told her everything. It turned out Lucas was in the princess's own room. Stella thanked them, hurried back to Fred, and told him she would go alone so he would not get dragged into trouble because of her. Fred looked somewhat worried. "Her room is probably guarded. What are you planning to do?" Stella wondered whether she could use magic to knock the guards out. But Fred had a better idea. "Take this," he said, handing her a small ornate box. "It's sleeping incense." She stared at the magical item he had specially brought for her, her eyes full of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, Fred," she said softly. Fred answered with a small, encouraging smile. In the princess's room, Lucas was struggling desperately to stay conscious. "Please stop," he pleaded, but Fantine showed no mercy, her kisses disordered and urgent. "This is wrong," he panted, especially when the king is this gravely ill. But she did not care in the slightest. She had to settle the marriage before anything happened to her father. His body felt as if it were on fire, every nerve ending screaming. But she was not the one he wanted. His heart pounded violently in his chest, as Stella's image instantly filled his mind. "Stella," he thought, and his body shuddered involuntarily. Fantine mistook his reaction for passion. "Ah, your body is finally responding to me," she giggled. "It wants me. You should be honest with yourself." Just as she was about to kiss him again, he suddenly grabbed her collar and yanked her back, dragging her onto the bed beside him. "Your Highness," she breathed, a triumphant, desire-filled smile blooming across her face. "At last, he's starting to fall for me." Lucas panted, sweat beading across his forehead. That lust-filled look in your eyes is truly delightful," she murmured, reaching toward the bracelet on his wrist. But the moment her fingers touched it, a burst of magical sparks shot out and stung her hand. She cried. "Ugh, this thing is such a nuisance." Lucas seized the opportunity and feigned a pained expression. "I don't want it to hurt you," he said hoarsely, his tone laced with counterfeit desire. "Only I can bring you pain or pleasure alike." He leaned over her, and the desire in his eyes was not entirely fake. "Fine," he said in a low voice. "I'll take it off. In exchange, give me everything you have, and let me enjoy it to my heart's content." Unable to wait another moment, she quickly undid the clasp and freed his wrist. The instant the bracelet came off, he gently caressed her cheek. A faint violet glow appeared in his hand. Her eyelids trembled and slowly closed under the control of his magic. Once his power returned, he staggered up from the bed, his body still weak and trembling. "Stella, I have to hurry and find you." He swayed toward the door and reached for the handle. The moment he pulled it open, he saw her. "Lucas," she cried, her eyes full of shock and relief. "That voice, it's you." Stella, his heart jolted, joy flooding him instantly. She let out a long breath of relief. "It's me." The next second, he pulled her tightly into his arms, holding her with desperate force. "You cut your hair for the disguise," he whispered against the side of her neck. She answered. "I had to make the disguise look more convincing." He gently touched her cheek, his voice thick with emotion. "My God, you really are." He could not finish the sentence. He was simply too grateful to see her again. But when she drew back slightly, she noticed his disheveled clothes. "Lucas, are you all right?" He hesitated, then admitted the truth. "Actually, the princess just forced me to drink an aphrodisiac." Her eyes widened in horror. An aphrodisiac? Before she could say anything more, he cupped her face in both hands. The moment you appeared in front of me, he said softly, his voice trembling slightly, it really started to take effect. Then his lips covered hers in an urgent, hungry kiss that nearly left her breathless. Lucas, I can't breathe. She gasped against his lips. They had only been apart for a few days, but after everything that had happened, this blazing reunion felt like the answer to a longing as long as a lifetime. He could no longer restrain himself. She pulled back slightly, cheeks flushed. Where's the princess? I put her to sleep on the bed, he said matter-of-factly. Stella turned her head sharply and saw the princess unconscious only a few steps away. She's right there. He explained that he had used magic to make her sleep, so she would not wake for the time being. Can't you use magic to get rid of the aphrodisiac's effects? She asked. He shook his head and explained that the bracelet the princess had put on him had sealed his magic and nearly exhausted all his strength. He had only barely managed to squeeze out enough power to make the princess fall asleep. He pulled her closer, his voice as low and rough as an animal's growl. So, his meaning could not have been clearer. He pressed her against the wall, and she trembled slightly at the hunger radiating from him. A chair creaked as he pulled her onto his lap, their bodies tangled together in a frantic rhythm. He looked as though he had already reached his limit, his eyes blazing with feverish need. He was forceful from the very beginning, she thought, a shiver of both fear and excitement running through her. This is the princess's room, and she's sleeping right over there, yet I can't stop. Their movements melded together, their breaths intertwining in the room's taut silence, until at last they reached the peak together. As the afterglow of pleasure slowly subsided, he buried his face in her hair, panting, then kissed her gently and murmured her name. Her whole body was hot, and she could already feel him against her again, burning and hard once more. Already again. She laughed softly as his warm breath brushed her skin. It feels too good, he said in a low voice. The feeling of my magic flowing back into my body again, and the feeling of you holding me so tightly. He began moving again, and she gasped out his name. Still, being intimate with you while you're dressed as a man is definitely a little strange, he teased. Does it put you off? She asked nervously. He merely smiled. No matter what you wear, I'm certain the one I desire is you. It would be the same even if I hadn't drunk that aphrodisiac. Her face reddened, and she suddenly thought of something. After you drank it, did you react to the princess at all? He shook his head. I only felt hot and had trouble moving, but the princess couldn't arouse me. His gaze softened, but for one moment, I started thinking of you, and then I reacted. Her heart trembled lightly at once. He really only responds to me. He confessed that he had pretended the drug was making him lose control in order to trick her into removing the bracelet, but that things had actually been very dangerous at the time. The princess was that forceful? Stella thought in horror. He bent down close, his voice low and hoarse. I want to become the great sage, so I can cure the king, he said, so I was quite willing to use the aphrodisiac's effects to my own advantage. He nuzzled her neck. I know, why don't you drink some too? There's still some left in my cup. Startled, she shoved him away at once. I'm absolutely not drinking that. Suddenly, they heard a sound outside the door. The guards are asleep. What's going on? There's someone out here. A voice came from the other side. Princess Fantine, Your Highness, may we come in? Stella panicked at once. This is bad. If they see us here, Lucas. The doorknob began to turn. The maids pushed the door open, only to find the room empty, with only the princess sleeping peacefully on the bed. She's asleep, one of them whispered. Huh? Where did Lord Lucas go? The other asked. A flash of light streaked past, and Lucas and Stella reappeared. Lucas let out a long breath of relief. He had just barely recovered enough magic to teleport them away. Stella half playfully, half irritably smacked his chest, her own heart still racing wildly. I thought my heart was going to leap right out of my chest, she cried, and when you teleported us, you didn't even pull out of me first. He simply looked at her, a strange expression appearing on his face. Then his hand rose to her hair. A warm pink glow enveloped her, and in an instant, her long golden hair was restored, falling down her back once more. My hair, she exclaimed. He smiled gently. You look good with short hair too, he admitted, but if you cut your hair because of me, I can't forgive myself. He leaned down and kissed her lightly. Thank you, she said softly, tears gathering in her eyes. But that tender moment did not last long. He pushed her down onto the bed, desire flaring up once more. Now that you've returned to your original appearance, I can't endure it again, he growled. I'd better replenish my magical reserves right now. He covered her body with his own, and she moaned his name, already responding to him first. "Aren't you going to remove the aphrodisiac's effects?" she asked breathlessly. He only kissed her again. At this point, what would be the point? Her whole body trembled, her lower abdomen tightening in waves. Why does this aphrodisiac feel like it's contagious? She looked up at him, her gaze misty with desire. "When you get this forceful and urgent, it's very hard for me to say no." He sighed and wiped a hand across his face. "You're awfully bold, fanning the flames at a time like this." She looked at him in confusion. "Huh?" He laughed, mischief glinting in his eyes. "Even if I really did remove the aphrodisiac's effects, it would make no difference. Because to me, you are an aphrodisiac all on your own." Her heart started racing at those words. He reminded her that at the banquet, he had promised that once they returned to the estate, he would take her hard. He bent down, his lips brushing hers, and gave her a choice, whether she wanted to wait until they returned to the estate to be loved by him, or do it once here first and once again after they got back. He gazed deeply into her eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Which do you prefer?" She blushed crimson all over, trembling slightly with anticipation. For her, the answer was obvious. His voice was low as a beast's growl, a dangerous promise falling softly into the heated air between them. "Do you want me to love you after we return to the estate, or once here first, and once more after we get back? Which one do you want more?" A shiver swept through Stella's entire body, and her face burned scarlet. An eager breath escaped her lips as she lifted a hand to his cheek. "Isn't the answer obvious?" Her voice sounded like a breathless plea, her eyes tangled with desire and fluster. "Please," she begged, "let's wait until we get home." She looked into his burning red eyes, trying to make him understand. "If you do as you please and leave me unable to even walk afterward, I'll be in trouble." He pursed his lips, a trace of disappointment crossing his handsome face, and she softened despite herself. Gently pushing at his cheek, she whispered, "Don't make that face." The heavy doors of the royal bedchamber burst open. "Forgive our intrusion, Your Majesty," a guard reported before they entered the summer chamber. The king lay pale and still in bed, while the queen remained at his side like a statue of grief. His weak voice trembled slightly as he recognized them. "Stella Norris and Lucas. Is it you?" Stella stood close beside Lucas, her hand pressed over his heart as though trying to lend him her strength. His hair had turned snow white from the powerful magic he had just used, setting off a face full of stern resolve. "I apologize for this sudden interruption," he said, his voice full of confidence, "but I now possess the magic power needed to heal the king." The queen gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is that true?" she asked, her voice trembling with a hope she had not dared to entertain. "Yes," Lucas answered firmly. "May I have your permission to treat His Majesty?" Her composure collapsed at once, and tears welled into her eyes. "They told me there was no hope left." Lucas bowed deeply and respectfully. The queen seized both his hands, her own trembling, and said in a voice close to pleading, "No matter what you must do, as long as you can heal him, then please save him." Meeting her desperate gaze, Lucas's own red eyes shone with power as he solemnly promised, "I swear I will save him." Stella stood behind him, her gaze unwavering, supporting him like a silent pillar. The queen clutched his hands tightly, her face full of anxious hope. "Do your utmost, Lucas," she said softly, her voice thick with restrained tears. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. In the next moment, a dazzling torrent of violet energy burst from his palm with crackling force, carrying raw and violent power. A bead of sweat slid down from his temple. Focusing his will, he guided the healing light toward the ailing king. The magic spun and flowed, dancing and winding around him, wrapping the monarch in warm and life-filled radiance. The king stirred, a low groan slipping from his lips. What is this?" he murmured, his eyelids slowly opening. The queen rushed to his side at once, crying out through choked sobs, "My dear." He sat up, still somewhat unsteady, but his eyes were already full of shock. "The pain in my chest," he said softly, his hand instinctively pressing the place that had tormented him for so long, "is gone." The crown prince leaned in close, his face etched with worry. "How do you feel?" The king drew a deep breath, as if his former strength were gradually returning to his body. Quite well. On the other side of the room, Stella let out a long breath. She had not even realized she had been holding one hand over her chest, filled with indescribable relief. The queen completely lost control, tears of joy streaming ceaselessly down her face as she thanked Lucas over and over again. The crown prince drew his mother into his arms to comfort her, his own relief equally obvious. The king, with every passing second, looked more and more vigorous and gazed at Lucas in awe. I truly thought I was doomed, he admitted. What kind of magic did you use? Lucas hesitated. It would be too dangerous to tell him about the power of the great sage, he thought, and I also cannot let them know that I cannot recover my magic on my own. He carefully chose his words. I used dark magic to erase the afflicted area, he explained. Very few people are capable of such precise magical control. The king nodded, clearly impressed. No wonder you are the hero who defeated Volboya, he said. Your skill in magic is second to none. Lucas lowered his eyes modestly. He confessed, but I have a fatal weakness. The royal family all looked surprised. A weakness? The king asked. Lucas's voice was low yet steady. I cannot recover my magic by myself. He reached out and took Stella's hand, interlacing their fingers, and a soft glow enveloped the two of them. I can only recover when I touch her. Without Stella, I could do nothing. He lowered his head, and the words that followed completely determined their fate. Because of that, I cannot marry the princess. I humbly ask for your majesty's understanding. The king and queen exchanged a meaningful look, the weight of his confession hanging heavily in the air. The king's thoughts turned rapidly. Fantine would never allow her husband to keep a mistress. Under such circumstances, this marriage simply could not be arranged. He looked at the hero who had saved his life, then at the girl who was his only weakness, and finally made his decision. I am sorry, he said, his voice carrying royal authority, that I offered you my daughter's hand as your reward without considering your circumstances. His next words crashed like thunder in the silent room. I will annul Stella Norris's engagement to Ethan Elliott and approve her engagement to you, Lucas Bradrel. Stella's eyes widened in shock, a soft cry escaping her lips. Lucas looked equally astonished, but the king was not finished. In light of your extraordinary service to the royal family, I will also consider granting you the title of Marquis. And once again, I apologize for trying to force my daughter's selfish wishes upon you. Thank you for saving my life. Stella looked up at Lucas, her heart soaring. Pure, radiant love shone in her blue eyes, bright enough to outshine the sun itself. As they turned to leave, the heavy doors shut firmly with a click behind them. But before they could take another step, a shrill cry rang out behind them. Stop! Lucas and Stella both froze and immediately turned around, a sense of dread shooting through them at once. She woke up that quickly. Lucas thought, his body tensing sharply. The doors flew open with a bang, revealing Princess Fantine, her face blazing with pure fury. She charged toward them furiously, her voice dripping with malice. I even took an aphrodisiac, and you still didn't touch me once. What kind of man are you? Her eyes burned with humiliation and rage, her teeth bared, her expression ferocious. Lucas faced her calmly, his expression unreadable. My body won't respond to anyone except Stella. His voice was flat and cold as he said it. Before I met her, I was never able to. Liar, she shrieked, her voice breaking. You clearly reacted to me. I was thinking about Stella at the time, he explained, each word stabbing into her pride like a dagger. You made a fool of me, she screamed, completely losing what was left of her reason. Just then, her father appeared in the doorway. His expression was extraordinarily grave. Fantine, seeing her father standing there tall and healthy, her fury instantly faltered. Father, you're all right? The king's voice was as cold as steel. Lucas cured me. Then he narrowed his eyes, fixing his daughter with terrifying pressure. More importantly, what is this about an aphrodisiac? Fantine visibly shuddered, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. The king's voice thundered through the hall. How shameless! I don't recall raising you to be someone so devoid of decency. He seized her by the shoulder, his face torn between a father's disappointment and a monarch's towering rage. From this moment on, you will be confined to the palace villa until further notice. The order left no room for argument. Fantine's world collapsed completely. All strength to resist drained from her, and tears of despair slid endlessly down her pale cheeks. Stella and Lucas could only watch helplessly as the princess's all-or-nothing gamble ended in total defeat. At last, they were able to return to the estate. They stood at the entrance, saying goodbye to their friends. "Thank you for being willing to take us in," Stella said warmly to Fred's family. "You've helped us so much." "Be careful on your way back," Fred said with a smile, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. "We will," his family replied in unison, waving as their carriage rumbled away along the cobblestone path. The moment they stepped into their own home, their smiling parents came to greet them. "Welcome home. You're finally back." "We're back," Stella said, relief flooding through her heart. "I'm sorry we were gone for so long." Her mother pulled her into a tight embrace. "You silly child, I was worried sick when I heard the news." She released her, her eyes shining as she looked back and forth between Stella and Lucas. "But since the two of you came back together, that means—" Lucas smiled and took Stella's hand. "Yes, the king has agreed to our engagement." A wave of relieved sighs immediately filled the room. "That's wonderful." The butler was grinning from ear to ear as well. "Congratulations. I knew the two of you would succeed, so I took the liberty of preparing your room for you." Stella's mother grabbed her hand excitedly. "Come and see." She led the two of them into a room where an enormous, luxurious bed took up the entire space, adorned with silk and gold decorations. "See," she said with a teasing smile. "You don't need two beds anymore, do you?" Standing beside Lucas, Stella flushed all the way down to her neck, the heavily suggestive remark hanging ambiguously in the air. Later that night, Stella flopped onto the bed, her whole body sinking into the soft mattress. "Wow, it's so soft. This feels amazing," she exclaimed as she stretched out. Lucas leaned over her and said in a low voice, "You must be tired." His hands gently settled on her legs, and he began to massage them at an unhurried pace. "I want to take good care of you today." A soft sigh escaped her lips. Thank you." It felt so wonderful that it was as if all the exhaustion in her body was slowly melting away. This feels so good, she thought blissfully, but I think I've developed a bad habit. Whenever Lucas touches me, I can hardly stand it. Under his skillful hands, she began to squirm restlessly. His hands slid upward along her thighs, igniting sparks across her skin wherever they touched. He leaned closer, his warm breath brushing her ear, and asked with a knowing, mischievous smile, "Do you want me to massage there too?" Her whole body trembled violently, tightening from the sweet shock. He chuckled, his voice hoarse. "You're still loose there. After all, we only just did at the palace." His fingers spread slightly, deliberately teasing her. "I've just thought of a good idea." Before she could protest, he had already lifted her into his arms. Wait. He carried her to a huge, ornate mirror and pressed her back against the cool glass. In the reflection, her eyes were wide and her cheeks were bright red. "What are you doing?" He buried his face against the side of her neck and nuzzled her, his voice full of possessiveness. "Take a good look at that face of yours, looking like you can't take any more pleasure." The tip of his tongue slipped out, licking along her sensitive skin. "This is too embarrassing," she thought dizzily. Then he whispered beside her ear, "This is my thanks for saving me. First, I'm going to fill you completely with pleasure." He looked at her in the mirror, a wicked gleam flashing in his eyes. "Then I'm going to take you hard and make up for what we didn't finish at the palace." Meanwhile, in the gilded cage of the palace villa, Fantine spat through clenched teeth. "Lucas," she gripped a shattered vase tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Why do you refuse to marry me? That woman, I will never forgive her." A maid stood trembling at the side. What do you think they meant when they said she has the power to restore his magic?" Fantine pondered for a moment. Then a cold smile slowly curled at her lips. "Perhaps some kind of spell." She began pacing back and forth. She was born into a magical noble family, but only men can use magic. A dark realization suddenly lit her eyes. Unless they use a magical tool. She stopped, her gaze sharp and calculating. Could she have used some special magical tool? Then she turned to the maid, her voice as sharp as glass. "Prepare a magic crystal. I need to contact someone." The maid's face went pale. "But His Majesty forbade you from contacting anyone outside the palace." A dangerous light flashed in Fantine's eyes. "Enough nonsense. Go prepare it at once. Meanwhile, at the estate, Fred stood alone in his room, his chest feeling as if a heavy boulder were pressing down on it. Stella already has someone she loves. I have no right to love her at all, he thought. The pain was real and sharp. I can't believe that after all this time, I would feel this way. His gaze suddenly caught something glittering on the floor. It was an exquisite pink earring. Is this Stella's? He picked it up, the cold metal pressing against his skin. I should return it to her. As he approached the sitting room, he heard voices inside and stopped, hiding by the door. It was Ethan's mother, her voice on the verge of collapse. Don't you think this is too much? Ethan truly loves her, she cried. She had come to complain about the broken engagement. Fred's father listened patiently. That's right, Ethan's mother sobbed, covering her face with both hands. But Ethan, he has fallen far too deeply for that girl. The image of Ethan looking utterly lost flashed through her mind. I've already told him to give up on her, but he just won't listen. If this continues, he will surely fall apart. Just then, they noticed Fred standing at the door. Oh, Fred, Ethan's mother cried out, and a strange, desperate thought suddenly lit her eyes. Would you be willing to hear me out? They sat down in a quiet room, the air thick with tension. Do you mind if I smoke? Ethan's mother asked, her hands trembling slightly. Without this, I can't calm down. Fred nodded. Go ahead. She took out a slender, ornate pipe and lit it. With the soft crackle of magic igniting, a wisp of strangely sweet purple smoke slowly spread through the air, curling toward Fred. What a strange smell, he murmured. Through the smoke, she stared at him with sharp, sly eyes. Tell me, Fred, you like Stella too, don't you? The question struck him like something solid, and his entire body stiffened. My feelings for her are different from Ethan's, he insisted, but there was little conviction in his voice. She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowered like she was sharing a conspiracy. Actually, if she said she wanted to marry you, Ethan and I were both prepared to give up. Her words seeped into his mind like poison. Don't you think it's far too reckless for her to marry a man she met while fleeing? Her words were full of provocation and suggestion. Do you think that man truly understands her? Aren't you worried at all? A wave of dizziness swept over Fred. What's happening? I must be tired. My head is getting foggier. The room seemed to tilt and roar around him. He struggled to resist, trying to hold on, but her consciousness had become hazy and sweet because she could feel his lips falling on her skin. Wait, not there. Don't touch my feet. She thought this, yet a soft laugh still escaped her throat. But his voice sounded low against the arch of her tense foot, carrying an intoxicating temptation as he reminded her that she was the one who had begged him to kiss every part of her body. He was right. As his gentle, yet unending kisses continued, a blush crept little by little up her neck. It tickles, she protested weakly, her toes curling. And my feet might be a little dirty. But when he spoke against her skin, his voice was firm and brooked no argument, making her whole body tremble. There is no part of you that is dirty, he insisted. Her heart trembled, and she pleaded softly, kiss somewhere else. Kiss my chest. She met his crimson eyes, where a heat that nearly swallowed her whole churned within them, and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Didn't I already kiss there? He reminded her in a low voice, lazy and seductive like a cat. Was that not enough? Her breath caught. As his lips moved upward, they left a trail of burning heat wherever they passed. Her thoughts scattered completely, her body arching toward him of its own accord, a soft pant slipping from her lips. And touch me lower, she murmured, unable to stop herself once the words left her mouth. His gaze darkened with rekindled desire. He admitted that he truly had not paid much attention to that place earlier, his voice thick with lust. At first, she had been too embarrassed to say it, unable to ask for what she truly wanted. But now it felt far too good. That shame melted away as quickly as snow under sunlight, leaving only an almost desperate craving. More Lucas, she gasped, her voice broken. Inside, her eyes shimmered with tears that had yet to fall, all of them born purely from pleasure, as she looked up at him pleadingly. I can't resist you, she panted softly. He ran the tip of his tongue over his lips, a predatory light gleaming in his eyes, confessing that he could not resist her either, especially when she begged like this. The next second, he thrust forward hard, entering her deeply and nearly stealing the air from her lungs. The outside world seemed to vanish completely, and the creaking of the bed frame became the only rhythm to their intense movements. Yet even as he sank into the haze of desire, a thread of unease still pierced Lucas's heart. He was not worried that Stella would leave him for Fred, but she cried out his name again and again, her voice desperate and moving as it echoed through the room. She loved him. She truly loved him. Breathlessly, she begged him to stay by her side forever, and he promised her that he would. But the truth still gnawed at his heart like a thorn. At the beginning, he had used her. If not for that contract, they never would have come this far. He had never imagined that a marriage born of mutual benefit would ultimately make them love each other so deeply. Yet Fred's shadow still would not go away. Fred's pure and untainted love for Stella made him feel so inferior it was almost pathetic. He buried his face in her hair and held her tighter, as if by doing so he could erase the doubts in his heart with his own hands. After that fierce wave of passion finally subsided, he held her in his arms, his voice vibrating low beside her ear. He asked if she felt better now. She let out a trembling breath and sighed in satisfaction. She said softly that she felt more than just a little better. I feel much better. She looked up at him, her heart so full it felt as if it would overflow in the next second. Then he suddenly remembered something and mentioned it casually, but it stirred a fresh wave of excitement in her heart. He told her that his mother had already arranged for a tailor to come next week to make Stella's wedding dress. A playful smile curled at his lips as he guessed she must already be unable to wait, and she truly could not wait even 1 second. She added that there was also the matter of her own parents, and she was growing more and more excited about it too. He still had to go meet them. He gently cupped her face, and the tender touch made her feel as though she would melt completely. He believed the king's letter regarding the dissolution of her engagement with Ethan should have reached her parents by now. They would surely approve of their relationship, wouldn't they? Stella's smile was radiant and full of hope. In her heart, she prayed as well, praying that her parents would agree. But outside their warm and safe little world, everything was cold and gloomy. The storm beat violently against the estate's glass windows. The heavy rain showed no sign of stopping. In another room, Fred stood alone, looking out at the storm beyond the window, deep and unsettling sorrow carved into his handsome face. The next day, the rain had not lessened in the slightest. Stella stood beneath the porch awning, watching Lucas and his father, both wearing dark hooded cloaks, as they prepared to leave. He promised her they would return soon. She told him he had to be careful. He looked back at her, his red eyes full of gentle love. He blinked and said that he had plenty of magic now, all thanks to her. Her face immediately burned bright red. Honestly, Lucas, she chided him inwardly, turning away and clenching her fists in feigned annoyance. Just as the front door closed behind them, a familiar voice called out to her. It was Fred. He looked well and asked if she had slept well last night. She smiled, though her gaze unconsciously followed the two figures disappearing into the curtain of rain, and asked whether they were going somewhere. Fred's mother explained that a magical beast had appeared in the territory. It was unfortunate that they had to go out in such stormy weather, but magical beasts were always more active during storms. Then she smiled gently at Stella and said that since she could not return home in this weather anyway, she might as well have tea with them. Stella glanced at Fred and, seeing him smile gently as well, thought it did sound like a good idea. All right, she agreed. The sitting room was soon filled with laughter as they sat together, drinking tea and chatting. Stella laughed until tears came to her eyes, raising a hand to wipe the corners. Fred looked at her with an indulgent smile and softly complained that his story was not that funny. An hour passed in the blink of an eye amid their pleasant conversation. As Fred looked at her, memories continued to surface in his mind. She looked exactly as she had when she was a child, still sitting there like that, talking and laughing. He had always regarded her as a lovely younger sister. But in the loneliest corner of his heart, a painful question kept echoing. If he had been the one to propose to her before Ethan, would her smile have belonged to him alone? Stella did not notice the turmoil within him at all. She merely sighed in satisfaction and said Lucas should be back soon. But in that instant, the room seemed to tilt suddenly. A dark and malicious voice whispered in Fred's mind, and it was not his own. Stella, the one you love is me. Stella, the one you want to marry is me. A sharp pain suddenly pierced through his head, and his vision flashed crimson. That voice, it was ringing in his head again. He felt himself losing control, his body moving against his will. Stella is yours. The whisper quickly swelled into a roar. His hand shot out, grabbing Stella's arm with such force it nearly bruised her. She sucked in a breath, her eyes widening in shock. "Fred." His voice was low and urgent, like the suppressed growl of a wild beast, as he yanked her hard into his arms. "I love you, Stella. I don't want to give you to that man." His grip tightened more and more, and she cried out in pain. "Wait, Fred, that hurts. Let go." She struggled desperately to push him away. "What is wrong with you? You're not usually like this," she cried, her heart pounding violently with fear. A chilling, unfamiliar smile twisted his lips. "Don't you know?" A sinister voice hissed from his mouth. "This is the real me." Stella shrank back in terror, shaking her head desperately. "No, it isn't. Someone had wanted to do this all along." Her thoughts raced as she tried to make sense of all this madness. Something is wrong. Fred is acting far too strangely. What happened? He lunged at her again, his face completely twisted by obsession. That dark voice kept whispering, "I want you to fall in love with me." Stella screamed for him to stop, but behind him, an evil shadow-like creature slowly manifested, grinning widely as it let out a silent, horrifying laugh. Stella went cold with terror. Was that a magical beast? She had not sensed it at all. Had it been hiding inside Fred all along? She felt as though all the blood in her body had turned cold. She had to make him come to his senses. "Fred, snap out of it," she screamed. But his eyes had already become crazed and out of control, locking onto her fiercely. "Stella." The creature's voice rasped through his mouth. "I'm going to make you mine." He reached out toward her while she froze in place, a silent scream trapped in her throat. Just then, the sitting room door was slammed open with a thunderous crash. It was Lucas. His cloak was soaked through with rain, and his eyes burned with rage. "Stella," he shouted. He had sensed the aura of a magical beast, and it was here. When he saw Fred pinning Stella against the wall, his entire world instantly turned red. "What are you doing?" he roared, knocking Fred to the floor with one punch. He shielded Stella behind him and asked if she was all right. Trembling, she clutched his arm tightly. "Lucas, there's a magical beast inside Fred," she cried from behind him. Fred clutched his head in agony, while the shadow-like creature poked its head out from behind his back, wearing a sinister smile. "Is it a Pepe Yorgi?" Lucas murmured, narrowing his eyes. Stella had never heard the name before. He quickly explained, "It's a kind of magical beast that possesses people. It feeds on its host's magic. The host will completely lose control, and their personality can change in an instant." That magical beast had been using her to draw out Fred's magic. So that was it. No wonder he had become so abnormal. It was all that beast doing. Lucas's expression darkened. "That's right," he said heavily. "We have to get rid of it." Purple magic surged violently around his hands. He launched an attack, aiming directly at the creature clinging to Fred's back. But before the magic could touch the beast, it simply dissipated as if it had never existed. "What?" Lucas's eyes widened in disbelief. He tried again, but the result was exactly the same. His magic was completely useless. He staggered back a step. Meanwhile, Fred, now entirely controlled by the beast, stood up again. He summoned a huge sphere of water magic and hurled it straight at Lucas. Stella screamed. No. The water sphere slammed heavily into Lucas, sending him crashing to the floor and instantly swallowing him whole. "Fred!" she screamed, her voice filled with tearing fear. A flicker of clarity passed across Fred's face, and his magic wavered with it. He clutched his head, a pained groan escaping his lips. As he desperately fought for control of his body, he looked at Stella, his eyes filled with pain. He stammered, then cried out. No, the water magic receded with it, splashing down onto the floor. Then, after one last despairing look at Stella, Fred turned and leapt out through the open window, vanishing into the storm. Stella hurried to Lucas's side and found him coughing violently, constantly spitting up water. "Are you all right?" she asked, her hands hovering near him, too anxious to know where to touch. He nodded and wiped his mouth. "I'm fine," he answered hoarsely, his gaze still fixed on the empty window. "Let's go after him." Stella's heart ached for her friend, but she knew Lucas was right. "All right," she agreed gravely. They followed the trail through the rain-soaked forest, the carriage jolting along the muddy path. "This is the road Fred would likely take to go home," Lucas said as he scanned the trees. "Could he be nearby?" Stella asked, looking into the dim depths. Then she asked Lucas to tell her more about Pepe Yorgi. He turned to look at her, his expression serious. That kind of magical beast is quite rare, he explained. I've only read about it in books. The more self-control a person normally has, the stronger the beast's influence on him will be. Because Pepe Yorgi releases every desire you've kept suppressed deep in your heart. Stella sharply held her breath. Then that meant those were Fred's true feelings. That desperate confession, that painful and forceful grip, not just the magical beast. That was also him, a part of her childhood friend that he had truly kept hidden. The realization pressed heavily against her chest. She looked at Lucas, and he could only look back at her, understanding the heartbreaking meaning behind it. At last, the storm passed, leaving behind a world washed completely clean. A man with long silver hair walked along a forest path dappled with sunlight. When he saw something ahead, he stopped. A horse was standing beside someone collapsed on the ground. He immediately hurried over, his handsome face full of concern. "Are you all right?" he called as he knelt beside the unconscious man. "Please wake up." Fred's eyes trembled slightly and opened for a moment, a broken word escaping his lips. "Stella." The silver-haired man looked down at him, confused. "Stella." After they returned to the Bradrel estate, the news spread. Fred was possessed by a magical beast. His father cried in shock. Lucas explained that Fred had run out of the estate, and they were not sure where he had gone. His mother twisted her hands together and confirmed that he had not returned home. Lord Bradrel's expression was grim. He admitted that ever since before the storm arrived, he had sensed the presence of a magical beast around the estate. He simply had not known when it had attached itself to his son. Lucas asked whether anything unusual had happened before Fred left. At that moment, the butler revealed a crucial piece of information. Lady Elliot had visited. She had come to complain about the broken engagement, and afterward, she had demanded to speak with Fred alone. A dark suspicion gradually rose in Lord Bradrel's heart. After hesitating for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, "There have always been some unpleasant rumors about the Marchioness. Rumor has it that she secretly obtained dangerous magical tools and even had dealings with mages who illegally tame magical beasts." Stella's eyes widened in horror. Could she have? Could she truly have made a magical beast possess Fred? All the pieces came together in an instant, and cold, sharp anger ignited in her heart. "I can't believe it. She dragged Fred into this just to ruin my happiness." The thought was sickening. "I will never forgive her. I will never, ever forgive her." She turned to Lucas, her voice trembling slightly with resolve. "I want to save Fred. Will you help me?" He did not hesitate for even a second. His hand gently settled on her head, his voice soft but firm. "You don't have to ask me so carefully about something like that," he said. "Whatever you want to do, I'll go along with it. Let's find Fred and defeat the monster possessing him." Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. They decided to start tracking Fred's magic from the estate, because a human's magic was easier to follow. Lucas summoned a glowing magical compass, its light pulsing and flickering in his hand. "Follow this road straight ahead," he instructed the coachman. And so they followed the compass's guidance, jolting along through the countryside. But as the sun began to sink, the light of the compass started to flicker unsteadily. Stella looked at Lucas, worry appearing between her brows. His face was pale, and he looked utterly exhausted. "Are you all right?" she asked softly. He admitted that he had used a great deal of magic, especially after dealing with another magical beast earlier, and was already very tired. Stella's heart ached for him. "Let's rest for a while," she insisted. That night, they stopped at an unremarkable little inn. The room was old and simple. Compared with the places they were used to staying in, it was far inferior. Lucas apologized, saying that if they had gone on to the next town, they could have found better accommodations. But Stella did not mind. "Anywhere is fine as long as it keeps out the wind and rain," she said, resting her head on his shoulder. It reminded her of the place where they had stayed after playing that trick on Rosa. He chuckled and agreed, saying that place had indeed been much better. She lit the dim lamp, her thoughts already racing. First, they had to eat something and let him rest. Then they had to restore his magic so he could continue tracking Fred. Just then, a high-pitched moan suddenly came from the next room, making both of them jolt. "Ah, Stella froze, her eyes wide. The sounds became clearer and louder, the creaking of bedboards, accompanied by sweet, hurried gasps. I can't take it anymore, a woman cried. Me neither. Faster, please, a man pleaded. Stella's face instantly turned bright red. Good heavens, these walls were far too thin. Those sounds continued without any restraint, filling their small room with perfect clarity. Stella stood there, so embarrassed she wanted to disappear, while Lucas watched her with an intrigued, wicked smile. He leaned close to her and whispered in her ear, "Should we go get something to eat first?" But Stella was already too flustered to think about food, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. The smile at the corner of Lucas's mouth deepened. "Dinner can wait," he murmured, his eyes taking on that familiar desire. "I want to eat you first." With that, he pulled her closer. His lips brushed lightly against her ear. "When you heard those sounds next door, did you imagine how they were making love?" he teased deliberately. Her whole body burned, red from head to toe. He chuckled, his voice low and husky. "This is all your fault." His hands slowly slid down her back. "Seeing you react like this has got me excited. Besides, I used so much magic today." She stammered, try to find an excuse. But aren't you tired? We should leave this for later." He bent down, his warm breath brushing against her neck. He pointed out that if they waited until next door went quiet, their own sounds would be even more obvious. If they did it now, no one would know which room the sound were coming from. Her mind was in utter chaos. Even if he said that, those sounds were truly too distracting. She could not focus at all. As if seeing through her thoughts, he whispered, "I see. Then how about this?" Before she could ask what he meant, he took out a strip of cloth and gently covered her eyes with it, a blindfold. Panic and a strange thrill shot through her body at the same time. Don't," she protested weakly, but it was already too late. With her sight gone, all her other senses were magnified 100-fold. "I don't know where he's going to touch me." Her body trembled slightly with anticipation and the sudden rush of pleasure. Lucas looked at her like a predator watching its prey. "She's so cute when she trembles like that." A wicked smile appeared on his face. "I need to tease her thoroughly until she can't endure it anymore and begs me herself." He slowly traced one finger down her arm, and she immediately shuddered as if struck by lightning. "Stella." He murmured her name, his voice filled with desire. "I haven't even touched you there yet, and you're already wet?" She gasped, unable to form a complete sentence. "I can't help it. I'm especially sensitive today." Her feet curled restlessly against the sheets. He was not wrong. She had already become thoroughly wet. "Mema, Lucas," she moaned, lost in pleasure, his breathing unsteady. He let out a breath and ran a hand through his hair. This won't do," he said in a low voice. She was confused. What won't?" he growled, as though the last of his self-control had snapped. "I meant to slowly drive you mad, but I'm the one going mad waiting," he admitted, his voice dangerously low. "I'm going inside." Before she could even process the words, he thrust into her, filling her completely. She cried out, her body tightening sharply and clamping around him. She came again, just from him entering. Even he was surprised. Then he began to move, slow and deep. Still not used to it, he teased, his lips seeking hers. She shook her head while panting. And not yet. The sensation felt so good it was almost frightening. The bedboards creaked in a steady rhythm, echoing the pace from the next room. A sudden stab of guilt pierced her. "I know it's important to restore Lucas's magic, but doing this while something has happened to Fred still makes me feel guilty." "Lucas," she murmured against his skin. "Fred'll be all right, won't he?" The atmosphere shattered in an instant. Lucas froze, his entire body tensing. He drew back slightly, but his grip on her hands tightened. "Oh no, maybe I shouldn't have asked that." He began moving again, but this time it was completely different. Heavier, faster, possessive, almost as if he were angry. "I know what you mean," he said through clenched teeth, his voice terrifyingly low. "But at a time like this, you shouldn't say another man's name. I am sorry. Wait, it's too intense," she cried, clutching tightly at his hands. He leaned down. His voice rang in her ear like a poisoned whisper. "Who is the one making love to you right now?" She cried out his name through tears. Lucas." He kissed her hard, swallowing all her other words. "That's right. Now, just feel me." He surrounded her completely, leaving her no room to think of anything else or any other name. Later, when they lay tangled in the sheets, his anger had faded, replaced by a quiet remorse. "Sorry," he murmured, his voice muffled in her hair. "I went too far." He sighed, a helpless smile touching the corner of his mouth. "The people in the next room definitely heard us." As he said that, he even pulled the blanket over his head, as if trying to hide himself. "Don't worry about that," he said with a slightly embarrassed smile. Halfway through, I put up a soundproof barrier around us. Stella's eyes widened at once. What? She demanded, sitting up abruptly. If he could do that, then they clearly could have waited until after dinner too. Her puffed-up, sulking expression was so adorable that Lucas spent the entire meal afterward doing everything he could to cheer her up, even feeding her food from his own plate by hand. The next day, Lucas's magic led them to an elegant cottage hidden among the trees. "This is the place," he said, his gaze settling on the front door. "I can feel his magic coming from here." Stella gently knocked on the wooden door. The door creaked open, revealing a man with dazzling silver hair and glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. "May I help you?" he asked politely. Stella hurriedly explained that they were looking for a blond man. A look of understanding flashed in the man's eyes. "I see. You know him?" he asked. Stella nodded repeatedly and anxiously asked if they could see him. The man named Hughley opened the door wider. "Please come in," he said, explaining that after the storm, he had found the man collapsed by the roadside. Then he led the two of them through a cozy room filled with books and all kinds of strange instruments. And the person sitting by the bed was none other than Fred. He looked pale and dazed, but he was safe. Thank goodness. Stella let out a long breath, an enormous sense of relief washing over her. Fred raised his head, and when he saw her, his eyes widened at once. She walked toward him, her expression serious. "Fred, there's something I have to tell you right away," she said, stopping a few steps from the bed. "You were possessed by a magical beast." Fred sucked in a sharp breath, his face turning even paler. "What?" Lucas stepped forward. "Have you heard of a magical beast called Pepe Yorgi?" he asked. Fred could only shake his head blankly, but Hughley's eyes widened slightly behind his lenses. "Oh, I haven't heard that name in a long time," he mused as he stepped closer. "Pepe Yorgi is a magical beast that possesses humans and drains their magic, correct?" He explained that those who were possessed would lose control, and their actions would become instinctive. Hughley then introduced himself as a scholar who studied magical tools used to destroy magical beasts, as well as the last descendant of a once-declined magical noble family. However, he also admitted that ever since he had brought Fred back, he had not sensed the presence of that magical beast again. Lucas explained that it could only be sensed when it appeared. Fred looked down at his own hands, his face full of horror. "Everything I did was all because of that monster," he whispered, his voice trembling. Stella's heart ached, and she gave him a gentle, soothing smile. "That's right," she said softly. "So I'm not angry with you, Fred." Her forgiveness and her kindness were far too heavy for him. He looked up at her, tears welling in his eyes, but not yet falling. "Stella," he called softly, but merely saying her name seemed to trigger something. A sharp, piercing pain stabbed into his mind once more, and he screamed as he clutched his head. He pitched forward, and Lucas and Hughley hurried over to catch him. "It's coming out," Lucas shouted. A pitch-black creature burst out from Fred's back with an eerie laugh, its evil eyes fixed straight on Stella. Hughley pushed up his glasses, his gaze actually showing a hint of interest. "Oh, so that's what it looks like." Lucas ignored him and summoned his magic again. "This time, I'll finish you off." He unleashed a powerful attack, but just like before, the pitch-black monster absorbed it without taking any damage. "What does the book say?" Lucas suddenly turned to Hughley, who was flipping through an old, dust-covered tome, and demanded sharply. Hughley read out the passage with a solemn expression. "Magical attacks are ineffective against Pepe Yorgi." Lucas instantly felt a chill run through him. "My magic is useless?" Just then, Fred abruptly stood, and a glowing blue magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Water surged out of the magic circle, swirling around him with astonishing force. But this time, the target of the attack was not Lucas. Several tentacles of water shot out, binding Stella's hands and feet. They dragged her up from the ground. Lucas could only watch in shock as she was helplessly pulled toward the possessed Fred. The air crackled, filled with a twisted energy. Fred's eyes flashed with an ominous light as he controlled the spiraling water, making it coil tighter and tighter. The water tightened ruthlessly around Stella. She gasped, the magical restraints cold and suffocating against her skin. Was this how it would end? Was her childhood friend truly going to end her life with his own hands? Just then, a sharp, furious voice suddenly tore through the tense air, roaring at him to let Stella go. a black shadow flashed past, and with a tremendous splash, the watery prison exploded into countless flying droplets. In the blink of an eye, Lucas reached her side, pulled her into his arms, and carried her away from danger, away from the possessor wearing Fred's face. Stella's heart pounded wildly in her chest, fear and relief intertwining until she could hardly breathe. She leaned against his chest, and the warmth of his body dispelled the chill left by the magic, as well as the fear in her heart. She managed to force out one trembling word: "Thank you." Lucas looked down at her, his crimson eyes full of concern, a gentle smile flickering across his lips as he said softly that it was nothing at all. But the danger was not over. On the other side of the room, Fred's voice, now a hoarse roar that sounded nothing like his own, rang out with a chilling declaration. He raised a trembling hand and pointed at them, his face twisted into a terrifying mask of pure obsession as he declared that Stella would be his. A mad, horrifying smile tore across his lips, and a spine-chilling, frenzied light gleamed in his eyes. This was no longer Fred. This was a monster. The instant the possessed young man lunged forward, a white light suddenly burst through the room. With a sharp smack, a magical tool struck Fred hard on the head. With a rather comical poof, he instantly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared, only to reappear the next second and collapse to the floor with a thud. Hughley stood there calmly and slowly lowered his hand. As if nothing had happened, he explained that it was a magical tool he had made that could put someone directly to sleep. Lucas and Stella were both stunned, while Hughley continued explaining that the book was correct. When the host fell asleep, a magical beast like Pepe Yorgi would also sleep with them. Stella let out a long breath and thanked him repeatedly while watching the scholar gently help the unconscious Fred back into bed and cover him with a blanket. The gratitude in her heart was beyond words. He had just saved all of them. After the immediate crisis was resolved, a new problem hung in the air. Stella looked at her unconscious friend, her heart aching faintly. If magic did not work on it, how were they supposed to get rid of Pepe Yorgi? Hughley, who was practically an encyclopedia of magical knowledge, asked a strange question. Had Fred smoked a pipe recently? He explained that Pepe Yorgi was attracted to pipes and treated them as vessels for the core of its soul. They would possess humans who smoked these cursed objects. But if the pipe was destroyed, the magical beast should disappear along with it. Did Fred have a pipe among his belongings? A memory flashed through Stella's mind, now that she thought about it. When Fred came to see her, he had indeed smelled different from usual. It was a strange, cloyingly sweet scent. But she knew that Fred did not smoke. His mother was frail, and he would never do anything that might put her at risk. So if he had not been smoking, perhaps he had been near someone else who was. Hughley flipped through the book, his expression solemn. He explained that Pepe Yorgi craved magic. If the person using the pipe had no magic, the magical beast would instead possess the nearest person who did have magic. The horrifying truth surfaced in Stella's and Lucas's minds at the same time. Fred was merely a victim, a pawn in someone else's twisted scheme. Determination gathered in Stella's eyes. She told Lucas that after Fred woke up, they had to ask him whether the Marchioness had been holding a pipe at the time. Lucas's expression was firm and protective. He told her that if she asked, it would only provoke the magical beast, so he would handle the questioning. Stella looked into his serious eyes and could only nod in agreement. Deep within the sleep brought on by magic, Fred was lost in a world of his own making. It was a beautiful and perfect dream. In the dream, he and Stella were together, warm sunlight shining down on them, and he finally spoke the words he had kept hidden in his heart for far too long. He loved her. His voice trembling and full of hope, he asked whether she loved him too. In the dream, she opened her arms and threw herself into his embrace, answering in a joyful voice. Yes, she loved him. There was always a radiant smile on her face, the very picture of pure happiness, and it made his heart soar. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing over his skin as she whispered that she wanted him to touch her. Her small, soft body gave off a sweet fragrance, and when her hands touched his skin, it was as if electricity ran through him. Everything she said was exactly what he had always wanted to hear. It was all too perfect, so perfect it did not feel real. A faint voice deep in his heart whispered, "This feels like a dream." A dream. The word echoed in his mind, and the beautiful illusion began to crack. That's right, he thought, as cold terror seeped in bit by bit. In reality, Stella. The dream shattered with a crash, and he found himself standing in a dark, empty corridor. A strange sound, a soft moan, drifted out from behind a closed door. His heart pounded wildly as he reached for the doorknob, a terrible premonition gripping him tight. He pushed the door open, and in that instant, his whole world ended. They were tangled with Stella among the sheets, and the person with her was Lucas. Her moans of pleasure echoed through the room, ecstatic words spilling from her lips as she begged him to give her more. "Yes, come inside," she cried, and the scene burned itself deep into his soul. A shadowy monster appeared behind him, its voice whispering against his ear like a venomous snake. "Don't look away," it hissed. "Pepe Yorgi." It clamped its claws around his head, forcing him to keep watching. "Let your murderous intent burn." It sneered, its split mouth full of sharp teeth. "You're so bitter that the one by your side isn't you, aren't you? You want to destroy everything they have, don't you?" Fred's eyes widened in horror, and a piercing scream tore from his throat. Stop! He knew none of this was real. It was only a nightmare created by that magical beast. As his will burst forth, a brilliant blue magic circle erupted from within him. "Get lost, you bastard! Get out of my body!" The dark monster shrieked and was violently driven out. It vanished without a trace, and Fred slowly opened his eyes. He let out a low groan. Lucas was sitting beside him, looking worried, asking if he was all right, and saying he had been groaning in pain in his sleep. Fred's first thought was not of himself. In a hoarse voice, he urgently asked if Stella was safe. Lucas calmly told him that she was in the room next door and was perfectly safe. That reassurance struck his tormented soul like an explosion. Relief washed through his entire body. Stella was safe. That was what mattered most. Then Lucas quietly asked the question neither of them wanted to face. Did he know how to drive Pepe Yorgi out of his body? He explained that Hughley had already looked into it for them, then asked whether the Marchioness had been holding a pipe at the time. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Fred's eyes widened in shock as a chilling realization surfaced in his mind. "I think, yes," he said softly. "I see." So Lady Elliot. She had known about his feelings and used Pepe Yorgi to turn them against him like a weapon, trying to make him the one who hurt Stella. The bitterness of that realization was hard to swallow. He had fallen completely into her trap. He clenched the sheets, his knuckles turning white. He had not wanted Stella to learn of his feelings this way. In truth, he had never intended for her to know at all. He looked at Lucas, the man Stella truly loved. Guilt nearly swallowed him whole. "Even if I was under the magical beast's influence at the time," he forced out with difficulty, his voice full of self-loathing, "I still can't forgive myself for trying to hurt Stella. I'm sure you must want to punch me too." But Lucas did not move. He only placed his hand firmly over Fred's. His voice was low but steady. "The ones I want to punch are that magical beast and the culprit who set you up." As he spoke, a cold fire flashed in his red eyes. "You didn't do anything wrong." That simple forgiveness was far more than Fred had dared to hope for. Lucas explained that Pepe Yorgi would not disappear unless they broke the pipe that held its core. He said he would go see Lady Elliot. Then he would smash the thing with his own hands. But Fred shook his head, a new determination gathering in his eyes. "No," he said, sitting up. "I'll go." This was his battle now. He looked at Lucas, his rival in love, and his friend. "This time, I can't stay silent." A flame burned in his eyes, a vow of revenge. "I won't let her interfere with Stella's happiness again. Never again." Meanwhile, beneath a night sky filled with stars, a lavish banquet was underway. Lady Elliot smiled behind her fan, but her thoughts were as venomous as a snake. "That girl must have fallen into my trap by now." As she thought this, a cruel light flashed in her eyes. "I will never let her be happy. Not after she pushed my Ethan into the abyss of despair." The memory of Stella rejecting her son continued to feed her fury. But that was not enough. She wanted Stella to taste even more pain. Just as her mind was filled with malicious thoughts, a voice called her name. She turned around, and the smile on her face instantly froze. Standing before her were Fred and Lucas, both calm and composed. She stammered in utter shock, asking why the two of them were here. Fred revealed a cold, knowing smile. "We came to see you." he said calmly. She asked how they had known she was here. His answer made her blood run cold. Pepe Yorgi told us. He held out his hand toward her, his voice lowering into something dangerously chilling. Please hand over the pipe. He offered her a deal. As long as she handed it over obediently and caused no trouble, he would make sure her crimes did not bring disgrace upon the Earl of Elliot. But the Marchioness only let out a cold laugh. So they wanted her pipe? Very well. A surge of deep purple energy shot out from the pipe in her hand, and Fred immediately screamed, clutching his head in agony. The magical beast had begun to stir again. She laughed softly, her voice sinister and wicked. Don't you have something more important to do right now? She said gently. A malicious light glittered in her eyes. For example, killing that hateful rival of yours. Like a puppet controlled by strings, Fred suddenly lunged forward and seized Lucas by the throat. The guests at the banquet gasped in horror. Fred's eyes were wild, the magical beast's influence struggling to take control. But Lucas did not even move an eyebrow. He only looked at Fred and calmly asked, "Need help?" Those words seemed to break the spell. Fred gritted his teeth and forced his arm to release Lucas. "I'm fine," he growled. Then the one he lunged at was not Lucas, but the Marchioness, snatching the pipe from her hand. "What?" she cried, utterly shocked. Fred curled his lips and explained that the potion Hughley had made to weaken Pepe Yorgi's influence had worked surprisingly well. The tiny, shadowy, magical beast crouched on his shoulder looked equally bewildered. At that moment, his eyes were cold and clear as they pierced straight into her. "My only enemy," he said, taking a step forward, "is you." He bent closer, his voice dropping into a mocking whisper. "That expression of yours is truly frightening. It ruins what little beauty you have." He said he had not expected her to dare control a magical beast in front of everyone. But now that things had come to this, she had no excuse left. Lady Elliot stared at him for a while, then threw back her head and laughed, her laughter mad and uncontrolled. But her laughter was soon cut off by a collective cry from the crowd. From the shadows of the ballroom, monstrous figures began to emerge one by one. Giant wolves with multiple blood-red, glowing eyes, deformed strange birds, and slithering venomous snakes. Magical beasts. Lucas and Fred immediately stood back to back, taking battle stances. The Marchioness's smile was full of triumph. "It seems this is the weakness of people like her." She raised the pipe with a sneer. "Dispose of them all." The magical beasts leapt forward, but Lucas merely lifted one hand, and a vortex of dark magic swirled in his palm. With a turn of his wrist, a wave of violet-blue energy swept out, annihilating the controlled creatures in an instant. He even sighed as if he were somewhat bored. As expected, wild magical beasts are more worth the effort. The guests immediately fell into panic. "My magical beast!" One man shouted. Another woman recognized him. "Is it that the man who defeated Volboya?" Fear quickly turned into anger. "Why such a dangerous man at our banquet? Kill them! Kill them!" The crowd shouted in unison, their faces twisted with terror. One of the Marchioness's accomplices urged her to flee, while she still had the chance. But just as she turned to run, a calm voice froze her in place. "Oh, where are you going in such a hurry?" Stella stood there, blocking her path, a composed smile on her face. "What an interesting banquet. May I join?" The Marchioness's face twisted with rage. How could that damned little girl still be so calm? Stella's own thoughts, however, were not polite in the least. What a wonderful reaction, she thought, rather enjoying the woman's fury. Coming here was definitely worth it. Although both men had objected, she had insisted on coming. Lucas in particular had been adamant that it was too dangerous. But Stella had raised her hand, determination shining in her eyes, and announced outright that she was going. When Fred asked whether she was afraid of the Marchioness, the smile on Stella's face faltered slightly. Afraid? Yes, that was right. Memories from her previous life surged back all at once. Darkness, chains, and that woman's cruelty. She still remembered the pain she had felt in the moment before she died. But precisely because of that, she had to come. This was her chance to sever the shackles of the past completely. She looked at the two friends who were worried about her, and her voice carried a strength it had never had before. Between her and the Marchioness, there was still a score to settle. She clenched her fist, and a malicious smile slowly rose on her face. I have to let her taste my fist. And now, standing before the stammering Marchioness, Stella was perfectly calm. Her fear had already become a distant memory. I'm not afraid at all. she thought. What reason did I ever have to be afraid of her? The one who's truly afraid now is her. Stella took a deep breath. Her voice was steady and clear. Raising, training, or controlling magical beasts is illegal. I find it hard to imagine that you were unaware of that, Lady Elliot. She took a step forward, her shadow falling over the older woman. Would you like me to explain what happens to those who break the law? The Marchioness's face flushed purplish red with fury, and a low growl rose from her throat. How dare you speak to me in that tone? You're nothing but a little girl, she shrieked, then whipped around and barked an order. Ricardo, use your pipe. Another one. Stella's eyes widened in alarm as she watched the man lift a new pipe to his mouth. If he released another Pepe Yorgi here, the one who would be possessed would be Lucas. The Marchioness laughed madly, while Lucas gave a muffled groan and raised a hand to his head. You'll become a monster obedient to your desires too. Stella's heart nearly stopped. What should she do? However, nothing happened. Instead, the man holding the pipe was trembling, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He could not understand at all why Pepe Yorgi had no effect on Lucas. Lucas calmly stepped forward and pulled the pipe from the man's shaking hand, then crushed it into powder. He turned his face, a breathtakingly handsome smile on his lips. Who knows, he said calmly, but I've always been faithful to my own desires, so perhaps I don't have any suppressed impulses in my heart. His gaze met Stella's, a teasing glint in his eyes. I have someone who always answers my desires, so I've always been perfectly satisfied. The Marchioness and her accomplices all stared at him in disbelief. It was over. Fred's voice was as cold as frost as he said to her, "Prepare yourself. What you've done can no longer be ignored." But the Marchioness had not given up. She let out a crazed scream, suddenly drew a dagger, and stabbed it in her own palm. Blood splattered across the floor. "It's not over yet," she screamed, offering her own soul as a sacrifice to the magical beasts. "Devour my filthy soul and kill the woman who brought sorrow to my son." Strengthened by the blood sacrifice, the magical beasts lunged toward Stella. Just as Lucas raised his hand to cast a spell, the Marchioness herself rushed forward as well. Her face was filled with hatred. Stella stood where she was, not retreating even half a step. A dazzling golden light erupted from within her, slamming into the Marchioness and sending her flying before she crashed heavily onto the cold, hard floor. Stella looked down at her. She was bathed in sacred radiance. "I am not Ethan's plaything," she said, her voice full of power. "If I were the kind of weak-willed woman who couldn't even run away from home, perhaps you really could have locked me in a basement and killed me. Unfortunately for you, I am not." The Marchioness could only lie there, utterly defeated, as scenes from her life flashed before her eyes. Her most cherished son, her all-consuming love for him, and the hatred she held for the woman he had fallen in love with. Her heart had long since been twisted by those two conflicting emotions. In the end, her love had become poison and destroyed everything. "I am sorry. I was a terrible mother." Thinking this, she let the darkness swallow her. Stella turned and left, not giving the pitiful woman another glance. In the end, Lady Elliot and all the nobles involved at the banquet were sentenced to death for their crimes. The Marquis shifted all blame onto his wife, claiming she had acted alone. As for their son, Ethan, he shut himself in his room and lived like something rotting away while clutching a portrait of Stella, the very person who had become the source of every misfortune that befell their family. Sometime later, beneath a clear blue sky, they said goodbye to Hughley. Fred turned to Lucas and Stella, a sincere and warm smile appearing on his face for the first time in a long while. "Thank you both, truly," he said, then looked at Stella, his gaze filled with gentle and pure sibling affection. "Just remember this," he said, cutting off what she had been about to say regarding his feelings. "I will always support your relationship with Lucas, and whenever you need my help, I will be there." He smiled brightly, the expression as radiant as the sun. "To me, you are a precious little sister." Tears welled in Stella's eyes. She did not need to say anything. He already understood. He was giving them a chance to build a new and better relationship. "Thank you, Fred," she said softly. At last, all the turmoil had passed. Stella and Lucas were soaking in a warm bath, bubbles floating around them. "Phew, we can finally rest easy." Stella sighed. Lucas hummed softly in response and asked whether that meant they could finally start preparing for the wedding without any worries. Then, with a smile, he asked whether it had felt good to land that blow on the Marchioness. Stella giggled. Yes. Her reaction was exactly what I imagined. She also asked thoughtfully whether, if she practiced more, she might be able to defeat magical beasts too. Then her innocent curiosity suddenly shifted direction. You said just now that you're faithful to your desires, she began. But do you really not have any pin-up desires at all? Lucas nearly choked on the bathwater, his entire face flushing red. How can you ask something like that so casually? He stammered. In the end, he admitted that, to be honest, perhaps he did have a little. Stella, completely unaware of what was inappropriate about it, directly asked what it was. A slow, wicked smile gradually appeared on Lucas's face. Since you're the one who asked, he said in a low voice, does that mean you're willing to help me take care of it? I don't mind, she answered innocently. The next second, Stella suddenly cried out in delight. Using the power control technique she had newly mastered, she gave herself a pair of cute, fluffy cat ears. Wow, these are so cute, she said excitedly. Lucas nodded in agreement as well, a soft smile on his face. Then Stella had a sudden idea. Another flash of magic passed, and a pair of black cat ears and a matching tail appeared on the astonished Lucas. Oh my goodness, you look so cute, she exclaimed. Lucas replied expressionlessly, I don't need to be cute, do I? Just then, Stella suddenly reached out and touched his newly grown tail. He cried out, his body instantly going rigid. Stella did not seem to notice his reaction. By the way, he said, his voice suddenly growing husky, I made your tail into a sensitive spot. He reached out and wrapped an arm around her, his palm gently stroking the base of her tail, making her tremble and gasp involuntarily. He pulled her closer, his lips beside her ear as he murmured, Hey, isn't this when you're supposed to say meow? His voice was low like a feline purr, sliding dangerously down her spine. Shouldn't you say meow? Stella trembled all over, every nerve ending seeming to catch fire. His hand gently held her newly formed, extraordinarily sensitive tail. Meow? Did he really want her to? Her cheeks burned crimson, and the heat had nothing to do with the bath. She drew in a shaky breath and finally squeezed out a tiny, humiliating whisper. Meow. The predatory gleam in his eyes softened in the next instant, and a low laugh rumbled in his chest. Oh, this is bad. He's too cute. She thought this to herself, her heart giving a ridiculous thump. But his hand was not innocent at all. His fingers began to gently knead the soft fur of her tail, and a sharp, electric stimulation shot through her entire body. You don't touch my tail, she panted, trying to pull away, but he held her firmly in place. He leaned closer, his warm breath sweeping over her ear as he asked what it felt like. Her own breathing grew ragged as well, her mind thrown into chaos by that unfamiliar and overpowering sensation. It feels strange, she gasped, her body arching uncontrollably. It felt exactly like that time, that awful yet unbearably wonderful experience when she had drunk the aphrodisiac. A wicked smile slowly appeared on Lucas's face. Oh, you're right, he said in a low voice, his gaze moving downward. You're already soaked. Those blunt words sent another wave of heat crashing through her body, and she let out a tiny whimper of embarrassment. Meow. Lucas's smile deepened. That cry just now was adorable, he said teasingly. She wanted to protest, to say she had not done it on purpose, but before the words could leave her mouth, they were cut off by a gasp. His fingers tightened slightly again, stroking and kneading back and forth, lighting sparks along her nerves. And no, not both at once, she pleaded softly, her voice almost inaudible. But he did not stop. Her entire body was flushed, her eyes squeezed shut as she panted without end, completely drowning in that dizzying pleasure. You only needed to use magic to give me ears and a tail. She screamed inwardly. Why did you have to make them sensitive spots? His lips gently brushed over the most sensitive place at the base of her tail, and intense pleasure immediately exploded like a shockwave, making her cry out before she could stop herself. Didn't you know? He whispered against her skin. The base of a cat's tail is especially sensitive to begin with. Her mind was a complete mess. Even if it was sensitive to begin with, there was no need to make the whole tail this sensitive. This was too much. He suddenly tugged on her tail, and an electric jolt of stimulation instantly ran through her entire body. Because this way is more interesting, isn't it? He said softly, then placed another kiss on her quivering tail. He was enjoying this far too much. Lucas savored the moment, savoring the sight of her trembling beneath him. I always thought she'd be cute with cat ears and tail, but this is even better than I imagined. A dark, possessive thought flashed through his mind. I want to make her cry out even more. Stella twisted her body, her mind thrown into chaos by the pleasure. This tale is completely unfair, she thought in despair. Lucas has no idea how hard this is for me. But mid the haze, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, hold on. If she had a tail, then so did he. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his smooth black tail. Was his tail sensitive too? His reaction came almost instantly. His whole body stiffened, his breath caught. A dark red flush climbed all the way up his neck, and the cat ears on his head trembled uncontrollably. Stella let go, and he gave a low growl, but his voice no longer carried its usual pressure. A wicked little smile rose to Stella's lips. Oh, so it works on him too. Uh-huh, she said lightly, filled with a sense of control. This is payback for bullying my tail earlier. He raised a hand as if to cover his face, forcing a suppressed sound from his throat. He feels it too. Lucas feels it too. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, beating with smug triumph. So you react here too? She whispered, gently pinching his tail again. Wow, it's so obvious. Anyone could tell you're reacting. Growing bolder, she put a little more strength into her hand, but her victory did not last long. In the blink of an eye, he pinned her down, dangerous fire burning in his eyes. His voice was low, like a velvet thread, vibrating straight into the depths of her soul. You'll take responsibility for this, won't you? Her eyes widened in shock. Responsibility? What did he mean by that? The world gradually blurred amid entwined limbs and burning whispers. This is unbearable. He panted hoarsely, his voice filled with need. You always drive me to this point. He pressed down over her, his body scorching hot like a branding iron. Does it feel that good? You're moving with me. His low murmur was like a sinful caress. No, she gasped, but her body moved beyond her control. So it's unconscious? He laughed darkly. You're not deliberately writhing under me like this? Then I'll focus on touching the places that make you feel the most. He adjusted his movements, deliberate and slow, tormenting her until she felt she would go mad. Like here. You like it here the most, don't you? He was right. He was always right. He threatened to stop at once if she was not honest, his teeth lightly grazing her sensitive ear. That threat finally broke her completely. I like it there, she admitted in a trembling voice. I love you, Lucas. Relief and affection passed across his face at the same time. I love you too, Stella, he panted against her skin. Then I'll let you feel all of me. His movements took on an even stronger purpose again, and she could not help crying out. Her body could hardly bear it. You've gotten so tight, he gasped, even his own restraint beginning to collapse. It's like you're tightening around me bit by bit, wrapping me up completely. Lucas, please, she begged, tears of pleasure blurring her vision. It feels too good. He licked the tip of her tail, a wicked smile on his face. Too good, he repeated, his hips grinding against her body. Help me, she whimpered, losing herself completely in the storm he stirred up. You're so cute, I can't stand it, he growled. His voice was terribly hoarse, and in the next moment he bit the back of her neck. It was a sharp, possessive gesture that made her tremble from head to toe. He bit my neck. We really are mating like cats. The bed creaked beneath their urgent movements. He held her firmly, not letting her escape his thrusts. I'm almost there, she cried out, her body meeting him again and again. His scorching, intense gaze locked with hers, and in that final moment, it felt as though the world itself burst into a sky full of sparks. She collapsed onto the sheets, breathing rapidly, her whole body limp and trembling faintly. She was utterly exhausted, but as he held her, that low, hungry voice sounded once more. Stella, I'm not satisfied yet. She saw their reflection in the mirror and instantly widened her eyes. His body was still entwined with hers. I'm sorry. Please wait, she pleaded in a panic, but it was no use. After turning into a cat, Lucas's desire is as strong as a beast's, she thought in alarm. If this keeps going, I really won't be able to hold out. Why does it always turn into this? A despairing whimper rang out from the tower and rose into the night sky. Meow. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room. Stella blinked awake. Lucas was sleeping peacefully beside her, one arm draped protectively over her body. She sat up and felt that every muscle in her body ached. Yet there was also a certain pleasant exhaustion. Ugh, I hurt all over. I want some water, she mumbled, her throat dry and tight. She slipped her feet into her slippers, only to discover that the water jug on the table was already empty. Looks like I'll have to go get some myself. She gently pushed open the door and peeked outside. My ears and tail are still here, she sighed. But everyone should be asleep right now, so I probably won't run into anyone. She tiptoed down the corridor, but when she reached the area near the library, she suddenly stopped. Strange sounds were coming from inside. Voices? Who would be talking in the library this late? In the end, curiosity won out. She secretly peered through the crack in the door, and in the next second her eyes widened in disbelief. Is that Miss Tracy and Hank? The two of them were tangled together by the bookshelves, their clothes in disarray. Miss Tracy, Hank panted, his voice tightly suppressed. What is it, Hank? Tracy replied, a playful yet dominant smile on her face. Please let me, he begged, but Tracy merely chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Not yet. I haven't teased you enough. She hummed softly, moving her waist against him in a slow, torturous rhythm. I want to see you filled with pleasure until you can only whimper and melt. As Stella watched, even her own heartbeat began to quicken. Miss Tracy is completely in control. They had not yet told Lucas's parents about their relationship, but it seemed they had already grown more and more intimate in secret. She gripped the hem of her nightgown, and for some reason, an unusual heat began to rise inside her too. Lucas just did it with me, she thought. Just then, Tracy's voice rang out in the silent library. You'll listen to me, won't you, Hank? Yes, Miss Tracy. He let out a weak whimper, trembling lightly beneath her. Good boy, she said softly, licking her lips. I love you, Hank. Stella drew in a sharp breath and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Oh no, I shouldn't be watching. I should leave quickly. Suddenly, a strong arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her backward against a firm chest. A familiar voice sounded low beside her ear. What are you doing? Her entire body froze, and her heart nearly leaped into her throat. Lucas. His gaze was fixed on the scene inside the library, his expression thoughtful, even faintly lonely. But when his eyes turned to her, they were filled with teasing amusement. Her face instantly flushed bright red, her eyes full of panic and embarrassment. That. He pulled her away from the door. Don't look, she stammered, trying to hide her bright red face. He chuckled softly, the sound vibrating in his chest. You're the one who was peeking. He gently took her hand, and magic flowed around the two of them, completely cutting off the sound from the library door. Looks like it stirred you up too, he said softly, his voice sending a shiver down her spine. He pressed her against the corridor wall, his body caging her in firmly. And no, she protested weakly, but he murmured softly, bad kitty. The tail behind him flicked lightly. Getting this worked up from peeking at other people. I'll have to punish you properly. And then he really did. The next day, Stella sat in the garden drinking tea, trying hard to ignore the lingering ache in her muscles. Last night got completely out of hand because of the transformation magic. I need to keep him from touching me for a while, she thought with a sigh. Miss Stella. Tracy's bright, cheerful voice called out. I found these little flowers blooming so adorably. Tracy handed her a small bouquet of daisies with a radiant smile. They really are adorable. Stella forced a smile. This is so awkward. She's usually so cute, she thought. And as the image from last night came back to her, her cheeks warmed again. Seeing her like that was far too shocking. Her heart gave an uneasy little jump. Just then, Hank walked over. My lady, what is it? Stella jumped in surprise. A messenger has come from Earl Norris. Her father? She instantly held her breath. After returning indoors, Lucas confirmed her guess. It's from your father. Yes, she answered softly, holding the letter with its familiar wax seal, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lucas sat beside her as she carefully broke the seal and began to read. Dear Stella. The letter said, I have heard that the king has approved your engagement to Lucas. In addition, Lady Elliot has been executed, so there is nothing left for us to fear. The letter continued, her father's words like medicine soothing old wounds. I apologize to you for everything up until now. We only wish for your happiness. Tears welled in her eyes, gradually blurring the elegant lines of writing. My parents have finally been freed too. A gentle hand softly patted her head. She looked up into Lucas's warm, reassuring gaze. Let's have them come next week, he said gently, drawing her into a warm embrace. The smile on his face erased the last trace of unease remaining in her heart. Let's write back right away. After that, shall we go riding together? She leaned into his arms and finally smiled from the bottom of her heart. Right now, I want to run as freely as I can against the wind. Sunlight filtered through the woods as they rode their horses through the dappled, bright forest, the wind sweeping past their hair. A deep, steady peace descended into Stella's heart. I changed my own fate. Once both our parents meet, we'll finally be able to get married. I really will become Lucas's wife. The thought made her so happy she almost felt dizzy. Just then, a tremendous noise suddenly came from among the trees. Whoa, hon, what is that? They pulled on the reins and looked toward the depths of the forest. The thunderous sound of hooves grew closer and closer. A magical beast with enormous tusks burst out from the bushes, and in front of it, a white-haired man was cowering. A magical beast. Get out of the way, Lucas shouted, but Stella had already moved first. Dazzling golden light burst from her hand, forming a protective barrier just as the magical beast charged in. The monster slammed hard into his shield and was thrown backward by the rebound. It paused dizzily for a moment, then fled into the forest. Stella let out a trembling breath. Phew, I managed to control it. Well done. Lucas's eyes were full of pride. Are you all right? He asked the man on the ground. The man lifted his head, his eyes widening. Miss Stella, Lord Lucas? Stella recognized him as well and froze for a moment. Hughley, he smiled somewhat sheepishly. I was gathering materials for magical tools and got careless. Thank you for saving me. Then his expression turned serious. But more importantly, that power just now, that wasn't Lord Lucas's magic, was it? Stella hesitated. A light of realization instantly shone in Hughley's eyes. Miss Stella, could it be you possess the same power as the Great Witch? The Great Witch? Before she could answer, Lucas had already pulled Hughley away from her, clear possessiveness in his eyes. Do you know why she can use that kind of power? Hughley pressed. Ido, Lucas answered briefly. Please tell us everything you know. Would you like to come to our estate? A broad smile immediately bloomed on Hughley's face. Of course, I would be delighted. After returning to the estate, Hughley told them the legend. Several hundred years ago, among all the noble families, there had once been a woman who could use magic. Her name was Fiona. She could move objects and make trees and plants obey her will. Because of this rare talent, she was called the Great Witch. The two of them listened intently. So I'm not the first person to possess this power, Stella thought, feeling a strange sense of connection in her heart. Hughley, meanwhile, was so excited he could hardly sit still. Ah, today is truly wonderful. I'm so happy to have met you, Miss Stella. I'm an enormous admirer of the Great Witch, he said excitedly, nearly lunging across the table. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Hughley really does like strange things. What else could she do? She could also restore the magic of anyone she touched. That's the same as me. Stella realized it at once and widened her eyes slightly. Miss Stella, you can do that too? Hughley asked, his eyes shining. Lucas nodded to her. Hughley helped us deal with the trouble involving Fred before, so we should be able to trust him. Besides, this is also a good opportunity to understand your power. I can't miss this chance. Stella took a deep breath, placed her hand on Lucas's arm, and focused. I can restore Lucas's magic. Golden light enveloped them, and Hughley could not help exclaiming, "Good heavens, you really do possess the same power as the Great Witch." But he quickly restrained his excitement and put on a worried expression. However, that also makes me concerned about one thing. What is it? Lucas's voice instantly sharpened. According to legend, something once happened that caused the Great Witch to disappear from public view. One theory says that because she shared too much magic with others, she damaged her own body and had no choice but to live in seclusion. An image flashed through Lucas's mind, a lonely hooded figure walking into the depths of a dark forest. Stella, he called softly, unconsciously tightening his grip on her hand. That hasn't happened to me yet, Stella hurriedly reassured him. Hughley nodded. As long as the magic you recover yourself is greater than the magic you share, there should be no problem. It is a matter of balance. However, if you share too much magic without enough time to recover, it may place a burden on your body. Is there a way to confirm it? He paused, as if something had occurred to him. Let's try measuring the amount of magic you currently possess. Hughley took out a crystal ball. When Stella held Lucas's hand, a faint layer of light appeared inside the sphere. Right now, you're only sharing 1% of your magic, he observed. I've heard that the Great Witch could share an enormous amount of magic just by touching someone. Then he looked thoughtfully at the two of them. How do you usually restore his magic? Stella and Lucas exchanged glances, both looking embarrassed. By kissing, Stella admitted, blushing. Hughley's eyes lit up. I see. So that kind of contact is more effective. Please try kissing. What? Stella nearly cried out in mortification. But Lucas simply leaned closer with a serious expression. Stella, this is important. He kissed her firmly on the lips. When they parted, Stella's breathing was disordered, and her face was deeply flushed. Hughley stared at the crystal ball, which was now emitting a bright light. I'd say it's about 30%. He stroked his chin and said, at that level, I don't think it would be enough to burden your body. However, is kissing the only way to restore his magic? Both of them fell silent, and it was as though a light suddenly switched on over Hughley's head. Then this time, he announced cheerfully, please engage in intercourse. The room fell into dead silence. Stella's jaw nearly dropped. You said what? She shrieked. Hughley merely blinked, his expression utterly serious. I believe that should be the most efficient method between the two of you. Am I mistaken? Stella was at a loss for words, but Lucas spoke first, his voice tense. Stella, Hughley has already realized that I restore my magic that way. The result of this test is extremely important. He turned to look at her, his expression conflicted and hesitant. Although it's a little sudden, I can do it with you anytime. She looked at him, her chest aching faintly because of his concern. Please don't talk about that as if it's only natural, Lucas. I want to know whether restoring my magic will hurt you. He touched her cheek, his thumb gently stroking her skin. I think it should be fine, she said softly. Then let's confirm it, so we can be certain it truly is, he said firmly. She nodded, her stomach twisting with nerves. Noticing their hesitation, Hughley took a small flower-shaped object from his bag. If you two aren't in the mood right now, you can try this. What is it? Stella asked in confusion. Hughley winked at them. The ladies in town all say they especially like this. After returning to their room, Stella stared at the strange object in her hand. Lucas, are we really going to use this? It's moving. The petal-like parts were giving off a faint buzzing sound, vibrating nonstop. I heard it's used to pleasure oneself when one doesn't have a partner, Lucas explained, a faintly intrigued light in his eyes. He gently pushed her down onto the bed, his gaze burning. Why do you look so timid? I can't wait to see how you react. He leaned closer. Have you ever used something like this before? No, but I know they exist, she admitted, blushing. Julia is still waiting for us, so hurry and start. Wait, no, but it was already too late. He placed the vibrating object in the right spot, and a sharp gasp immediately escaped her lips. The sensation struck at once, intense and unfamiliar, hitting her so hard that her mind almost went blank. Impossible? What is this? How could it vibrate so strongly? A helpless cry escaped her before she could stop it. Even her toes curled. I'm already almost there, she gasped, her body arching slightly off the bed. Lucas watched her, his gaze growing darker and hotter. It seems you've already been aroused. A tear forced out by the overwhelming pleasure slid down her cheek. I can't believe Hughley made something like this. Meanwhile, Hughley was explaining his invention to an imaginary audience. The magic stone inside begins operating when it senses heat, so even people without magic can use it. Lucas, Stella panted, her body trembling slightly. Take it out, but he merely curved his lips. I don't really want to. As he spoke, he pressed the object a little deeper. She cried out at once. Now, it's all the way inside. His voice brushed her ear, vibrating low. I want to see just how satisfied this tool can make you. He's bullying me on purpose again, even though he already tormented me like that yesterday. But a small spark of defiance flared in her heart. If that's how it is, then I'll play a little too. She kissed him back with an equally heated force. Is that so? She whispered against his lips. So you don't mind me being pleasured by something other than your body? His expression shifted slightly. The air instantly tightened with tension. She continued teasing him in a low voice, her tone soft and seductive. I feel like I'm about to come again. It feels so good. It's touching exactly where I'm most sensitive. Maybe it feels even better than when you do it. His jaw tensed sharply. That became the final straw that broke his reason. Making me jealous of a magical tool. Impressive, Stella, he growled, yanking the device away and tossing it onto the floor. Then he leaned over her, his eyes burning with fierce competitiveness. Looks like I'll have to work even harder than usual afterward. Tell me exactly which is better, me or that tool. His lips came down heavily with intense possessiveness. Huh? Harder than usual? What does he mean? After some time, they stood before Hughley again, and the crystal ball was shining so brightly it was almost dazzling. I brought this on myself, Stella thought, her whole body flushed with heat and tingling. When Lucas gets jealous, he becomes incredibly intense. I nearly forgot that Hughley had been waiting for us this entire time. Hughley examined the jewel, his expression shocked. Judging by the measured amount of magic, the energy Lady Stella could replenish was astonishing. He lifted his head, his eyes wide. Even if the two of you coupled all night, I do not think there would be any problem. Lucas let out a soft breath of relief. It seemed he was reassured. I thought, thank goodness we checked. But doing that all night would be exhausting for me in a completely different way. As Stella thought this, her legs went weak as if she were stepping on cotton. Hughley stared at the jewel and murmured to himself, I wonder whether the Great, which could also regenerate this much magic like Lady Stella. If so, could there be another explanation for her disappearance? Lucas cleared his throat, pulling Hughley back from his thoughts. My apologies, Hughley said, blushing. Whenever the Great Witch is mentioned, I cannot stop myself. It is fine, Lucas said calmly. Thank you very much for your help, but please do not tell anyone what you learned today. Hughley nodded with a serious expression. Of course, if Stella's power became public, someone might try to use it for evil. I will keep it secret. The three of them stood in the hall, the experiment having ended successfully. If there is ever anything else you need in the future, I will be glad to help. As Hughley spoke, his excitement returned, and he seized Lucas's hand. If you discover anything new about Lady Stella's power, please be sure to tell me. Faced with his enthusiastic handshake, Lucas looked somewhat uncomfortable. Stella watched the strange scene and could not help laughing. Later that day, she sat alone, thinking back on the unending series of events. Thanks to Hughley, we learned that my power is a kind of magic. She looked out the window and fell into thought. The Great Witch. What exactly is my connection to her? Those sapphire-like eyes seemed to conceal ancient secrets. A rapid knock at the door startled her back to herself. Come in. The door opened, and Tracy poked her head inside. Lady Stella, is now a good time? What is it? Stella asked, turning her chair around. I heard that a guest came by earlier today, Tracy said, a trace of worry in her voice. Did something happen? Stella gave her a reassuring smile. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. He is someone who invents magical tools, and he introduced several of them to Lucas. Only then did Tracy breathe a sigh of relief. I see. Then, her gaze swept around the room before she pointed beside the bed. Ah, is it also a magical tool? Stella followed her line of sight. Huh. Her eyes landed on the flower-shaped vibrator that had been forgotten on the bed sheets, lying there quietly. A distorted scream squeezed out of Stella's throat. Tracy's eyes shone with innocent curiosity as she moved closer to the strange object in Stella's room. This magical tool has such an interesting shape, she said lightly. May I take a closer look? Stella's heart nearly leaped into her throat. No, absolutely do not touch that, she screamed inwardly. But Tracy's slender fingers had already reached out, completely unaware of the panic radiating from her friend. Before Stella could snatch it back, Tracy had taken the tool in her hand and curiously flicked it with her thumb. A continuous, low buzzing immediately filled the room. BZZ, VRR, Tracy's face lit up at once. Wow, it's moving. The expression on Stella's face was pure, undisguised terror, and a silent scream of despair echoed from the depths of her soul. No, but it was already too late. With childlike wonder all over her face, Tracy held the vibrating object right in front of Stella. What is this used for? She asked, her eyes wide. Stella squeezed her eyes shut, wishing the floor would split open and swallow her whole. The ceaseless buzzing had become the background music to her utter humiliation. Please tell me, Lady Stella, Tracy pleaded, her tone filled with an excitement that made Stella want to evaporate on the spot. What on earth was she supposed to say? Her mind raced, caught between a lie and the extremely awkward truth. Should I lie or tell her the truth? She thought. A lie might come back to hurt her later, and an absurd scene even appeared in her mind. Tracy proudly using the thing as a shoulder and neck massager in front of all the servants. The The possibility felt suffocatingly real. If I tell you, can you promise me you'll calm down first? Stella said in a low, trembling voice. Tracy immediately nodded hard. Yes, of course. Stella took a deep breath, leaned close to her ear, her lips almost brushing Tracy's ear, and whispered the difficult truth. The effect was immediate. A deep red bloomed across Tracy's cheeks in an instant and spread all the way to the tips of her ears, as if little pink hearts had exploded around her head. She stepped back a little, and her own voice became a hushed whisper filled with shock and embarrassment. So that is what it is. But what kindled in her eyes was not disgust, but a new and dangerous curiosity. Are there other tools like this? She asked in a low voice, as though conspiring. For example, something that can be used on men? Stella's jaw nearly dropped in shock. This reaction was completely different from what she had imagined. Flustered, she stammered that she did not really know. That response was enough to encourage Tracy. A determined tear welled in her eye as a brilliant and terrible idea took shape in her mind. Lady Stella, she said, her tone filled with an unprecedented sense of mission. Let us sneak out and go shopping in town. Stella abruptly leaned back. Wait, you want to buy one? Tracy suddenly leaned in, her face only inches from Stella's, the pressure in her eyes astonishingly intense and utterly unshakable. I want to see what kinds there are. Stella tried to be the sensible one and explained that two young ladies could not possibly go to such a place alone, and they did not even know what the shop would be like. But Tracy merely puffed out her cheeks and hugged the still buzzing tool to her chest. She knew that if they told Lucas and Hank, they would never allow it. Stella sighed. One part of her was terrified, but another small part was undeniably curious. Just as they were absorbed in their secret plan, the crisp sound of the door opening cut through the air. Click! Lucas stood in the doorway, surrounded by an aura as cold and gloomy as a winter night. What are you doing? He asked in a low voice, his tone dangerously chilling. The two girls froze like startled deer. Stella hurriedly tried to hide the evidence behind her back, but it was already too late. Lucas's sharp gaze had already locked onto the pink, vibrating tool, and he frowned in confusion, as if question marks were sprouting above his head. Later, while they were seated in the parlor, Lucas delivered his ultimatum. Absolutely not. He spoke decisively, his tone leaving no room for argument. I do not approve of two women going to that kind of shop. Sitting beside him, Stella and Tracy both puffed out their cheeks at the same time. Of course this would happen, Stella sighed inwardly. Lucas gave an impatient little snort, but then he made an unexpected suggestion. If you're that curious, why not go to Hughley's house and have him show you other models? The two girls' faces lit up at once, their aggrieved expressions instantly replaced by bright smiles. Oh, that sounds so interesting, Tracy said cheerfully. Stella was still a little dazed and asked if it was really all right. Lucas leaned back and folded his arms, as if weighing the words he had just spoken. He secretly thought that he could not be too controlling, or Stella would only satisfy her curiosity in more dangerous and more secretive ways. An unreadable look flickered across his face before he admitted in a low voice, besides, I am a little interested too. Stella's eyes widened. Could it be he wanted a new magical tool as well? Lucas stood up and said it was too late now, so they could not go today. But Tracy refused to let the matter drop. You promised you would take me to meet him, she pressed relentlessly. Stella could not help laughing. This was perfect. Not only could they go see those tools, they could also take the chance to ask Hughley more about the Great Witch. That night, beneath the silver full moon, a completely different scene unfolded in a dim room. Hughley stood before a stone statue, his voice so reverent it was almost a murmur. Ah, my beloved Great Witch, I believe it was you who allowed Lady Stella and me to meet. He bowed his head, filled with gratitude for her grace. Then he turned toward a huge crystal ball resting on a velvet cushion. Now, he whispered, placing his hand over the sphere. Reveal yourself. The crystal began to glow, and an evil, triumphant smile appeared on Hughley's face. How fortunate that I managed to record the complete image, he murmured smugly. Good thing I placed a magical tool in their bedroom beforehand. Within the glowing orb, a heated scene was playing out. Lucas and Stella entwined together, drowning in the height of pleasure. The recording captured every burning breath, every soft moan, Lucas's low, teasing voice whispered by her ear, saying this was already her 5th time. Stella pleaded softly for him not to keep focusing on that one place. His answer was a breathless but firm refusal, his movements not stopping at all. It made her whole body tremble. That makes 6 already, Lucas chuckled, his hot breath brushing over her skin. So fast, but I suppose it is only natural, since I know every place that makes you feel good. He pressed deeper, his voice low as he teased her. That magical tool cannot reach this far inside, can it? You are so mean, she whispered tearfully, her face flushed with pleasure. His lips curved, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. That expression only makes me want to bully you more. He pressed down over her again, his movements slow and deliberate. Then he asked the most devastating question. So, which is better, me or that tool? Stella's eyes were hazy with tears drawn out by pleasure, her mind dizzy and confused. She drew a trembling breath and answered softly. You, Lucas. Lucas pouted as if wronged. You hesitated for a long time. His hold tightened. His voice dropped even lower, carrying a hoarse threat. I will have to discipline your body properly until you can answer at once that only I can satisfy you. Stella's protests were quickly swallowed by another surging wave of desire. Say it. Who is better? He pressed, his rhythm not slowing in the slightest. You are better, Lucas, she said breathlessly. In the tiny twitch at the corner of his, I told her she had answered correctly. Immersed in it all, she heard him murmur that she was so adorable. He whispered that the more she let herself go, the more his power recovered, so she had nothing to be embarrassed about. His heart pounded fiercely in his chest, like wild drums beating against her. He loved seeing her like this, loved this side of her that only he could see. The two held each other tightly, their breathing ragged, their bodies covered in sweat, until he finally pulled back slightly. You look as though you want me to keep going, she teased. But Julia is still waiting. Stella lifted her eyes and looked at him with half-lidded, dazed eyes, desire written all over her face. But you are still hard, Lucas, she said softly, her voice thick and sweet with desire. Can we not do it just a little more? His heart abruptly stopped for a beat. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his lips. Do not do that. That is unfair, he said in a low voice, bending down to kiss her again. I will not be able to stop. Meanwhile, in his own room, Hughley stared fixedly at the crystal ball, his mind racing. How exactly does she make his magic recover? What is her attribute? Does the transfer of power increase the higher her emotions rise? And the most important question was, could Lady Stella restore magic for someone other than Lucas? Ah, I truly want to know, he said softly, his obsession swelling with every passing second. I want to know more. His face twisted into a mask of pure, blasphemous desire, his eyes glittering with madness. I want to know more about the Great Witch. The next day, their carriage bumped along through the sunlit woods. Stella and Tracy giggled in the back seat, while Hank sat stiffly at the side, his face blank with confusion. He simply could not believe that Tracy had insisted on bringing him along as well. Is this really all right? Before long, they arrived at the charming shop, where Hughley greeted them with a warm and friendly smile. He also politely welcomed Tracy and Hank, then uncovered a white cloth draped over a table. With an exaggerated motion, he swept the cloth away, revealing an entire table covered with astonishing magical tools. Wow, there's so many, Tracy exclaimed, her eyes widening. She immediately picked up a strange octopus-shaped tool and turned to her butler. Hank, do you know what these are? They are for the bedroom, right? Hank's and Hughley's faces turned bright red at the same time. A strange sound squeezed out of Hank's throat. Do not touch that, he cried, trying to snatch it from her hand. Then he turned and glared reproachfully at his master. Lord Lucas, Lady Stella, you knew why she wanted to come here. So why did you not stop her? Lucas remained perfectly composed, a peaceful smile on his face. I do not think we should stop her. He patted Hank on the shoulder in consolation. I will leave the rest to you, Hank. Before the poor butler could protest, Tracy had already pounced in front of him, holding up two different vibrating tools. Hank, what do you think of these two? His face went pale at once. Why you are not planning to use those on me, are you? Tracy gave him a dazzling and utterly innocent smile. Yes, Hank hurriedly explained to Lucas that their relationship was not like that at all. Not at all. But Lucas merely waved a hand. You do not need to hide it from me. I more or less understand. Do not worry. We want both of you to be happy. Hank's world collapsed. While he fell into an existential crisis, Tracy was already asking him which one would reach the deepest part more easily. Please show at least a little restraint, Hank begged, burying his face in his hands. Stella had only one thought left. Poor Hank. Meanwhile, Lucas showed Stella a small bottle of sparkling liquid. When she asked what it was for, he explained that it was a scented potion that would melt any clothing it touched. Stella was not buying it at all. If you dare use something like that on me, I will truly be angry, she warned. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Tracy trying to sprinkle a suspicious powder into Hank's tea. Absolutely not, Stella said firmly. As they sat down for tea, Hughley began telling them about his family history. His family had once been magical nobility, though only lower-ranking nobles. But his grandfather had been stripped of his title, and their family had become merchants. However, he said, a faint pale green light appearing in his palm. I can still use a little magic. As he spoke, Stella listened intently. But suddenly, a strange wave of exhaustion swept over her. She blinked heavily. Her eyelids suddenly felt as if they were filled with lead. Why am I so sleepy all of a sudden? Hughley looked at her, an obscure and unsettling smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and continued telling his story. But it seemed no one was listening anymore. One after another, they all collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. Hughley's smile deepened. I was still wondering how I could meet you again, he said softly to the unconscious Stella. This must also be the Great Witch's arrangement. He carefully lifted her into his arms, victory gleaming in his eyes. Stella's consciousness drifted through a pitch-black, silent void until the cold clang of metal suddenly jolted her awake. Her eyes flew open, and she found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed, her wrists shackled to the headboard. Huh, I am tied up? She sharply drew in a breath and turned to look beside her. Tracy was there too, likewise shackled and still unconscious. You are awake, Lady Stella. The voice was calm and familiar, yet utterly terrifying. Hughley stood at the foot of the bed, and beside him stood a tall, bare-chested man. Hughley, did you do all this? She cried, her voice trembling. Where are Lucas and Hank? He merely raised one finger, a chilling smile on his face. They are resting in the prison downstairs. He took a step forward. What exactly are you trying to do? Stella demanded. I am truly sorry, Lady Stella, he said, his voice full of false sincerity. But I must know more about the Great Witch. He bent close to her, his eyes filled with obsessive fanaticism. After clearing his throat, he forced himself to calm down. So, I want to conduct an experiment to see whether you can restore power for other people. Just then, a voice cut through the silence, calling out to Lady Tracy. The loyal maid was discovered in an extremely wretched state, tied to the bed, her mouth gagged. Leon rushed to her side, his face full of concern. He gently removed the cloth gagging her and urgently asked in a low voice whether she was all right. Tracy could only answer weakly, her thoughts immediately flying to her mistress. It is my fault, Lady Stella. Her voice trembled, and she had only just begun to speak when Leon interrupted her with a grave expression. He told her that Lord Lucas had already gone after them, and that they had to leave this place immediately. With a clean snap, a pair of heavy bolt cutters severed the metal shackles around her wrists. He did not waste even half a second before immediately lifting her into his arms and carrying her out of that terrible room. As they fled, the world outside suddenly changed. A shadow descended, and the once bright sky turned into a deep, ominous purple vortex. What is this? Tracy's eyes widened, fear and shock mingling within them. Why did the sky suddenly become so dark? Was this his lord's magic? Violent purple energy burst from the ground, crackling with terrifying power. The air itself seemed to hum beneath that dreadful pressure. And standing at the center of the chaos was Lucas. His back was to them, like a silent guardian of vengeance. Magic was violently drawn out and wrapped around the two culprits who had dared to harm. Stella, Hughley, and his accomplice were lifted into the air by inescapable, shadowy tentacles. Pure and terrifying dark magic swept over them like a tide. So this is dark magic, Hughley thought, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He was a sage and had faced powerful mages before, but this was different, completely different. His whole body shook as a primal fear seized every muscle. Lucas had planted terror directly into his subconscious, and now he could not move could not even form the thought of running away. Lucas slowly turned around, his movements calm, yet oppressive, while even the air around him crackled. His voice was low and full of menace as he demanded to know what they had done to Stella. The other man's face twitched with fear, and he began to stammer out a confession. He admitted that he had melted her clothes and tried to force himself on her, saying it was only for an experiment to see whether she could restore his magic. Lucas narrowed his eyes, a dangerous chill flashing in them. In a terrifyingly calm voice, he asked, "You touched Stella?" As the magical restraints tightened further and further, the man's voice cracked. The air was being squeezed from his lungs little by little. "Why, you didn't actually get to that point." "I didn't do anything," he screamed. But Lucas's voice cut through his pathetic pleas, every word dripping with venom. "But you touched her." With a sickening crack, the purple energy suddenly contracted, crushing the man's ribs. His scream was like a symphony of agony. Hughley watched in horror as his own body kept convulsing. "This is bad," he thought, his mind racing. "I was hoping to build a relationship of mutual trust with you." He had always thought Lucas was calm and composed, even when he was around Stella. But now he was like a raging beast. To save himself, Hughley tried to divert the Duke's anger. He shouted, asking whether His Grace did not want to know if Stella could replenish other people's magic. But Lucas silenced him with a single command. "Shut up." A hand formed from shadow covered Hughley's mouth, forcibly cutting off his words. "That is not something to be investigated against Stella's will," Lucas said, his voice dropping even lower. He asked Hughley whether he would have done the same thing if the subject had been the Great Witch. His foot pressed down on Hughley, like a silent warning of the pain that was about to descend. Holding the unconscious Stella tightly in his arms, his eyes burned with crimson fury, and his voice carried a deadly proclamation. "I will make you pay in full for hurting Stella." The shadow hands tightened even more, covering not only Hughley's mouth, but his entire face. "This is bad," Hughley's mind screamed. I made such a terrifying man my enemy." Darkness was swallowing him whole. His final, desperate thought was a cry to the Great Witch. "I only wanted to understand you better." But that plea was ultimately drowned in darkness, and he was completely devoured. With one last surge of power, the magic dissipated. In the silent woods, only Lucas remained standing, holding Stella protectively in his arms. Leon and Tracy stared at the scene in horror. Hughley had collapsed on the ground, his eyes empty, reduced to a hollow shell of a man. "What happened to him?" Tracy asked. Leon gravely explained that his consciousness would be forced to wander in darkness forever. That was all. His mind had been destroyed, so he might never be able to speak again. With a solemn expression, Leon said he would go call the police. Stella slowly opened her eyes, warm morning light filtering into the room. The first thing she saw was Lucas sitting by the bed, his handsome face etched with relief. He softly asked if she was awake. Her mind was still somewhat hazy. "Are we home?" she asked, looking around the familiar room. He nodded, raising a hand to gently stroke her hair as he comforted her, telling her that she was safe here and did not need to worry. Her blue eyes widened, her gaze slightly dazed as she tried to piece together those terrifying experiences. "I vaguely remember. Lucas came to save me," she murmured softly, a blurry image flashing through her mind of him standing amid purple magic. Immediately after, a trace of worry crossed her face. What happened to Hughley after that? Lucas moved gently as he told her they had already handed the man over to the police. Guilty instantly overwhelmed Stella. She confessed that she had not realized that man was so dangerous, and that Tracy had even said it was all her fault. But Lucas immediately interrupted her, his voice firm. "That isn't true. None of this is your fault." He admitted that he had not seen it coming either, his fingers unconsciously clutching the bedsheet. She looked at him, fragile and helpless. She asked whether he knew what had happened to her. He simply answered, "I know." Her voice was barely more than a whisper, filled with heartbreaking fear. "Will you hate me now?" He looked at her in confusion. "Why would you ask that?" Tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she explained, "Because another man touched me." His response came almost instantly, his voice thick with emotion. "How could I ever hate you? Don't worry about something so foolish." He took her hand, his palm warm and steady, then leaned down, his gaze soft and sincere. "I'm truly grateful that you're safe," he said quietly, then gently kissed her knuckles. Warmth spread through her heart, and a small, relieved smile appeared on her lips. Lucas straightened up and told her to leave the rest to him. Sleep a little longer. But just as he rose to leave, she suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. "Lucas," she called softly, her voice gentle yet stubborn. He turned back, and she looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of pleading. "Can you kiss me?" Time seemed to stop the moment he bent down. Their lips touched softly, the kiss tender and reassuring. But soon, the kiss gradually deepened, as if conveying between them a desperate longing for comfort and support. She panted softly against his lips, her body relaxing into the pillow. He pulled back slightly and asked in a low voice, "Are you happy now?" She answered softly, opening her eyes to look at him. But she still did not want him to leave. "But please stay with me until I fall asleep." So he stayed, holding her hand and watching as she slowly sank into sleep, her breathing gradually becoming steady and long. He gazed at her, his expression unreadable. She had already fallen asleep, but a drop of sweat slid down his temple. His thoughts churned rapidly. I shouldn't have kissed her after she used up so much magic. Damn it, why now of all times? A powerful, impossible-to-ignore throb surged up from within him. This is bad, he thought through clenched teeth. If I stay by Stella's side, I feel like I'll do something awful. He gently withdrew his hand and stood up. He needed to put some distance between them. He nearly fled to the other side of the room. He was breathing hard, his shirt open, his chest rising and falling violently. "Stella," he murmured her name, like a prayer and a curse. Something like that happened today, and yet I still want her. I despise myself for this. I don't want to force Stella. I want to treat her properly. He gripped the back of a chair, trying to calm himself, but his mind betrayed him as scorching images flashed one after another. Her softly calling his name, her begging him not to wait any longer, her crying out in pleasure. The fantasy swallowed him completely, making his entire body shudder. Suddenly, a faint click broke the silence and yanked him abruptly back to reality. His eyes flew wide open, his face full of shock. "Lucas," came a soft voice from the bed. He turned around and saw that Stella was awake. Her eyes were wide, her expression confused, and a faint blush still colored her fair cheeks. "Why are you doing that by yourself?" For a moment, he froze, caught red-handed. Then he turned away again and explained to her that after he used too much magic, his body wanted more, but he could not ask her for it, especially after what she had just been through. Her heart gave a heavy thump in her chest. She looked at him, her expression gradually softening. "I'm fine," she said, her voice gaining a little strength. "As long as it's you." But the next moment, that unease returned to her eyes. "Or do you not want me now because another man touched me?" He turned back sharply, his voice filled with certainty. "I would never think that." Only then did a relieved smile slowly bloom on her face. She reached out to him, her voice like an enticing whisper. "Then touch me. Make me forget all those terrible things." He stared at her in a daze. "You're saying things like that again?" he asked, even the area behind his ears turning red. "I never expected you to learn how to tease me on purpose." She turned her face away, stammering in embarrassment. "I am not doing it on purpose." He took a step closer to her, his voice low and hoarse. "Really? Ever since that kiss earlier, I've already been at my limit." He took off his shoes, stepping barefoot onto the carpet without making the slightest sound. "Do you know what I was thinking just now?" he asked, forcing her back toward the window. "Why you?" she murmured softly, her back pressing against the cold glass. He leaned down close, his lips brushing past her ear as he confessed his fantasy in a low voice. "In my mind, I took off all your clothes and left marks all over your soft skin." Her breath caught. He imagined being intimate with her, imagined her calling his name while asking him for more. His words seeped into her skin like a potent poison. "But none of that calmed me down," he whispered, his body pressing tightly against hers. He looked into her eyes, his own burning with desire he could no longer suppress. "Can I do all the things I imagined just now to you in reality?" She trembled slightly. "Lucas's irresistible temptation is making my mouth go dry," she thought, her body responding to his naked, scorching desire. He drew back a little, his voice hoarse like a warning. "Sorry, but I probably won't be able to be gentle." But what flickered in her eyes was not fear, but the same desire. She raised her hand, tugged at his sleeve, and urged him in a low, urgent voice. Then hurry up and come here. He was about to obey, but she called out to him again. Wait. Her breathing was ragged. He stopped, confused, and murmured, She looked up at him, her blue eyes shining with unprecedented boldness. I said it earlier. I want to do it too. The moment her words left her mouth, his whole body shuddered. You really are going to make me lose control, Lucas said. Telling me to leave is too cruel. But before he could fully react, she had already grabbed him and pulled him into a passionate kiss. The room filled with the sound of their hurried breathing and the creak of the bed as they fell onto it together. When she softly called his name and asked for more, he moved to meet her, his body replacing words. A wicked smile lifted the corner of Lucas's lips. He kissed her again, deeper and heavier this time, a hungry, possessive kiss that nearly stole all her breath. It's like he's telling me not to make a sound, she thought dizzily. He's swallowing my words and my breath. He was completely lost in her. Stella's voice makes me dizzy, he thought, his movements becoming increasingly urgent. She is too sweet. I'm already intoxicated by her. I want to love her even more deeply. Lucas, I love you, she said breathlessly, wrapping her arms tightly around him. He lowered his head to look at her, those red eyes burning with the same intense emotion. I love you too. You're the only one I love. He answered her again and again. She felt as if she were being completely swallowed by Lucas's love, willingly giving herself over to the passion they shared. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and a strange, warm light floated into her vision. Within that happy haze, one thought gradually became clear. I love you. I will not restore anyone's magic except yours. Use your power to make that a reality. I want everything to be fair. Let us form a contract, a secret contract that belongs only to the two of us. Yes, I want to be able to restore only Lucas's magic. I do not need the ability to restore anyone else's power. Stella slowly opened her eyes, morning light gilding the room in gold. Lucas was watching her, his expression gentle. Sorry, he said quietly, his voice still a little hoarse. I was too rough with you last night. Are you all right? She sat up, wrapped in a silk sheet. Ah, yes. What was that just now? He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She told him she had had a strange dream. I can't really explain it, but I felt like I was in someone's arms. Lucas frowned slightly. Someone? Not me? He asked, a hint of jealousy in his tone. She thought seriously for a moment. Now that you ask, I don't think it was you. His gaze instantly darkened, and the air grew heavy as an intense possessiveness radiated from him. He seized her hand, his voice low and dangerous. Why wasn't it me? Even if it was only a dream, I won't allow it. He pulled her into his arms, his movements rough and forceful. She gasped and hurried to soothe him. I don't really understand it either. The dream was strange, but it really was just a dream. Don't be angry. But he did not listen at all. Then show me the side of you that loses control, he growled, claiming her once again. We did for so long last night, she thought in surprise, and yet he still can't calm down. He drew close to her, his low voice vibrating softly by her ear. I can go deep all at once, he whispered. Does it feel good, Lucas? She answered breathlessly. He let out a low groan, his hand gently caressing her thigh. Does it feel even better when I'm like this? They clung to each other, panting, a thin sheen of sweat covering both of them. Everywhere you touch feels good, she whispered, lightly resting her head on his shoulder. Really? He asked, a hint of laughter in his voice. She looked up at him, her eyes shining with sincerity. I don't know whether I can restore other people's magic or not, but I don't want to do that. She spoke with absolute certainty. In this life, I only want to do this with you. His gaze softened. He answered quietly, his body moving slowly and deeply. He pulled her even closer, so close there was almost no space left between them, his hot breath falling against her skin. I want to make you completely mine too, he said. She lost her voice once again, sinking completely into his embrace. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room illuminated by candles, a memory slowly unfolded. A man told Princess Fiona that he knew she had always been troubled by her lack of magic. She jolted, immediately covering her mouth with her hand. But the man reassured her, saying that he was not trying to strip her of her title. Rather, a little bird had told him that someone might be able to restore her magic. A cold, meaningful smile instantly appeared on her face. Her maid stepped forward, her expression serious as she warned, Your Highness, I do not think you should be in contact with people outside the palace. But Fiona's face immediately twisted with anger. How dare you tell me what to do? She said through gritted teeth. The maid shrank back, yet still continued to remind her that Lady Elliot had been imprisoned because of that girl. In the next instant, the princess's rage erupted completely with a loud crash as she smashed her teacup hard against the floor. I will never allow that girl to stand beside Lucas and smile, she screamed, collapsing in her maid's arms. But there were no real tears in her eyes, only a cold, calculating obsession shining within them. That's right, I will never allow it. Back in the present, Stella was comfortably nestled in Lucas's arms, reading a letter. My parents are coming tomorrow, she said. He smiled, looking expectant, and reminded her that her wedding dress should be delivered along with them. Her face lit up at once. My wedding dress. Her eyes were full of dreamy radiance. You look happy, he said, lowering his head to kiss her temple. She admitted that she had been especially looking forward to receiving her wedding dress. So have I, he murmured, his lips gently trailing down along her cheek. I can't wait to see you wearing it. But that tender moment was soon interrupted by commotion outside. It's quite noisy outside, Lucas said with a frown. Have guests arrived? They soon discovered that it was not just one guest. A large crowd of nobles had gathered in front of their home. They were clamoring to see Lady Stella. Rumors had already spread like wildfire. Is she the one who restored Lucas's magic? They shouted. Leon tried in vain to calm him down. Lucas's father appeared with a grave expression and pulled them aside. He revealed the source of the commotion. The one spreading the rumors was none other than Princess Fiona. Stella was shocked. I thought she was under house arrest in the palace. Her father-in-law urged Lucas to go to the palace at once and ask the king for help, telling him that he must take Stella with him because she would be safest by Lucas's side. Lucas nodded in agreement. But as they left, unease churned in Stella's heart. Has the princess still not given up on Lucas? Or is she doing this to take revenge on me? At this rate, everyone will know about my ability, and they will know Lucas's secret too. We have to put an end to these rumors as quickly as possible. They were granted an audience with the king. Lucas bowed respectfully and explained that there was something they had to confirm with Princess Fiona. The king's expression immediately darkened. He insisted that Fiona had been confined all along and could not possibly have had any chance to spread such rumors. However, in the end, he decided to question her personally and signaled for Lucas to accompany him. He ordered a guard to take Stella to another room to wait. Lucas gave her a reassuring look. I'll be back soon, he said. I'll wait for you, she replied, watching him leave. The king stormed furiously into his daughter's chambers. What's going on? Where is Fiona? He roared. The maids were so frightened that they hurriedly lowered their heads, trembling all over. They stammered apologies, saying that they did not know where the princess had gone either. The king glared at them, his anger burning hotter and hotter. Lucas's sharp eyes caught a glimmer on the floor. He crouched down and discovered a pile of magical tools scattered there. There's even a communication crystal here, he said gravely. The king abruptly turned toward the head maid, his voice trembling slightly with rage. Did I not say long ago that she was forbidden from contacting the outside world? Are you incapable of disobeying even her orders? The maid trembled violently. The king's roar echoed through the palace. Whose orders take precedence? Mine or hers? His face was filled with terrifying fury as he ordered everyone who had attended the princess to be thrown into the dungeon. After that, an emergency search was carried out in the palace, but they still could not find any trace of her. Lucas deduced that she must have used some kind of magical tool to conceal her presence. The king looked at the pile of strange tools, his expression confused and heavy. I never imagined I had failed to notice she had secretly brought in so many things. He turned to Lucas, gratitude and shame mingling on his face. I promise I will punish the princess, and I will help you keep Stella's ability a secret. Lucas thanked the king, but his mind was racing. What was she planning to do with these things? Stella sat there alone, the unease in her heart growing stronger and stronger. Something seems to have happened. Did Lucas manage to speak with the princess? Maybe I should have gone with him. It was as if a shadow had fallen over her, and Fiona's cold, hate-filled eyes flashed through her mind. An eerie, unsettling smile, as though detached from any body, appeared before her eyes. Lucas searched the entire palace, but found nothing. So he decided to return to Stella first. He reached out and took hold of the doorknob. As soon as the door opened, Stella threw herself into his arms. "Lucas!" she cried, her body still trembling. "Stella, what's wrong?" he asked, his heart sinking sharply with fear. Her eyes were wide, her face full of terror, and she said breathlessly, "The princess was in this room just now." Suddenly, she clutched her throat, a choking sound forcing its way past her lips. Ugh, I can't breathe. He looked down, and his blood instantly ran cold. At some point, a magical device had appeared around her neck, radiating a malicious light. And as that light flickered, it gradually dimmed. Glowing letters appeared on the collar. What does it say? Stella asked, her voice tense. The message was a cruel and twisted curse. Please do not attempt to forcibly remove this magical tool, or the wearer may be harmed. This magical tool can only be removed after a man releases himself inside the wearer. Lucas's eyes narrowed into slits filled with fury, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. Was this another one of Julie's inventions? The quiet hum in the room suddenly felt wrong. Stella sat upright, holding an exquisite teacup in her hands, but an icy chill was crawling up her spine. Something was wrong. She could feel the strangeness in the air. The temperature dropped sharply, and the silence grew thicker. It seemed something had happened, and then it did happen. A shadow fell over her. Before she could turn around, a rough hand tangled in her golden hair. A sharp, burning pain shot through her scalp as her head was yanked back hard. She cried out in pain, her voice breaking as if it had been choked off. "Why, Your Highness?" Through tear-filled eyes, she saw Princess Fiona's twisted, smiling face drawing close. The princess's usually calm blue eyes were wide now, alight with a chilling ecstasy. A low, unsettling giggle escaped her lips as she bent close, her voice like a poisoned whisper. "Welcome, Stella," she said softly. "I've been waiting for you." Waiting for me? What did she mean by that? Stella's heart slammed wildly against her ribs like a frightened bird trapped in a cage. The princess's grip tightened, and a sound like tearing fabric echoed through the silent room. Agony surged over her like a tide, and Stella's vision blurred. Fiona's face was filled with pure hatred. Her voice sank into a sinister, terrifying growl, dripping with maddened jealousy. "I want to punish you," she hissed, "because you stole Lucas from me." With one last brutal tug, she flung Stella hard onto the floor. The polished wooden floor was cold and hard against her cheek. She was completely at the mercy of this madwoman. Fiona stood over her like a predator, savoring its prey's fear, her mouth twisting into a cruel sneer. "You still haven't given up on him," she mocked. "Given up?" Fiona's fingers lightly stroked a small, black vial, inside which an ominous purple liquid swirled. "Why would I give up?" Her voice suddenly rose into a hysterical scream that bounced off the ornate walls. "I am the princess of this kingdom. I deserve to marry the greatest man in this kingdom." Her eyes were wide and unblinking, like a horrifying portrait made of delusion and obsession. Stella looked up at her from the floor, her mind racing. There was no reasoning with her anymore. Fiona's belief was so intense and so twisted that communication was impossible. "And I can't hurt a princess, either. I have to get out of here. I have to call for help." Adrenaline instantly rushed through her limbs. With one swift motion, she scrambled to her feet and ran for the door, her fingers closing around the cold brass handle. She twisted it. Nothing. She shook it hard. Click, click. The door was locked. An icy terror swallowed her. Why? She was trapped. Before she could process the horror, Fiona lunged at her again, seizing her hair once more. "Your punishment begins now," the princess screamed. With inhuman strength, she slammed Stella violently to the floor, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. Fiona loomed over her, uncorking the little vial, her smile a dreadful gash across her pale face. "If you think you can take something from me," she said in a low voice, her tone foretelling something darker still, "then I only need to take something from you." With that, she tilted her head back in triumph and drained the entire potion in one gulp. A choking gasp escaped her lips, and a dark, shadowy aura immediately began coiling around her body. What is that?" Stella could only watch in horror, unable to move. Fiona's laughter echoed through the room, cold and unhinged. "Ha ha, look," she shrieked. The shadows winding around her body writhed like living things, and her figure began to twist and change. "Now Lucas will be able to love me." The shadows gradually receded, and where the purple-haired princess had stood, another Stella appeared. From her long golden hair to her vivid blue eyes, she was exactly the same, as if Stella were looking into a cursed mirror. The real Stella's blood ran cold. "It's me," she whispered, her voice trembling. The fake Fiona, wearing Stella's skin, burst into a triumphant laugh. "Haha, Isn't this magical tool incredible? She boasted, her voice perfectly mimicking Stella's own. A flash of silver gleamed as she drew an extremely vicious-looking dagger. With this, even I can use magic, she sneered, malice shining in those borrowed eyes. Now that I have your body and voice, what do you think will happen if you disappear? The false Stella knelt, her face only inches from the real Stella's, while the real Stella was now trapped in Fiona's body. Now, she whispered, her voice like a death sentence, I am Stella. A cold, sharp pressure pressed against Stella's throat. It was the dagger. Tears rolled down her cheeks as the imposter leaned closer, her voice filled with finality. Disappear? No, Lucas, save me. The thought was a desperate prayer cast into the void. As if in answer, the door opened. Lucas stood there, his crimson eyes sweeping over the room. The false Stella immediately changed her expression, her face collapsing into a pitiful look. She stumbled toward him, her voice thick with fake sobs. Stella, he began, but she cut him off. Take it off, she sobbed, pointing to the collar around her neck. A man has to release his seed inside the wearer. She widened her eyes, full of pleading. Then please, hurry and take me, she begged. This collar is making it hard for me to breathe. She swayed unsteadily, the very image of a frail maiden in distress. But on the other side of the room, the real Stella, trapped inside an invisible cage of light, screamed, No, Lucas, that isn't me. Yet he did not even turn around. He could not hear her, nor could he see her. Her voice had vanished, and her form was hidden from his sight. What do I do? He's so close to me, but he can't hear me at all. A cruel, smug voice echoed in her mind. It was the imposter's inner voice. Only the person using a magical tool can see this cage and the person imprisoned inside it. The false Stella gave a small, triumphant smile that only the real Stella could see. Lucas can't see you or hear you. Stella's hands clenched into fists at her sides. This tool must be interfering with my power. I can't use it. But last time, I was able to break it. If I can do it again, a memory flashed through her mind, lighting a thread of hope in the suffocating darkness. She closed her eyes and focused all her will, trying to summon the golden light that had saved her before. A faint glimmer appeared near her hand, but it was weak, flickering in and out. Why? Why can't I do it? The magic fought against her, and with a violent clang, it threw her hard back against the bars of the cage. Meanwhile, Lucas looked at the false Stella, his expression grave. The princess may have a tool that can remove it. I'll go look. He turned to leave, but she instantly threw herself at him, wrapping both arms tightly around him. Don't go. I'm scared, she whimpered. Who knows what the princess will do to me if she comes back? If she comes back. Her voice turned cloying, like a low murmur pressed against his chest. Actually, all you need to do is make love to me, Lucas. She deftly pushed him down onto a chaise longue and pressed her body on top of his. Hurry, before someone comes in, she urged, leaning close, her eyes half-lidded as she feigned hazy desire. Lucas looked up at her, a storm of unreadable emotion hidden deep in his red eyes. After a tense moment, he spoke one despairing word. All right. Stella's world collapsed in an instant. A soundless scream tore from her throat, and tears blurred her vision. No, impossible. He wouldn't. He lifted the imposter and set her on the table beside him. The false Stella wrapped her legs around his waist and gave a sickeningly sweet giggle. Didn't we do this in the palace before too? She cooed. Oh, why yes, that's right. The imposter stammered her answer, playing the role flawlessly. He leaned down, his lips brushing past her ear. Do you remember? I made love to you beside the sleeping princess. A false blush of embarrassment rose on her face. Stop saying that. It's too embarrassing. Inside the cage, the real Stella trembled all over, gripping the bars with both hands as if she wanted to tear them apart with sheer force. This was torture. This was a nightmare. He continued murmuring, and the sound made Stella's stomach churn. You cried out so loudly then, I thought the princess would wake. And after we finished, the princess's maids nearly caught us. Panic flashed across the imposter's face. Stella's mind jolted. That was true. It had really happened, and he was actually using that intimate memory with. Your flustered expression then was adorable, he murmured. It excited me. What about now? The imposter asked sweetly, her eyes gleaming. She lifted his hand to her lips, her voice dripping with seduction. You're looking forward to making love to me now too, aren't you? Lucas's expression remained like a mask carved from stone. Stella, as she urged him on, she kissed his fingers and slowly licked them. Come on, we don't want anyone walking in on us, so hurry. She sighed softly. Lucas, what should I do? I think this collar is affecting me. He looked at her, his gaze intense. What? She leaned closer, her hot breath brushing over his skin. I feel incredibly lewd. Is there an aphrodisiac in this collar? An aphrodisiac? The real Stella's heart nearly stopped. No, Lucas, please notice. Stop. This can't go on. At this rate, he and the princess really will. I can't bear to see something like that. The false Stella glanced at her prisoner, a cruel and triumphant smile spreading across her face. Hee, she looked so pitiful. This was her plan all along. So she and Lucas made love beside me while I was asleep? How dare she? But this is perfect. This is the perfect revenge. An evil thought echoed in Stella's mind. Watch closely as Lucas passionately makes love to me. How will you react then? Just imagining it makes me tremble with delight. The imposter began to pant, pressing her body tightly against him. Hurry, I want you, Lucas. Saliva dripped from the corner of her lips, and her face was filled with naked desire. Lucas looked at her, a faint smile on his lips. That expression is truly obscene. Yes, she moaned. My heart is beating so fast, and my body won't stop trembling. And the real Stella could only watch it all in despair. The imposter tilted her head back. Kiss me, Lucas. He bent down, his face drawing closer and closer to hers. The whole world seemed to hold its breath. Then he stopped, his lips only a few inches from hers. His warm breath brushed her skin, but his gaze instantly turned as cold as ice, and his voice cut through the dead silence of the room like a whip. Who are you? The imposter froze, her seductive mask shattering in an instant. WH what? What are you talking about? She stammered. But he had already pushed her away, his touch cold and disgusted. He stood, his gaze fixed hard on her. Where is Stella? Panic flickered across her face. I'm right here, she insisted, her voice trembling. Why would you say that? Lucas's gaze was sharp and calm. You have Stella's voice and body, he said evenly, but something about you is wrong. I sensed it the moment I entered the room. He took a step forward, and just now, I confirmed my suspicion. Terror gradually appeared on the imposter's face. My magic did not return when I touched you, he said, his voice quiet but absolute. You are not Stella. She hurriedly tried to find an excuse. Your magic didn't return? That's terrible. Maybe the princess did something to me. She cried, fake tears welling in her eyes. But I am Stella. Believe me. Lucas's expression did not change. The more I watched your behavior, the stranger it seemed, he said coldly. I pretended not to notice, so I could draw out clues about your true identity. His eyes narrowed. Did the princess order you to do this? The imposter's face began to warp, the illusion flickering like a dying flame. The deception was over. Ugh, she groaned, her voice distorting and dropping into a rough growl. I'm sick of being forced to watch you two love each other. Her hands trembled with rage. At last, the illusion shattered completely, revealing Princess Fiona's face, twisted with fury. We had the same voice and body. How did you know we were different? She shrieked, her voice full of madness. Don't tell me your love for that woman has gone that deep. Lucas stared at her, his voice dropping dangerously low. Your Princess Fiona? With a roar of rage, she lunged at him, her hands closing around his throat with unbelievable strength. Gods, I will never allow you to be happy, she screamed, her nails digging into his skin as she tightened her grip. I'll shove you both into the depths of despair. Lucas choked, struggling to break free from her grasp. How is she so strong? Is she using a magical tool to enhance her strength? A chilling ecstasy appeared on Fiona's face. Hey, she whispered, leaning close, as if blood-red spider lilies were blooming behind her madness. In the next life, will you love me? But the instant she spoke, a dazzling golden flash suddenly burst from the corner of the room. A powerful shockwave exploded outward, shattering the invisible prison into countless glittering fragments. Fiona was blasted away, and her hands loosened from Lucas's throat. And where the cage had once stood, Stella stood. She was barefoot, wearing only a simple white chemise, tears streaming down her face, but unwavering resolve burned in her eyes. I finally broke it, she gasped, her voice shaking with relief and exhaustion. Stella, Lucas shouted, his eyes filled with disbelief and overwhelming relief. Fiona glared at her, her face twisted with rage. What do you think you're doing? I am a princess, she screamed. With a ringing slap, Stella's hand struck Fiona hard across the face, the crisp sound echoing through the room. A princess? You mean the one who pretended to be me? Stella's voice was as cold as steel. She grabbed Fiona by the collar and yanked her close. Listen carefully, Miss Imposter. Lucas is going to be my husband. Unshakable strength blazed in her eyes. I will not give him to you. Not in this world, and not in the next. Fiona could only stare at her, stunned and defeated. Suddenly, the door was shoved open, and the king strode in, his face as dark as a thundercloud. Fool, you are a disgrace to the royal family, he roared. You are never to call yourself royalty again. Fiona collapsed to the floor and pleaded, Father, please forgive me. Please. Silence, he barked, his voice filled with disgust. Do not call me father. Lock her up. I will decide where to exile her afterward. The guards seized the sobbing princess. No, this is too cruel. I only wanted to marry the man I love. Her cries gradually turned to screams as she was dragged out of the room. In the sudden silence that followed, Lucas rushed to Stella and pulled her tightly into his arms. He buried his face in her hair and breathed in her scent deeply. Thank goodness. It's really you, he whispered, his voice full of emotion. Stella leaned weakly against him, relief after surviving the ordeal, leaving her entire body limp. I'm so glad you realized she wasn't me, she said softly. I was so afraid you really would make love to her. He drew back slightly, a gentle smile on his face. I noticed from the beginning, he said softly, because she wasn't as shy as you. Shy? She repeated, a faint blush quietly creeping up her neck. His thumb gently stroked her cheek. Only you are that adorable when you blush. Her face instantly turned deep red. Just then, the queen entered, her expression mixed with sorrow and resolve. I'm deeply sorry that Fiona has caused trouble for you again, she said solemnly. We will issue a gag order and publicly declare that all the rumors she spread were false. I believe the turmoil will soon settle. She gave him a warm and sincere smile. I can hardly wait to see what a wonderful husband and wife you will become in the future. Later, as the carriage swayed gently, Stella rested her head against Lucas's shoulder. Lucas, she murmured sleepily. He replied in a low, deep voice. She shifted closer to him. You couldn't wait until we got home, could you? No, I couldn't, he said softly, pressing his lips to hers in a tender kiss. I want to erase the feeling of being touched by anyone other than you as soon as possible. She drew back slightly, flushed and flustered. But you promised me you wouldn't do this in public again. If it's inside a carriage, it doesn't count as public, he teased, his hand already slipping beneath her skirt. But we're still outside, she protested, though her breath hitched at the kisses he trailed along her neck. What if someone sees us or hears us? He chuckled, his hoarse voice close to her ear. Then why don't we make sure they don't notice? Don't notice? She asked in confusion. Then she understood. He lifted her onto his lap, and with the next jolt of the carriage wheels, he was already inside her. Mema, Lucas was not moving, but the swaying of the carriage made him move within me. A sweet heat began to gather deep in her lower belly. You look enchanting, he whispered, his voice full of desire. You're so cute when you're on the verge of pleasure. And shame. The soft words, the heat, and the gentle rocking were almost too much to bear. Just then, the carriage lurched and came to a stop. Driver, stop the carriage, Lucas called, his voice somehow still calm under the circumstances. Stella sucked in a breath, her eyes widening in panic. No way. Is it the military police? What do we do? If they look inside? He stopped her panic with one deep, slow thrust. A knock sounded beside the window. Lord Lucas, is something the matter? It was the driver's voice. Lucas held the flushed, breathless Stella in his arms and answered calmly. I heard people are clearing the road ahead after defeating a magical beast. The driver continued. The detour is in poor condition, so the carriage will shake quite badly. Is that all right? A wicked light flashed in Lucas's eyes. Take the detour. Understood, the driver replied. Once the carriage began moving again, Lucas bent down and whispered in her ear. Could you not squeeze me so tightly when I'm speaking to someone else? This is your fault, Lucas, she panted in reply, her fingers digging deep into his shoulders. The carriage began shaking violently on the bumpy road. The carriage's rocking alone isn't enough to satisfy you, is it? He whispered. But we can't do it here, can we? She said breathlessly. He laughed softly. Didn't you hear what he said? The road will be very bumpy, so the carriage will shake badly. And with one forceful thrust on top of that, he began moving to the carriage's wild rhythm. The coachman noticed nothing, even thinking happily to himself. Why does it feel like it's shaking more than usual? Has the road gotten worse? After some time, with the king's intervention, the situation finally settled down. The endless stream of visitors at last came to a stop, and the mansion grew quiet again. Finally, the time came for both sets of parents to meet. The two families sat together in a luxurious drawing room. Stella's parents lowered their heads, their faces filled with guilt. "We couldn't refuse Ethan's proposal. I'm sorry, Stella. You had clearly carved out a future for yourself, yet we were nothing but cowards." Her mother looked toward Lucas, her eyes full of gratitude. "Because of our fault, you were dragged into so much trouble." Stella's father also turned to him. "Thank you very much for always supporting Stella. Please continue to take good care of her from now on." Lucas met his gaze, his voice firm and sincere. "I promise I will make her happy." Stella's mother smiled through her tears. "Stella, I'm sorry for everything up until now. You must be happy." "I will." Stella's eyes were also shimmering with tears as she answered, and she looked at Lucas. All of this was real. This happiness was real. This future, compared to her former life, it was simply like a dream. In that life, she had been trapped at Ethan's side. Had that been a dream meant to warn her of the danger she was in? Yet somewhere far away, in that dim, dusty room, that nightmare was someone else's reality. Ethan slumped in a chair, listening as his father told him the news. "Your former fiancé will soon marry the son of Count Bradrel." Ethan's jaw tightened sharply, but he said nothing. With a loud bang, his father slammed a book heavily onto the table, his patience exhausted. "Can't you act mature? How long do you plan to hide in here? If you can't have that woman, then forget her." Ethan slowly rose from his chair, his voice low and cold, like he was muttering to himself. "But I already had her in my grasp." His father stared at him in confusion. "What?" "Stella was my wife." Ethan spoke in a low voice. His eyes were hollow and lifeless. "But after she died, we returned to the past. She ran away, and that's why everything changed." "What are you talking about?" his father demanded, even taking a step back, unnerved by his son's chilling appearance. Ethan's gaze suddenly focused, blazing with a terrifying fire of obsession. "It isn't fair, is it? I will never allow her to go unpunished in this timeline." He walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" his father shouted. A sinister smile surfaced on Ethan's face, and a crimson, demonic aura churned around him. "To attend a wedding first." His voice was like a poison vow. "I will ruin your life." At the mention of Stella, his face twisted with mad delight. But Stella had no idea of the storm that was about to strike. She was immersed in her perfect dream. She stood before the mirror in a beautiful wedding dress, radiant and dazzling. "Look, Lucas, is it pretty?" He stood behind her, his reflection in the mirror, smiling gently. "Yes, it's very pretty. You're beautiful." She smiled brightly, her heart filled with joy. "Lucas, I'm truly so happy right now. I've reconciled with my parents, and they've accepted our wedding. I want to repay your parents for all the help they've given me. And your parents, too." "He is so gentle," she thought, the love in her heart swelling endlessly. As he adjusted his tie, he swept a possessive gaze over her dress. "Still, this dress is truly stunning. Your mother is very particular about the details, but don't you think it shows off your figure a little too much? This is the most fashionable style of dress right now." "Is it strange?" she asked, suddenly lacking confidence. "It isn't strange, but..." He drew out his words, his gaze gradually darkening. "What is it? Just say it." He bent closer, his voice so low and husky it sent a shiver down her spine. "You look incredibly alluring." Her eyes widened. "Are you trying to let every guest see the curve of your waist and captivate them all?" he murmured, his hands sliding to her waist and pulling her back into his arms. "The only person who looks at me that way is you, Lucas. Don't get so worked up." Her cheeks flushed as she protested, lightly kissing his cheek. He chuckled, and his lips immediately covered hers. "You dress like this and expect me not to get worked up? It's only a wedding dress," she mumbled between kisses. "No, Lucas, I don't want to get it dirty before the wedding." The hand at her waist trembled faintly, pulling her closer as he said with a low, amused voice, "Wouldn't you be even more troubled if I couldn't control my hands on the wedding day itself?" The air in the room grew heavy with unspoken desire. He drew her nearer, his warm breath brushing her lips, and then all that remained was the sensation of his mouth pressing against hers. Her mind went blank, every thought scattered by the intoxicating feeling of his arms around her waist, as if she were the most precious thing in the world. The kiss gradually deepened, their tongues entwining amid soft, broken sighs, as if foreshadowing everything to come. It was a scorching, almost desperate kiss. And when they finally parted, both of them were breathing unsteadily. She saw a blazing fire burning in his darkened eyes, mirroring the heat coiling deep in her lower abdomen. This feels so improper, she thought, her cheeks burning. Doing something like this with the bride before the wedding. A wicked smile curved his lips as he leaned to her ear and whispered, his low voice vibrating against her ear. Then should we stop? He teased her, his fingertips lightly tracing the delicate lace on her dress. I don't want to get the dress dirty, he said, but his actions were the complete opposite. His hand slid down along the curve of her thigh, possessive and familiar, making her spine tremble. How could he possibly hold back? He leaned down again, his voice even more tempting. If it gets dirty, I'll take responsibility and clean the dress for you. A soft gasp escaped her lips as pleasure surged through her. She always got swept away by Lucas's rhythm, losing herself in the storm stirred up by his desire. And now that she knew what it felt like to be truly desired by the person she loved, how could she possibly refuse? His lips found hers again, and through the fine fabric, she felt his hands roaming over the lines of her body, every touch striking sparks across her skin. Part of her understood that she should resist, that this was far too reckless, but another part of her, far louder, did not want him to stop at all. Her breath caught, and she could barely stay steady in her high heels, as if the entire world were tilting. A trace of guilt flashed through her heart, being defiled like this while wearing this pure white dress. But that small feeling was quickly swallowed by the overwhelming passion sweeping over her. He moved against her, his gaze burning and greedy. You're so hard, she murmured, her voice barely audible. He laughed lowly, the sound from his throat making her go numb. Because you're too enchanting, he whispered, his lips brushing her ear. She panted as his hands settled on her waist, pulling her even more tightly against him. If you don't want to get the dress dirty, he said in a teasingly commanding tone, try to stand as straight as you can. He pulled sharply, and a soft rush of pleasure ran through her entire body. That's right, he began in an almost casual tone. Did you know that nobles from magical lineages differ in how they make love, depending on the magical attribute they can use? What on earth was he talking about? Her mind was already fogged with desire, as she could barely keep up. He continued as if giving a lesson, his body pressing against her, heavy and hot. Those with the wind attribute change their style, depending on their mood that day. They're very fickle. His fingers brushed over her skin, light as a breeze one moment, then forceful as a gale the next. As for those with the water attribute, he murmured, they tend to take their time. They want their women to drown in pleasure. He proved his words with slow, deliberate movements. And fire attribute nobles. His voice became lower, rougher. They're often forceful and stubborn. They're extremely loyal to their own desires. She could only gasp, her body feeling as if it had been set alight by the flames he described. Her own desire continued to build, turning into an urgent craving that climbed all the way to her throat. Finally, she asked in a trembling voice, then what about people with dark magic? A dangerous smile slowly appeared on his face, his red eyes glinting with amusement. What do you think? He asked in return, his hand covering hers, silently promising the darkness that would descend next. He bent down, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered wickedly, try to guess before you reach your limit. Her entire body shook, arching toward him involuntarily. His voice was like a sinful promise. If you give in first, I'll make an even bigger mess of you. Her eyes widened. Such shamelessness, such a sweet, trembling threat. Wait, I'm thinking, she stammered. But how could she possibly think? She could do nothing but feel the irresistible, intoxicating rhythm of his movements against her. Hey, she pleaded, bracing both hands against the table to steady herself. Don't move, but it was completely useless. Her mind was blank, like a canvas painted over with nothing but sensation. I don't have any strength left to think. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to focus. Dark magic nobles. Lucas's traits. I just have to say them, right? She drew in a trembling breath and guessed tentatively. You like teasing women. He pulled sharply again, drawing a gasp from her lips. Oh, he hummed with a laugh. She panted, her heart pounding violently against her chest. You want to keep me all to yourself. He placed a kiss on her shoulder and confirmed against her skin in a low voice. Correct. And he deliberately paused, letting anticipation build little by little until she was almost breaking. His next words were a dark, thrilling secret meant only for her ears. It seems we also enjoy leading others into our own preferences. It felt as if something exploded in her chest, and a tear born from the overwhelming intensity of pleasure and emotion slipped from the corner of her eye. He explained that this was a well-known topic among nobles, and some women even chose whom to marry because of it. Then his teasing tone suddenly vanished, replaced by a sudden, deep seriousness. "Will you marry me?" The question hung in the air, more important than any vow. She bit her lip, her body still trembling faintly, then nodded. "I will," she answered softly. A slow, sincere smile appeared on his lips, and the tenderness in his eyes was so full it made her chest ache. "You're adorable," he murmured. But the word wedding always made her remember certain things. It was a memory she could never forget, one carved deeply into her soul. On the day of her wedding in her first life, the weather had been terrible. Endless, gloomy rain poured down, just like the cold fear in her heart. Her future mother-in-law had worn a sullen expression the entire time, her dissatisfaction weighing heavily in the air. And the man standing beside her, Ethan, had a smile on his face that sent chills down her spine. It was so cold it did not seem to promise happiness at all, but only possession. Even now, she could still feel the phantom pain of clutching her skirt so tightly that the fabric twisted out of shape in her desperate hands. 4362. The maid trembled all over, sobbing as she recounted that horrifying encounter. Her voice was broken, almost like a whisper, as she described a chilling violation. At the time, she had only been making her rounds as usual, checking the windows. That was all, a simple and ordinary task. But in the next moment, the night had been shattered. A figure slipped in through the open window frame, like a shadow in the darkness. Before she could even scream, a hand roughly covered her mouth, suffocating her. Pure terror instantly swept through her entire body. The intruder then dragged her away, his iron-like grip clamping down on her, forcing her all the way to Miss Stella's bedroom. Her mind had been in chaos, fear surging like a storm. What did she do? What did he want? He gave orders in a low, threatening voice, and she did not dare think too much. She could only obey. As she spoke, she wept without stopping, admitting with guilt that she had done as he said only to save her own life. Lucas's father bowed his head deeply, his voice filled with shame as he apologized again and again. He had not even sensed the intruder's presence. Lucas insisted that this was not anyone's fault, but the weight of failure still seemed to physically crush his father's shoulders. He clenched his hand into a fist, his knuckles turning white from the force. This was all his fault, his negligence. Lucas's voice broke through the heavy silence as he sharply questioned his father about the barrier he had set up. His father's answer was extremely grave. The barrier had not been broken. It had been nullified, erased as if it had never existed at all. The implication hung cold and terrifying in the air. Only a mage with power equal to Lucas's could do something like that. A storm churned in Lucas's crimson eyes. Regret was bitter as poison, but there was no time to wallow in it now. No, there was no time for regret at all. Every second wasted put Stella in greater danger. He had to bring her back. He sprang to his feet, his decision already made. He ordered his father to report everything to the king at once and issue an alert across the entire country. No one knew what that madman might do next. His father merely nodded. Understood. Wind roared past him, and the horse's hooves struck the ground in a heavy rhythm, like the frantic echo of his own heartbeat. That heart was pounding wildly, like a drumbeat woven from fear and rage. He had to calm down. He had to clear his mind, so he could sense Stella's magical power, a faint beacon in the darkness. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, his expression cold and resolute. "I will find her," he vowed into the night. "I will definitely find her." At the same time, his father had already begun taking action, spreading word of Ethan Elliott's heinous crime at the wedding venue and ensuring that his name would appear on every wanted notice in the country. The reputation of the Elliott family would be completely ruined, which was precisely the consequence his son's madness deserved. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Stella blinked softly and woke up. Where am I?" The room was extraordinarily splendid, yet utterly unfamiliar. Her head throbbed with dull pain. She could not remember anything. How did I get here? Who brought me here? She could not sense anyone nearby. Was Ethan waiting in another room? A spark of defiance lit within her. She would not sit here and wait. The ropes binding her wrists glowed with golden light, then turned to powder. I have to escape. She quietly walked toward the window, a thread of hope piercing through her confusion. Ethan doesn't know about my ability. What a fool. He had not even used magical restraints, making her escape far too easy. An urgent longing filled her chest. I want to return to Lucas as quickly as possible. She jumped out the window, magical power curling around her feet and making her body weightless as she drifted gently toward the ground. Lucas should be able to sense my magic now. He'll know where I am. I just need to find somewhere to hide first and wait for him to come. But when she landed, she staggered, her foot slipping on the wet ground. For one heart-stopping instant, she was about to fall. Oh no! The hard stone ground rushed toward her. A dazzling golden light burst around her, cushioning her fall at the last possible moment. Phew, that was close. She stood up, patted herself off, and looked around. Ancient and gentle energy echoed in the air. Sunlight passed through the dense canopy, illuminating a place so beautiful it took her breath away. Could this be the great sage's paradise? She had heard the legends, the rumors of a hidden sanctuary, but she had never imagined those rumors were true. Her gaze swept over the shining, ethereal scenery, wonder welling up inside her. What is that? At the bottom of a crystal-clear pool, something was glittering. She reached into the water, the coolness brushing over her skin. Her fingers closed around a small black object. It was a ring. The sudden sound of a snapping branch came from behind her. A cold, familiar voice dripped with irritation. Stella, what are you doing here? All the blood in her body turned cold. She whipped around, and her heart sank to the bottom. It was Ethan. His expression was like a mask of cold fury. You really are cruel, disappearing just like that. He sneered. And here I was preparing a change of clothes for you. Her mind reeled. I can't believe he found me so quickly. A tear born purely from fear slid down her cheek. How did you know I was here? She stammered. He smiled, his eyes glinting with the eerie light of a predator. He spoke of a dark contract, of contracts made with 99 magical beasts, borrowing their power in exchange for his own soul. Several demonic skeletal creatures manifested behind him, as if proving his evil bargain. So sensing where you were is effortless for me, he said proudly. 99 magical beasts. His madness was simply incomprehensible. Why would you go that far? She cried. What are you trying to gain? His lips twisted into a cruel smile. I'm correcting a mistake, he said softly, his voice like a poisoned caress. He took a step closer, his shadow falling over her. You are mine. Because you refused to belong to me, everything changed. I'm going to set everything right. He suddenly reached out, his fingers clamping on her arm like iron tongs. You belong to me. He pulled her close, his other hand cupping her face and forcing her to look at him. A dark, creepy magical power pulsed from his body and drilled into her consciousness. Love me, he ordered, his voice monotonous, almost hypnotic. You are everything to me. Look only at me. Offer me everything you are. Her vision blurred, and the world gradually sank into darkness. Her resistance was drained away little by little, leaving only hollow emptiness. A sentence slipped from her lips, so faint it was almost inaudible. I am yours, Ethan. An ugly, triumphant smile spread across his face. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound containing not the slightest warmth, only a chilling sense of victory. He held her limp body, holding his trophy, his puppet. That's right, you are mine. You should have done this long ago. Why had he ever bothered trying to persuade her in the first place? He tossed a small black fruit into his mouth, savoring the taste of victory. After using forbidden mind control magic, Stella had become so easy to control. Now she would do anything he told her to do. She obediently sat on his lap, her eyes empty, her fingers gently combing through his hair. He leaned closer to her, his voice sickeningly sweet. Stella, do you love me? Her answer came immediately, her voice as monotonous as an echo. Yes, I love you. He chuckled, his voice low and satisfied. Good girl, you're so adorable when you obey. Outside, beneath the cover of the starlit night, a pulse of dark energy surged out from Mansion. Lucas sensed it at once. Ethan's magic and Stella's magic nearby. I can feel them both. A grim smile flickered across his lips. I finally found them. With a deafening crash, the door was violently smashed open. Lucas stood in the doorway, and his gaze instantly locked on the scene before him. Stella, was sitting on Ethan's lap, her expression completely blank, like a beautiful but broken doll. Ethan Elliot, their eyes collided, crimson clashing fiercely with silver. The cold smile on Ethan's face was full of venom. You finally came. Lucas' blood may be rare, but you are still too late. Lucas's heart tightened. He saw the empty look in her eyes. He saw the bunch of grapes in her hand, held without the slightest awareness. Stella, he shouted, but she gave no response at all. She's already gone. Ethan wrapped an arm around her possessively and pulled her closer. Isn't she adorable? He mocked. My Stella. A violent torrent of purple magic erupted from Lucas. What did you do to Stella? He roared, his overwhelming fury making the very air crackle. The room shook as his power slammed hard into the invisible barrier surrounding Ethan. Ethan, however, barely seemed to care. Oh, just a little mind control spell. He spoke as though discussing the weather, an evil red glow of energy rising in his hand. Mind control? Lucas's voice hissed with rage. That kind of magic has clearly been forbidden in this kingdom. Ethan gave a soft laugh, his tone lofty and arrogant. He unfolded his own magic circle, a complex and sinister pattern. I was wondering why no one used something so convenient. So it was banned? He leaned back, Stella still sitting on his lap, her expression completely unmoved. I simply assumed other people didn't have the magical ability to use it. Lucas's mind raced. Mind control was a level of magic that stood above other forms of magic. Ordinary people could not use it at all. He drew in a sharp breath as a horrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Since I saw him at the wedding, has his magic grown stronger? That aura, that blazing energy surrounding him. You made a contract with magical beasts and borrowed their power? Ethan merely curled his lips, which was as good as admitting it. How many more crimes will you commit before you are satisfied? Lucas snarled, his own dark magic coiling around his hands. Ethan's laughter echoed through the room. Fool, once I possess power like this, who could possibly punish me? He blasted out a surge of energy, forcing Lucas to defend. Lucas clenched his teeth. Damn it, my magic is being consumed too quickly. Ethan looked at him, amusement glinting in his eyes. What's wrong? Out of magic already? I thought you had at least some ability, but in the end, you are nothing but a minor character. He let out an exaggerated sigh. Fighting someone who cannot even use magic is so boring. A vicious idea flashed in his eyes. I know. He summoned an exquisite, ornate dagger, its blade glowing with an ominous red light. He leaned close to Stella, his lips brushing past her ear. Stella, kill him. He placed the dagger in her hand. Pierce the heart of the man you once loved. Her hollow eyes stared straight ahead. Yes, Ethan. With a strange, mechanical grace, she rose to her feet and walked toward Lucas. The sound of her heels tapping lightly against the floor was like a funeral bell. Stella, Lucas called softly, his voice broken. He took a step back, his heart twisting as if cut by a knife. She raised the dagger, her eyes deathly still. The next instant, she thrust forward. He grabbed her wrist, the impact making him stagger. Stella, wake up, he shouted, despair nearly choking him. But his words meant nothing. She was only a puppet, and Ethan was the one pulling the strings. She twisted her arm, her expression not changing in the slightest. The blade slashed across his side, and blood blossomed over his elegant clothing. Stella. He shouted her name again, as if tearing open a bloody wound. Ethan sat in his chair and burst into loud laughter. It is useless. You cannot break my mind control spell. She raised the dagger again, ready to stab down, but just then, something changed. Her attack slowed, and her arm trembled almost imperceptibly. Something seemed to flicker in her eyes, like a tiny twitch. Hope, fragile and desperate, surged in Lucas's heart. Maybe she has not been completely brainwashed yet. If so, he pulled her arm, caught her as she stumbled forward, and cradled the back of her head with his other hand. Stella. He murmured her name, his voice hoarse with emotion. Try to remember. He gazed into her bewildered eyes, then kissed her. It was a desperate, burning kiss, both a plea and a prayer. Ethan shot to his feet, his face filled with disbelief and rage. The magic circle beneath his feet shattered with a roar, and hands as black as shadows sprang up from the ground, grabbing him and pinning him firmly in place. Damn it, You arrogant bastard. The moment their lips touched, Lucas felt it, a warmth spreading through his body. It was a familiar and powerful energy. My magical fire is dancing deep inside me. Stella is pouring her power into me. Her lips softened against his, and her magic flowed freely, bringing him back to life, healing him. Ethan could only stare in horror. What is this? Lucas slowly drew back. Stella blinked, the fog in her eyes dispersing as life and light returned to the depths of those blue eyes. Lucas, she whispered, her voice finally her own again. A tremendous sense of relief swept over him. Thank goodness. He breathed softly and pulled her tightly into his arms. It was an embrace filled with protectiveness. She lowered her head and saw the blood on his clothes, and her eyes widened at once. Did I do that? He held her tightly, his voice turning gentle. Don't worry. It is not that serious. He gave her a weak smile. Besides, haven't you heard that men wear the scars left by the ones they love as badges of honor? He kissed her hand tenderly. She immediately blushed and stammered that was not right at all. Across the room, Ethan clenched his teeth in fury. Are you too serious? He growled angrily. Do not mock me. A towering blaze of rage erupted from him, flames devouring the entire room. Enough, enough, enough. If you refuse to belong to me, then that power of hatred was terrifying beyond measure. Lucas shielded Stella in his arms, his expression grave. This is bad. I still do not have enough magic to fight him right now. A gentle, ethereal voice whispered in Stella's mind. The ring. Give him the ring. The ring? She looked down at the ring she had found in the sanctuary, then pushed it into Lucas's hand without hesitation. Lucas, take this. He looked at her in confusion. What? But when his fingers closed around the cold metal, an immense power instantly flooded into his body. What is this? Magic is overflowing. His heart pounded violently. An ancient energy resonated with a powerful thump. Ethan froze completely. The prophecy of the great sage Zeus Wilstein echoed in his mind. The one with hair as white as clouds and a sun talisman upon his brow. As Lucas's black hair began to fade, turning into a radiant silver white, Ethan's eyes widened in terror. A golden sun crest glowed on his forehead. Why does he have the great sage's power? Lucas turned to face him, borrowed sacred power burning in his red eyes. You used illegal rituals to make contracts with magical beasts and steal their magic. So yes, you are strong. As he spoke, he took a step forward. Then he pulled Stella to his side, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder, radiating an undeniable, overwhelming pressure. But we will punish you. Ethan staggered backward and summoned a shield of flames to defend himself. He remembered now. When he had first captured Stella before, Lucas had used multiple magical attributes. Ice, wind, light. I thought the great sage did not exist at all. Could he really be real? A dazzling mass of pure light magic erupted from Lucas's hand, blooming like a supernova. Ethan's defense shattered as easily as glass. That raw and terrifying power struck him head-on, and he let out a scream mingled with agony and disbelief. The combined force of every magical attribute tore through him, a torrent he could never possibly withstand. He was blasted away and slammed heavily into the ground, curling into a ball as he coughed violently, his body nearly broken. Even with soul contracts made with 99 magical beasts, my power is no match for his. So this is the great sage's power. Lucas stood above him, the bloody wound on his side the only flaw in his sacred form. Do you still want to continue? Even in defeat, Ethan remained stubborn and spat fiercely. Stop mocking me. How could I possibly let things end here? I will become your archenemy until every last one of your ambitions is crushed. Lucas raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow, but Stella pressed down on his arm. Wait, Lucas, let me do it. Lucas looked at her, then nodded. All right. Stella stepped forward and looked down at the man who had tormented her across 2 lifetimes, her expression cold and resolute. You knew all along. Ethan's voice was hoarse, a twisted sneer hanging on his lips. You knew he possessed the great sage's power, didn't you? In the end, you only wanted to marry a powerful man, even if it meant hurting those around you. I never imagined you could be so selfish. Stella's gaze did not waver in the slightest. Yes, her voice was as cold as ice. In my previous life, I learned one thing from you. If I am not a little selfish, my dreams will never come true. Ethan nearly choked on his own anger. Damn it, pure golden magic burned in Stella's hand. She swung it forward sharply, and a massive pillar of light thundered up from the ground. It erupted beneath Ethan's feet and swallowed him with destructive force. What is this power? He screamed. How can a woman use magic? Stella's calm voice cut through his terrified cries. I still do not know why we returned to the past, but I seized this chance and changed my actions so that I could change my future. I overcame the pain of the past and kept moving forward. What did you change, Ethan? He could only stare up at her blankly. Wretched, broken, utterly defeated. You did not change a single thing. Her words struck him harder than any spell. You did not change, and that is why you lost. With one final blinding flash, everything ended. Ethan collapsed among the ruins, losing consciousness. Stella watched him fall. Her expression was calm. Beside her, Lucas said softly, "You did it, Stella." She turned around, and he drew her into his arms. His white hair contrasted sharply with her golden strands. "Lucas, I'm sorry I was so late." He held her a little tighter and buried his face in her hair. "It's all right." She pulled back slightly. "Now hurry and heal your wound." He nodded, but just as he moved, the ring on his hand, the source of that tremendous power, suddenly cracked and scattered into dust. He looked at his hand in surprise. The ring. "It seems I used up all the magic stored inside it." "Where did you get it?" "All right. The great sage's sanctuary is nearby," she exclaimed in realization. But their conversation was interrupted by a terrifying pressure that suddenly descended upon the room. The two exchanged a look, their eyes full of fear. "What is that?" Outside the window, the sky had turned a nauseating dark purple, and an ominous presence loomed over the entire kingdom. Stella's breath caught. "What?" On the floor, Ethan's eyes opened slightly, filled with pure, undisguised malice. "Everyone should die." He whispered it as a final act of defiance. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Does he have another backup plan? Outside the royal capital, a many-headed beast made of shadows and spikes revealed itself, roaring toward the sky as if challenging the heavens. The royal mages descended into chaos. "Raise the barrier," someone shouted. "Do not let it come any closer. It must not cross the border." The king and queen stood on the palace balcony, their faces pale and full of fear. Soon after, Lucas and Stella arrived in the throne room and bowed before the monarch. "Your Majesty, Duke Lucas and Lady Stella have arrived." The king turned around, visibly relieved. "Oh, Lucas, we have been waiting for you." Lucas apologized for his delay and explained that they had just captured Ethan and locked him in the dungeon. The king's gaze immediately darkened. "So the criminal who summoned that monster has already been captured by you?" He gestured toward the window. "There has never been any record of such an evil magical beast in our nation's history, but judging by its appearance, it is even stronger than Volboya. Lucas, can you defeat it?" Lucas fell silent, his expression deeply troubled. Stella's heart sank. She knew the truth. When Lucas defeated Volboya, he had possessed the great sage's power, but he no longer had it now. With the amount of magic he had at present, he likely could not defeat that monster. So she stepped forward and spoke directly to the king. "Your Majesty, Lucas used a great deal of magic in his battle with Ethan. Before fighting that monster, he must recover his magic first." Lucas also nodded reluctantly in agreement. "She is right. I am terribly sorry, but could you please give me a little time?" The king sighed, understanding appearing on his face. "Very well. You cannot recover your magic on your own. I understand. Then I will give you time until those holding the monster back at the front line run out of magic. Please have Lucas recover his magic immediately." He swept his gaze across the hall. "But under these circumstances, were we supposed to replenish his magic?" The queen spoke, her voice firm and decisive. "Prepare a room for them at once. Make sure they can concentrate." An attendant bowed and answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." The king patted Lucas on the shoulder. "Lucas, come with me." Lucas nodded, still looking somewhat confused. Then he followed the king out of the room. Next, the queen turned to Stella, her eyes carrying a certain knowing look. "Lady Stella, this way, please." Stella was full of questions, but she obediently followed. To her shock, she was not taken to a quiet room, but to an enormous, magnificent bath. The maids swarmed forward, scrubbed her until she gleamed from head to toe, and then changed her into the most revealing, seductive red lingerie she had ever seen in her life. Her mind went completely blank. "Wait, isn't the nation in danger right now because of that terrifying monster? Then why do I have to wear this?" She stammered. She clutched the thin fabric to her chest and faced the queen. "Why, Your Majesty? This is..." The queen's expression was as serious as could be. "You and Lucas need physical contact in order for him to recover his magic, correct? You would not want him to lose interest because you look too disheveled, would you? Stella's face instantly turned as red as the clothes on her body. Ah, so they all know. The queen leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice, and spoke in the tone of someone sharing a confidential secret. Listen to me. Whether this kingdom continues to exist depends on you and Lucas going to bed together. With an incomparably solemn expression, the queen made her final plea. Please, you must give it everything you have. Stella felt the weight of the entire kingdom pressing down on her almost bare shoulders. She was so embarrassed she nearly fainted, but she still firmly pressed both hands to her chest and said in a tiny voice, I will do my best. This is so much pressure. The queen's words kept echoing in Stella's mind. Lucas is already inside. Her hand trembled slightly as she reached for the ornate double doors. Please go in, the maid had urged her. Stella drew in a shaky breath and answered softly, but her heart was hammering wildly in her chest. The queen's face flashed through her mind, bearing a strange expression mingled with hope and intense determination. The whole kingdom is counting on us. That sentence weighed heavily on her heart, making it almost hard to breathe. Now that she has said that, I am terribly nervous. The door made a faint click and slowly opened. What if I cannot do it? What if I fail? Before the people outside holding back the monster run out of magic, can I really help him recover his magic? She crossed the threshold and entered the spacious room alone. The curtains had been drawn, sinking the entire space into a dim and suggestive twilight hue. Lanterns cast warm golden light over the lavish furniture, and a relaxing fragrance filled the air. For a moment, just one moment, she could almost forget the chaos raging outside. She could almost forget that the fate of the world depended on whatever was about to happen in this room. Then she saw him. Lucas was sitting on a soft green chaise longue, his black hair contrasting sharply with the gentle light, his presence dominating the entire space. Her breath caught, and she hurried toward him, her voice stammering nervously. Sorry to keep you waiting. His deep, burning eyes swept over her, and his lips tightened slightly in displeasure. What is with that outfit? Heat instantly rushed to her cheeks. She clutched the thin nightdress on her body and explained that the queen had ordered her to wear it. His expression softened a little. I see. His voice was low and trembling. He held out one hand, the gesture both an invitation and a command. Come here, Stella. Her feet seemed to move on their own, as if pulled by an invisible thread. When she drew near, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. Her entire body jolted sharply, and an electric shock raced through her at his touch. Ah! A tiny gasp escaped her lips. W.I. A violent tremor swept through her body, strong enough to be visible. But he only touched me. Why is my body reacting so strongly? He frowned slightly and looked with concern into her wide, bewildered eyes, asking whether she was all right. She could only stare back at him wordlessly. Then he explained, his voice low beside her ear. It seems the king cast a spell on this room. It is a spell used by the royal family when they wish to heighten pleasure. Oh, so that is it. She understood everything at once. She had heard before that royal magic had a special effect on others, but she had never imagined it could do something like this. It was truly shocking. Once he said it, she realized that the spell seemed to be affecting him as well. Lucas looked astonishingly alluring, and desire burned in his eyes, though he was desperately suppressing it. Another kind of warmth spread through her body, slow and lingering. Since the king and queen have gone this far for us, she thought, the resolve in her heart grew even firmer. His voice dropped lower, husky with breath, as he asked the question that sent a shiver down her spine. Can I make love to you there? He asked without hesitation. She did not hesitate at all. Yes, she breathed softly, her voice barely audible. Please. He needed no further encouragement. His burning lips covered hers. In that instant, all her unease, all her fear melted away. Her body felt like a live wire, chasing pleasure with an intensity that shocked even her. Ah, Lucas, it feels so good, she moaned against his lips. His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a satisfied, teasing smile. Looks like no matter what I do, you like it. It was true. Her body felt strange, unbearably sensitive. Every touch, every kiss seemed magnified 100-fold. The magic in this room was stronger than anything she had ever experienced. An urgent thought surfaced through the haze of pleasure. I want to restore his magic as quickly as possible. But then his hand moved, pressing against her body, and an electric shudder instantly ran through her from head to toe. I'm going to make a complete mess of you, he murmured, and that promise made her tremble again. She cried out, her body shaking beyond her control as waves of dizzying pleasure swept over her again and again. She panted sharply, tilting her head back, her lips slightly parted. When she was finally able to speak, her voice was light and breathless. Lucas, did you cast some kind of spell on yourself to weaken the effect of this room's magic? It feels like it isn't affecting you as strongly as it's affecting me. A wickedly charming smile slowly spread across his lips. Oh, you really think so? He gave a low chuckle, then his lips descended on her skin, his tongue tracing a scorching line that made her cry out. Her body trembled, arching toward him. Don't touch me there. I'm too sensitive today. But he did not stop. A low laugh rumbled in his chest. The magic is affecting me too, he confessed, his hand tightening around her waist. Seeing you so undone has me so excited I feel like I'm burning alive. The heat coming from his body was astonishingly hot. Just having him rub against me already feels unbearably good. She could not help it. Her body moved on its own, grinding back against him. You're rubbing against me on your own, he said in a low voice, his tone full of teasing. How lewd. And no, I'm not, she stammered in denial, so embarrassed she wanted to disappear, yet completely unable to stop. It's all right, he whispered, his lips brushing her ear. Move however it feels good. With his permission, she lost all restraint. She could not stop twisting her hips, and the stimulation from the friction nearly drove her mad. It almost slipped in. Only the tip had entered. Yet the sensation was as intense as an electric current, like a preview of everything to come. She panted. His voice was low and tempting. Do you want me inside? She covered her mouth, her eyes wide and filled with longing, and nodded desperately. Chérie, come inside. He curled his lips in a smile, like a predator admiring his prey's surrender, then thrust in sharply, stealing all the air from her lungs. Pure ecstasy shot through her like a flash of lightning. This is incredible. It feels twice as good as usual. It's too much. Now I finally understand why the king and queen have 5 children. This magic was created to continue the royal bloodline. God, those high, ringing cries of pleasure you make are unbearably sexy, he growled, his movements growing faster and faster. I'm going to come. The next second, the entire world exploded into a blaze of searing white light. Mema, her lower belly burned hot, filled completely by him. You're so wet here, he said in a low voice, pride in his tone, both from your nectar and my seed. His hand caressed her, and with their movements, the bed frame creaked. Lucas, give me a moment. But he leaned down close, his body still pinning her firmly beneath him. No, he said urgently. We can't waste time. He was still hard. She could clearly feel him still buried deep inside her, that scorching, forceful pressure not fading at all. It feels like he's rubbing so deeply inside me. Stella, does it feel good? He panted. The sound of their bodies colliding and the creaking bed filled the room. Say it, he commanded, his tone allowing no refusal. The more you tell me how good it feels, the more magic I'll recover. With every thrust, those sounds were forced from her throat. She finally gasped out the words. It feels good. Feel me, he whispered, sealing her lips fiercely with his. Let me see you become so overwhelmed when I make love to you that you can't think about anything else. Let me hear those sounds of yours that aren't ladylike at all. Beg me, Stella. Lucas, she cried, her consciousness melting completely into pure sensation. My lovely Stella, he murmured back, his voice filled with intense emotion as he held her tightly. I love you. As she gasped for air, her body clenched convulsively in his arms. And in that instant, something changed. Dazzling light enveloped Lucas. His black hair gradually lost its color, turning into a dreamlike, shining snow white. Lucas was becoming the great sage. Oh my God, she panted, utterly exhausted. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with shock, barely managing to force out her voice. This is different from when my magic was depleted or when we were under the aphrodisiac. When she felt that he was still firmly inside her, a new and terrifying thought rose in her mind. He hasn't softened. Her eyes widened in panic. You, How long will the magic last? A smile curved his lips, breathtakingly beautiful and frightening enough to make her tremble. I don't know. His hands pressed her down against the bed, his overwhelming strength pinning her so she could not move. May I be a little rougher? He thrust deep, forcing a scream from her. I really can't take any more, she pleaded, tears of pleasure and exhaustion sliding down her cheeks. He looked down at her, his eyes filled with undisguised desire. If I make you pass out, I'll apologize in advance. At the same time, outside the city walls, chaos was raging. A terrifying magical beast slammed violently into the magical barrier, sending spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. Oh no, a mage shouted in despair. The barrier. Under the relentless assault, the barrier was cracking, shattering. Keep holding it, another shouted through gritted teeth, his face deathly pale. If we can't stop it, the whole kingdom will be destroyed. Just as all hope seemed about to be extinguished, a figure appeared atop the city wall. Lord Lucas is here. The mages stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. It's him, but that face, that hair, and the ornament on his forehead. Awe and shock swept through the crowd like a wave. It's the legendary Great Sage. He stood there like the embodiment of power and grace, his silver hair flying in the wind of magic, his eyes shining with ancient and mighty light. This magical beast must be Ethan's final trump card. Lucas gazed at the terrifying monster and thought to himself, I expected some sort of horrifying monster, but with the Great Sage's power, defeating it should be simple. He raised both hands, and brilliant golden magic circles appeared in the air, pulsing with unimaginable energy. The mages could only stare in stunned silence as a torrent of pure magic poured down like a storm from the heavens, engulfing the magical beast in blinding light. On a high balcony, the king and queen quietly watched the scene. To think the one who inherited the Great Sage's power was Lucas. The queen turned to her husband, understanding in her eyes. Actually, she said softly, when he cured your illness back then, his hair was white. The king suddenly realized the truth, his eyes widening. What? I was so panicked at the time that I never even suspected he might be the Great Sage. They looked toward the battlefield once more, pride and relief welling up in both their hearts. The second Great Sage is the one who saved our kingdom. The power within Lucas surged, and multicolored radiance swirled around him. With this, I can crush every last one of Ethan's ambitions. His gaze sharpened, cold, and unwavering. It ends now. Boom! A devastating explosion of light erupted across the battlefield, forcing the mages to raise their hands to shield their eyes. The magical beast let out one final, agonized roar. Then its body disintegrated into dust, vanishing completely within the purifying light. When the radiance faded, only Lucas remained standing high above the silent aftermath. Stella, a gentle voice called her out of a deep and sweet sleep. She blinked, and her vision slowly came into focus. Lucas. Lucas was sitting beside her, fully dressed, his black hair restored to normal. It's all over, he said with a faint smile, looking down at her with tenderness. Stella's mind was still somewhat hazy, her whole body still immersed in a lingering afterglow from before. Her memories rushed back all at once, and her eyes flew open. No way. You already defeated that monster. He chuckled. Yes, after you passed out from too much pleasure, I didn't wake you. The vivid memory of herself crying out his name in ecstasy flashed through her mind, and her face instantly turned bright red. Oh, ugh, but you still should have woken me. She abruptly sat up and protested. What if something had happened to you while I was asleep? He simply reached out and pulled her into a warm, strong embrace, cutting off her words. Thanks to you, my magic became completely whole. Her protest caught in her throat. She buried her face in his chest, surrounded entirely by his scent. I never felt, not even for a moment, that I might lose. She held him tightly, her heart overflowing with deep relief and love. After he defeated that magical beast, the entire kingdom learned that Lucas had inherited the Great Sage's power. The streets. The streets, once filled with fear, now erupted into joyous celebration. In a grand ceremony, the king formally bestowed upon Lucas the title of Great Sage in recognition of his great achievement. Lucas knelt before the throne, and his father was also granted the title of Duke. The king handed him a magnificent staff, its crescent-shaped head shining with powerful light. This staff was used by the first Great Sage, Zeus Wilstein. I now bestow it upon you as proof that you are his successor. Lucas accepted the staff, his voice clear and steady. Thank you, your majesty. The king smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Great Sage Lucas Bradrel, he said, his voice full of pride. Will you continue to support this nation as my close friend? Lucas met his gaze, a smile rising to his lips as well. I will. The two clasped hands firmly, sealing their promise. The entire court then burst into thunderous applause. Later, in the cold, deep dungeon of the royal palace, Stella stood before a prison cell. This dungeon isn't bad, she said coldly. It looks much more comfortable than the one in Ethan's mansion. In the shadows, a wretched, ruined figure stirred. Stella. Ethan lifted his head. His face was covered in bruises, and his spirit had been completely broken. Lucas has defeated the final magical beast you summoned, she stated without emotion. Your family has been stripped of its title, and your father has taken responsibility for everything. You and he have both been imprisoned. His face was filled with numb resignation. I suppose I'll be sentenced to death. Yes, she confirmed, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Your life was far too shameful. It's hard to believe this was already your second life. He said nothing. If you are ever born again, her voice turned cold. Please live a life far away from mine. She turned around, her final words lingering in the cold, damp air. Farewell. She did not look back again and walked straight away, leaving the ghost of her past to rot in the darkness. In a forest dappled with sunlight, Stella rode on horseback, leaning back into Lucas's arms with a peaceful smile on her face. In the end, I still can't recover my magic without you, he said softly, even though I've already been recognized as the Great Sage. She laughed lightly. Hee, I'll stay by your side forever. So it's all right. He tightened the arms around her waist. I'll have to be careful not to let anyone take you away from me. She puffed out her chest with feigned confidence. If anyone dares, I'll blast them away with magic. He laughed. Good. Oh, this way. She raised a hand to guide the direction, leading them deeper into the forest. A gentle magical hum parted the trees, revealing a hidden clearing bathed in ethereal blue light. So this is the Great Sage's sanctuary. They dismounted and walked toward a quiet pond. I found the ring on the ground over there, she explained. So it really was connected to the Great Sage somehow. Lucas looked over the tranquil scene, a hint of familiarity passing through his eyes. I only started dreaming of this place after I met you. A soft smile touched Stella's lips. I sometimes had the same dream, too. As she said that, a blush crept quietly up her neck. And we made love here. A wicked smile flashed in his eyes. He leaned down close, his low voice curling around her. Do you want to recreate that dream? And no, we can't, she stammered, her face bright red. Then may I at least have a kiss? If it's only a kiss. Before she had finished speaking, his lips were already pressing down on hers. His hand rose, gently caressing her cheek. The kiss gradually deepened until she could hardly breathe. Mema! His tongue slid over her lips and teeth, tasting her, and a shudder instantly ran through her whole body. He cradled her head, his palms covering the sides of her ears, so that all she could hear were the intimate, wet sounds of their kissing. Just hearing those sounds made her entire body tremble uncontrollably. By the time he finally pulled away, she was breathless, her legs weak. Lucas, you! He curled his lips in a smile and gently pressed her back against a large stone. Are you sure one kiss is enough? Ugh, why is your mind always full of these things, Lucas? She pouted. And he admitted, to be honest, ever since I defeated that magical beast, I wanted to make love to you. But then we were busy dealing with the aftermath and preparing for the investiture ceremony, so I never had a chance to touch you. As he spoke, he moved closer, his hand gently stroking her cheek. That said, before he could finish, he swallowed the rest of his words with another burning kiss, licking her, tasting her, until her mind went blank. When they finally parted, she was breathing hard. With his lips still close to hers, he asked in a low, hoarse voice, have you started wanting me the way I want you? Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Thump, thump. That was her only answer. He pressed her down onto the sanctuary's cool stone surface. His body was pressed tightly against hers. This isn't a dream, she thought hazily. Lucas and I are becoming one in this beautiful place. Consider this my apology for getting you so worked up, he whispered, his hands already skillfully casting their magic. I'll take proper care of every place that feels good. Her legs trembled, almost unable to support her. Ugh, my legs are going weak. Do you want me to hold you up? He asked, his arms tightening around her. If you press there. No. I'm going to come, she cried, her body arching through wave after wave of pleasure. But just when she thought she was about to fall apart completely, a dazzling light filled the entire clearing. Oh my, what is that? Two figures appeared before them, glowing faintly like spirits. One was a man with long silver hair and a gentle smile. The other was a blonde woman with a soft, smiling expression. How affectionate, the woman giggled. It feels just like watching our old selves. Lucas and Stella instantly froze, too embarrassed to know what to do. The two spirits vanished for an instant, then reappeared beside them the next second. Lucas immediately reached out and covered Stella's eyes. Sorry, the man said with a smile. We didn't mean to peep. Our existence is more like that of ghosts, so please forgive us. Ghosts? Lucas looked at the man, realization gradually appearing in his eyes. You're the great sage, aren't you? The man smiled gently. That's right. My name is Zeus Wilstein. You are my reincarnation. The woman stepped forward, her smile bright and radiant. And my name is Fiona. I was once known as the Great Witch. Stella, you are my reincarnation. Stella lowered her hand, her mind in chaos. Ever since I learned of her existence, I always felt there was some kind of connection between us. I see, so that's why. She looked at Zeus and Fiona, who stood side by side, radiating love. We were lovers in our past lives too, weren't we? Yes, Zeus confirmed. He pulled Fiona into his arms. Especially me. I was so madly in love with Fiona that I completely lost myself. Fiona laughed softly, her voice clear and lovely. To prove his love, this man cast a spell on himself so that he couldn't recover his magic without me. Lucas and Stella looked at them in shock at the same time. What? Wasn't he the great sage? To put that kind of restriction on himself is practically foolish. But Zeus only laughed sheepishly. Then she said, in that case, I'll make it so I can only restore your magic too. Lucas's eyes widened. So the reason I can't recover my magic without Stella is because of a restriction placed in my past life. Zeus grinned. Ha ha ha, exactly. Even after reincarnation, we would love only each other. It was a secret contract we made with each other before we were united. I just didn't expect it would cause trouble for our future selves, especially since the two of you had never even met before. Stella's voice was as low as a whisper. Were you the ones who sent me back to the past? Yes. Zeus nodded with a touch of pride. Preserving our souls after death was already quite impressive, but to think we could even turn back time. After all, I am the great sage. As he spoke, he puffed out his chest with a smug smile. Fiona playfully poked his cheek. You make it sound as though you're omnipotent, but you're not perfect, you know. He burst into warm, hearty laughter. They get along so well, Stella thought, a soft smile appearing on her face too. You've told them everything they needed to know, haven't you? Fiona asked her husband. Zeus nodded. We called you here through dreams because we wanted to tell you these things. Now we're satisfied. Are you going to disappear? Lucas asked. Yes, there's no longer any need to preserve our souls in this form. Zeus turned to Lucas, his expression growing serious. I made this with the last of my power. A simple gold ring appeared in his palm, set with an amethyst. As long as you wear it, you'll be able to recover your own magic naturally. We don't want our contract to cause you any more inconvenience. Lucas accepted the ring, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you. Zeus and Fiona began to fade, their figures turning transparent. You may be our reincarnations, but you have your own lives to live. We will pray for your happiness. With those words, they vanished, leaving only tiny, glittering motes of light behind. Stella gazed at the fading lights and murmured softly, they left their souls here just for today. Yes, now the mystery that troubled us for so long finally has an answer. Lucas turned and drew her into his arms. And now I finally understand why you were able to steal my heart. He lifted her easily, and her legs naturally wrapped around his waist. Lucas, let's go home, he murmured softly, his lips brushing hers. After hearing what they said, I can't wait to make love to you again. Me too, she breathed, sealing her promise with a kiss. Back in a room, the two of them tangled together among the rumpled sheets. He looked down at her, his eyes overflowing with adoration. You're so beautiful. No matter how many times I see you, it's never enough. She let out a soft moan, shifting slightly beneath him, and the bed frame creaked in response. A surge of gratitude welled up in her chest. If I hadn't run away from home, then even after the great sage and the great which turned back time, I never would have been able to touch these hands, these lips. But I believe they knew it too, that if I were given just one more chance, I would find my way back to Lucas's side. Lucas, she called his name in a low voice, her body aching with want. Please, put in already. A slow, teasing smile spread across his face. Not yet. He rubbed against her, and she couldn't help gasping. Why? She panted, completely bewildered. He usually entered her so quickly, and he had already been hard for so long. He bent down, his hot breath brushing her ear as he murmured in a rough voice. I need to spoil you a little, so that if we have another life, you'll fall in love with me all over again. He rubbed against her once more, making her whole body tremble. That's enough already, really. He spoke softly, his eyes gleaming. She met his gaze, a wicked thought rising in her mind. Can't you put it in first, and spoil me after that? He froze at once, his eyes widening in surprise. Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then he let out a low laugh, his breath catching slightly. You win. I forgot. You're the best at stirring up my desire. He shifted his position, hovering over her, his body trembling faintly with restrained passion. Today I'm going to thrust all the way into your deepest place, he growled, his voice full of promise. So get ready. She tilted her head back to look at him, tears of anticipation shimmering in her eyes, willing to be completely and utterly consumed by him. A shudder ran through her whole body. Lucas's breath scorched her ear, and his low, possessive voice shook her to the depths of her soul. He said he would fill her completely with his seed, drive it deep inside her. His voice was thick with urgent desire as he ordered her to take all of it. She couldn't think. She couldn't breathe. He's completely overwhelmed me, she thought. Fear and excitement twisted together, making her mind go hazy. I can't move at all. So this is Lucas taking me exactly as he pleases. The magnificent bed groaned under their combined weight, its mournful creaking echoing through the silent room. As he moved inside her, a sharp cry burst from her lips. He was thrusting so deep, so hard. It almost hurt. Every muscle in her body tensed, and a sharp breath slipped through her clenched teeth. But that piercing pain quickly melted away, replaced by a rush of intoxicating pleasure that stole her breath. It feels so good. Really, too good. Her mind went blank, every clear thought dissolving into the most primitive, naked sensation. Only one word remained on her lips, a breathless plea. More. She wanted more. Every trace of restraint was crushed beneath the force of his overwhelming love, and the demand spilled out of her without shame. Please, fuck me even harder. Her hands clutched the sheets so tightly that her knuckles turned white. He answered her plea with fiercer thrusts, driving deep into her again and again, every motion proclaiming the sheer force of his desire. Her legs trembled, twitching uncontrollably, while little by little he pushed her toward her limit. A broken moan escaped her lips. I'm going to, she gasped, and then he gave her permission. His voice against her skin was a hoarse whisper, nearly shattered, telling her she could let go. The world exploded in a blaze of searing white light. Her body convulsed violently in his arms, trembling wildly as wave after wave of pleasure crashed into the deepest part of her soul. It's so hot, she panted, tears of pure happiness slipping from the corners of her eyes. In her dazed haze, she heard him whisper her name like a prayer against his lips. Stella. She tried to pull away, her body still trembling with the aftershocks of climax, but he held her firmly in place. She gasped, feeling him stir awake inside her once again. So it wasn't over yet? Had there ever really been such a thing as an end between them? She felt as if he were about to pull out, but his low, teasing voice stopped her. That won't do, he murmured, his tone laced with a possessive smile she could feel against her skin. After all, I made a point of coming inside you. He began teasing her with his fingers, and she jolted, crying out for him to stop. He gave a low chuckle, his voice deep and rich. "If I can't use my fingers," he murmured, his hand sliding over to grip her leg, "then I'll just have to use this." He thrust into her again, hard and deep, forcing a breathless sound from her throat. The world turned into a kaleidoscope of pleasure and light. His voice filled her ears, and every powerful thrust felt like a confession. "I love you, Stella," he panted, his body wholly possessing hers. And through her own ragged breathing, she answered his vow. "I love you too." Every part of her was filled with undeniable happiness, with one profound and certain truth: Lucas loved her deeply. They must have been like this in their previous life too. This kind of connection, deep in the soul, powerful enough to swallow everything. It was as if his love were being branded into the very depths of her spirit, marking her forever as his. By the time they finally separated, both of them were drenched in sweat, their breathing fast and unsteady. He looked down at her, a fire in his eyes that would never be satisfied. He told her that no matter how many times he made love to her, it would never, ever be enough. Then a wicked smile curved his lips, and he asked a question that made her blood heat all over again. "How about 5 more times?" Her eyes flew wide in disbelief. "What?" she stammered. "That's way too." But he never gave her the chance to finish. He simply pressed her back onto the mattress and positioned her to continue. 5 more times, and each one that intense. Was that even possible? But when he stole her lips in a burning, deep kiss, her body gave him a very clear answer. He really was a wild stallion. A new day arrived. Not only did dawn break across the sky, but over their lives as well. When the king heard that despicable Ethan had interrupted their wedding, he insisted on personally holding another ceremony for them. So before the eyes of the entire kingdom, Stella and the great sage Lucas stood together at the altar and were finally truly joined. The king's resonant voice rang through the great hall as he declared that their love was a guiding light of great importance to the nation and asked whether they would love each other for all eternity. Lucas never once took his eyes off her. His red eyes were soft and brimming with devotion. He answered firmly, "I do." Stella smiled, her heart so full it felt ready to burst. "I do," she said clearly and strongly. She could hardly help wanting to laugh. She had never imagined that the king himself would officiate their wedding. He looked like he was thoroughly enjoying himself, almost unable to hide his excitement. Lucas leaned close, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "Stella," he whispered, his warm breath brushing her cheek. "It's my turn to kiss the bride." She melted into his embrace, her bouquet caught between them, and softly said, "Okay." Supporting her, he gently tipped her back, and before the whole world their lips met in a tender, loving kiss that sealed their vows. She was utterly certain that her future would be filled with happiness. As she looked at her friends and family smiling and applauding, she suddenly realized something. Because she had changed, because she had chosen to fight for her own happiness, the people able to seize a future they had once thought impossible were not only the two of them. In a quiet drawing room, Duke Verita stared sternly at his butler and asked exactly when Hank planned to take responsibility. Hank nearly choked on his tea and stammered out, Take responsibility?" The Duke clarified, his gaze shifting toward his daughter. "This is about Tracy." Hank's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Terrified out of his wits, he shot to his feet, bowed deeply, and cried out that he was deeply sorry and knew that a humble servant like himself should never have harbored feelings for the noble Lady Tracy. But before he could continue his frantic apology, Tracy rushed over, stood at his side, and clung to his arm. "Mother, father," she said firmly, "I'm the one who fell for Hank first, so please don't punish him." The Duke let out a long, weary sigh, a complete contrast to the pressure he had been giving off before. He explained that he had not meant to blame the young butler at all. He simply wanted them to stop sneaking around and date openly. Tracy and Hank were too stunned to speak. "Does that mean," Tracy asked timidly, "you approve of us being together?" Her parents exchanged a gentle look. "Yes," the Duke confirmed. "Lucas and Stella asked us to." Hank looked so shocked he seemed ready to faint on the spot. "It was them," Tracy cried, tears of joy shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said happily. Hank finally found his voice and drew Tracy protectively into his arms, his face filled with sincere and focused devotion. He assured her parents that he would do everything in his power to make Tracy happy. Tracy looked up at him, her eyes shining with unshed tears and love, and Hank could only look back at her, his heart completely full. Watching the scene before them, her parents wore gentle, accepting smiles. At last, the young couple had embraced the future that truly belonged to them. Life had changed in many ways. Thanks to the ring from the great sage, Lucas was now able to restore his magic power on his own. He could unleash the sage's immense power whenever he wished, and lately he had been busy answering the king's requests and defeating the evil monsters that threatened the kingdom. His power was truly astonishing. After one battle, Fred sincerely praised the great sage's strength, but Lucas only shook his head and told Fred not to call him that anymore. He should just treat him the way he always had. Fred laughed, visibly relieved. "All right," he agreed easily. "Then don't be so formal with me either, Lucas." Lucas smiled back, the expression genuine and relaxed. "All right, sorry, Fred." A comfortable silence settled between them as the two friends stood side by side in the sunlight. Seeing Lucas and Fred become so close made Stella feel a little jealous. With that ring, Lucas could stay away from home for days at a time, protecting the kingdom without any trouble at all, which left Stella lazing around the house, curled up on a soft sofa, feeling completely bored. "I don't have any duties left to fulfill anymore," she thought. Then a flash of inspiration struck her, and she sat bolt upright. "Maybe I should sneak out too and go hunt a few monsters?" Rising onto her toes lightly, her eyes shone with determination. "Now that I can finally use magic, I don't want to let my powers grow weak again." With her mind made up, she headed for the door and reached for the handle. But the instant she opened it, she froze on the spot. Someone was standing right in front of her. It was Lucas. "Ah, Lucas," she exclaimed, immediately putting on a bright, innocent smile. "Were you just about to go out?" she asked, tried her best to sound casual. He simply looked at her, his eyes full of knowing. "Oh, well," she faltered, realizing she had been caught red-handed. "I was just so bored that I wanted to go out and fight some monsters." Lucas let out a heavy sigh, his expression turning stern as he reached out and gripped her shoulders. "Why can't you ever learn?" he scolded. "Stop putting yourself in danger." "But I really have nothing to do," she complained, pouting unhappily. At the sight of that, his gaze darkened and a smile touched the corner of his lips. "Then come help me recover my magic power," he suggested, his hands sliding down along her arms. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. "Huh, but you don't have to touch me to recover anymore," she reminded him, unsettled by the pressure he was giving off. He merely raised an eyebrow and asked where her ring was. She admitted she wasn't wearing it today. "Why not?" he asked, his voice dropping lower, roughened by a hint of danger. Without waiting for her answer, he said that after using the ring for a while, he had realized something. The next moment, he swept her right off the floor and into his arms with ease, as though she weighed nothing at all. "The magic I recover by touching you is of higher quality," he murmured, then kicked the door shut behind him with a sharp click. Her mind was in complete disarray, and that single sound was all she could manage. Carrying her, he walked toward the bedroom, the excuse he gave both infuriating and undeniably seductive. He explained that once they had children, he would have no choice but to rely on the ring. Then he gently laid her down on the bed. His body covered hers. "So," he whispered, his lips brushing tantalizingly close to her own, "before you get pregnant, I need to have enough of you first." A shiver ran down her spine. As he began undoing the buttons of his shirt, he asked what plan she had for tomorrow. She told him she was going out with Tracy tomorrow evening. A victorious smile immediately curved his lips, and he bent to kiss her collarbone. "Perfect," he murmured against her skin. "I'm free until noon tomorrow, so we've got plenty of time to enjoy ourselves." Her eyes flew open wide. Did he mean, from now until noon tomorrow? She cried sharply. The only answer he gave her was a wicked, beautiful hum. He tugged his shirt open, revealing his perfectly sculpted chest, while both his hands and his lips began roaming over her body, setting fire to every patch of skin they touched. The familiar creaking of the bed frame once again filled the entire room, like a symphony written for their passion alone. The desire of that stallion-like sage in love truly had no limits at all, she thought hazily. And as she sank into his embrace once again, she knew with absolute certainty that in every life to come, she would go on loving him and go on being deeply loved by him.